Chapter 401. Sir Ryan, we meet again, Augustus said cordially. And the wording was different from their first meeting. This time, even he, the general and de facto second-in-command of the sword-bearer headquarters, addressed Ryan as Sir. Perhaps, the two young people present, Claire and Beyoncé, didn't notice the subtle difference in address. But Tadia, Alina, and the others' eyes flickered. Clearly, this indicated that young Sir Ryan's status in the eyes of the sword-bearer headquarters higher-ups had risen even higher than before. "Good day, General Augustus," Ryan said with a slight smile. Claire and Beyoncé, meeting such a prominent figure for the first time, were somewhat nervous and, following their captain's lead, quickly saluted and greeted him. "Don't be shy, everyone, please take a seat," Augustus said affably. After everyone was seated, Alina quietly left the small conference room. Her rank was not enough to observe such an important meeting. "Sir Ryan, please describe in detail the unexpected situation during your mission," Tadia said with a smile. "Okay, at the foot of Blade Volcano, we were attacked by a wizard from the Tukarsh school. Clawed ghouls, golem self-destructed, and legendary stitches." In the conference room, everyone, including General Augustus, listened intently. Besides Ryan's narration, the only sound was the rustling of notes. The opponent's spirit seemed to be severely damaged by the Stitch's death. He consumed the blood of the evil god and took possession of his body. Hearing this, Tadia looked up, glanced at Ryan with a hint of surprise, and confirmed, "Sir Ryan, you're talking about an avatar? Not a projection?" "Yes, I'm sure it's an incarnation," Ryan nodded. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a pair of golden branches and two suns on his shoulder epaulets, standing next to General Augustus, coughed and said, "Hey, Lord Ryan, you may not be fully aware. When a god incarnates, they have very specific requirements for the human being they possess. Finding a vessel suitable for the incarnation of a god is not easy. Furthermore, even Imperial Guardians would have difficulty dealing with an incarnation of a god," the man added tactfully. But Claire, already impressed by her captain's prowess, could not help herself when she heard this. After all, direct combat had done absolutely no good to her captain. Well, during this headquarters investigation, something had to be done. Claire couldn't help but interrupt. "Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, my captain explained it clearly. We were all present at the time, and saw clearly that the other party was definitely an incarnation, not a projection." "Yes, I can testify to that," Beyoncé agreed, nodding. "Don't get excited, ladies. This isn't a hearing, just a record-keeping exercise," the Lieutenant General said with a helpless smile. After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and said, "I think the possessed Tukarsh wizard must be quite special. His name is Staven, and he's quite powerful. Perhaps Major General Tadia can check on him later. I think there should be relevant records at headquarters." "Staven?" General Augustus said, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Yes, sir." Ryan nodded. "No need to check. If it's him, he's undoubtedly an incarnation of a god," Augustus said, waving his hand. "I know Staven. He was already a peak-level, third-level crystallization wizard 30 years ago. Moreover, he's a rare, gifted shadow wizard, fully qualified to be a vessel for the advent of a god." However, after Augustus finished speaking, he took a closer look at Ryan, seemingly surprised that he could handle an incarnation of a god. At this moment, Tadia suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Lord Ryan, do you know part of that god's true name?" "Well, Staven told me before his soul dissipated that they call this evil god the spider god Neobrican. I think these words must be part of his true name. The true names of gods are generally very long, and they are also a kind of top secret of the gods." "What? It's the spider god Neobrican?" General Augustus, usually composed, lost his voice this time. The others present, including Ryan, couldn't help but be surprised by General Augustus's loss of composure. After all, cults are now mushrooming across the empire, and projections, and even avatars of various evil gods are everywhere. Even a few months ago, an evil god descended and directly interrupted the emperor's ascension to demigodhood. Logically, as the second-in-command of the Empire's swordbearers, General Augustus should have been accustomed to this. Could it be that this spider god is different from the other evil gods? "Sorry, I lost my composure." Augustus paused for a moment, as if recalling something. After a while, he continued, "Thousands of years ago, on the Cyrodiil Plateau, there existed an extremely tyrannical and brutal spider empire. Its earliest origins are unknown, but they worshipped the spider god, Neobrican. Later, after being defeated by the coalition of several human kingdoms at the time, the spider empire retreated deep underground. To avoid heavy casualties, the coalition of human kingdoms at the time did not continue the attack. Instead, they mobilized a large group of wizards, led by 3 level 5 full moon wizards, and used the artifact, the Blazing Staff, to completely seal the entire territory underground. So, I'm worried that the appearance of this evil god means there's something wrong with the underground seal, or that they intend to break it. Sir Ryan, thank you for sharing such important information. Thank you, General Augustus. As the sword bearer of the Empire, this is my duty, Ryan said with a faint smile. Sir Ryan, do you have anything else to add? Tadia paused, smiling. After a moment's thought, Ryan continued, before Staven's spirit dissipated, he told me that the Isolder School was behind my assassination. Of course, that's just Staven's own words. I currently have no proof. I simply have some doubts about whether the Isolder School, also located on the Cyrodiil Plateau, has fulfilled its supervisory responsibilities. Also, Graham, the head of the Tukarsh School, is presumably corrupted. That's all. Thank you, Lord Ryan. Headquarters will assess your intelligence and award points as soon as possible, Tadia wrote down quickly. Tadia, please send a copy of Lord Ryan's report to Grand Astrologer Dalian. General Augustus said, his face solemn. Yes, sir. When the meeting ended, Ryan ran into Alina, who was waiting at the conference room door. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he said, Lord Alina, I have something to ask you. Lord Ryan, please go ahead. Alina took out a palm-sized notebook and quill, preparing to take notes. Please contact the provincial branches in the area where Ferdinand Forest is located. I'd like to learn about the latest developments and key intelligence regarding the heretical Mother Tree cult there. Also, please find out if there are any swordbearers from headquarters who have traveled to the Elven Realm for special purposes. If so, please let me know the specific procedures. Due to various historical disputes, the elves are extremely wary of humans. Aside from their sole embassy in the imperial capital of Tamriel, which served as a point of communication with humans, the elves were virtually isolated from the outside world. Therefore, even if Ryan wanted to travel to Ferdinand Forest to offer Anna some assistance, it wouldn't be so simple. It would also depend on the elves' attitude. Furthermore, as a race with a far longer history than humans, many elves possess long lifespans and formidable strength. Ryan didn't believe the Mother Tree cult alone could severely damage the elves. In other words, Anna's safety would generally be a non-issue. Okay, Master Ryan, I contact them right away. When Ryan returned to the mansion, his sister Mint quickly found him, looking dejected. Brother, Sister Anna's gone again. Do you know when she'd be back? Don't worry. Anna should be back soon. Ryan crouched down, smiled, and rubbed Mint's head, reassuring him. You said the same thing last time, but Anna won't be back for over 6 months. If Sister Anna doesn't come back within a month, I go find her, okay? Seeing Mint still looking unhappy, Ryan continued. Yeah. Mint smiled at her brother's assurance, her large eyes curved like crescents. The next morning, Ryan arrived at the Bishio Construction School's headquarters. Instructor Modro's office. Huh? Ryan, you completed this mission so quickly? Modro couldn't help but express surprise that Ryan had returned to the Imperial capital in just 3 days. Normally, for a sword bearer on a mission, a week would be considered fast. A small incident occurred, so I'm back early. By the way, Master, I tested the Hellfire Golem in combat, and it works great. Haha, as long as it works. Modro stroked his long, red beard, pleased with his prized disciple's words. By the way, did you bring the golem back this time? Tell me if there's anything you need to improve. Modro's interest was high when he spoke of the golem. It exploded, Ryan said, somewhat embarrassed. After all, his Hellfire Golem had consumed a considerable amount of Master Modro's time and energy, and Audrey and Alicia also helped considerably, which is why it was completed so quickly. What? What exactly happened? Modro asked, standing up in astonishment. It's like this. When Ryan recounted how the Hellfire Golem self-detonation had directly killed a peak legendary Stitch monster, Modro's face lost all trace of heartache, instead bursting into laughter. Great! Great! Wonderful! I never thought a golem like mine, Modro's, would one day be able to destroy a peak legendary Stitch monster. Modro's face flushed with excitement as he paced back and forth around the room. He pulled a bottle of aged Bordeaux from a nearby closet, uncorked it, and without waiting to pour it, he gulped down the contents. Modro drank most of the bottle in one gulp before remembering something and saying, Ryan, would you like a sip too? Hiccup. Thank you, Master, but no thanks, Ryan said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Well, since it's self-destructed, let's build another one. By the way, after this actual combat, what do you think the golem needs improvement on? Modro asked, calming his excitement. Ryan had already considered this before arriving. In the confrontation with the stitched monster, the golem was clearly at a disadvantage. Ryan had considered upgrading the sorcery level from level 1 to level 2, but this would mean an exponential increase in the difficulty of the inscriptions, which was simply too difficult for Maguro, a mentor at the peak of level 1. The simplest way to increase the golem's power was to make it thicker, taller, and larger. As for the sorcery, he could consider increasing the shooting area. Master, could you add 2 more cannon barrels to the Hellfire Golem's shoulders to fire fireballs and shadow bolts? To do this, consider adding a small furnace. Maguro pondered for a moment, then looked at Ryan and said, "It's not impossible. However, if you do that, the Hellfire Golem will grow considerably, likely exceeding 6 meters in height, which would be very difficult for you to operate." "Master, that's no problem on my end," Ryan said with a slight smile. One of the main reasons he had considered minimizing the golem was because he was only a wizard in the late second stage of liquefaction. Although he had a super affinity for metal, operating the golem was still quite difficult. Ryan remembered clearly that operating the Hellfire Golem consumed nearly 50 points of his mental power at once, considering he only had a little over 90 at the time. However, the situation was different now. His mental power had now reached 123, and after crystallization, his mental power was even higher than that of liquefied power, making it much easier to operate the golem. Maguro looked at Ryan suspiciously, his face immediately filled with horror. You wouldn't." Although Maguro could no longer fathom Ryan's current strength, let alone the fact that he was still wearing the robe of concealment, the calm smile on Ryan's face gave him a vague glimpse of something. Ryan smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Master, I trouble you with this matter." Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, within a luxurious mansion to the left of the imperial palace, a middle-aged noble with a mustache stood respectfully beside a young, feminine-looking blonde man. The blonde young man sat in a chair, flipping through a stack of documents. "Buchanan, so, it's now confirmed that this young man named Ryan possesses some unknown dragon bloodline?" "Your Highness, based on the information, it seems he does," the middle-aged nobleman named Buchanan said with a bow. "Very good. Go and invite him to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood." Second Prince Everton smiled vaguely and closed the documents. "Yes, Your Highness." Buchanan slowly exited the room. Although Duke Durham had previously approached him, hoping he would whisper in the Second Prince's ear, hoping to eliminate Ryan, it now seemed that His Highness was more interested in this young man with dragon bloodline. The Dragon Scale Brotherhood was a monastic order founded under the leadership of His Highness, specifically for non-royal members who possessed various dragon bloodlines. After returning to the mansion, Ryan went to the training room and began to study the second-level spell, Iron Armor, and the third-level spell, Steel Armor. Even before learning the third-level spell, Steel Armor, he had seen a description of it at the school's exchange office and felt that there must be some kind of internal connection between the two spells. After repeated practice, Ryan felt a vague certainty that the two spells must be connected. But there was a problem, and Ryan felt that something was missing. Ryan could be seen casting the two spells in succession in the room. Second-level spell, Iron Armor. Third-level innate spell, Steel Armor. A layer of dark iron armor was covered with an even thicker layer of silver metal. The defensive power appeared to be increased, but Ryan knew that this was only a superficial increase, not a significant increase in power like a killing move. After repeated attempts, Ryan still felt a slight sluggishness. After much contemplation, Ryan seemed to have a sudden realization and tried adding his first-level innate spell, Metal Transfiguration. After 2 attempts, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. That's right, it should be Metal Transfiguration. At the same time, a system prompt rang out. Ding! Host has comprehended the prototype of a combined spell. Do you want to spend 42 gold skill points to refine it? It's working. Ryan couldn't help but pump his fist excitedly. Instantly, overjoyed, he chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, a flood of memories of his magical training flooded into Ryan's mind, as if he had practiced these 3 spells for over 100 years in some mysterious dimension. When Ryan opened his eyes again, his understanding of the 3 spells had transcended a certain boundary. He knew how to integrate them into one. Ding! Deduction successful. The host has comprehended the 3rd-level metal combination spell, Iron Armor. Iron Armor? Ryan's face lit up with delight. The 1st-level innate spell, Metal Transfiguration, the 2nd-level spell, Iron Armor, and the 3rd-level innate spell, Steel Armor, released consecutively, form the combination spell, Iron Armor. Just as Ryan was about to conduct a test, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Ryan, There's a Count Buchanan outside requesting an audience. He claims to be the steward of His Royal Highness the Second Prince, the short man, Mateo, said with a slightly hurried breath. Huh? The Second Prince's steward? Ryan's brows raised slightly, clearly surprised. No wonder Mateo had bothered him. Please meet in the reception room, Ryan said after a moment's thought. A few minutes later, in the reception room. Sir Ryan, I've come here because I heard you two possess the rare blood of the dragon. I've been entrusted by the Second Prince to invite you to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, Buchanan said with a smile, getting straight to the point. This is a small gift from His Royal Highness the Second Prince. This is a special potion developed by the Dragon Scale Brotherhood that has a stimulating effect on those with dragon blood. His Royal Highness has named it the Dragon Vein Evolution Potion. As he spoke, Buchanan produced a brown wooden box, opened it, and handed it to Ryan. This? Ryan clearly saw a dark red bottle of an unknown potion glowing with a blood-red magical aura. Because of Anna's mother's incident, Ryan had long considered how to approach the Second Prince. However, Ryan hadn't expected the other party to actually come directly to him and invite him to join such an unheard-of organization. Seeing Ryan's thoughtful expression, Buchanan's face lit up with joy. He continued, Sir Ryan, the Second Prince's original intention in establishing the Dragon Scale Brotherhood was to provide a platform for communication and an opportunity for further advancement for those who have accidentally awakened their dragon bloodline. For example, you could imagine a group of like-minded individuals working together to research how to further develop the special abilities of their dragon bloodline, develop related special potions, and so on. Furthermore, this is a purely monastic order. It has no impact on your current status as a sword bearer, and there will be no mandatory tasks. It must be said that this Buchanan was both eloquent and resourceful. Anyone would undoubtedly be tempted. However, Ryan was different. He was now rapidly weighing the pros and cons. First, based on his previous understanding of the Second Prince, the Dragon Scale Brotherhood was most likely not a purely secretive cultivation organization, as this man had described. Ryan himself was a wizard and pharmacist, and with a little thought, he could grasp the crux of the matter. How could he research and develop his own dragon bloodline? Bloodline research necessarily required the extraction of fresh blood, and perhaps even a small amount of body tissue, to yield any results. Furthermore, if his bloodline truly yielded any special features, that would be even more disadvantageous. Furthermore, Ryan was well aware that his bloodline's advancement depended on a system. By systematically killing dragon creatures, he could continuously refine and enhance his mutated dragon bloodline. As for Anna's mother's whereabouts, other methods could be sought. Excuse me, Lord Buchanan, please convey to His Royal Highness the Second Prince my gratitude for his kindness. However, as a sword bearer, I have no intention of joining any secret organization for the time being. Ryan thought for a moment and said politely. At the same time, he also stated that he would not join any secret organization, thereby demonstrating that he was not prejudiced against the Second Prince. Haha, Lord Ryan, you may not be aware of how many people in the outside world are eager to join His Royal Highness, the Second Prince's Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Especially those with bloodline taints and degenerates, who are even willing to pay a huge price to seek membership. Buchanan didn't seem to mind Ryan's refusal, and simply listened to him speak freely. By the way, I heard you recently tried out for the Dragon Knight Reserve? Yes. Then you should definitely join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Let me share a little secret. His Royal Highness the Second Prince is one of the examiners this time. It's almost time. Excuse me, Lord Ryan. Buchanan smiled meaningfully and prepared to leave. I understand, Lord Buchanan. I need time to think about it, Ryan said, rising. Of course, if you decide to join, feel free to contact me anytime in the next few days. Chapter 402. Ryan first pondered Buchanan's words and realized that if he hadn't possessed the system, the other party's offer would have been quite tempting, making it almost impossible for him to refuse to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. It's conceivable that this Dragon Scale Brotherhood they're talking about has already recruited quite a number of those with dragon blood. Although the probability of anyone other than the royal family possessing dragon blood in the Empire is extremely low, even if it's only 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in a million, considering the Empire's vast territory and large population. I'm afraid that number is in the hundreds or even thousands. Is the Second Prince's purpose in establishing this hermitage truly to provide a platform for those with dragon blood to communicate and improve? Also, what do you mean by those bloodline polluters and broken ones they just mentioned? They seem very eager to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. I guess I have to look up some relevant information. Ryan's face was thoughtful, and several questions suddenly occurred to him. However, the information he had at hand was too limited to make a judgment. After a moment's thought, Ryan shifted his attention to the red potion in the wooden box on the coffee table. After a brief moment of observation, Ryan picked up the bottle of the so-called Dragon Vein Evolution Potion and examined it carefully. The potion, emitting a hazy red sorceress aura, was exceptionally beautiful in the sunlight. Yet, for some reason, Ryan felt as if it were a blooming poppy. Underneath this extreme beauty lay a hint of sinisterness. His body seemed to crave the potion before him, but the feeling wasn't intense. Even more peculiar, just as the thought of trying it arose in Ryan's mind, a glimmer of danger washed over him. Interesting. It seems to have some positive effects on my mutant dragon bloodline, but the benefits shouldn't be significant. Furthermore, it seems to carry some potential, unknown hazards, Ryan thought to himself, gazing at the red potion before him. If I get a chance, I'd like to learn how this potion is made. If I could eliminate the potential harm and retain only the positive effects, that would be great. After some thought, Ryan decided not to consume it, even though the system might be able to eliminate the potential dangers. Instead, he returned the potion to the wooden box and stored it away. Since Buchanan's arrival had just interrupted his iron armor test, Ryan returned to the training room, intending to test a new combination of sorcery. However, Ryan accidentally glanced at the bottom of the attribute panel, and was surprised to find that he still had 64 gold skill points remaining. You see, although he previously had 95 gold skill points, he'd used them twice in a row. The first was the promotion to the improved second-level talent spell, Cutting Web, which cost him 28 points, and the deductive combination spell, Iron Armor, which cost him 42 points, for a total of 70 points. But a sudden realization crossed his face. Ryan hadn't yet checked the battle records with Staven and the incarnation of the evil god. Ryan quickly flipped through them. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 39 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been upgraded. Congratulations, your Warhammer Sorcerer, legendary, class has been upgraded. Congratulations, your Lord of Thousand Blades, epic, class has been upgraded. Both classes have been upgraded, not bad. Although Lord of Thousand Blades, epic, was previously at level 13, requiring a significant amount of experience points to upgrade, thanks to the accumulation from Ren's previous slaying of the abyssal fire and rock giants, coupled with this intense battle with the incarnation of the evil god Neobrican, it has finally been upgraded. Lord of Thousand Blades, epic, has reached level 14. Also, thanks to Ren's numerous sorcery spells during battle, including the use of animation to control the Hellfire Golem, Lord of Thousand Blades class has also advanced from level 11 to level 12. Combined, Ren has gained 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Furthermore, Ryan had recently been diligently training as a potions master, reaching level 6. His attribute points reached 25. After deducting the 5 points lost in battle, with these 2 points added in, he now has 22 remaining. As for skill points, he previously had 12, and with the 2 points gained this time, the total is 14. As for gold skill points, although he had used them twice in a row for deductions, he had also gained a whopping 39 gold skill points in battle, so he still had 64 remaining. So, after mastering the combined sorcery Iron Armor, I can learn the 3rd level metal sorcery Thorn Iron Ball. My current skill points are enough to improve it, and quickly become combat ready. After a moment's thought, Ryan decided on his next sorcery training plan. Level 1 talent spell, Metal Transfiguration. Level 2 spell, Iron Armor. Level 3 spell, Steel Armor. Combination spell, Iron Armor. With Ryan's incredibly swift 3 spells, his entire body was covered in a thick layer of armor, shimmering with a rich, dark silver magical aura. Huh? It's actually in the form of armor? Ryan glanced at the mirror in the training room, slightly surprised by his own reflection. You know, before, whether it was the level 2 spell, Iron Armor, or the level 3 spell, Steel Armor, or even the water-based protective spell, Water Membrane, they were all protective spells that resembled membranes or close-fitting shields. But the combination spell he was wearing, Iron Armor, was a protective spell that looked remarkably like knight's armor. This was the first time Ryan had seen a protective spell with this effect. Furthermore, while the effects of this combined sorcery resembled knight armor, the defensive effectiveness was vastly different. First, there was the sorcery defense. At this moment, Ryan, adorned with his iron armor, exuded a rich metallic aura, clearly possessing immense defensive power against both melee and sorcery attacks. Of course, the exact degree of defense would have to be measured to determine. Second, there was flexibility. Ordinary metal armor, regardless of its material, felt heavy and awkward. Because of the articulation issues at the joints, even with soft, top-grain cowhide, not only would its defense be reduced, but its flexibility would also be limited. But Ryan, now clad in iron armor, shimmering with a dark silver luster, felt as if the metal at the joints flowed like mercury, greatly enhancing his flexibility. With a flicker of his mind, Ryan saw the hardened adamantium ingot in his hand rapidly transform into a two-handed great sword. Clad in his iron armor, Ryan swiftly ran across the field, slashing, stabbing, and finally unleashing his ultimate power. After a series of tests, Ryan discovered that, not to mention the difference in defense, his agility alone was at least a notch higher than when he was wearing enchanted thorium armor. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck Ryan. He first glanced up at the height of the training room, then transformed. This time, however, Ryan only activated his first form, the Dragon Warrior form, his stature suddenly expanding to over 5 meters. He then cast the combined sorcery iron armor. Soon, his powerful form, now in Dragon Warrior form, was clad in a thick, shimmering suit of knight armor. Excellent! Not only does it not affect my flexibility at all. Ryan glanced down overjoyed. Now, if the enemy wants to harm me, they have to first break through this iron armor formed by the combined sorcery, and then break through my dragon scale defense. Ryan clenched his dragon claws, which felt like crucible gloves, and thought to himself, flexible and strong, my melee ability is even stronger. This doesn't seem right. I'm strengthening my sorcery side, but how come the final result in combat power is a melee enhancement? Ryan instantly thought of a problem. After a moment's thought, a wry smile crossed his face. Never mind which side, improving my strength is what matters most. After testing several times, Ryan returned to his study. Just as he pulled out the parchment scroll containing the third-level metal magic, Thorn Iron Ball, to study, he suddenly remembered something else. Ryan concentrated and briefly practiced the second level of the Iron Heart meditation. Sure enough, after entering the crystallization stage, the effectiveness of the second level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation began to decline significantly, and its role in promoting the continued crystallization of mental power was negligible. This result was expected, and Ryan quickly focused his attention again on the parchment scroll containing the Thorn Iron Ball. At the same time, Buchanan, having left Ryan's residence, immediately boarded a luxurious carriage waiting at the door. The carriage soon returned to the residence of Second Prince Everton. In the study, Everton, who was flipping through some intelligence, glanced outside. Seeing Buchanan return, he casually asked, "Buchanan, how are the Mother Tree cult's operations in Ferdinand Forest going?" Buchanan immediately realized that the second prince must have seen the intelligence from Ferdinand Forest. After a brief pause, he replied, "Your Highness, they launched a surprise attack based on the defensive intelligence we provided on the elven outposts, and they've reaped a rich harvest. They've already sent a letter promising to send over 10 captive elven women to the dragon scale lair." Excellent! With these captive elven men, the raw material problem should be solved quickly. The second prince's feminine face lit up with a satisfied smile. "By the way, notify Linnun and King to expedite the development of the compound." "As you command, Your Highness." "I will contact these 2 master alchemists immediately." However, before Buchanan could leave, Second Prince Everton asked, "By the way, what about the dragon bloodline bearer you met today? His name is Ryan, right? How was he?" "Well, he's very young and powerful, but rather cautious. He initially politely declined my invitation to the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. It wasn't until I told him you were the examiner for this Dragon Knight Reserve that his refusal softened," Buchanan reported in detail. "Well, it's okay. One more or one less dragon bloodline bearer isn't a big deal for the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Our current focus is still on the experiment." Everton was clearly unfazed by Ryan's lack of enthusiasm for joining. After all, there were many with dragon bloodline throughout the Empire. "By the way, Your Highness, this is a replica of the other party's dragon aura." At this moment, Buchanan seemed to have a thought and pulled out something resembling a pocket watch from his pocket, respectfully handing it to Second Prince Everton. This pocket watch-like sorceress artifact had a single function: to record the dragon aura of those nearby. With this, Second Prince Everton could quickly ascertain the other party's approximate bloodline origin, concentration, and so on. When Second Prince Everton took it, his expression was initially nonchalant. But after holding it in his hand and sensing it for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed softly, This dragon aura. Your Highness?" Buchanan looked at his own prince in confusion. Could it be that there's something strange about this Ryan's dragon bloodline? The aura of his dragon bloodline is very strong. While not as strong as mine and Linares, It's no less intense than that of an ordinary royal heir. What's even more unusual is the way this aura feels to me. It's not the bloodline of ordinary black dragons, red dragons, or other five-colored dragons. It's more like the aura of a metallic dragon that has long vanished from this world. Metallic dragon? Buchanan was even more puzzled. There's a faint hint of metallic particles. Never mind. You won't understand even if I tell you more. Second Prince Everton shook his head. Rain's attention level is raised to level 1. Also, investigate his interpersonal relationships, and see where you can find a breakthrough. This Ryan must be recruited into the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. His bloodline could be very useful. As you command, Your Highness. Buchanan bowed respectfully. Just as Buchanan left Second Prince Everton's study and entered the front garden, a personal guard hurried over and whispered, "Sir, the Duke of Durham has arrived. He's waiting in a carriage not far from the mansion gate. Look." Buchanan paused for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, "Don't bother. I go out and see him." He naturally knew the Duke of Durham's intentions. However, this time, things might not go as planned. A few minutes later, inside the carriage. "Sir Buchanan, regarding this Ryan, His Highness," Duke of Durham said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm afraid this disappoints you. The second prince is very interested in Ryan, and has sent me to invite him to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, so—" "What?" Duke Drum's face darkened. Ever since receiving first-hand news from the stronghold that Staven's assassination attempt had failed, Duke Drum had been somewhat uneasy. It wasn't that he was worried about Ryan discovering the attack. They had merely played a role in fueling the incident, with the Isolder School responsible for the actual execution. It was that he had noticed Ryan's rapid growth. Even a veteran wizard with decades of fame, Staven, and the Ironback Necromancer breastplate, a top-tier necromancy weapon, was no match for Ryan. Judging from his talent, there was a high probability that he would become a guardian of the Empire in the near future. And if he still harbored resentment over the previous conflict with the Drum family, Ryan would sooner or later become a serious threat to the family. By then, even the presence of the Pentascock ancestors might not be enough to suppress him. Has the other party agreed? Duke Durham thought for a moment and asked again. Not yet, but if this Ryan is wise, he should agree. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Lord Buchanan. Hearing this, Duke Durham's expression regained its composure. After a moment's reflection, he said goodbye to Buchanan. After returning to the Durham family mansion, Duke Durham pondered for a while in his study. Come in. Your Excellency the Duke. A new young butler immediately entered the study and bowed. Clearly, this new butler was the replacement for the previous butler, Owen. Has the news about that Ryan spread? Duke Durham asked. It's spread. According to Lord Owen's report from a few days ago, information regarding Ryan's killing of several high-ranking members of various cults has been leaked to the relevant cults. Very good, Duke Drum nodded. Although the Drum family supports the second prince, that doesn't mean they must obey his orders. As a powerful and guardian family of the Empire, it's perfectly normal for them to have their own demands within the larger framework. Even if Ryan joined the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, if he was killed by a cult, it would be due to his own lack of strength, and has nothing to do with the Drum family. Meanwhile, in the third ring road of the Imperial capital, at the Ryan Mansion. After approximately 2 hours of study, believing he had mastered his new sorcery, Ryan first arrived at the training room. Just as he was about to raise his hand to cast Thorn Iron Ball, he suddenly lowered it. The power of a third-level spell is still a bit too great. Perhaps I should go to the spell testing room at headquarters. After all, Ryan didn't want his new mansion to be demolished if his new spell failed. Soon, Ryan arrived at the Swordbearer headquarters by carriage. Led by the young staff member, Ryan quickly arrived at the third-level spell testing room. Lord Ryan, if you need anything, please ring the bell to call me. Yes, thank you, Ryan nodded. It's my honor to serve you, the young female staff member said with a smile and a slight bow. After the other woman left, Ryan walked over to the giant cylindrical metal block placed on a slide and began to silently chant a spell. Soon, a rapidly rotating solid iron ball with a diameter of 2 meters appeared out of thin air. Sizzle, sizzle. The surface of the iron ball was covered with dense spikes of varying lengths, rubbing against the ground with sparks. With a flick of Ryan's right hand, a whoosh sound was heard. With immense kinetic energy, the giant iron ball slashed in a straight line, slamming into the smooth surface of the metal ingot at high speed. Bang! A deafening sound echoed through the room. The giant cylindrical metal block on the slide was nearly knocked off its feet by the blow. Even the floor of the room shook slightly. Ryan looked closely, and saw that the hemisphere of the spiked iron ball, created by the third-level spell Thorn Iron Ball, had embedded itself directly into the giant metal ingot. Clang, clang. At the same time, the metal block, weighing dozens of tons, vibrated back and forth on the slide. On the black wisdom slate beside him, a large number was displayed. 191. What a powerful force, Ryan said, his eyes lighting up. Although the attack method of this Thorn Iron Ball is a bit monotonous, its power is truly astonishing. You should know that the power of a typical third-level sorcery is generally between 120 and 200. Now, relying on his super metal element affinity and the special effects of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, the lethality of Ryan's third-level sorcery has almost reached the upper limit of third-level sorcery power. According to the description of the effect in the parchment scroll, the diameter of a normal Thorn Iron Ball is about 1.5 meters. But the Iron Ball Ryan just unleashed, regardless of the length of the spikes, has a diameter of 2 meters. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have studied the Thorn Iron Ball, and your understanding of it has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Thorn Ball. Your Thorn Ball skill has been upgraded, increasing your experience by 5. At the same time, a new icon has appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legend panel. The icon depicts a massive metal sphere with jagged spikes. In addition, the small text below the icon reads, Thorn Ball LV1, 1/100, Thorn Ball LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate surrounding metal energy particles using a specific spell model, forming a giant thorn ball that rams and crushes all targets in a straight line. Note, casting time is 3 seconds. Any targets in a straight line? Ryan immediately grasped the unique feature of this new spell. Although the difficulty of increasing proficiency in a third-level spell is several times greater than that of a second-level spell, Ryan was well prepared. Without hesitation, Ryan instantly invested 11 skill points, plus 8 gold skill points, into the third-level sorcery, Thorn Ball. As Thorn Ball advanced from level 1 to level 20, a flood of memories of Thorn Ball flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, constantly practicing Thorn Ball for 100 or 200 years, compressing his syllables to the utmost, casting the spell like instinct. The next morning, in the inner ring of the imperial capital of Tamriel, a carriage slowly stopped at the gate of the Snyder family mansion, home to the Chimera Knight Luther. As Ryan stepped out of the carriage, 2 tall and imposing knights, already waiting at the gate, trotted up. Sir Ryan, long time no see. Your recent achievements are truly astonishing. Luther greeted Ryan warmly. Yes, Sir Ryan, the news of you defeating the strongest legendary sculptor, Harold, has spread throughout the imperial capital's aristocratic circles lately, Harlowin chimed in with a smile. Sir Luther, Sir Harlowin, long time no see. Congratulations on both of you for your continued advancement, Ryan said with a smile. He had just sensed something and noticed that Harlowin and Luther seemed to have made slight progress. Clearly, these two had been busy lately, presumably preparing for the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. After some pleasantries, the 3 of them took their seats in the reception room. At this point, Ryan asked directly, Sir Luther, I'd like to ask how the Dragon Knight Reserve selection will be conducted next week. Chapter 403. Since he intended to reject the second prince's offer, Ryan naturally had to be prepared for any consequences. Especially with the selection for the Dragon Knight Reserves next week, Ryan was certain they would ask for his final decision beforehand. Although he could obtain relevant information through the sword bearers, Ryan was unsure of the effectiveness of their purge efforts. Luther, having participated in the previous election, should have a better understanding. Luther was stunned at Ryan's question, then burst into laughter. He said, Sir Ryan, I believe that with your abilities, you don't need to worry about this assessment at all. But since you asked, I briefly explain. First, the first assessment is a practical flight test. The key lies in the 2 aspects of flight and combat. Flying is a requirement for the assessment. The purpose is to observe flying skills, which is why the assessment subjects need to have a flying mount. Basically, if the candidate can control a flying mount to traverse obstacles and perform sharp turns and dives in midair, it can be assumed that they will also possess the relevant abilities to control a dragon in the future. As for combat, the assessment focuses on whether the candidate and the flying mount can cooperate to defeat the enemy. Because there are many people with superb flying skills, and dragon riders are not circus animal trainers, they need to demonstrate sufficient combat power. Luther added, seemingly to make it easier for Ryan and Harlowin to understand. Is the first item a practical test? What about the second? Hearing this, Harlowin couldn't help but look puzzled. After all, generally, if a test consists of multiple items, the difficulty usually increases from easy to difficult. For example, the first item tests physical fitness or skills, while the second is a practical test. As for the second item, Your Excellency Ryan, Your Excellency Harlowen, all participants in the second item have signed a high-level confidentiality agreement with the royal family, so we can't disclose it. Luther frowned and said, But, I heard that Your Excellency Ryan recently visited the Flame Canyon? Luther seemed to think of something, emphasized the word Flame Canyon, then paused and looked at Ryan with a smile. Ryan thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, Thank you, Your Excellency Luther, I understand. He understood Luther's meaning. The second test should be in a secret place similar to the Flame Canyon. Although the specific content is unknown, it can only be a few scenarios. For example, in this special secret realm, defeating specific enemies is more difficult, or perhaps the realm itself contains dragons or dragonborn creatures. At this moment, after a moment of contemplation, Harlowen's face dawned with realization. After learning about the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment, Ryan said goodbye and agreed to go to camp together tomorrow to practice flying techniques. After all, Ryan had only had a few opportunities for aerial combat since he began riding Bloodfeather. In comparison, Luther and Harlowen had far more experience in this area. Of course, Ryan wasn't worried about coordination issues. As someone with the Beast Priest, legendary, class profile, his coordination with Bloodfeather was straightforward. His primary goal was simply to gain familiarity with the field and discuss strategies for dealing with different enemies with Luther and Harlowen. Just as Ryan was about to board the carriage to head to the Academy's headquarters, he suddenly noticed Alina waiting nearby. Hey, Your Excellency Alina, is there something urgent? Ryan saw Alina's solemn expression and suspected something serious was about to happen. Lord Ryan, let's talk in the carriage. Okay. After the two settled into the carriage, Ryan cast a soundproofing spell. Only then did Alina begin to report. I just received urgent news from Major General Tadia. During the cleanup after the purge, someone discovered that the details of your missions were leaked within the Swordbearer Archives Management Department. Yes, I suspected that. Ryan nodded calmly. He had actually anticipated this situation. The locations and timing of the previous attacks against him were nearly optimal. It's practically impossible that no one had leaked any information about him. Alina was rather surprised to hear Ryan's words. However, she sensed a sense of confidence in Ryan's calm expression and tone, and she couldn't help but feel admiration. There's also another piece of news. Yesterday, the Swordbearer's internal supervisors learned from a detainee that your personal mission records appear to have been deliberately leaked to the cult. Oh! Ryan raised an eyebrow. This situation is quite interesting. After a moment's thought, Ryan understood and grasped the general outline. According to analysis, it's very likely that someone from the old guard leaked your mission records. Alina's words confirmed Ryan's suspicions. In other words, they're trying to use the cult to kill me. Yes, Lord Ryan. Alina's smile on Ryan's face somehow eased her anxiety. At first, she was extremely nervous when she learned of this situation. Even a highly skilled adamantine-level swordsman would be in great danger if targeted by one or more cults. This is why the missions carried out by swordsmen must be kept secret. Major General Tadia said she will arrange for someone to encrypt your subsequent missions and seal them after they are carried out to ensure such incidents don't happen again. However, she reminds you to be extremely cautious if you're on any outbound missions in the near future. Also, she advises your family not to leave the imperial capital unless there are special circumstances. The cult isn't like the conservative nobles. They might directly retaliate against your family, Alina added. Okay, I understand, Ryan nodded. Thankfully, he had already brought his family to the imperial capital. With its defenses, they were relatively safe unless a direct incarnation of a deity descended, as happened last time. Just as Alina was about to leave, Ryan thought of something and said, By the way, Your Excellency Alina, could you please go to the library at headquarters and look up information on bloodline polluters and broken ones for me? Bloodline polluters and broken ones? Okay, Master Ryan. The construction school's headquarters. After about 2 hours, Ryan quickly earned 550 contribution points by helping to create puppet components. Adding his remaining 1,463 contribution points, he quickly accumulated 2,000 contribution points, which he exchanged for the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. This was also the last level the school possessed. In other words, if he wanted to practice the original fourth level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, he might have to explore the ruins of the ancient wizard school that Mentor Monroe mentioned last time. But for now, I naturally study and master the third level first. After bidding farewell to Mentor Monroe, Ryan quickly returned to the mansion. In the study, Ryan took out the memory crystal containing the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. As a unique memory emerged in his mind, Ryan began to read carefully, comprehend it. The third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation is extremely difficult to master. But upon successful mastery, in addition to further concentrating and crystallizing your mental power, it also boosts the power of your metal-based magic by approximately 60%. 60%? I remember that at the second level, it boosted the power of your metal-based magic by 40%. That was already quite impressive, allowing my second level metal-based magic to almost reach the threshold of third level magic. Now it's 60%. Seeing this, Ryan's eyes lit up. This also intensified his desire to master the third level as quickly as possible. After calming himself down, Ryan immediately focused his attention and began diligently practicing the third level of the meditation method. Unlike the second layer 3D model, which consisted of 60 will runes, the third layer model was even more complex. According to the crystal's description of difficulty, it was described as extremely high. If one lacked talent and mental strength, simply looking at this 3D model would make one nauseous and dizzy, making it impossible to persevere. Ryan carefully counted and found that the third layer model consisted of a full 108 will runes. This was nearly double the number of the already challenging second layer. One could imagine how challenging it would be to mentally visualize the third layer 3D model all at once. However, my mental strength is a whopping 123 points, so I should be able to comprehend it faster. Also, Ryan glanced at his attribute panel. The 22 remaining attribute points provided him with a strong guarantee for quickly mastering the third layer. It wasn't long before Ryan began visualizing the third layer 3D model in his mind. 2 hours later, after dozens of attempts, Ryan was now able to successfully visualize a pattern of 96 will runes. He was 12 short of 108, a number neither too many nor too few. According to the various records recorded in the memory crystal, his progress far surpassed that of wizards, who had just entered the third level of crystallization. Records show that most third-level crystallization wizards only managed to reach the stage of outlining 90 will runes after the third month. But Ryan was still not entirely satisfied with his progress. Remember, when he was previously practicing the second level, he was only 5 will runes away from completing the outline, when his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Now, he was a full 12 short. It truly deserves to be an extremely difficult level, Ryan muttered to himself, rubbing his slightly swollen temple. Then, let's start adding points. With almost no hesitation, Ryan added 1 point to his spirit attribute. As his spirit attribute increased from 123 to 124, Ryan instantly felt a refreshing coolness in his brain, as if a stream of clear mountain water had suddenly emerged from his mind, washing away all mental fatigue. Recovering to his peak state, Ryan smiled, and once again sketched out the complex three-dimensional model of the third level in his mind. 2 more hours passed. The first will rune. The 30th. The 99th will rune. After this, Ryan felt another throbbing pain in his temple. I spent 1 attribute point and improved 3 will runes. That's incredibly difficult. But that's to be expected. There are only 9 left. Facing a potential threat, Ryan naturally needed to boost his combat power as quickly as possible. Especially since the special effect of the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation technique amplified the power of metal-based sorcery by 60%. For Ryan, this was of great significance. So, Ryan added another attribute point to his spiritual power. As his condition fully recovered, he repeated the previous process. This time, Ryan reached 102. Again! With another point of spiritual power added, Ryan, having recovered, continued to outline the three-dimensional pattern of the third level. Again! Until the sky was just beginning to turn pale, Ryan's face suddenly beamed with joy. He clenched his fists and waved them vigorously. After spending almost an entire night and going through 6 attempts of adding points, Ryan finally succeeded in successfully outlining the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation technique in one go. At this moment, his mental power had also increased to 129 points. In his sea of consciousness, he saw that the bottom of the 3-layer crystal, the originally circular base, had now thickened by nearly double, appearing even more stable. At this moment, a system notification also came. You have completed the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, and your understanding of the related skills has improved. Your Iron Heart Advanced Meditation skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 5. Ryan quickly found the Iron Heart skill icon on the Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class panel and checked the change in the description. The new description was as follows. Ironheart Advanced Meditation Level 7, January 5000, with the Special Effect Metal Control Level 3. Metal Control Level 3, Passive, Effect. Your ability to manipulate metal energy particles is significantly improved. Level 3 Metal Control. The system description has changed from a slight improvement to a significant improvement. The third level of meditation corresponds to levels 7 to 9. With his experience from the second level, Ryan thought for a moment and invested 2 skill points in the level 7 Ironheart Advanced Meditation. As Ironheart Advanced Meditation progressed from level 7 to level 9, a wave of memories of practicing the third level of Ironheart Advanced Meditation flooded into Ryan's mind. Instantly, Ryan felt as if he were in a mysterious space, experiencing over 100 years of arduous practice at the third level of meditation. A few minutes later, when Ryan again attempted to outline the model for the third level of meditation, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the visualization time had been reduced by nearly 2/3. Looking at the remaining 1 skill point, Ryan knew his meditation technique had probably reached its upper limit, but he still needed to confirm it. As he added points, as expected, a system failure message appeared. Addition failed. The current upper limit of Ironheart Advanced Meditation technique has been reached. Not bad. A smile crossed Ryan's face at this. Level 9 was the upper limit of the third level. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the attribute panel again and noticed that the mental power value had changed significantly again. Mental power, 120, crystallization 2%. Remember, his mental power had previously reached 129 points after adding points, but now it was only 120, a full 9 points less. However, the crystallization progress had increased by 1 percentage point, from 1% to 2%. Thanks to his experience with liquefaction last time, Ryan wasn't overly surprised, but the magnitude of the decrease was slightly unexpected. It's probably the advanced meditation method's effect on tempering and refining mental strength. After all, concentrated essences are essential. After a night of meditation practice, perhaps due to the joy of success or the added benefit of recovery, Ryan didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt eager to try. At that moment, a ray of morning light slowly filtered in through the window, casting a shadow on Ryan's back. For a moment, the energetic young man and the dawning light seemed inexplicably harmonious. Swordbearer headquarters. In Tadia's office, reports were coming in and out every few minutes. Lady Tadia, I just received news that several provinces, including Oise, Moselle, Nome, and Marne, were attacked by the cult last night. The enemy's personnel this time are highly skilled and powerful, even including epic-level warriors comparable to Imperial Guardians. The Swordbearers' branches in each province are requesting support from headquarters, an intelligence officer reported. Enemy-level warriors should be forwarded to General Augustus for review. All others should be forwarded to the mission hall for assignment. Tadia quickly addressed the situation. Due to the high level of coordination required by the Imperial Guardians, General Augustus's personal involvement was required. Tadia was solely responsible for internal coordination within the Sword Bearers. Furthermore, over the past week, Tadia had clearly sensed a significant increase in the cult's activity within the Empire, with the repeated appearance of epic-level warriors. As a result, nearly 10 Imperial Guardians had been forced to leave the Imperial capital of Tamriel to deal with the situation. At this moment, a female staff member approached Major General Tadia and whispered, "Lord Tadia, we've discovered the twin snakes of the secret snake cult, Erida and Alida, appearing in the province of Valdil 3 days ago. But just yesterday, they reappeared in the province of Vosges. Based on their trajectory, the Intelligence Center has determined that their destination is likely heading towards the Imperial capital." Tadia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this news. The twin snakes are the third ranked of the 12 secret snake messengers of the secret snake cult, far surpassing the lower-ranked ones in strength. It's rumored that they are sisters, and possess the unique ability of telepathy. One can imagine how challenging it is for 2 peak-level legendary warriors to coordinate almost flawlessly in battle. This is also true, judging by their battle record. Apart from anything else, the fact that they had repeatedly escaped the clutches of Imperial Guardians was proof of their strength. Given their destructive power and formidable nature, the twin snakes, Erida and Erida, have always been a key target of Imperial sword bearers. What's the specific opinion from the Intelligence Department? Lady Tadia, this is the specific opinion from the Intelligence Department. The young staff member opened a record and presented it to Tadia. A 70% probability. Not low. Tadia muttered to herself. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It read, given the leak, there's a 70% chance that the target of the attack is Lord Ryan. Tadia was well aware of Ryan's deep ties with the secret snake cult during his time at the Munster branch. Back then, Ryan had killed two of the cult's lower-ranking secret snake emissaries, Eye Serpent Edmundo and Mad Serpent Icosala. Thus, she agreed with the Intelligence Department's assessment. Because the mission records were leaked, the enemy has come seeking revenge. However, they wouldn't dare enter the imperial capital of Tamriel easily, most likely scouting for opportunities near the capital. Inform Deputy Director Alina of this situation immediately, and have her inform Lord Ryan to be on high alert. Also, pass on the detailed information on the twin snakes to Lord Ryan. Okay, Lady Tadia, I be there. The young staff member saluted and departed immediately. Meanwhile, over 100 miles from the imperial capital, in a remote manor in the small town of Tavlin, an ordinary carriage stopped at the manor gate, but the two gray-robed men who emerged were anything but ordinary. Beneath their gray robes, the two women's figures were graceful and slender, and they bore a striking resemblance. Judging by their postures, they were undoubtedly beautiful women, yet both wore hoods, a rare sight. However, their delicate noses and cherry lips, revealed beyond their beauty, seemed like sculpted copies of the same mold, making it impossible to tell which was which. Lord Erida, thank you for your tireless journey, an imposing, black-robed elder said, bowing slightly to the two. A closer look revealed that the elder before them was also a third-level crystallization wizard. Well, we were lucky. The journey was relatively smooth, one of the two women said crisply. By the way, Lord Aurelian, how many days are left until the Dragon Knight Reserve selection? Has the Empire confirmed the opening date for the Dragon Valley Secret Realm? Lord Erida, there are still 5 days until the selection. As for the Secret Realm's opening date, we can't confirm it yet, but according to convention, it usually opens for the second assessment 3 to 5 days after the first one, the old man named Aurelian said respectfully. Well then, we await your news. By the way, you should know the importance of this mission. Don't take it lightly, Lord Aurelian, Erida said. By the way, do we also need to take care of someone's sister? What's her name? The one who killed the Eye Serpent and the Mad Serpent. Erida suddenly asked from the side. The black-robed elder then took the initiative and said, Lady Alida, that man's name is Ryan. We've received accurate information. He's also participating in the selection for the Dragon Knight Reserve. Haha, that's interesting. Sister, it looks like we don't need to make 2 trips. We can handle this in just one. Alida couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 404. As Erida and Alida entered the villa, they soon arrived at a large hall. The hall's floor was covered in intricate lines, shimmering with a pale green glow. Clearly, some kind of magical array had been set up. What are the movements of other sects? Erida lifted her hood, revealing a beautiful face. If it weren't for the red Ouroboros mark on her forehead, anyone walking outside would have mistaken her for a harmless beauty. According to the plan, the Limb Reaper, the Black Flame, the Sea God, the Plague, and others will gradually send personnel to the vicinity of the imperial capital, awaiting action. But I don't know the specific personnel and locations, the old man named Aurelian said respectfully. Although it was a joint operation, the various sects were wary of each other and unlikely to cooperate sincerely, simply because they currently faced a common enemy, the Empire. Imperial capital Tamriel. Second floor of the Wren Mansion. Suddenly, Ryan peered through the window and saw a tall, voluptuous girl in leather armor appear at the mansion's entrance. She wore leather armor that barely covered her vitals, revealing tanned skin and defined abdominal muscles. She carried a large shield, a single-edged battle axe slung across her elastic waist. Who else could it be but Lager? The guards at the entrance were about to ask Lager who she was looking for when they saw their master, Ryan, appear before them, a beaming smile on his face. Lager. Ryan smiled, quickly approaching, and embraced her. Ryan, don't. Lager responded enthusiastically at first, but then her beautiful eyes glanced at the second-floor window of the mansion's villa. A blush crept over her face, and she pushed Ryan away. This puzzled Ryan. Could it be that she was shy because of the guards around? Upstairs, Lager whispered. In reality, for the cheerful and generous Lager, being hugged or kissed by Ryan was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she had already made up her mind about him. But the problem was that, from the second-floor window, Ryan's mother, Emma, was watching them with an anti-smile, which made her feel a little awkward. And there was more than one of Ryan's relatives. Came from the window of another second-floor room, Mint, with a childish face, was also watching the scene with a smile. Following Lager's gaze, Ryan's face suddenly dawned on him, and he smiled and said, "Let's go in first." Yes. As the two entered the villa, Mint came bounding down from the second floor, blocking them right in the act. Sister Lager. Why did you take so long to see me? Mint smiled sweetly and rushed over to hug Lager, then took her hand and held it tightly. Mint, long time no see, Lager kissed Mint's delicate cheek. At this moment, Ryan's mother, Emma, also came down from the second floor, a beaming smile on her face. Aunt Emma, hello. Lager bowed respectfully. Rain, watching from the side, smiled inwardly. He could see that Lager was a little nervous about meeting her mother. It seems that even barbarian bloodlines are still suppressed in the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. And this is when Emma, his mother, is just an ordinary person, while Lager is a ferocious warrior. Lager, you seem to have grown taller again, Mother Emma explained with a gesture. Because Ryan's own growth was faster, he hadn't noticed. Now, after Mother Emma's reminder, Ryan realized that Lager's height had indeed increased slightly, likely due to her transition into a ferocious warrior, from around 178 centimeters to over 180 centimeters. After some pleasantries, Mother Emma saw Mint still holding Lager's hand and said, Mint, let Sister Lager get some rest. Ryan, take Lager and get some rest, Mother Emma said, turning to Ryan. Okay, Mother. Lager's pretty face flushed again. She felt the phrase get some rest had a hidden meaning. Inside the room. Why did you take so long to come to the capital to see me? Ryan asked, gently hugging the girl. Without the prying eyes of her mother, Emma, and sister, Mint, Lager relaxed considerably. She leaned naturally against Ryan, smiled faintly, and said, Not long after I arrived in Munster, Dean Battleov sent word that the Dragon Soul Potion for you had been prepared. So, Georgia from the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries, and I returned to the tundra. So that's what happened. Ryan's face flickered with realization. And Georgia? Ryan immediately remembered the girl in leather armor, with a bow on her back, the sister of Fandral, the leader of the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries. She had been a little spoiled at first, but had become quite good later on. As Lager spoke, she pulled a long wooden box from her waist pouch and handed it to Ryan. Here, the Dragon Soul Potion. Ryan took it, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he stared intently at Lager. Clearly, the barbarian girl before him cared more about him than her own safety. Ryan, won't you open it and take a look? Why are you looking at me like that? Lager couldn't help but wonder. Why was Ryan looking at him like that? Thank you. No thanks. Just as Lager was about to say you're welcome, her mouth was gagged. 10,000 words omitted. 2 hours later, the two men, both incredibly strong, finally rested. Ryan also experienced what it meant to be exceptional among barbarians. The ferocious warrior, with her toned, muscular waist and clearly visible abdominal muscles, a true deadly weapon. At that moment, Lager lay comfortably on her side in Ryan's arms, her blonde hair flowing naturally, her delicate face still tinged with a lingering blush. From her face alone, Lager looked nothing like a barbarian woman. Only by looking down from her delicate face could one see her exceptionally voluptuous figure, revealing the untamed beauty of a barbarian woman. Unlike the voluptuous figure of the beautiful woman Jennifer, Lager's curvaceous figure gave the first impression of vitality and fitness. As if sensing Ryan's gaze, Lager raised her head slightly, her deep blue eyes gazing at him, and said, What are you looking at? Just as Ryan was about to speak, Lager seemed to think of something, blinked, and said, By the way, Ryan, where's Anna? I heard she was also in the Imperial capital. Why haven't I seen her? You're a few days late. Anna just left a few days ago, and returned to Ferdinand Forest. I see. I haven't seen her in ages, Lager said with regret. By the way, Ryan, wouldn't you like to see the Dragon Soul Potion? Okay. Naturally, Ryan treasured the Dragon Soul Potion that Lager had painstakingly brought him. When he opened the wooden box, he saw a bottle of azure blue potion emitting a faint magical aura. Seeing Ryan open the box, Lager suddenly remembered the instructions given by Battleov, then Dean of Winterhold Academy, and said, By the way, Ryan, Dean Battleov said that after taking this Dragon Soul Potion, your mental strength will gradually increase, and the effects will last for about 3 months. Looking at the cool blue potion in his hand, Ryan could feel a longing rising from his body. He remembered that he had planned to take the Dragon Soul Potion during the late stage of liquefaction. Unexpectedly, due to the crystallization of divine power, the improvement was so rapid that he had now reached the 3rd level of crystallization wizard. Fortunately, Ryan remembered what Battleov had said. The Dragon Soul Potion has a very strong effect even on crystallized wizards. Of course, the effect is only optimal on the first dose. The effect will be significantly reduced after the second dose. After a moment's thought, Ryan uncorked the bottle, and a strange fragrance wafted out. He gestured to Lager in gratitude, then tilted his head back and drank the Dragon Soul Potion in one gulp. As Ryan drank the Dragon Soul Potion, he felt a stream of cool liquid flow down his throat into his stomach. Then, his stomach began to warm, and waves of heat began to spread throughout his body. In particular, his spiritual sea became unusually active. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, ding. Detected that the host has taken a special potion that increases the crystallization of spiritual power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb all at once. Can the effects of the drug, which originally lasted for 3 months, be absorbed all at once? Obviously, accelerated absorption without side effects, allowing for quick conversion to combat power, is naturally a good thing. So Ryan immediately chose yes. Instantly, Ryan noticed that the number of tiny crystals dotting the silver liquid in his spiritual sea began to increase significantly. It was as if a moonlit sky had transformed into a starry sky. After a while, the increase in crystals began to slow. Now, the proportion of small crystals in the silver liquid was significantly higher. Ryan's aura also grew richer and deeper. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 132, crystallization 13%. I've absorbed 3 months worth of the potion all at once, so my spiritual power has increased by 12 points, but more importantly, the crystallization progress has increased by 10%. This Dragon Soul Potion is indeed quite effective. Ryan thought to himself, his eyes brightening. Although Legrali, standing beside him, wasn't a wizard, as a ferocious warrior, her perception was very sharp. She naturally noticed the change in Ryan's aura, but she thought it was the special effects of the Dragon Soul Potion. Lager had no idea that this was actually the result of Ryan absorbing what should have been 3 months of Dragon Soul Potion in one go. By the way, Ryan, here's this set of inner armor. It's made from the soft skin of Courageous's abdomen. The wizards at Winterhold College have added special magical patterns to further enhance its elasticity and defense. Lager stood up, donning a nightgown. From her bag beside her, she pulled a set of gray leather armor shimmering with a faint magical aura and handed it to Ryan. Is this the dragonhide inner armor you mentioned last time? Ryan happily accepted it, examining it carefully. The leather armor consisted of shorts and a vest, a 2-piece set. It felt soft, like tan calfskin, making it hard to imagine it was the rough dragon hide of Courageous. Although Ryan wasn't familiar with leather armor crafting, as a wizard weave tailor, he had a good idea of the difficulty and quality of this piece. Well, thanks to you, I've also borrowed a set, but it's made from the thick back hide of Courageous. Lager smiled, pointing to the leather armor she had removed. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The short man Mateo's voice rang out. Lord Ryan, Lord Luther, and Lord Harlowen are waiting for you in the downstairs living room. Okay, I'll be right down. At that moment, Ryan remembered that he, Luther, and Harlowen had an appointment to go to the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp today. Ryan, go ahead and do your work. I'm just in time for a break. The barbarian girl, having just received her nourishment, was a little tired, and a short rest was naturally the best option. Okay, you can tell the servants anything. In the living room. Seeing Ryan enter the living room, Luther's eyes widened as he sensed something. He said, Sir Ryan, why do I feel like your strength has improved again? Harlowen, standing by, was taken aback at first, but then, almost completely replicating Luther's expression, he looked at Ryan in surprise. You all saw it right away. Indeed, I just took a potion to boost my mental strength. Ryan smiled, but deliberately concealed the truth. Luther and Harlowen exchanged glances, both with a hint of surprise. It seems that Lord Ryan is increasingly valued by the Sword-Bearer headquarters, even possessing access to such precious potions. Since the 3 men's flying mounts had been registered, they soon arrived at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp on the 6th Ring Road. Entering the towering camp, which resembled a coliseum, Ryan noticed that there were even more people present since his last visit. Come on, Lord Ryan, I take you over there for some practice, Luther said with familiarity. Okay. Of the 3, Ryan had been here the least often. Even Harlowen had been to the camp several times recently, brushing up on some flying combat techniques. Suddenly, 3 burly men, dressed simply in off-white linen coats, each carrying a 2-handed great sword at their backs, approached from their left. The leader stood about 2 meters tall, his leg muscles prominent. Hey, this is Carl, a disciple of the Tide Sword Saint. Do you know him? Harlowen asked, looking at Ryan and Luther in confusion. At this moment, Carl, with his full beard, gazed at Ryan intently and said, This is Lord Ryan, right? It's me. Ryan also looked at him. He had already vaguely guessed the other party's intention. If he remembered correctly, Greenwood had studied swordsmanship with the Tide Sword Saint. I've heard of Lord Ryan's achievements and admire him greatly. It's understandable that Greenwood is no match for you, but there have been rumors recently that Lord Ryan was disrespectful to my teacher, the Tide Sword Saint, after defeating Greenwood. So, I'd like to challenge Lord Ryan to a duel. Ryan thought for a moment, then understood. Someone must have been spreading some unfavorable rumors behind his back, and Carl was being used as a pawn. Also, judging from his expression, the misunderstanding seemed deep, not something that could be easily resolved. But after some thought, Ryan felt he still had to say something to clarify his stance. Sir Carl, the truth is not what you've heard, but if I say I didn't say that, you won't believe me. No problem, I accept your challenge. Carl was stunned at first, seemingly unprepared for Ryan's denial. However, he quickly reacted and said, "All right, thank you for your guidance, Sir Carl." The others nearby, seeing someone about to compete, naturally grew excited. After all, at their level, reputation was highly valued, and they generally wouldn't engage in a duel lightly. Luther and Halloween exchanged a glance, saying nothing. Instead, they gave Carl a meaningful look and silently withdrew. Lord Ryan had just made another advance in strength, and now he was offering himself as an opponent. How could I possibly stop him? Soon, a large area of the field was cleared. Hey, who's that wizard fighting Carl? I don't think I've seen him before. Many people at the field were relatively familiar with Carl, but this was only Ryan's second appearance at the camp, so many were eager to find out. Carl is a true disciple of the Tidal Swordmaster, a true disciple of the Tide Swordmaster. His teleportation slash, honed through hard work in the water, would be a formidable advantage against a wizard. However, many disagreed. That's true against others, but not necessarily against that one. Oh! Who's he? He looks quite young. You don't even know him? Harold, the sculptor, was defeated by him. What? This is that adamantine-level swordsman, Ryan? Many people exclaimed in surprise. As participants in the assessment, their strength was on the same level as Harold, but precisely because of this, they could better understand the power of Harold, the so-called strongest legend. Several people present were actually as strong as Harold, but defeating Harold, who specialized in earth magic, was not so certain. It seems the outcome is uncertain. At this moment, an old man in gray wizard robes, holding a short staff, said with a wry smile, "Sir Ryan, Sir Carl, you are both pillars of the Empire. It would be disastrous if you were accidentally injured. Could you please give me a favor?" "Sir Hernandez, your honor must not be damaged," Carl said with a slight bow. The old man, named Hernandez, was momentarily unsure how to persuade Carl upon hearing him bring out the Tide Swordmaster. "Well, both of you must show mercy," Hernandez said, shaking his head and stepping back. On the field, Ryan glanced at Carl, focusing on his muscular legs for a few seconds, lingering on them. Combining this with the mentions of tides, sea swordplay, and teleportation slashes from the crowd, Ryan, a top weapons master, briefly grasped the general idea of his opponent's swordsmanship. At this moment, Carl slowly removed the two-handed great sword from his back and bowed slightly to Ryan. Shoo! The next second, Carl stomped his left foot hard on the ground. As if this kick held a special force, the ground several meters in front of Carl suddenly shattered, sending rocks of all sizes soaring into the air. Swish! Just as the mass of rocks reached its highest point, about 2 meters above the ground, Carl unleashed his sword. The speed of his sword was almost indiscernible to the naked eye. Only a faint movement of Carl's wrist could be seen, and a flash of arcing light flashed by. Instantly, as if powered by electromagnetic catapults, hundreds of rocks of all sizes in front of him, nearly suspended in midair, suddenly transformed into cannonballs, whizzing towards Ryan. For a moment, a sky of rocks and dust obscured Ryan's vision and buried him in a sandstorm. Suddenly Carl moved. His entire body traced a long, curved line. And all along that line, Carl's figure was visible. The overall scene resembled a slow-motion animation, each frame a continuation of the previous one. The onlookers could clearly see Carl's two-handed great sword, from the tip pointing downward, to the raised hands, and then the heavy leaping and slashing. Each movement was broken down into dozens of coherent and orderly figures, each clearly identifiable. But the 100 or so figures lasted less than a second before the last one began to move forward at breakneck speed, as if absorbed by the previous ones. In an instant, Carl burst into the smoke and dust, appearing above Ryan's position, and launched a powerful leaping slash downward. It appears. Teleport slash. I didn't expect Carl to unleash his ultimate teleport / right at the start. It seems he's quite wary of Lord Ryan. Well, Harold was defeated by the other party after all. Harrowing and Luther frowned slightly upon seeing Carl's attack. Even though they were confident in Ryan, a hint of worry rose in their hearts. The opponent was too fast, and unexpected setbacks were not uncommon in competitions. Year after year, there were instances of those clearly superior to their opponents being accidentally defeated due to a moment of carelessness. Clang! At this moment, a deafening collision sounded. Hiss! So powerful. 2 or 3 people in the crowd, as if through some special sorcery or ability, had clearly seen what was happening inside and exclaimed in surprise. The others, however, all looked up and squinted, trying to get a better look. Suddenly, as if from the previous collision, a transparent circular airflow suddenly burst out from the smoke and dust, blasting out in all directions. This also instantly cleared the smoke and dust. Ryan remained motionless in his original position, though now he was covered in a strangely thick suit of armor radiating a rich, magical aura. Carl, still in his leaping stance, swung his greatsword diagonally across Ryan's shoulder. However, after penetrating 2/3 of the way through the armor, it could no longer penetrate. Just as Carl, startled and about to retract his sword and fly away, Ryan smiled faintly and, seemingly slow, but actually swift, grasped Carl's two-handed sword. The next second, Carl's two-handed sword melted like a candle, quickly transforming into a lump of iron, which Ryan held in his palm. As Ryan's power reached the level of a 3rd-level crystallized wizard, he was able to display a little more of his metal-based magic than before. Although he possessed metal transfiguration as his innate magic, he could actually transform an opponent's metal weapons in an instant. However, to avoid attracting undue attention, he extended the duration of the spell to just over a second. But even so, it was enough to amaze everyone. This is a rare metal-based spell. If I remember correctly, it should be Metal Transfiguration. Chapter 405. That metal-based spell just now is rare, isn't it? Does anyone know what kind of spell it is? I don't know, but judging by its power, even the defense of a typical 3rd-level spell wouldn't be able to withstand Carl's teleportation strike. For a moment, the others were buzzing with discussion. Carl stared blankly at the two-handed greatsword, only the hilt remaining, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Sir Ryan, I lose. The other man's straightforward acceptance of defeat actually gave him a slight liking. At this moment, another young man, also wearing a linen coat, flushed and took a step forward, as if about to say something, but was stopped by Carl's hand. I believe what Sir Ryan just said is true. With Sir Ryan's strength, defeating Greenwood with one move would be enough. There's no need to say that to him. After hearing Carl's words, the young man seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. The logic was simple enough. Even Carl, a formal disciple, was defeated in a single blow. Greenwood was no match for him. An elephant doesn't need or will not verbally attack an ant. Sir Ryan, but not everyone agrees with me, especially Master Lambert, the Master's eldest disciple. Carl paused as he left, then turned back to remind him. Thank you. Ryan nodded, indicating understanding. Just as Ryan was challenged at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp, Alina, having received a notification from Major General Tadia, immediately rushed to the Ryan residence. Since Ryan was away, Alina was greeted by the short man Matteo. Matteo, who had visited this capable young woman many times before, naturally knew her identity and the close working relationship between him and his own master, Lord Ryan. Lady Alina, Master Ryan left for the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp early this morning with Master Luther and Master Harlowen, the petite Matteo told the capable young woman who had hurried over. Did Master Ryan say when he would be back? Alina asked, a hint of worry on her face. Seeing Alina's expression, Matteo immediately understood that something urgent must be going on. After a moment's thought, he said, Master Ryan didn't say, but it's probably going to be at least this afternoon. He'd definitely be back for dinner. Oh! Dinner time? Yes, because Miss Lager is here. Master Ryan will definitely be back for dinner, Matteo said. Just then Lager, still awake, heard her name mentioned downstairs. She immediately stood up and looked out the second-floor window. She saw the petite Matteo, a man she was vaguely familiar with, talking to a capable young woman. She was a little puzzled by the mention of her name. But soon, she heard the name Alina, and immediately remembered that Ryan had mentioned this person to her. It seemed like she was his contact with the sword bearers. Well, this news is quite important. It's best to inform Lord Ryan as soon as possible. I go directly to the camp to find Lord Ryan. Alina nodded and said. She had just received news about the secret snake cult, and she felt it was best to inform Lord Ryan immediately. As Alina left the mansion and boarded the carriage again, the driver slowly started the carriage. Suddenly, two men in black robes approached Alina's carriage from the roadside, one in front and one behind. A black-robed figure at the front of the carriage swiftly leaped onto the empty passenger seat. He placed a dagger at the back of the driver's neck, forcing him to steer the carriage to a stop. Alina, inside, felt a sense of confusion. Why had the driver stopped without her commanding? Creaky. The carriage door opened, and a black-robed figure darted in with the agility of a squirrel. Don't get excited, Lady Alina, and don't scream or resist, or you have more holes in your beautiful body. The black-robed figure pointed a rapier at Alina, a smile on his face. Alina's body froze. The man's aura was that of a grand knight. At this distance, even though she had a magic scroll in her arms, she didn't dare use it. As a level 2 wizard apprentice, within a 1-meter radius, even if she wanted to draw out the scroll and activate it, it would take time. She was certain that even if she did so, it would be too late. This made Alina's heart sink to the bottom. If she were in Munster, she would have arranged for an escort, but now in the Imperial capital, given her rank, she wasn't yet at the level of someone like the Swordbearer headquarters to arrange for one. She also assumed that the Imperial capital's security was guaranteed, so naturally, she wouldn't ask Ryan for an escort. At this moment, not far away, a young woman in aristocratic hunting outfit, her beautiful eyes watching the scene, a thoughtful expression on her face. Besides her outstanding appearance, her long, round legs were particularly eye-catching. This noble girl in front of her was Claire. In fact, it had been some time since she returned to the Imperial Capital Royal Academy from Meister. But recently, she was at a critical juncture in her power development, so she had been quietly cultivating within the academy. At this moment, fueled by her family bloodline, her strength had skyrocketed, and she had already reached the peak of the Grand Knight. And even within the Imperial Capital's Royal Academy, the news of the Sculptor Herald's assassination had caused quite a stir. After all, the Royal Academy was populated by descendants of both direct and collateral branches of the major families, and they were well informed. Several of Claire's friends even asked if she knew a young man named Ryan from the same province of Munster. This surprised Claire, but she simply said, "I know what's the matter." When her friends explained the situation to Claire, she was stunned for a moment, unable to recover. She said, "I'm not sure if he's the one you're talking about. I need to confirm." But in her heart, Claire was almost 90% certain that the Lord Ryan her friends were talking about, the one who had killed the strongest legend, was definitely her own Ryan. Back at her home in Meister, Claire had witnessed Ryan's prowess in defeating the cult, and knew he was destined for legendary status. But she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. In just a few months, Ryan had already reached legendary status, and by the looks of it, he was a top-tier legendary expert. So today, she had come to see Ryan specifically, hoping to surprise him, but she hadn't expected to see this. She still had a strong impression of the capable young woman she had just met. Back then, Ryan had introduced her to her in Meister, and she had been to their home several times. She seemed to be an internal staff member of the Sword Bearers of the Munster branch. Although she didn't know how the other party had appeared in the Imperial capital, it was clear that they had been kidnapped, and the purpose was self-evident. However, there were two of them. If she attacked head-on, it was unclear whether she could defeat them alone with her strength. More importantly, if she attacked head-on, Claire couldn't guarantee that she could save them. After a moment's thought, Claire pretended not to notice what was happening, looking straight ahead as she walked straight down the sidewalk. The black-robed man beside the coachman glanced around, as if on guard, perhaps observing the strength of the people around him. When he saw Claire, his gaze paused. Claire had clearly noticed Claire's strength. But when he saw that Claire was relaxed, especially when her hands weren't gripping the hilt of the knight's long sword at her waist, he glanced away again, his gaze sweeping towards the others. No! Just as he felt something was amiss. In a flash, Claire's powerful legs suddenly struck the ground, and she charged diagonally towards the carriage like a leopard. The sudden attack, coupled with Claire's bloodline's natural speed boost, made the black-robed man sitting next to the driver desperately try to stop it, but it was too late. He had just turned when he saw a beautiful figure dash into the rear carriage. Bang! The black-robed man inside naturally sensed something was amiss. A fierce look flashed across his face, and he was about to stab the capable young woman, Alina, with his knight's long sword. Dang! But it was blocked by another knight's long sword. Alina, on the other hand, beamed with joy. She immediately pulled out a defensive sorcery scroll from her bosom, and a pale blue film enveloped her. As the carriage fell apart, passers-by screamed. The two black-robed men glanced at Alina, then glared fiercely at Claire, knowing this mission was likely a failure. But returning empty-handed would surely result in chastity within the church. Well, if they couldn't bring her back alive, dead would be fine. Also, while the noble girl was quite capable, she was only on par with them, and had simply been caught off guard. Most importantly, with two of them, attacking from both sides, they could quickly eliminate the enemy. After a quick glance, the two men charged towards Claire, one in front and one behind. Claire's heart tightened, and she immediately held her sword in a defensive stance. But just as the two men were about to attack her, the man in front suddenly threw a gray bottle at her. As the bottle shattered and smoke billowed, the two men suddenly turned and attacked Alina, who was running towards the Ryan mansion. Oh no! Claire's face was filled with shock, clearly understanding that the enemy's target had been Alina all along. The two black-robed assassins were quite powerful. Just as they were about to catch up with Alina, their faces lit up with joy. Suddenly, a whirring sound pierced the air to their left. When they turned their heads, their pupils suddenly constricted. The object striking them was an exceptionally large circular shield. The whirring sound was the sound of the shield spinning at high speed. For a moment, the two men didn't dare to confront it head-on, and they abruptly stopped to avoid the shield's attack. However, during this setback, a nimble barbarian female warrior, wielding a battle axe, suddenly leaped between them and their target. Another one? The two were shocked and furious. Has this disturbed a woman's nest? It's rare to see powerful female knights, and even fewer female warriors. And yet, two suddenly appeared before their eyes. What a blast! Time waits for no one. They could already hear the steady clatter of footsteps from all around them. This was the imperial capital of Tamriel. A minute or two would be enough for the patrol to arrive. They had to strike immediately, but just as they bent their knees slightly and were about to attack, the shield whirred back, leaving them even more speechless. Bang! One of them spun around and kicked the shield upwards, sending it careening into the air. But Lager's battle axe swooped down on him. The other black-robed man was about to help when a sudden gust of wind blew from behind him, forcing him to swerve and block the blow. Dang! It was Claire. Although she had never seen Lager before, she knew she was a friend, not a foe, as she had seen him rushing out of the Wren mansion. Now, the tide had turned. If she could hold off the two black-robed assassins for a minute or two, they would be surrounded by patrols. So, Claire immediately adopted a roving engagement, focusing on advancing when the enemy retreated, and retreating when the enemy advanced, making things difficult for them. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding patrols. I am an Imperial swordsman, and these two black-robed assassins are assassins. Alina, having just breathed a sigh of relief, immediately revealed her identity and shouted upon seeing a patrol of guards approach. The guards had already taken a peek at the situation before they arrived, and had already formed a rough assessment. After all, between two beautiful women and two black-robed men, who would you consider the enemy? It's easy to tell who's who. Not to mention the capable young woman before him, who had already revealed her identity. Surround them. The leading knight captain commanded, and the guards immediately surrounded them. At the same time, the cry of griffins echoed from the sky, and a three-man squadron of griffins swooped down. This was the defense of the imperial city of Tamriel. Someone would surely arrive within 2 minutes. The two black-robed men, upon seeing this, immediately rushed out like crazy, without flinching or dodging. Puff! Claire seized the opportunity, and unleashed a powerful sword strike, piercing one of the black-robed men in the back. At the same time, Lager, holding a massive shield, dodged and blocked the other black-robed man, forcing him back. The black-robed man's face was filled with despair. He seemed to have bitten something in his mouth, and a stream of black blood immediately flowed out. He trembled a few times before collapsing with his head tilted back. Another black-robed man, a fierce expression on his face, fell to the ground in the same manner. Cult? Claire's eyes narrowed. Such fearlessness and undaunted spirits are reserved for fanatics influenced by cult doctrines. Ordinary assassin organizations lack their unwavering defiance. At this moment, the griffins in the sky had descended, and 3 griffin knights dismounted. Alina, naturally, stepped forward from behind and said, "My lords, I am Alina, Deputy Director of the Reception Office at Swordbearer Headquarters. These 2 black-robed men just attacked and killed my coachman. Thanks to their help, I was able to escape unharmed." Alina, worthy of being within the imperial system, explained the situation in a few words, sparing the barbarian girl Lager's identity. From the Swordbearer Headquarters? The leading griffin knight was a formidable middle-aged man with a mustache. Upon hearing Alina's introduction, his eyes twitched as he looked her over. A level 2 wizard apprentice? Clearly, The other party was a civilian, but according to the Deputy Director of Reception, this matter needed to be taken seriously. Deputy Director Alina, leave this to us. We investigate this situation thoroughly. I suggest the sword bearers take over. I suspect that while their target is me, they may ultimately be after my superior, Lord Ryan, Alina said with a serious expression. Lord Ryan? The three griffins exchanged glances. Someone who could be called their superior by the Deputy Director of Reception must clearly be a prominent figure within the sword-bearer headquarters. Besides, the name Ryan sounded familiar to them. Is it the Lord Ryan who defeated Sculptor Harold? The Griffin Knight with a mustache suddenly asked with a look of surprise. Yes, sir. Understood, Deputy Director Alina. We will hand over this matter once your personnel arrive. Okay, thank you all for your cooperation, Alina said with a slight bow. Haha, you're welcome. At this moment, Alina walked over to Claire, bowed slightly, and thanked her. You must be Miss Claire, right? Thank you for your assistance this time. Just now, Alina recognized the young noblewoman who had rescued her. It was Claire, whom she had met several times. She also knew that she had a close relationship with her superior, Lord Ryan. Ryan had asked her to send messages several times, warning him of cult attacks. Besides, she was the legitimate daughter of Count Habsburg and, like her, from the same province of Munster, so she was naturally more approachable. Hello, it's me, Claire said, sheathing her knight's longsword and walking to Alina's side. However, after glancing at Alina, her gaze shifted to the barbarian girl not far away. A woman's uncanny intuition told her that the girl's relationship with Ryan must be unusual. Hello, I'm Alina. Thank you for your help. Alina immediately walked over to Lager and bowed slightly in thanks. Norton tribe, Lager. So this is the Lager that the short Mateo had just mentioned? Alina was slightly startled, quickly sizing her up. The barbarian girl was so exotic, and her boss was truly. However, Alina's beautiful eyes quickly glanced at the two women, and something strange struck her. She had a feeling that the barbarian girl before her was also closely related to her boss, Lord Ryan. And judging by the expressions on the two women's faces as they stared at each other, it seemed they didn't know each other. This was interesting. However, the problem was that Lord Ryan was away, and she was caught in the middle. Alina immediately decided to quickly divert their attention. Otherwise, if something went wrong, she would be hard-pressed to explain to her master. You two, they're probably cultists. Should we send someone to notify Lord Ryan immediately? Having been attacked, Alina naturally wouldn't consider heading to the camp alone again. The two women, who had been gazing at each other, seemed distracted by this question and nodded immediately. Half an hour later, having received the news, Ryan, Luther, and Harlowen, the three of them, quickly flew back to the mansion. Before Ryan even landed, he noticed that besides Lager, Claire, whom he hadn't seen in a while, was also in the mansion grounds. His heart skipped a beat. Could these two be? Hey Claire, you're in the Imperial capital, why didn't you tell me? Ryan, dismounting his hippogriff, greeted Claire first. Ryan, long time no see. I've only been in the Imperial capital for a short time, and I've been consolidating my strength lately. I just found out you were here yesterday, Claire said with a slight smile. Miss Claire, long time no see, Harlowen said with a slight bow upon seeing Claire. As the most promising heir of the Duke of Munster, he was naturally familiar with Claire, the talented female knight, who also hailed from Munster. Good day, Lord Harlowen, Claire said with a ladylike bow. Thank you, Lager, Ryan said. With outsiders present, the barbarian girl nodded without saying much. He had been worried about whether Lager and Claire wouldn't get along. After all, unlike Anna, Lager and Claire weren't familiar with each other. Furthermore, one was a talented female knight, the other a rare female barbarian warrior. If they came to blows, he'd be in for a real fight. A classic battleground. Thankfully, so far, it looked like there wasn't any conflict between the two. Lord Alina, are you all right? Ryan asked comfortingly, approaching Alina. It's okay, Lord Ryan. Thanks to the two ladies' timely assistance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have. It's my fault. It's hard to bring up some things when you come to the Imperial capital headquarters. Also, I was overly confident in the capital's safety, Ryan said, somewhat self-reproachfully. Actually, this wasn't Ryan's fault. The Imperial capital of Tamriel had strict entry and exit checks, equipped with devices similar to witchcraft detection. Wizards of unknown origin were subject to special scrutiny, including aura testing. This was because once cultists participated in a deity's prayer rituals, they would, to some degree, carry the deity's distinctive aura. Of course, All checks had loopholes. If someone had just joined the cult, hadn't yet performed specific rituals, and wasn't a wizard, it would be difficult to detect. This was also why the two cultists just now were both knights. Furthermore, they were likely new to the cult, and their auras were still relatively pure. Lord Ryan, it was my own carelessness, Alina said, waving her hand quickly. Alina, well versed in the unspoken rules of the system, naturally wouldn't let her superior bear the responsibility. By the way, Lord Ryan, I've received urgent intelligence from Major General Tadia, saying the secret snake cult has sent the twin snakes, one of the 12 secret snake emissaries, to lurk around the imperial capital. According to the intelligence center's analysis, there's a 70% chance they're targeting you. Hearing Alina's words, everyone present, including Claire and Harlewan, who were chatting, fell silent and turned their gazes on Ryan. Although they didn't know the twin snake's strength, since this was urgent intelligence from the sword-bearer headquarters, they must be formidable, strong enough to warrant even Ryan's attention. Oh! Do you have any specific information on them? Ryan asked, raising a brow. Yes, Lord Ryan, I've already gathered it for you, Alina said, handing a document to Ryan. Ryan nodded, took it, and began to read. Ryan was very satisfied with his contact, Alina. She had extensive work experience, and they worked well together. Basically, whatever he had in mind, she had already considered and prepared for. At that moment, a young man dressed in the garb of a sword-bearer suddenly appeared at the mansion gate. He bowed slightly to Ryan and Alina and said, Lord Ryan, Lady Alina, although the two assassins have committed suicide, we have almost confirmed their identities. They are likely members of the Black Flame cult. Black Flame cult? Ryan frowned slightly. It seemed that the consequences of the conservative noble's previous leak of the details of his mission within the sword-bearer were slowly beginning to take effect. Already, two cults had approached him. Perhaps other cults, such as the Poseidon cult, would soon follow. He wasn't afraid, of course, but the concern was the safety of his family and friends. This gave Ryan an idea. While his own strength was the foundation, it was still necessary to establish some kind of influence. Apart from anything else, it would at least allow him to better protect the safety of his family and friends. For example, if the cult learned of Claire's relationship with him and attacked the Habsburg family residence in Meister, he wouldn't be able to teleport there and resolve the crisis. This wasn't the first time Ryan had this thought. But until now, Ryan had always believed that a person's energy was limited, and it was impossible to both improve their strength and build an influence. Even the beautiful woman Jennifer was building more of a chamber of commerce, which was different from the kind of influence Ryan was talking about. In other words, a chamber of commerce was only a small part of an influence. Speaking of Claire, a flash of light suddenly struck Ryan. Yes, he could definitely let Claire take the lead on this matter. He would just focus on continuously and courageously improving his strength. Chapter 406. Yes, Lord Ryan, the iron-class sword-bearer nodded to Ryan in confirmation. Claire's face dawned on her upon hearing that the other party was from the Black Flame cult. After all, the previous battle at Meister involved this very same cult. So, while Ryan's identity as a sword-bearer was a factor, it seemed that the trouble they had gotten into this time was more or less related to protecting her Habsburg family. This made Claire feel deeply apologetic, and she said, Ryan, the guards I brought with me from the imperial capital are few and far between, and their strength isn't particularly strong. But I can allocate a few to ensure Lady Alina's safety. She didn't suggest that the guards protect Ryan's mansion. First, there weren't enough of them. Second, she had just observed that, although many of the guards within the mansion were disabled, their eyes were bright. They had responded to the battle at the gate in an orderly and unfazed manner, seemingly all elite veterans. At that moment, Luther and Harlewan exchanged glances, each of them musing, a tall tree attracts the wind. Just now, Ryan had been challenged by a disciple of the Tide Swordmaster at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp. Just as that had concluded, another devastating incident occurred here. His subordinate, Alina, was being abducted by the Black Flame cult. Furthermore, according to recent intelligence, it seems that a formidable member of the Secret Snake cult has arrived near the imperial capital, targeting Ryan. This left the two of them at a loss for words. Luther, in particular, was well aware of the significant damage Ryan had inflicted on the Poseidon cult during his time in the tundra. In other words, based on what he knew, Ryan was a thorn in the side of at least 3 cults. However, Luther had already made up his mind. Not only did he personally admire Ryan's strength and was a fan, but the Snyder family and Ryan were also partners in the gold mine. If he didn't support him, who would? Of course, most importantly, he was optimistic about Ryan. As long as he could overcome this hurdle, he would surely reach the epic realm and become a top-tier expert. Sir Ryan, if you're short on manpower, we Snyder family guards in the Imperial capital can dispatch a team. Hearing Luther's words, Holloway glanced at him, a little surprised by Luther's decisiveness. However, Ryan's potential, coupled with a previous letter from his father, the Duke of Munster, quickly led Holloway to make a decision. Sir Ryan, the Bavarian family can also provide some guards. Thank you both for your kindness. That would be a great help, Ryan nodded, not refusing. Upon hearing this, Lager, who had remained silent until then, glanced at Claire with her beautiful eyes, then at Ryan. Ryan, the Norton tribe has always been your loyal ally. High Priest Rom and Chief Darius instructed me before I set out that if you need their help, just let them know. Lager's words made Claire think to herself, she's truly a female warrior from the barbarian tribe. But when did Ryan establish contact with the barbarian tribe far away in the frost tundra? And it seems like they have a close relationship with this Norton tribe, perhaps even an alliance? After all, the barbarian tribes have always been cautious about the Dragon Empire, maintaining a distant, but not close relationship. But at this point, she naturally couldn't ask Ryan anything. After some discussion, the safety of Ryan's residence and Alina was essentially guaranteed. Claire would also send a special warning to the Habsburg family, far away in Meister. Soon, Harlowin and Luther returned to make arrangements, leaving Ryan, Claire, and Lagrave alone at the scene. Just as Ryan was beginning to feel a headache, unsure of what to say, his sister Mint came running down from upstairs. She looked at Claire curiously and asked, "Brother, who is this sister?" Although Claire was meeting Ryan's sister Mint for the first time, she had heard Ryan mention her before. She squatted down, removed a jeweled brooch from her blouse, and handed it to Mint, saying, "Mint, right? I'm giving you a small gift as a welcome present." "No, I can't. My brother told me not to accept gifts from anyone unless they're from Sister Anna or Sister Lager." Hearing Mint's words, Ryan's forehead was almost sweating. "Hey Mint, now with Sister Claire, you can accept her gift without worry." Ryan quickly winked at little Mint. "Really? That's great. Sister Claire, your legs are so long, and so beautiful. I love your gift," Mint lavished praise on Claire. Although Claire had been surrounded by such compliments since she was a child, she was almost immune to them. But in reality, it depended on who was saying it. Little Mint, with her innocent eyes fluttering and her cute demeanor, made it impossible for Claire to suspect she was lying. "Sister Claire, can we go out and play?" "Sure." Claire readily agreed to Ryan's invitation. She also wanted to ask about Sister Anna and Sister Lager. Soon, the two of them arrived in the front yard and began digging and planting flowers. "By the way, Mint, where's Sister Anna you were talking about?" "I don't seem to see her," Claire asked casually after a moment. "She's not here." "Sister Anna left?" Mint asked. Gone? Has she been gone for a long time?" "No, Sister Anna just left 2 days ago. And then, Sister Lager came yesterday." Claire glanced at Lager, who was still chatting with Ryan in the villa. She wondered, did she just come yesterday? Perhaps she was overthinking it. Perhaps her relationship with Ryan was that of a fighting partner. Although the Dragon Empire was relatively open regarding men and women, and nobles privately had many lovers, monogamy was still officially practiced. Claire was quite receptive to these matters, though she still harbored some doubts and resentment. After all, what girl in love wouldn't want her partner to be devoted to her? The same suspicion naturally crossed Lager's mind, but she was different from Claire, the Earl's daughter. Ryan had saved her life, and from the beginning, she felt a little ashamed of intervening between him and Anna. So, after that intimate moment in Goldhire, she quietly left and returned to the tundra. From the beginning, she had always believed that Anna was Ryan's partner, but now it seemed that Ryan's love history was more complicated than she had imagined. Meanwhile, in Marshal Alfred's office, General Augustus frowned, looking at a report in his hand. He said, "Marshal, as you expected, although the Empire is using the early selection of its Dragon Knight reserves as a cover, judging by the current movements of the cults across the country, it seems they have already noticed the Empire's plan. The traitor we previously identified is of a very high rank." Marshal Alfred, with his silver hair and mustache, nodded. This was expected. However, this has gradually narrowed the scope. For now, the suspects are limited to a few. Of course, the most important thing is that we must seize this opportunity to resolve the hidden dangers within the Dragon Valley secret realm. Augustus nodded and said, "Yes, Marshal, resolving the hidden dangers within the Dragon Valley is paramount. For those entering the Dragon Valley secret realm, I recommend one more person, Ryan, the man who killed Harold." It wasn't that the Swordbearer headquarters didn't trust Ryan, but rather that they had already confirmed the personnel for this top-secret mission 3 months ago. At that time, Ryan hadn't yet arrived in the Imperial capital, and his strength hadn't yet been revealed. Naturally, Ryan wasn't on the personnel list. Oh, that's him. Did Ryan also participate in the selection for the Dragon Knight Reserve? Marshal Alfred asked. Yes. Well, given his strength, he'd be a good candidate. Moreover, if he were to enter the secret realm, he'd be qualified to know about this matter. Yes, Marshal, I think so. Then I find a time to discuss the details with Ryan as soon as possible. Augustus nodded. Okay. That afternoon, Augustus met with Ryan in his office. As soon as he saw Ryan enter, Augustus's eyes lit up with admiration. He said, Ryan, your progress is astonishing. I didn't expect you'd improve even after not seeing you for a while. If Ryan hadn't already undergone several witchcraft tests, Augustus would have suspected he was a deity incarnate. Thank you, General Augustus. Your praise will motivate me to move forward, Ryan said with a smile. Sit down, let's chat. Okay. Ryan nodded. He knew General Augustus's primary reason for calling him wasn't to chat, but he wasn't in a hurry. As expected, after the pleasantries, Augustus's expression hardened. I've called you here for an important matter. I hope you attend. I'd love to hear more, Ryan nodded. The second part of the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment is in the secret realm of Dragon Valley. Lord Ryan, how much do you know about it? Not really. I've heard that all participants in the Dragon Valley assessment must sign a confidentiality agreement with the Empire. Ryan shook his head. He had asked Luther about this before, but Luther, under oath, could not reveal the details. The only thing that was clear was that Dragon Valley was a rather special secret realm, one that the Empire held in high regard. Yes, but Lord Ryan, you are qualified to know the relevant secrets. Of course, the contents must not be disclosed to anyone else. I understand. Upon hearing this, Ryan sat up slightly and nodded. General Augustus paused, then began to explain slowly. The Dragon Valley secret realm is a large secret realm, and the most important in the Empire. It houses nearly all of the Empire's young and adolescent dragons. Until these dragons reach maturity, they live within the Dragon Valley. Until they reach adulthood, meaning their strength reaches the epic level, they are transported out of the secret realm. As if noting the confusion in Ryan's eyes, Augustus continued before Ryan could ask, You may wonder why the Empire keeps young and adolescent dragons within the Dragon Valley secret realm. The reason is simple. Within the Dragon Valley secret realm, there is a special energy environment that accelerates the growth cycle of dragons. About 3 to 4 times the growth rate. I see. Ryan raised an eyebrow and said, No wonder, even accounting for various accidental deaths in battle, the number of dragons in the entire Empire is still slowly increasing. This is undoubtedly the Empire's most important secret realm. It's important to understand that it typically takes a dragon 200 to 300 years to grow into an adult. If the speed is quadrupled, then in 50 to 60 years, the Empire will possess a dragon of epic combat power. The current problem is that some strange phenomena have occurred within the secret realm. Great astrologers, using special sorcery devices, have observed that some young and adolescent dragons have gone berserk and are attacking their own kind. Furthermore, the situation has become increasingly serious over the past year, and the cause has been initially determined. The secret realm's unique spatial structure has led to the invasion of a monster called the Void Beast. They've infected some young and adolescent dragons, causing their temperaments to drastically change and their bodies to gradually mutate. Currently, we call these mutated dragons Void Dragons. What's our mission this time? Ryan thought for a moment and asked. First, we must eliminate these young dragons that have been infected by the Void Beasts. There's currently no way to reverse the infection. Second, we must activate and place 3 special devices within the secret realm to strengthen its protection. One more question, General Augustus. Since this matter is so important, why aren't the Imperial Guardians allowed to enter the secret realm? Ryan asked, puzzled. Once the strength of an individual within the secret realm exceeds the legendary level, they will be expelled. Furthermore, we have considered using some means to conceal the strength of epic-level experts to allow them entry, but the cost is too high. I understand. Ryan nodded. Let me explain one more thing. Every time we open the Dragon Valley secret realm, we need 5 level 4 Dawn Wizards to jointly activate the magic array. Furthermore, the other materials consumed to activate the teleportation magic array are also very valuable. So in the past, it was only once every 5 years. But this time, because we need to quickly eliminate the Void Beast invasion, we've opened the Dragon Knight Reserve selection before the deadline. One last question. Have the strengths of these adolescent dragons infected by the Void Beasts increased? Ryan asked. According to ancient texts, creatures infected by the void beasts should have increased in strength, and some of their attacks will become more bizarre. Therefore, this mission is very difficult. Ryan nodded. Indeed, relatively speaking, he was relatively well informed about the dragon's strength. Young dragons are generally at the late legendary or peak legendary stage. Combined with their unique physical strength and innate abilities, their combat power is already formidable. Adding in some mutated abilities, the situation becomes even more formidable. This is why ordinary young dragons are no match for infected dragons. At this point, Augustus pondered, his expression growing more serious. He said, "The more serious situation is that we've discovered that the cult seems to have also learned of the changes occurring in the secret realm. Right now, they're mobilizing personnel to gather near the imperial capital. While we don't know how they disrupt this operation, it's clear they take action. That's a serious problem." Upon hearing this, Ryan's expression grew serious. Our side is in the open, while the enemy is in the dark. The only thing we know is that they take action, but we don't know exactly how, which makes our response more passive. Therefore, we have mobilized the Empire's top legendary level personnel. This operation involves not only our sword bearers, but also powerful individuals from the Imperial military and the Senate's internal guard. However, there are other uncertainties. Some uncertainties originating from within the Empire. So, Your Excellency Ryan, please be fully prepared, Augustus said, gazing at Ryan. Okay, Your Excellency Augustus, I understand. Ryan nodded. It contains an introduction to the secret realm of Dragon Valley, Augustus said, handing Ryan a memory crystal. After leaving the sword-bearer headquarters and boarding the carriage, Ryan first reviewed the entire incident. General Augustus's message to him was quite informative. Ryan had considered refusing the mission, but after a moment's reflection, he realized that, by entering the secret realm, he had already passively participated in it. Furthermore, if, as the intelligence claimed, there were indeed numerous adolescent dragons infected by the void beast, then there was no reason not to go. On the contrary, he should proactively go rushing to go. Because those infected adolescent dragons were the fodder for his advancement. Since he had decided to go, he naturally had to be fully prepared and maximize his combat power. After a moment's thought, Ryan instructed the driver to drive to the Academy's headquarters. Soon, Ryan arrived at Mentor Magro's laboratory. Upon entering, he noticed that, although less than a week had passed, the Hellfire Golem within the lab had already taken shape. It seemed to be nearly halfway complete, likely due to previous golem-making experience. Although many improvements were made this time, the structure remained largely unchanged. Magro, who had been crouching on the golem, saw Ryan enter and stood up. "Ryan, I estimate it will be almost done in about 3 days. Teacher, is there anything I can help with?" Ryan offered. Is the sword bearer so busy? Since you have the time, that's great. You need to make 2 cannon barrels, and then engrave the inscriptions. I was originally planning to ask Sir Bradley for this. Taking advantage of a break in the conversation, Magro picked up a bottle of liquor, took 2 gulps, and said, "Okay, Master." Ryan readily accepted Master Magro's arrangement. After all, the reason he was so busy was for his golem, so it was only natural for him to do something. "Good day, Master Ryan." Audrey and Alicia immediately saluted Ryan. "Well, Audrey, Alicia, thank you for your hard work," Ryan said with a slight smile. Since Ryan had reached the 3rd level of crystallized wizardry, he used his innate magic, metal transfiguration, with even greater precision than before. In just a few minutes, he had crafted 2 cannon barrels. This immediately left Magro, standing by, practically stunned. After all, precision is paramount when it comes to cannon barrels. Also, although the barrels were made of metal, they were a special alloy steel, making them more than twice as difficult to deform using metal transfiguration than ordinary steel. Even for Deputy Sect Leader Bradley, who was at the early stages of Level 3 crystallization, it would take a full day to create one. But to his surprise, his disciple, Ryan, finished it in just a few minutes. This? A natural puppet crafting a holy body? In that case, it can be done today, Magro said. Master, if I help, how long will it take to create another improved Hellfire Golem? Ryan asked. Do you have a difficult mission lately? Magro immediately sensed something in his prized disciple's words. Well, not really, but I took the Dragon Knight Reserve exam, which might be useful later. Ryan thought for a moment, but still didn't mention the mission, instead mentioning the Dragon Knight exam. Dragon Knight? Magro smacked his lips a few times, then shook his head helplessly, sighing. A 20-something Dragon Knight. It's been ages since the Empire has seen a talent like you. But sometimes, Being too dazzling isn't a good thing. Dragon Knight? The voluptuous Alicia, standing nearby, felt a wave of dizziness. The strongest student in their own school was about to become a Dragon Knight. Even Audrey was momentarily stunned by Ryan's words. You have to understand that although Ryan was powerful and prominent before, in the eyes of the people of the Empire, a swordsman was still on a completely different level than a Dragon Knight. The difference was as vast as that between a Baron and a Duke. With Ryan's involvement, the production of the improved Hellfire had advanced by leaps and bounds. By the evening of that day, it was nearly complete. Magro dusted his hands and said, Ryan, it's almost done. We can test it now. However, the mental energy consumption will be greater than before, so you need to be careful. Although this reminder was a bit unnecessary, Ryan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Okay, Master. The improved Hellfire before him was much taller than the previous version, especially with 2 dark, round barrels on each shoulder. The barrels were not long, as they fired not traditional projectiles, but fireballs and shadow bolts. In addition, due to the increased size, the improved version's shell thickness had been significantly increased, especially at the joints, where the metal armor had almost doubled in thickness. Also, 3 small furnaces were located on the golem's back, powering the 2 barrels, the chest cannon, and the body drive. As the incantation of animation rang out, a thumb-thick, ochre-colored beam of light shone upon the improved Hellfire golem before him. Chapter 407. Ryan, with a quick glance, noticed the difference in this drive. The last time he'd driven the original Hellfire golem, he consumed nearly half his mental energy. But this time, after reaching the 3rd level of crystallization wizardry, he consumed only about a quarter, making control much easier. This also indirectly demonstrated that the concentration of mental energy at the crystallization stage far surpassed that of the liquidation stage. After a moment's reflection, Ryan realized that his previous plan had been a bit restrained. He should be able to control 3 improved Hellfire golems simultaneously. But on closer inspection, 2 was about right. With 2, he could control them with greater precision, but with 3, it would be more difficult. After all, controlling 3 simultaneously was far more difficult than with 2, in terms of precision. At that moment, as the 6-meter-tall, increasingly large and heavy improved Hellfire golem rose to its feet, a roar similar to that of a V-12 engine echoed through Magro's spacious laboratory. Unleash a sorcery attack, targeting the iron target in front of you. This time, Ryan didn't test his physical attacks, but instead went straight to testing the power of his sorcery attacks. This was the area where the improvements had made the most significant difference, and it was also the point he was most focused on. With Ryan's command, the 2 thick breastplates on the golem's chest suddenly slid downward, revealing 2 dark cannon holes. Together with the 2 gun barrels on its shoulders, there were 4 gun barrels. Instantly, all 4 barrels simultaneously flashed with a strong sorcery aura. Boom! 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 Overclock! Ryan continued, instantly activating the maximum sorcery attack mode. At this moment, the humming sound within the improved golem shell suddenly intensified, becoming somewhat high-pitched. In a single second, the 4 jet-black barrels unleashed 8 fireballs and shadow bolts, and the sturdy iron target ahead barely lasted 3 seconds before even its foundation was destroyed. If Ryan hadn't quickly called a halt, a massive hole would have been blasted through Minter Magro's laboratory. Seeing this power, Ryan naturally had no complaints and immediately smiled. Ha ha ha, with this power, I'm afraid it could hold its own against even the most legendary of creatures, Magro said excitedly, stroking his long red beard. Magro had already considered the previous Hellfire golem a once-in-a-lifetime item. Unexpectedly, this time, with the help of his prized disciple, the improved Hellfire's combat effectiveness had been further enhanced. Teacher, thank you, Ryan said with a slight bow. Do you need another one? Then remember to come help over the next 2 days. Otherwise, with just a few of us, we might not be able to make it in time, said Magro, in high spirits. Of course, Ryan nodded and agreed. Last time, he harvested 13 Hellfire crystals and 1 Abyssal Fire crystal. The self-destructing Hellfire golem consumed 3 of them, leaving Ryan with 11, more than enough to build 2 improved Hellfire models. Ryan had originally wanted to ask about the 4th level of the original Iron Heart meditation, but seeing how hard Magro was working, he decided there was no rush. He could still ask after the Dragon Knight reserve selection was over. The news about the cult kept Ryan busy until evening, when he finally had some free time. After all, Claire was the Earl's daughter, so it was naturally impossible for her to stay overnight at Ryan's mansion. After dinner, Lodger came over and said, "Want to go for a walk together?" "Okay." Ryan nodded. It was obvious that Lager seemed a little worried. Ryan, do you know why I haven't come to see you since I went back last year? The two of them arrived at the open space in the mansion's backyard. Lager looked up at the brilliant starry sky and said, "Is it because of the tribe?" Ryan asked. Because he remembered Lager had told him the reason last time. Lager shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, and said, "It's not just about the tribe. Do you know what I was thinking when I participated in the trial?" Instead of directly answering Ryan's question, Lager talked about the barbarian trial. This made Ryan slightly confused. However, Ryan knew about this trial, which was said to have a 50% mortality rate and was extremely dangerous, but it was a tradition among the barbarian tribes, and the only way for them to reach the transcendental realm. The problem was, after hearing Lagiari's words, Ryan realized something he had always overlooked. Although Lagiari was the first person to have an intimate relationship with him, thinking back carefully, while she might have had feelings for him at the time, it definitely wasn't to the point of committing suicide. More likely, it was out of gratitude. Thanks for saving her, for avenging her brother, and for handling the aftermath. It was like the words from my past life. I have no way to repay you, so I can only pledge my love to you. However, after visiting the Frost Tundra and interacting with the Norton tribe, Ryan knew clearly that loyalty was even more important in barbarian marriages than in the Dragon Empire. According to tradition, there can only be one partner. So why didn't Lager come to him? He was the man who had taken Lager's virginity. From another perspective, even if Lager was facing various difficulties at the time, writing a letter shouldn't have been difficult, right? Why take such a huge risk to participate in the trial? Ryan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, let alone an answer to her question. However, before he could formulate his response, Lager continued, "At the time, I thought that if I died in the trial, you wouldn't be alone. Anna would be with you." Ryan's words stunned him. It was an answer he had completely unexpected. Even if she died, Anna would still be with him. What did this mean? It meant that Lager had always considered him a third party. Although she had feelings for him, according to the simple barbarian values, she must have felt that she shouldn't come between him and Anna. That intimate relationship was mostly about repaying a favor, and after leaving, Lager probably had little thought of returning. For the first time, Ryan realized that he had never truly understood the inner world of the barbarian girl before him. Yes, ever since the day he crossed over, relying on the system, his strength had increased almost daily, and now, it had reached a level previously unimaginable. Strength, power, and wealth were increasing, but he had neglected the emotions of those around him, even those closest to him. They were all living beings, with their own joys and sorrows, thoughts, and beliefs. This Miss Claire today must have a special relationship with you. Besides, Anna probably doesn't know her. Lager said two more sentences in quick succession, but Ryan naturally understood what she meant. What about you? Ryan didn't answer Lager's question, but instead asked. Me? Lager was clearly a little surprised by Ryan's words. I don't know. I thought you only had Anna and I. Lager shook her head. Meanwhile, in the study of a noble mansion in the second ring of the imperial capital of Tamriel, two middle-aged nobles were discussing something. If Ryan were there, he would have recognized at a glance that the middle-aged noble sitting at the large desk was Viscount Hamadi from far away in Meist. And, naturally, he would have wondered why he had come to the imperial capital. Hamadi, do you know why you've been transferred from Meist to the fourth ring trade zone in the imperial capital as a sheriff? The noble with slit-back hair behind the desk said with a slight smile. I don't know. Hamadi was a little reserved in front of the Marquis Royce. It wasn't because his noble rank in the Dragon Empire was 2 ranks higher than his, but because he was a high-ranking official in the Federation's imperial presence. The Marquis Royce was in charge of the intelligence network for several provinces in the Empire, and Munster was one of them. In other words, he was his boss's boss. He had received a sudden secret order the day before yesterday, and had just been transferred to the imperial capital today. He had just reported to the Imperial Capital Security Bureau and arrived here this evening, so he hadn't had time to familiarize himself with some of the situation. Ryan, are you familiar with him? The other person mentioned a name. Ryan? If it's Ryan, the sword-bearer from Meister, then he's familiar. A young man's image flashed through Hamadi's mind. In an instant, Hamadi's mind seemed to clear, and he understood why his superiors had transferred him to the Imperial Capital. About 2 months ago, he received news that Ryan had seemingly been transferred to the sword-bearer headquarters in the Imperial Capital. Could it be that he had done something special? Here are some of his recent activities in the Imperial Capital. Take a look, and we talk later. Marquis Royce pointed to a stack of intelligence on his desk and said. Hamadi nodded and quickly flipped through it. But after just one page, Hamadi's heart was in turmoil. What a record. If he remembered correctly, Ryan had only been in the imperial capital for 2 months. But Marquis Royce was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he stood up and poured a cup of tea for himself and Hamadi. Half an hour later, Hamadi looked visibly dazed. If he hadn't flipped back to the front page and confirmed the clear text, Ryan Kalin, from the town of Meister, he wouldn't have confused the Ryan listed in the intelligence with the Ryan he knew. Because the battle records listed were simply too exaggerated. They simply couldn't be accomplished by a 20-year-old. Even for a top-tier legendary warrior in the Empire, these achievements were too impressive. Lord Royce, do you need me to do something? Hamadi said, calming his shock. The opponent's potential assessment has already jumped from 17th to 3rd in the Federation's talent acquisition rankings, Royce said with a slight smile. What? Hamadi's eyes widened, and he exclaimed. Although he didn't know the specific list of talents to be recruited, especially the top 100, which was top secret, as the person handling the actual work, he naturally understood the evaluation criteria. Let's take a horizontal comparison as an example. In Rosby County, next to Meister, Earl Elliott, the county governor, didn't even make the top 100. In other words, he wasn't even on the top 100 list. You have to remember, this was the governor of an important coastal county. And Ryan was ranked 3rd. The value of this was self-evident. Not only does he have potential, but his current strength is already at a level that demands extreme attention. Furthermore, he's also a full member of the metal department of the Bishu Constructor School. Before Hamadi could ask, Royce took the initiative to explain. The Bishu Constructor School, the wizarding school specializing in puppets and golems? Hamadi immediately understood. No wonder Ryan was so important. Unlike the Dragon Empire, the Federation lacks giant dragons. The Federation focuses on research into giant war golems, large airships, ironclad ships, improved artillery, steam engines, and other such weapons to respond to impending or ongoing crises. Indeed, Royce nodded. Furthermore, he's also taking the Dragon Knight Reserve exam. If nothing goes wrong, he'd likely become one of the youngest Dragon Knights in the Dragon Empire within a few years. Omit the one of, Marquis Royce paused, then added. This completely unnerved Hamadi. This is truly top-tier talent tailor-made for the Eagle Federation. You should know that the Federation has long coveted the Empire's entire Dragon Knight training system. But several key aspects remain elusive. So, your mission is to do your utmost to win over this young Lord Ryan, Royce explained, explaining the reason for transferring Hamadi. After a moment's reflection, Hamadi's expression hardened. My Lord Marquis, to be honest, as long as the Swordbearer headquarters isn't insane, I'm afraid no one would turn away a talent like Lord Ryan. Royce naturally understood Hamadi's unspoken intentions. For such top-tier talent, the Empire's high-ranking officials are no fools, and will naturally provide them with exceptional care. Furthermore, Ryan will also consider the risk of switching sides, making this task of winning him over a success extremely challenging. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult. But the problem is, some people and forces in the Empire don't want Lord Ryan to continue his growth. This, in turn, creates an opportunity for us. Is that so? Hamadi's eyes lit up. In that case, this matter does have a certain degree of feat. Winning the 3rd person on the talent list to the Federation, what a feat. Hamadi thought briefly, and knew that he only needed to accomplish this one mission in his lifetime. Once accomplished, he could return to the Federation and rest easy. Safety, livelihood, women, and money, as long as he didn't waste them recklessly, he wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. Hamadi, we still have some time. There's no need to rush. Think first about which angle to approach. Here's the latest intelligence. Take a look and tell me your thoughts in 2 days, Royce said. As you command, Lord Royce. Soon, Hamadi returned and went alone to the study in his mansion. He first took out a piece of white paper and placed it on the desk. Then, he picked up a quill and wrote the word Ryan. After a moment's thought, he added woman and wizard. Hamadi's attention focused on women. His first impression of Ryan was that he was popular with women, and several of them seemed to have close relationships with him. For example, Baroness Jennifer Crawley, who was still in Munster Province, had a very close relationship with Ryan. However, he had known Jennifer for a long time. Also, there was Claire, the talented female knight of Count Habsburg's family. Then, there were the 2 people he'd met long ago in Goldhire. One seemed to be named Anna, and the other's name was unremembered, but she looked like a barbarian girl, so investigating them wouldn't be difficult. And then, there was the intelligence report about the administrative staff member, who had just been transferred to the Imperial City Sword-Bearer headquarters. Alina, it seemed she had been Ryan's contact at the Munster branch. That made 5 women. Clearly, women were a preference of Ryan's. No, it might not necessarily be a preference, but it at least showed that Ryan wasn't averse to outstanding and beautiful women. Also, judging by the age range of the women, they seemed to range from their 20s to around 40, which further supported this point. Thinking of this, Hamidi's eyes lit up. In other words, if he could find a woman Ryan was interested in, winning her over would be much easier. After figuring this out, Hamadi focused his attention on the last 2 words, wizard. After a moment's thought, with a slight frown on his face, he added witchcraft and spiritual power after wizard. This was where he could think of something to work on. Although metal-based witchcraft was relatively rare, with the Federation's support, obtaining 1 or 2 metal-based witchcraft models wouldn't be a problem. Also, there were potions or special items that could enhance spiritual power. For now, these were the only things he could think of. However, he hadn't seen Ryan for a while, so he needed to meet and talk before he could clarify his next steps. The next morning, Ryan received a surprise visit from someone he hadn't expected. In the living room. Sir Ryan, long time no see. Viscount Hamadi, long time no see. Ryan said with a polite smile. He hadn't expected Viscount Hamadi, who lived far away in Munster, to actually come to the imperial capital of Tamriel. Furthermore, his status was quite unique, either a Federation spy or an imperial noble leaning towards the Federation. Ryan naturally took him seriously. Hamadi naturally showed admiration for Ryan. After sizing him up and down, he couldn't help but sigh. I recently heard about Sir Ryan's achievements since arriving in the imperial capital. I'm truly astonished. Thank you, Sir Hamadi, you're too kind. Ryan said with a slight smile. By the way, when did Special Envoy Trenna return to the Federation? I haven't had time to thank her for what happened last time. Seeing Hamadi, Ryan couldn't help but think of that powerful, voluptuous, and beautiful woman. And the 3 soul energy crystals Trenna had asked Hamadi to give him. Just as Hamadi was about to say something, he suddenly, always adept at reading people's expressions, noticed that when Ryan mentioned Special Envoy Trenna, his face showed something. Not gratitude, but admiration. This instantly reminded Hamadi of something. Beautiful woman, Jennifer Trenna. His. Could it be that this young man has taken a fancy to Special Envoy Trenna? Special Envoy Trenna stayed in the imperial capital for about a week. After finalizing some matters with the Empire, she led the delegation back to the Federation. Although Ryan was a little surprised by Hamadi's sudden pause, he didn't dwell on it. Besides, Ryan didn't inquire about the man's purpose, believing that since he had come to visit, he would inevitably get down to business. As expected, after some pleasantries, Hamadi's face darkened and he said, Sir Ryan, I have come all the way here to share important news with you. Chapter 408. You may not be aware yet, but something major is about to happen in the imperial capital of Tamriel. Perhaps with your strength, your safety isn't a major issue, but if your family remains in the imperial capital, there's still a significant risk. Therefore, I suggest you consider sending them to the Eagle Federation first. Hearing Hamadi's words, Ryan's first thought was that the Eagle Federation's intelligence department must have also learned of the cult's movements. Sir Hamadi, are you connected to the cult? Ryan said with a slight smile. It seems you already know. Hamadi's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't deny it and nodded. He had just learned this top-secret intelligence, and he hadn't expected the person before him to already know. It seemed that the Sword-Bearer headquarters valued this person even more than he had previously anticipated. Winning him over was a bit of a challenge. After a moment's thought, Ryan shook his head and politely declined, Sir Hamadi, as an Imperial Sword-Bearer, it would be inappropriate for me to send my entire family to the Federation. It wasn't that Ryan didn't care about his family's safety. This time, he accepted Luther and Harlowin's request to reinforce the mansion's defenses precisely out of consideration for his family. Although the Empire was plagued by internal problems, and even the conservatives viewed him as a thorn in their side, his own sword-bearers held him in high regard. Given his status, if Run had gone to the Eagle Federation, it would have been pure treason. And most importantly, one of Ryan's life mottos was, a noble man treats me well, and a noble man repays me. Specifically, if the Imperial sword-bearers treated him with the courtesy and treatment they would bestow upon him, he would repay them with the same respect they would bestow upon them. Furthermore, his conversation with Lager that day reminded him that even if the situation ever became dire enough to require his parents to be sent to the Eagle Federation, he would first consult his mother, Emma, and his father, old Ryan. After all, for them, leaving their homeland was a difficult matter. Of course, Ryan declined. using the word inappropriate. Hamadi hadn't expected to convince Ryan all at once, but when he heard Ryan say inappropriate, his intelligent sensitivity instantly grasped something. His eyes flickered. I see. Sir Ryan, there's no rush to make a decision on this matter. The current situation is constantly evolving, isn't it? By the way, I heard you joined the Bishu Constructor School. Are you interested in golems? Hamadi asked casually. Ryan glanced at Hamadi, but didn't elaborate. It seemed the Federation was conducting a thorough investigation into him. Everyone knew it. Sir Ryan, then you should definitely come to the Federation. The Federation's research on golems is more advanced than the Empire's. Oh! Sir Hamadi, could you please give us a brief introduction? Ryan knew the other party was baiting him, but he did want to know something about the Federation. I don't know the details, but I heard the Federation Golem Research Institute has successfully created a hill giant golem nearly 30 meters tall. After some probing, Hamadi didn't stay long and took his leave. As he left the Ryan residence, a smile crossed his face. For this trip, he had achieved several of his goals. First, he was almost certain that Ryan had no aversion to the Eagle Federation. At least, there wasn't a stark ideological opposition. If he were to win over the Empire's established nobles, this ideological difference would be a significant hurdle. Secondly, there's the question of preferences, which can be considered from two perspectives. On the one hand, judging from his micro-expression when he mentioned Envoy Trina to Ryan, Ryan must have a very good impression of her. The kind of attraction one might associate with the opposite sex. However, no matter how worthy Ryan might be, it's impossible to use a distinguished female federal legislator as lure. Hamadi had figured it out. It's likely that Ryan is more interested in older, more prestigious women. This is evidenced by Ryan's interest in Baroness Jennifer Crowley when he was a small-town sheriff's deputy, and by his interest in Alina, then head of the swordsman department, when he was still a common swordsman. On the other hand, through his discussion of the Federation's golem research, he understood that this Lord Ryan was likely already working on golem production. This suggests a lot. Golem crafting is generally considered a domain reserved for third-level crystallization wizards. Simply observing would likely be inadequate for such a thorough understanding. Hamadi, having thought things through in the carriage, soon arrived at the residence of his superior, Marquis Royce. He would need his superior's support for the matters he was about to undertake. In the study. Are you saying that this Ryan particularly favors Envoy Trina? Upon hearing this, Marquis Royce was stunned for a moment, then a look of understanding crossed his face. It's quite possible that young people prefer mature temperaments. Older people like you and me, on the other hand, prefer the youthful and energetic. Royce smiled and nodded. That's right, Lord Royce, that's exactly what happened. Hamadi also laughed. Clearly, he had his superiors on this point, making it easier for him to make the relevant requests. So Lord Royce, I have two options. Oh! Go ahead. Royce looked at Hamadi with interest. The first option is, could you please select a mature woman of high status within the Empire to handle daily liaisons with Lord Ryan? Of course, if we can infiltrate his inner circle without making a fuss, that would be even better. Well, what about the second option? Royce nodded, several images flashing through his mind. The second option is to start with the existing ones. For example, Jennifer, who currently assists Lord Ryan with the Chamber of Commerce. We can win her over to the Federation and then have her influence him. Good idea. However, I see in the intelligence that the other party is currently in Munster. Are there any other candidates besides Jennifer? Royce's smile widened. He realized he should have transferred Hamadi to the Imperial capital sooner. The other person is a liaison at the Sword-Bearer headquarters. His identity is sensitive, making him difficult to approach, and even more difficult to persuade to defect. He's not a suitable candidate, Hamadi said, shaking his head. He had actually carefully considered this candidate before arriving. I understand. Did you gain anything else from your visit with him? Royce asked. Yes, I further inquired and confirmed that he was indeed a metal wizard. So, my idea is to find a suitable metal wizard to give him in the near future. Of course, there are conditions. It must be a combination of magic unique to the Federation, and one or two of them must be given to Lord Ryan, but not all of them. Royce's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Hamadi's purpose. He praised, good move. However, Lord Ryan specializes in metal magic, and combined magic, unique to the Federation, is required. If all three conditions are met, I'm afraid such a combination of magic is rare in the Federation. Lord Royce, he ranks third on the list. Deserving of this, isn't it? Hamadi said with a smile. Haha, indeed. Leave that to me. Also, there are special potions for enhancing mental strength. You can occasionally give special items or potions that aid crystallization, but not too many. Maintaining regular favorability? Yes. Hamadi nodded and smiled. Last time, I gave him soul energy crystals, which helped maintain a certain level of favorability towards the Federation. The next morning, just as Ryan was about to head to the Academy's headquarters, someone he'd expected arrived. Sir Ryan, I heard your contact at the Sword Bearer was attacked by a cult. I also heard your family has arrived in the Imperial capital. Would you like me to make some arrangements? Buchanan smiled. Sir Buchanan, thank you for your kindness. However, I have already strengthened the defenses of my residence, Ryan declined. Yes, Buchanan nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly, as if he sensed something. He continued, Sir Ryan, I wonder what you think of my last proposal to invite you to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood? Ryan had already had the answer to this question in mind. He had considered for the past few days whether to feign deference, but on second thought, he felt it wasn't appropriate. Excuse me, Lord Buchanan. After careful consideration, I've decided that as a sword bearer, I prefer not to join any secret organization. His face darkened upon hearing Ryan's words, as if he hadn't expected Ryan to actually refuse. This also meant that his earlier words to the second prince had been contradicted. Lord Ryan, your answer is regrettable. Will you truly not reconsider? I apologize. I hope Lord Ryan won't regret it. With that, Buchanan stood up and left angrily. It wasn't that Buchanan, the second prince's steward, was unsophisticated. Rather, Ryan's refusal had caught him by surprise. He had thought it was a sure thing. Any normal person would know how to choose an offer from an imperial prince. He hadn't expected Ryan to refuse. This also put the second prince's subsequent plans on hold. At the same time, Duke Durham's residence. Oh! Failed? Durham listened to his new butler's report, his face devoid of disappointment. Instead, a slight smile curled his lips. Although the Black Flame cult's plan to kidnap Ryan's contact failed this time, from another perspective, the effects of their leaking Ryan's battle record were beginning to show. This time it was the Black Flame cult, but what about next? Could it be the Secret Snake cult or the Sea God cult? And, most likely, both will follow. Thinking of this, Duke Durham's mood naturally brightened. There's one more thing, my lord. According to intelligence, Tide Sword Saint's disciple, Carl, challenged Ryan at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp, but what? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Duke Durham was somewhat anticipating the outcome. After all, each of the Tide Sword Saint's official disciples was incredibly powerful, far surpassing his illegitimate son, Greenwood. In his opinion, Carl wasn't guaranteed to win, but at least he would put Ryan under pressure. But hearing the word but gave Duke Durham a bad feeling. Sir Carl was defeated in a single blow, the young butler said, lowering his head. What? In a single blow? Duke Durham's eyes, already wrinkled with crow's feet, twitched violently upon hearing this news. The situation he'd been most worried about had occurred. This Ryan's strength was increasing at an incredibly rapid rate. Judging from previous battles, Ryan's defeat of Sculptor Harold must have been a fierce, perhaps even a difficult, battle. But now, defeating Carl, whose strength was comparable to Harold's, with just one move. How long had it been? This Ryan's strength seemed to have increased again. It seems there are things that need to be done, and I can't be so hesitant. Half an hour later. In the second prince's study. Oh! The other party refused? Second Prince Everton said calmly, holding a white pet that resembled a large cat and gently stroking it. Yes, your highness, Buchanan said hesitantly. Buchanan had served as the second prince's butler for many years, and was naturally familiar with his master's habits. His expression was naturally a pretense, because his highness seemed to have a strong liking for this Ryan. Perhaps it was due to age, or perhaps it was due to his military achievements. Even though he had mentioned the importance of Ryan's dragon bloodline last time, his highness's strategy was primarily to win him over. But Ryan's attitude today had left Buchanan somewhat irritated. Of course, there was another reason. Duke Durham had contacted him twice, asking him to, at an opportune moment, discredit this Ryan in front of the second prince. And what? Everton couldn't help but ask. And Ryan's words didn't seem to show much respect for his highness. Furthermore, he was deeply skeptical of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood's purpose. I'm worried that if we fail to recruit this Ryan, his rising status among the swordbearers could further fuel the Imperial Swordbearers' opposition to the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Buchanan stopped talking at this point. Hearing this, Everton paused, stroking the white lynx. Because what Buchanan was talking about was exactly what he was most concerned about. With Alfred having taken control of the Imperial Swordbearers over the past 2 years, This staunch reformist has taken a less-than-friendly stance towards the Dragon-Scale Brotherhood. No, to be more precise, he's extremely wary. If Ryan continues to rise through the ranks, then if another high-ranking sword-bearer shares Alfred's views, this heightened vigilance will likely translate into action. Your Highness, should we let this Ryan fail the initial Dragon Knight exam? Buchanan suggested cautiously, noting that his prince had remained silent for a while. No, let him take the second round, Everton said, shaking his head. There will be 3 members of the Dragon-Scale Brotherhood participating in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection this time, right? Yes, Your Highness. Tell them that this time, when entering the secret realm, in addition to extracting the blood essence of the Void Drake, they will also have an additional mission, extracting the blood essence of this Ryan. The other party's blood essence is quite unique, so Everton originally intended to have Ryan join the Dragon-Scale Brotherhood and then slowly control it through potions, turning him into a long-term blood bag. But now, it seems he can only be treated as a disposable blood bag. As you command, Your Highness. Buchanan bowed, a smile playing on his face as he looked down. The Bishio Construct School's headquarters. With Ryan's participation, the second improved Hellfire was nearly halfway complete by the end of the day. At this rate, the second improved Hellfire would be complete in 2 days, before the Dragon Knight assessment. As night fell, Ryan returned to the mansion. Southeast of the imperial capital of Tamriel, something is quietly happening at the famous Falling Star Lake scenic area. As the name suggests, the falling star in the name Falling Star Lake reveals its origins. It is said that the lake was suddenly formed by the fall of a meteorite from outer space. Of course, this theory is not entirely unfounded. Many curious people have even measured the lake's depth and discovered that, for such an inland lake, several depths exceed 1,000 meters, a truly rare phenomenon. Over time, the name Falling Star Lake is stuck. Scattered around the lake are numerous lakeside villas. In front of a remote lakeside villa, the waters of Falling Star Lake rhythmically lapped against the shore like waves. Under the sparsely lit moonlit sky, a close look revealed what appeared to be a sewer over 2 meters in diameter on one side of the villa, where it connected to the lake. Clearly, the sewer's nearly 2-meter size was somewhat unusual. At this moment, 4 bubble-encased figures, carrying a crystal coffin, emerged from the sewer directly into the lakeside villa. Soon, 4 hooded figures in black robes emerged from a pool of water in the villa's underground wine cellar. The 4 men carefully carried the crystal coffin out and set it aside. Then, they bowed respectfully to a group of black-robed figures, whose robes were emblazoned with various sea beasts, who had been waiting nearby. They said, "High Priest Kalidas, the god's favored one, has arrived." "Well, thank you for your hard work." The sea god cult high priest named Kalidas nodded, focusing her attention on the crystal coffin. Within the coffin lay a beautiful woman, her fingers clasped together on her abdomen. If Ryan were present and had carefully observed her face, he would have noticed an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. She looked distinctly different from Hela, the goddess of the underworld, yet the more he looked at her, the more similar they became. The god's favored one is also known as the chosen one. Specifically, they possess a special physique, born with certain abilities. Of course, some physiques only awaken after reaching adulthood or reaching the transcendent stage. Regardless, they all possess unique abilities, earning them the title of chosen one, the god's favored ones. However, for all sects, the greatest role of the god's favored ones is that they serve as the perfect vessels for the god's arrival. For example, Staven, the man who attacked Ryan last time, possessed a physique somewhat similar to that of a god's favored one, but only approximately. If this truly was a god's favored one of the spider god Neobreakin, then once possessed, the magnitude of their power would be far greater than that of Staven's body. The problem, however, is that the favored ones favored by different gods have distinct physiques. Finding those who meet these requirements in such a vast sea of mortals is naturally extremely difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, the preciousness of this god's favored one before us is self-evident. Chapter 409. Rhine Province Tidal Bay. In a magnificent hall, a burly figure stood with his back to the gate, facing the sea. It was Leon, the Tidal Sword Saint. He gazed at the gathering dark clouds along the seashore, his thoughts etched in his mind. As one of the few guardians in the entire empire who remained permanently away from the imperial capital of Tamriel, he was stationed in the southern Rhine province, charged with deterring the cult of the sea god and guarding the secret realm of the tidal vortex. This was a heavy responsibility. At this moment, Sword Saint Leon suddenly spoke. "Lambert, right? Come in." A tall, muscular swordsman suddenly entered the doorway, carrying a 2-handed great sword, about 2 meters long, slung across his back. He stood about 10 meters in front of Leon and bowed, saying, "Teacher, I'd like to go to the imperial capital." "Oh, did the Durham family ask you to go?" "It's not just that I owe the Durham family a favor. I heard that Carl was also defeated by them. I think a battle with them might allow me to achieve a breakthrough. So, I hope you agree to let me go," Lambert said, kneeling on one knee. "Well, have you thought it through?" "Yes." "How many shadows have you slain with your sword clones?" 8. "Okay. I agree to your going." Sword Saint Leon nodded. "Thank you, teacher," Lambert said, a look of joy on his face. He stood up and bowed again. Imperial capital Tamriel. In the study of the Wren mansion, Claire found Ryan, her expression a bit serious. She said, "Ryan, I have a basic understanding of the situation regarding the Dragon Scale Brotherhood." "Oh, so quickly. Did you not expose yourself?" Ryan immediately stood up and walked out from behind a desk, motioning for Claire to sit on the long sofa with him. 2 days ago, when Ryan and Claire met, he asked Claire to gather some information about the Dragon Scale Brotherhood and the conservative nobility. Although Ryan, as an adamantine-level sword-bearer, could access intelligence from the Imperial Sword-Bearer system at any time, due to the limitations of a sword-bearer's duties, most of this information was external. Regarding a secret organization like the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, led by the Second Prince, accessing the sword-bearer's intelligence system was somewhat sensitive. Of course, the sword-bearers probably had some information about the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, but Ryan didn't want to expose his investigation. So, when Ryan met Claire, an idea flashed through his mind. He wanted Claire to use her connections at the Imperial Capital Royal Academy to gather information. Don't underestimate the Imperial Royal Academy. It houses both the descendants of progressive and conservative nobility. There are royal heirs, descendants of great nobles, and even a few exceptionally gifted descendants of lower-ranking nobles and commoners. This doesn't even include the other types of circles. Furthermore, these circles aren't clearly defined. Many actually overlap. As the daughter of a hereditary earl, Claire has access to both upper and lower circles, making her the most informed of all news. No, I just get it indirectly, casually chatting with some of my old friends at banquets and salons. While this method is safe, the information I obtain is rather vague," Claire said, sitting next to Ryan and brushing a strand of hair off her forehead. "Well, that's enough," Ryan said. "I learned that several people within the Royal Academy have also joined the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Later, I contacted a friend to investigate further, and they've seen their strength improve dramatically since joining. This rate of improvement isn't much different, even compared to yours." Claire glanced at Ryan with her beautiful eyes. "Is it just the rapid improvement in strength?" Ryan asked. "The rapid improvement in strength is one thing, but someone also told me something strange. One of the students with dragon blood seems to have undergone a strange change in his bloodline recently." "Oh, what's the change?" Ryan asked with interest, raising an eyebrow. "Well, my friend told me the young man with blue dragon bloodline, when he first transformed into a dragon man, his scales were light blue. But during a recent, chance encounter, he was surprised to discover that his scales had turned blue-black. Even stranger, his melee ability seems to have greatly increased, while his original blue dragon bloodline's control over the frost power doesn't seem to have improved much. That's a very strange situation. At least, according to common sense, it's unlikely. Typically, as a descendant of a blue dragon's bloodline grows in strength, the color of their scales darkens as they transform, typically from light blue to blue, then to dark blue. At the same time, their control over the frost power also grows stronger," Claire continued. "Oh, could this be a random mutation?" Ryan pondered. After all, he himself was in this situation, and the system displayed a mutated dragon bloodline. "It's probably not a coincidence, because I've learned about the other two people, and they both have similar mutations. So, I suspect there's something fishy about this Dragon Scale Brotherhood," Claire said, shaking her head. "Is that so?" Ryan nodded. The probability of all three of them mutating was incredibly high. There was definitely something fishy going on. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck Ryan's mind. "Is it the potion?" So, that bottle of Dragon Vein Evolution potion Buchanan gave him last time was indeed problematic. "Ryan, if the Second Prince asks you to join, you have to find a reason to refuse." Claire's pretty face darkened, and she spoke seriously. "Yes, I've already refused," Ryan nodded. "That's good." Suddenly, Claire smiled brightly and said, "Ryan, it's been ages since our last duel in Meister. How about we have a duel?" Hearing Claire's words, Ryan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter and said, "Of course." Claire's strength had increased rapidly since her bloodline awakened, But she had also heard of Ryan's impressive achievements since arriving in the imperial capital, and she had a vague desire to witness them. The two of them quickly arrived at the training room. "Ryan, I'm about to begin." "Okay." Claire drew her two-handed greatsword from behind her, holding it at an angle. Judging from her initial stance, Ryan saw that Claire was still using the Arcadian sword technique. Swoosh! With a slight push from her long, springy legs, she charged towards Ryan like an arrow from a bow, her greatsword slashing a silver arc, slashing from top to bottom at a 45-degree angle. Snap! Faced with Claire's incredibly swift slash, Ryan simply raised his right hand and flicked it aside, deflecting the greatsword's blade. Instantly, a flicker of surprise crossed Claire's beautiful eyes. She had expected Ryan to dodge, retreat, or perhaps even cast a defensive spell, but she hadn't expected Ryan to so easily deflect a blow at 70% of her strength. However, Claire's subsequent reaction was not slow either. Since the greatsword's blade had been deflected, she quickly adjusted her steps and re-energized her power, shifting from a slash to a sweep, continuing her attack towards Ryan's waist. This time, the result was even more astonishing to Claire. For Ryan's right hand, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, grasped Claire's greatsword blade with lightning speed, confronting him barehanded. Of course, facing Claire, Ryan naturally showed mercy, and didn't use metal transfiguration to destroy the weapon. "Claire, your strength has improved, not bad. But you weren't using your full strength, were you?" Ryan said with a smile, releasing his hand. "Your strength." Claire's eyes widened, momentarily lost in thought. Although she had heard that Ryan's strength seemed to have greatly improved, hearing and seeing are different. Now, after actually fighting, Claire could more clearly appreciate Ryan's terrifying power. She remembered that back in Glittering Gold, she only needed to exert 20% to 30% of her strength to easily defeat Ryan, who had just learned the breathing technique. But back in the county town, she was no match for Ryan. Still, back then, they were still evenly matched, at least in a duel of two-handed greatswords. But what about now? Ryan, barehanded, easily defeated her, and with one hand. More importantly, Claire's strength hadn't remained static. After her bloodline awakened, she had also experienced a dramatic improvement. Yet, unexpectedly, the gap had widened. But Claire had her pride. Even if she couldn't defeat an unarmed Ryan, she couldn't let him defeat her with just one hand, could she? "Ryan, I'm going to unleash my bloodline talent," Claire said, her eyes glaring. "Okay." Ryan immediately realized that the fact he had just defeated Claire with just one hand was a bit hard for her to accept. A rich white force light flashed from Claire's two-handed sword. Simultaneously, a deep cyan current swirled around her slender, round legs. Swish! Claire bent her knees slightly, tapped the ground with her toes, and vanished from her spot. The next second, she appeared before Ryan. Ryan still fought with one hand, though this time his right hand was covered in a layer of hardened adamantium. Ding! 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 Ryan stood still, single-handedly blocking Claire's leaping slashes, and sweeps from various angles. Sparks flew everywhere. Still, a flicker of surprise flashed in Ryan's eyes. Claire's speed had increased by 50%, and at her current state, she was approaching near legendary strength. Claire's strength was increasing at a remarkable rate. "Blade Storm!" Claire shouted, unleashing the ultimate power of Arcadia's swordsmanship with all her might. Several whirlwinds suddenly appeared in the arena, and Claire spun like a top, her greatsword slashing out waves of air in all directions. Ryan thought for a moment, then smiled and cast a second-level defensive spell on himself. Iron Armor. As a dark silver metal film coated Ryan's body, a series of clashes of metal rang out, reminiscent of the clashing of iron in a blacksmith's shop. Claire's greatsword slashed against the shield, which shone with a rich metallic sheen. Not only did it cause no damage, but the recoil left Claire's wrist slightly numb. Claire paused her blade storm. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ryan in astonishment, saying, This is a second-level metal spell? You're already a second-level liquefaction wizard?" Claire knew Ryan's trajectory more clearly than anyone else. In just over a year, starting from scratch and becoming a level 2 liquidation wizard. Even the troubadour's libretto wouldn't dare write that. "Well, but Claire, your strength is improving rapidly too. You're now approaching quasi-legendary status." Ryan nodded with a smile. He also intended to gradually reveal his wizarding prowess. Otherwise, suddenly revealing the strength of a level 3 crystallization wizard would be even more unacceptable. "Compared to you, I feel like my strength has actually regressed." Claire shook her head. "By the way, Ryan, let me ask you something. Who is that Miss Anna that Mint mentioned?" Ryan was stunned for a moment. Oh, well. Meanwhile, at the Sword-Bearer headquarters, in General Augustus' office, what are the current trends among the major cult organizations? General Augustus asked gravely. They're very active, but we believe this is likely a superficial phenomenon, intended to mobilize the Empire's powerful warriors away from the imperial capital, Major General Tadia said crisply. In the past few days, we've discovered that many legendary cult members have disappeared in various provinces. We believe they may have arrived near the imperial capital, Tamriel. Yes, that's consistent with our prediction. Their target should also be the Dragon Valley secret realm. General Augustus nodded. Intensify personnel screening. After the initial test results are released, conduct a secondary background check on the personnel. Although the list of candidates had already been screened twice before participating in the Dragon Knight assessment, Augustus was clearly uneasy. The destructive power of internal traitors can sometimes be far greater than that of external enemies. As you command, my lord. How are the preparations going at the astrologer's platform? Augustus asked again. Sir, arrangements have been made. For defensive formations have been reinforced. Regarding air defense, the Royal Griffin Guard will deploy 2 full battalions to oversee the Astronomican's terrace. In addition, the military has mobilized a fleet of airships to assist. As for ground defense, it will be even more heavily guarded, including elite military personnel, internal security forces, and our sword-bearers, totaling 3 lines of defense. By then, the Astronomican's terrace will boast a defense second only to that of the Imperial Palace, Tadia reported. Very good, Augustus nodded. As the command center for this operation, the defense of the Astronomican's terrace cannot be overemphasized, especially since Marshal Alfred is the overall commander. Chapter 410. Have all the special communication devices within the secret realm been prepared by our team? One is missing. Since we've just confirmed that Lord Ryan will also be participating in the operation, his device is still under construction, and will be ready the day after tomorrow, Tadia said softly. This communication device within the secret realm is quite special and complex to manufacture, but it serves 2 purposes. First, it allows the command personnel at the astrologer's platform to communicate with the personnel operating within the secret realm in a timely manner. Of course, this requires communication only after the secret realm is opened. Second, it provides a positioning function. The personnel operating within the Dragon Valley secret realm can use this communication device to check whether the 3 rift closers have arrived at the designated location and activated, which is the main mission of this operation. If the personnel carrying the rift closers fail to operate, the other personnel can quickly check their location and continue the mission. Yes, speed up. After the initial test is completed, the communication device will be issued. General Augustus nodded. Yes, sir. By the way, sir, since Lord Ryan is a new recruit, does he need to be included in the Rift Squad? Tadia asked. 3 Rift Squads were deployed for this operation, 1 each from the Swordbearers, the Imperial Army, and the Internal Guard, responsible for placing the Rift Closers. 3 teams, corresponding to the placement of 3 Rift Closers. The 3 teams are independent of each other, but all accept command from the astrologer's platform. This situation arises because the cult and the Federation have deeply infiltrated various departments of the Empire. This, including this time, means the 3 teams from different departments are independent of each other, to avoid putting all their eggs in one basket. Otherwise, the best plan would naturally be for all 3 teams to meet in advance, familiarize themselves, and then deploy them appropriately based on their specialties. The Sword-Bearers Rift team already had its members already fixed, which was why Tadia asked this question. No need. Let Ryan be the backup. If anything goes wrong, he can fill in. After a moment's thought, General Augustus shook his head and said, Yes, sir. Ryan's residence. In the study. Facing Claire's half-smile, Ryan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. The joy of his easy victory had long since vanished. He was now wondering, should he tell the truth or lie? If he lied, what if Claire already knew about Anna's situation? It would be a deliberate lie. This would likely cause irreparable damage to Claire's score. If we tell the truth, even among the Imperial nobles, who tend to be quite open about their private lives, which woman wouldn't be jealous? After some thought, Ryan decided to tell the truth. So be it. Anna is actually a half-elf? Ryan began, dropping a bombshell. What? Now it was Claire's turn to be surprised. You know, half-elves are even rarer than elves. I didn't expect that Anna was actually a half-elf girl. I heard that half-elves are very beautiful. Claire's gaze softened slightly as she looked at Ryan. Anna lived next door to me in Goldhire. Her mother disappeared. Ryan slowly recounted Anna's story to Claire. Aside from some intimate interactions between him and Anna, he kept virtually nothing secret. I see, Claire nodded. In fact, Claire had already learned quite a bit about Miss Anna from Ryan's sister, Mint, over the past few days. While Claire wasn't sure whether Ryan and Anna had ever been intimate, it was inevitable that they had feelings for each other. Of course, even if Ryan knew about this, he couldn't blame Mint for the leak. No matter how clever a little girl was, she couldn't possibly be a match for Claire, who was so skilled in conversation. Besides, as her brother, he had already expressed his willingness to ask Mint to generously accept Claire's gift, demonstrating that Claire was trustworthy. In Mint's eyes, this beautiful, long-legged sister was both eloquent and generous, so it was only natural that she would share everything she knew. So, Mint naturally told Claire everything she knew about Sister Anna. Incidentally, Mint also told Claire about some of the barbarian sister, Lager. This made Claire feel a little depressed. Well, it's only been a year, and I've already provoked 2 girls. One is a half-elf of rare beauty. The other is a barbarian girl with a delicate face, who doesn't look like a barbarian at all. This was one of the reasons Claire challenged Ryan to a duel. She was feeling resentful. Also, before coming, Claire had asked herself, did she really like Ryan? Or to put it another way, what did she like about Ryan? First, it must be his strength. Back then, Ryan was in Meister, helping the Habsburg family resist attacks from the Black Flame cult and the Secret Snake cult, demonstrating immense strength. Secondly, he has enormous potential. At this age, having reached his current level of strength, it's safe to say that, barring any unexpected events, Ryan will likely become a guardian of the Empire. Finally, during his time in Gold Hire, Ryan's first impression on her was of simplicity, kindness, and loyalty. Of course, the loyalty item now needs to be crossed out and replaced with fickleness, while the others remain unchanged for now. Now the question is, after changing to fickleness, will she still choose Ryan? On second thought, it seems she still choose yes. In fact, even without considering the last item, Ryan alone is enough to attract girls from across the Empire with the first 2. However, she felt she needed to have a serious talk with Ryan about his fickleness. He couldn't continue like this. Ryan, when you go to the orchard, do you pick a big red apple and put it in your pocket? Claire asked pointedly. Well, you should pick as many as you can eat, right? Ryan said. Huh? Claire was immediately furious, her gaze piercing Ryan. She didn't believe Ryan didn't understand the meaning of her words. However, the conversation didn't continue because the training room door suddenly opened. Outside was the barbarian girl, Lagra, looking surprised. She hadn't expected to see Ryan and the noble girl named Claire inside just as she was about to practice her combat skills. Ryan, I'm leaving now. You need to pay attention to the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, Claire said as she prepared to leave. Ryan was currently facing many enemies. In that instant, Claire suddenly realized something. From her perspective, it wasn't appropriate and shouldn't be dwelled on right now, lest it distract Ryan. Okay, Claire, thank you for your help. As they left the training room, Claire nodded and smiled at Lager, a greeting. Lager returned the smile. The next day, inside the Bishu Construction School's headquarters, Ryan was helping his mentor, Maguro, complete the construction of the second improved Hellfire Golem. With you here, the entire process has been more than doubled. Be sure to help next time you're free. Maguro gazed at the behemoth before him, clapped his hands, dusted it off, then took 2 gulps from his flat iron flask, sighing with satisfaction. No problem, mentor. If you ever need to make a golem, just let me know, Ryan said with a smile. With this improved Hellfire Golem, he now had 2. At the same time, at his request, 2 6-meter-tall golems were each slung over their backs with a 2-handed greatsword and a 2-handed warhammer over 4 meters long. Ryan, aren't these 2 weapons a little too large? They seem a bit out of place, said Mentor Maguro, wiping the wine stains from his beard. As if realizing something, he frowned slightly. With Maguro's experience, he could easily spot the discrepancy. They're a bit longer, but that's about right, said Ryan with a smile. Although he didn't explain it, he knew in his heart that these 2 massive weapons were primarily intended for his transformation into Dragon Man form. Although the Dragon Valley Secret Realm's upper limit for individual strength was epic, he might be expelled from the realm once he transformed into the Dragon King form. Fortunately, Ryan had 3 stages of transformation. In his first form, Dragon Warrior, and second form, Dragon Captain, his transformed power would approach epic, but not reach epic levels. With a hammer and a sword, 2 heavy weapons in hand, Ryan was confident he could sweep away legendary-level opponents in either his first or second form. Don't forget, Ryan, the epic-class King of Thousand Blades, had never been fully utilized in dragon form. After hearing the words of his prized disciple, Maguro naturally remained silent. Ryan, should we transport these two golems now? Maguro asked. Yes, master. Please arrange for an airship to transport them to Sword-Bearer headquarters. I arrange for someone to receive them. Okay, Audrey, contact the airship hall and have someone transport them there now. Okay, master. Audrey nodded immediately and left the lab. 2 more days passed, and the day of the preliminary examination finally arrived. It was the first Sunday of the harvest moon. Nearly 100 Imperial Legend-level warriors gathered at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp in the 6th ring of the Imperial capital of Tamriel. Ryan, Luther, and Harlowin had also arrived. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, and all were atop flying mounts several times the size of warhorses. Even with fewer than 100 men, they packed the camp, which stretched over several football fields. The Empire's territory was vast, its population numbering in the billions. But this small group was second only to the pinnacle of the Imperial Guardian Pyramid. These legendary warriors were no mere beginners. They were at least veteran legends. That's His Highness, the second Prince Everton, Luther whispered to Ryan beside him. Ryan followed Luther's gaze, and saw a slightly feminine young man sitting in the center of the podium, laughing and chatting with an elderly man nearby. At this moment, Ryan clearly felt many subtle gazes fixed on him, but most of them quickly looked away after a glance. After all, at their level of strength, they were very sensitive to stares. However, what made Ryan a little uncomfortable was that several eyes lingered on him from behind him to the right for a long time. This prolonged gaze and scrutiny had a certain air of impunity. Ryan glanced around seemingly casually, and immediately took in the faces of the men to his right. The leader was a middle-aged man with dreadlocks, riding a ferocious beast. A bone-eating vulture. The overall impression he gave was that he was not to be trifled with. The bone-eating vulture was several times the size of a common vulture, its eyes blood-red, its neck bare, devoid of feathers, only thick wrinkles of skin. Atop its tiny head, a single iron beak seemed exceptionally large. The word bone-eating clearly indicated that the bone-eating vulture's iron beak possessed incredible striking power, easily shattering the toughest bones, and sucking out the marrow. And judging by its flying mount, it was clear that the opponent was not alone. The 2 men beside him, though dressed differently, were also carrying bone-eating vultures, clearly indicating they were a group. This surprised Ryan slightly, as he didn't seem to recognize any of these 3. However, he still remembered their presence. Despite the chaotic aura of ferocious beasts at the scene, Ryan still keenly detected a hint of something strange. Huh? This seems to be the aura of dragon blood. Could this be a member of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. And indeed, these 3 people were just as Ryan suspected. While each of them publicly maintained official identities as a cover, they had secretly already joined the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. The dreadlock man in the lead was named Barnes, and the other 2 were Reagan and Bronson. The 3 had received a secret mission notification from Buchanan a few days ago, informing them that they would seek an opportunity to obtain the blood essence of this person, Ryan, during the retest in the secret realm. As one of the examiners for the Dragon Knight preliminary examination, the second prince naturally had no concerns about failing the initial test. But after learning about Ryan, the 3 of them all felt that this guy was a bit of a challenge, and not so easy to deal with. After all, Sculptor Harold's claim to be the strongest legend wasn't entirely exaggerated. Even Barnes, the strongest of the 3, thought that even with his bloodline transformation, he might have a chance to draw with Harold, but victory was highly unlikely. Harold's earth magic was too defensive. Yet the young man before him had actually managed to kill Harold, demonstrating his immense offensive power. However, there were 3 of them, so they still had some confidence. Buchanan had also prepared a set of sensory orbs for them to use within the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, the 3 could quickly gather together using the orb's internal connections and search for Ryan. This time, their primary goal was to assess Ryan's strength again based on his initial performance. Chapter 411. Following the brief opening remarks, the preliminary round of the Dragon Knight Reserve selection officially began. A powerful surge of magical energy flashed across the sky, and a white curtain of light suddenly appeared above the Dragon Knight Reserve camp, which resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. Looking down from above, it looked like a rice bowl with a lid. Or like a sealed can. "Now let's draw lots," a representative announced. A waiter walked over to the candidates, carrying a transparent glass box. Everyone could see that within the box was a stack of folded papers, emitting faint magical energy, as if to prevent anyone from using their mental powers or some other form of perception to detect the numbers written on the papers in advance. The rules of the preliminary round were simple. First, draw lots to determine the order, then engage in combat. The battle was limited to 3 minutes. Once the 3 minutes were up, the preliminary round ended, regardless of whether the opponent was defeated or not. Next, 5 examiners will conduct on-site scoring, calculating the total score. At the end of the preliminary exam, the total scores will be ranked and the top 30 will be selected. Additionally, the selection of opponents is also random. However, it's done using a rotating wheel. One of 7 options is chosen: Hurricane Elemental, Thunderstorm Elemental, Fire Pung Swarm, Stinging Giant Bee Swarm, Shadow Vulture, Frostwing Wind Serpent, and Bloodthirsty Dragon Hawk. The first 2 are legendary elemental creatures, with considerable strength and a high degree of immunity to physical attacks. The 2 in the middle are both group-based ferocious species. Overall, if they are in large numbers, they are also a reliable legendary force. If the examinee possesses group combat skills, the situation will be somewhat easier to handle. Without them, it will be quite frustrating. Even if they manage to win, they may end up exceeding the time limit or looking rather disastrous. While defeating the enemy within 3 minutes isn't mandatory, being attacked or failing to defeat them within 3 minutes will clearly result in a loss of points. The last 3 are all powerful flying ferocious species, all legendary level, each with their own unique combat characteristics. Of course, all 7 of these powerful creatures are ferocious species capable of flight. In other words, this battle tests the examinee's ability to control their flying mount in aerial combat. Of course, if the examinee can pin their opponent or force a ground battle, it's not against the rules. But achieving this is clearly extremely difficult. Number 13. As the waiter approached Ryan with the glass case, Ryan drew a card, opened it, and whispered, "Holy crap! I'm number 1. Luther couldn't help but gasp. You know, generally speaking, examiners need to warm up before grading. It's hard to give high scores to the first and second places. In other words, the scores will be more conservative, so naturally they be lower. Generally speaking, after the 10th place, the examiners have a better idea of what the appropriate score is. As Luther was taking the Dragon Knight Reserve exam for the second time, this naturally made him unhappy. Number 72. The number in Harlowin's hand was significantly lower than Ryan and Luther's, which made him feel a little relieved. After all, with so many powerful people present, it was good to observe them more. Luther's wheel drew a swarm of stinging giant bees. The giant stinger bee was roughly the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child, its tail adorned with a sharp, poisonous stinger that glowed black and purple. Its distinguishing features were its extreme speed and the turbulent airflow shielding its body, providing excellent defense against both physical and magical attacks. Another hallmark of the stinger bee was its signature sting, which fired like a stinger, possessing exceptional penetrating power. The power of a single giant stinger bee would be insignificant. A single liquefaction wizard could easily dispatch it. But now, Luther faced 100 of them. Buzz! The giant stinger bees, dozens of times larger than wasps, rushed towards Luther and the 2-headed chimera beneath him like a dark cloud. Luther, however, clamped his legs together, manipulating the chimera to launch an attack. Although Chimera Knight Luther clearly had the upper hand, as time passed, the giant stinger bees were swiftly dispatched by Luther, their corpses raining down on the ground. But by the time Luther cleared the board, the time limit had reached 3 minutes. This made Luther look unhappy. This was his second time participating, and he knew the length of his fight would be a significant penalty. In addition, since this was his first round, the examiners tended to be conservative in their scoring. 6. 7. Total 32, the waiter shouted. As expected, this score was quite high. Whether he could make it to the retest was uncertain. When Luther returned to the group, Ryan and Harlowin offered words of comfort. Next came the others. After examining a few candidates, Ryan realized that although the initial round had a 3-minute maximum, in reality, relatively few candidates actually managed to reach that limit. Those with strength often concluded the battle within a minute, and this type of person was likely to receive a higher score, making them the first tier. Those with less strength could generally conclude the battle in around 2 minutes. The score for this type of person was more difficult to predict, with significant fluctuations. This group comprised the largest number of people, and they were considered the second tier. The third tier consisted of those who had reached the 3-minute limit but still failed to defeat their opponent, and this group was relatively rare. So, despite the large number of people present, once the initial exam began, the pace was still very fast. On average, it took less than 2 minutes for the next person to take their turn. "Please introduce candidate number 9, Barnes," the waiter called out. "Oh, it's him. Ryan suddenly spotted a familiar figure entering the arena. The opponent, riding a hideous bone-eating vulture, arrived at the center of the arena. It was none other than one of the three people who had been observing him from the side. This time, he had drawn a bloodthirsty dragon eagle. This made Ryan narrow his eyes, and he watched with a hint of interest, wondering how he would respond. As a typical melee-focused, ferocious flying species, the bloodthirsty dragon hawk is quite similar to the bloodfeather hippogriff. But, clearly, as a legendary beast, it far surpasses the bloodfeather hippogriff. As its name suggests, the dragon hawk resembles a cross between a dragon and an eagle. Its head resembles an eagle, with a sharp red beak and exceptionally large wings, comparable to those of a butterfly, covered in blood-red feathers. Its body resembles a dragon, covered in red scales, its hind legs are thick, and it possesses a pair of sharp claws. As the bloodthirsty dragon hawk was released from the iron fence on one side of the camp, it immediately spotted the bone-gnawing vultures on the field. With a cry, it charged towards them with all its might. With every flap of its broad wings, the dragon eagle's speed surged. Shoo! Just when everyone expected the dragon eagle to resort to direct melee, the bloodthirsty dragon eagle suddenly inhaled and exhaled a stream of fire from a distance of more than 10 meters from Barnes. At this moment, many people remembered that the bloodthirsty dragon eagle also possessed the breath ability common to dragons, called Dragon Eagle Breath, which dealt powerful fire damage. Faced with this breath attack, most people expected Barnes to take a safe approach, either dodging or employing defensive tactics to resist the sorcery. But to everyone's astonishment, Barnes chose to counterattack. Faced with the incoming conical Dragon Eagle Breath, Barnes's entire body suddenly swelled, red scales appearing on his body. The bone-chewing vulture beneath his crotch seemed to be affected by something, suddenly diving from midair. Roar! Barnes, in his dragon-man form, suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a breath of fire at the bloodthirsty dragon eagle. Instantly, the two flaming breaths collided fiercely in midair. For a moment, the flames raged. It was as if two flamethrowers were clashing, and waves of heat rolled across the surroundings. Ryan, observing from the side, was quite surprised by Barnes in his dragon-man form. The other person's form was strikingly similar to his own, after his first stage of transformation as a dragon warrior, with a short tail and a similar height, about 4 or 5 meters. Also, the other person seemed to be of red dragon bloodline, but for some reason, the red dragon scales had a faint black tint. This matched Claire's information, and was likely related to the potion he had taken while in the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Just as Ryan's thoughts shifted, the situation in the battle suddenly shifted. Suddenly, the dragon eagle's breath ceased. Its beak was firmly grasped by a thick dragon claw. After transforming, Barnes, taking advantage of the visual barrier caused by the collision of two flaming breaths, rushed forward. Unable to open its beak, it naturally couldn't breathe. Faced with this situation, the bloodthirsty dragon eagle seemed extremely angry. Blood vessels suddenly emerged from its body, like earthworms, and expanded rapidly. This is its innate ability, bloodthirst. Another candidate beside Ryan said. But despite the dragon eagle's bloodthirst, its power increased, and its struggles were fierce. The dragon claw remained firmly gripped on its head, unmoving. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the dragon eagle struggled even more desperately. Snap! As the dragon claw closed, the dragon eagle's head was crushed like a watermelon. This was a dragon eagle of legendary strength, and even one with the toughest skull, yet Barnes, in his dragon-man form, crushed it with a single blow. Such strength. Is this the bloodline of the red dragon? In just 5 seconds? The others gasped. At this moment, Barnes's body began to shrink rapidly, transforming back into human form. The bone-gnawing vulture beneath him roared excitedly a few times before quickly landing beside the dead, bloodthirsty dragon eagle, carrying Barnes and devouring its remains. Barnes didn't stop his mount's actions. Instead, he glanced around, his gaze lingering briefly on Ryan. Ryan could see a subtle hint of defiance in its gaze. It was as if to say, "Look, I've done it, now it's your turn." Interesting. 10! Including second Prince Everton, everyone gave it a perfect score of 10. The total score was 50, and the first candidate to receive a perfect score appeared. The next few candidates were also quite capable, with 2 finishing the battle within a minute. But with Barnes, the 5-second man, as a shining example, the remaining candidates' highest score was only 45. "Please introduce candidate number 13, Ryan," the waiter shouted. This drew Luther and Halloween's attention to Ryan. They were also curious to see how long it would take him, and whether he could possibly surpass Barnes' 5-second time. As Ryan entered the arena, many in the crowd began to whisper. Although Ryan had an impressive record, many people didn't know him. Seeing his youthful appearance, they began to ask about him, and the conversation quickly began to boil. After all, quite a few candidates knew Ryan, and they immediately began discussing his past achievements. So he's the Ryan who killed Harold. That's quite interesting. I heard he's a metal wizard? Sir Ryan, please spin the turntable, the waiter said respectfully. Okay. Ryan stepped forward and turned the needle on the turntable, which began to spin rapidly. To avoid interference from the contestants were required to leave after the spin. Ryan naturally left the platform, where the turntable was located. The needle finally slowly stopped, and it was pointing to the thunderstorm element. Such bad luck. Luther and Harlewan exchanged glances. They both knew that Ryan, a metal wizard, was extremely vulnerable against the thunderstorm elemental. Why? Metal conducts electricity. No matter what metal-based attack spells were used, even wielding metal weapons against the thunderstorm elemental, they would be extremely passive. The paralyzing effect of the powerful electric current would make the entire battle extremely difficult. Clearly, the score wouldn't be very high. Of course, the two felt that Ryan would have no problem defeating the thunderstorm elemental, though it might be more difficult, and he would even be slightly embarrassed if struck by lightning. Sir Ryan, if you are ready, we will begin the summoning, the waiter said, bowing slightly. Begin, Ryan nodded. At the same time, he controlled the blood feather hippogriff under his crotch and flew towards the center of the arena. Seeing Ryan nod in agreement, the three crystal wizards on the south side of the field immediately began their summoning. A long-prepared thunderstorm crystal core was placed within the summoning formation. With a low incantation, a massive dark cloud, shrouded in raging winds, was soon summoned. It was none other than the legendary elemental creature, the thunderstorm elemental. The thunderstorm elemental differs most significantly from the hurricane elemental in two key ways. First, in color. Unlike the white-gray hurricane elemental, the thunderstorm elemental is a dark gray. Second, and perhaps most significantly, the thunderstorm elemental's funnel-shaped dark cloud is constantly streaked with lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Once the lightning within its body is released, it becomes a lightning attack. Lightning is a formidable force. It travels at the speed of light, making it impossible to dodge, only to withstand it. The only solution is to counterattack or interrupt the thunderstorm elemental before it launches its attack. As soon as the thunderstorm elemental was summoned, it soared towards Ryan. As it drew closer, the thunder within its funnel-shaped, dark cloud-like form intensified. It was clear that the thunderstorm elemental could unleash a lightning strike at any moment. At this moment, Ryan silently chanted a spell and pointed at the thunderstorm elemental. Metal cage. Instantly, a square metal cage enclosed the thunderstorm elemental. Although it caused no damage, Ryan's sorcery still slowed the thunderstorm elemental's movements, halting its intended lightning strike. The reason was simple. Metal conducts electricity. Even if the thunderstorm elemental launched a lightning attack, it would not harm Ryan, but would be absorbed by the metal fence surrounding it. Although lightning wouldn't harm the thunderstorm elemental itself, its attack would clearly be ineffective. Thus, the thunderstorm elemental chose to first penetrate the metal cage before unleashing its lightning strike. The thunderstorm elemental's hourglass-shaped form flickered briefly, and then, its entire dark cloud form emerged from the metal cage. The barrier lasted less than a second. Seeing this scene, many of the onlookers wondered if Ryan had made a tactical mistake. After all, whether it was a hurricane elemental or a thunderstorm elemental, these high-level elemental creatures lacked a physical form beyond their crystal cores. Casting this kind of metal magic wouldn't be enough to trap the opponent, and it would be a waste of mental energy. However, just as the thunderstorm elemental emerged from the metal cage, a fine metal mesh, barely the size of a fingernail and shimmering with a silvery magical aura, appeared before it. Snap! The sharp metal mesh pierced through the thunderstorm elemental's dark cloud form. The crowd was a little surprised by the speed with which Ryan cast this spell, but they also disagreed with Ryan's continued choice of metal-based attacks. This was because the thunderstorm elemental was highly immune to metal-based attacks. In contrast, using fire-based magic would be much more effective. However, before anyone could say anything, the entire thunderstorm elemental suddenly vanished like ash. On the ground, only a few shattered thunderstorm crystal cores remained. This surprised everyone, but they quickly realized why. Ryan's strike instantly shattered the thunderstorm element's crystal core. Some of the stronger candidates even understood why Ryan had just cast those two spells. It turned out that Ryan's first spell was intended to disrupt the thunderstorm element's initial attack. At the same time, Ryan anticipated that the thunderstorm element would inevitably absorb the electrical energy it was contracting, allowing it to quickly escape its metal cage. So, he unleashed his second spell, a fine metal mesh that instantly shattered the thunderstorm element's crystal core. A single strike. His. 3 seconds? That's the fastest yet, right? In just 3 seconds, Ryan secured victory. The 3 members of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, who were observing Ryan's strength from the sidelines. Barnes, Reagan, and Bronson. While appearing calm, their hearts skipped a beat. Reagan and Bronson, in particular, exchanged a brief glance, each catching a glimpse of shock. Because Ryan's combat response was impeccable. Facing the Thunderstorm Elemental, which should be the most effective against Metal-type wizards, he was able to instantly counterattack and defeat them. What a remarkable level of combat awareness. Not to mention them, even most of the people present, though among the top legendary warriors, could only manage this feat. Another complication was that the battle was so short that they couldn't fully assess Ryan's strength. Not being able to obtain more information made them feel a bit daunted. After all, if you are strong, knowing your strengths and combat habits allows for targeted preparation. But the entire battle took only 3 seconds, using only 2 spells, so the information gained was far too limited. This added a touch of uncertainty to the trio's subsequent plans within the secret realm. Of the 3, Barnes was the strongest. But at this moment, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. When Ryan drew the Thunderstorm Elemental enemy, Barnes had considered several possible responses, but none were as concise and efficient as Ryan's. 10! 10! For examiners in quick succession gave the full score of 10. At this moment, the smiling second Prince Everton slowly raised his scoreboard, which also prominently displayed a 10. This caused the examinees present to gasp in delight. This is the second perfect score. A perfect score, no matter how it's ranked, has already advanced to the second round of interviews. A hint of surprise also flashed across Ryan's eyes. In his view, his refusal of the second prince's offer to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood had been an offense. But judging by the current situation, the other party doesn't seem to mind. They even gave him a perfect score on this preliminary exam. This. Chapter 412. However, Ryan thought again and remembered what Claire had warned him about. Second Prince Everton wasn't as friendly as he appeared. If I were to use an animal metaphor, perhaps, a venomous snake would be more appropriate. The other party must be waiting for an opportunity. Ryan's eyes flickered, as if a thought had occurred to him. At this moment, the next candidate took the stage, which refocused Ryan's attention on the field. The ensuing battle was spectacular, and it also allowed Ryan to gain a deeper understanding of the Empire's wealthy families, the descendants and disciples of various wizarding schools, and the swordsmanship. Halloween's opponent was a hurricane elemental. Though he ultimately defeated it successfully, his overall performance wasn't much different from Luther's, hovering around the passing line. Next, please introduce number 81, Lambert, the waiter called out. A middle-aged man, carrying a two-handed greatsword, stood with his arms folded across his chest, atop a rare flying manta ray, slowly flying toward the front of the arena. That's right. Standing, not riding. When Ryan looked around earlier, his gaze had caught sight of him, as the middle-aged man's gaze had lingered behind him for a long moment, but at the time, he hadn't paid much attention. Candidates like these, carrying two-handed great swords and pursuing the path of knighthood, were relatively common in the preliminary rounds. While there were some formidable figures among them, their strength varied widely. Sometimes, for 4 or 5 rounds in a row, even legendary-level knight candidates couldn't defeat their opponents within 3 minutes. But hearing the other man's name had suddenly caught Ryan's eye. He immediately remembered the man Lambert, mentioned earlier by Tide Sword Saint disciple Carl. Although there are many people with the same name in the world, Ryan instinctively felt that the Lambert before him must be the Lambert Carl had mentioned. I didn't expect Lambert to be here, Luther said beside him, his face grim. Oh! Luther, do you know him? Harlewan asked curiously. Yes, remember Carl? Luther asked back. I remember, he was the disciple of the Tide Sword Saint defeated by Lord Ryan, right? Harlewan nodded. Yes, this is the Tide Sword Saint's chief disciple, Lambert. What? It's him! Harlewan exclaimed, his face changing. Immediately, he looked at Ryan beside him. Clearly, in Harlewan's view, Lambert's appearance was likely aimed at Ryan. Ryan, however, remained calm as he nodded, saying, It seems my guess was correct. On the field, Lambert's wheel drew his opponent, the Shadow Vulture, a ferocious creature with shadow-based abilities. After the wheel was drawn, Lambert, still standing upright on the flying manta, arms folded across his chest, slowly flew toward the center of the field. Chew! At that moment, the thick metal fence at the side of the field lifted upward, and a massive eagle-like creature, completely black and shrouded in black air, burst out with a cry. Its wingspan exceeded 8 meters, and it flew at an extremely fast speed. The Shadow Vulture is fast, with strong defense and attack power. It's a good opportunity to see how Lambert's strength has evolved. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago. Even with my current strength, I'm no match for him back then, Luther said gravely. Luther's words naturally piqued Ryan's interest. At this moment, the Shadow Eagle spotted Lambert in the center of the arena and immediately flapped its wings, charging towards the Tide Sword Master senior disciple. Lambert, however, remained calm, his arms folded, his face placid, atop the flying manta ray. He hadn't even drawn his great sword, acting as if the Shadow Eagle were nothing. That's a bit overconfident, Harlowen muttered. He felt Lambert was being a bit too pretentious. Suddenly, a shift occurred in the arena. As if on command from its master, the flying manta ray, carrying Lambert, arms folded, also charged towards the attacking Shadow Eagle. Just as the two were about to collide. Suddenly, Lambert's right hand, like lightning, drew his great sword from behind his back and slashed forward. In an instant, 7 or 8 silver arcs of light erupted from the Shadow Eagle's location. Arcs of light shot vertically, horizontally, and sideways, but all of them vanished in a flash. The next second, the two barely crossed paths. Lambert, meanwhile, remained folded across his chest, his two-handed sword having been sheathed back at some point, as if never unsheathed. As for the Shadow Vulture, it seemed to be under a spell of stiffness, its wings spread out flat, motionless as it plummeted towards the ground. But before it hit the ground, a hissing sound echoed from its body. 7 or 8 blood-filled arrows shot out from all parts of the Shadow Vulture's body, and the next second, it disintegrated in midair with a crash. The crowd of onlookers erupted in exclamations. Hiss. This is the 8-section Tide Slash. The ultimate technique created by the Tide Sword Saint in his youth? Yes, this is Lambert, the chief disciple of the Tide Sword Master. I'd heard he'd been training hard, but I didn't expect he'd also come to participate in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. Ryan saw clearly. In that instant, Lambert swung out 8 sword strikes, his speed the fastest of anyone he had ever seen. You have to remember that Lambert wielded a heavier two-handed great sword, not a lighter one-handed sword like a knight's long sword or a half-handed sword. In a single second, he completed the entire sequence of actions, drawing the sword, striking 8 times, and sheathing it, quickly. Furthermore, Ryan keenly noticed something. In the instant before the opponent's attack unleashed, a seemingly tangible aura seemed to influence the Shadow Eagle. This caused the legendary Shadow Eagle to freeze for a moment, almost powerlessly taking Lambert's 8 strikes. Otherwise, the Shadow Eagle would have more or less dodged the vital points and avoided being instantly killed. It must be his spiritual will, a considerable portion of which has been transformed into a more condensed sword faith. This sudden burst of faith caused the Shadow Eagle to momentarily lose focus and lose the initiative. Against an opponent with such rapid attack speed, losing the initiative means being passive, or even, as in this case, being instantly killed. Ryan pondered. With this kind of strength, I'm no match, Harlowen said with a serious expression. Stronger than 5 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, he should have reached the level of a half-step sword saint, Luther said solemnly. Sir Ryan, be careful. Ryan nodded, gazing at Lambert, who remained calm in the arena. In fact, after arriving in the imperial capital of Tamriel, Lambert had originally intended to challenge Ryan directly. However, after listening to the advice of the Drum family, he decided to join the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. After all, under the current situation in the imperial capital, engaging in a life-or-death duel with an imperial adamantine-rank swordsman was unwise. But within the secret realm, the situation was different. Because of the presence of other people and other creatures within the secret realm, if Ryan died, the peculiarities of the Dragon Valley secret realm would prevent the Empire from sending personnel back to investigate. The matter would likely remain unresolved. So Lambert decided to wait until he entered the secret realm to make his move. At this point, the candidate's attention was focused on Ryan. Because before Lambert, although many had achieved a kill speed of 10 seconds, Ryan's kill speed was still the fastest, taking only 3 seconds. Now Lambert had appeared. Even including the time it took for the Shadow Eagle to be dismembered midair, that strike had only taken 2 seconds. If only the time it took Lambert to deliver the fatal blow was counted, it was a guaranteed instant kill. It probably took less than a second. So, naturally, everyone compared Lambert to Ryan. However, in the center of the field, Lambert didn't glance at Ryan, seemingly oblivious, as he slowly flew back to the crowd, controlling the flying manta. But precisely because of this, Ryan concluded that there was a high probability that the opponent was suspicious. He had learned that Lambert was close to Greenwood and had a close personal relationship with the Durham family. Yet, under these circumstances, he paid no attention to him at all. This was the biggest problem. Add to that the reminder Carl, also a disciple of the Tide Sword Master, had given before leaving that day. It's likely that the other party was trying to avoid suspicion. As for why, Ryan had a plan in mind. After Lambert finished, 2 more people took the stage, officially concluding the preliminary round. After sorting the candidates, Second Prince Everton read out the names of the top 30 candidates. The following are those who will advance to the re-examination. Congratulations to everyone who passed the preliminary round. See you at the Astrologer's Terrace 3 days from now. Unfortunately, neither Luther nor Harlowen made it into the top 30. In contrast, the 3 from the Dragon Scale Brotherhood all made it to the re-examination. After comforting Luther, who had failed twice, Ryan returned to the mansion. However, as soon as Ryan entered the mansion, he noticed several familiar figures. The first person who caught Ryan's eye was Jennifer, a beautiful woman in a purple, one-shoulder silk gown. She was holding her mother Emma's hand, chatting animatedly. Nearby stood a man and a woman, Fandral, leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, and his sister Georgia. Jennifer? When did you arrive in the Imperial capital? Ryan asked in surprise, nodding to Fandral and Georgia. Lord Ryan, the tall Fandral and the youthful and energetic Georgia immediately saluted. Just arrived, Jennifer said, smiling as she stood up upon seeing Ryan's return. Although she spoke little, the beautiful woman's eyes, watery as she gazed at him, spoke of emotions that needed no words. And, surrounded by people, words were impossible to express. Ryan nodded and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Have you spoken to the kitchen? Arrange the dinner properly. It's all arranged. His mother, Emma, was even happier than Ryan at the arrival of the beautiful woman Jennifer. Before the servants could reply, she spoke. Okay, mother. You two can chat. With that, Ryan smiled and gestured to the Vandal siblings. They immediately understood and followed him to the outer courtyard. The 3 of them strolled around the courtyard, chatting. What's the situation like in Munster lately? Ryan asked. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Fandral and his sister Georgia exchanged a glance and said, Munster, as the provincial capital, doesn't pose a major security issue. However, the situation in the various county towns below is not very good. Since you left, the cult's activities have become more active. Also, I heard from Lord Very that there have been several cases of ancient creatures resurrecting, and the swordsmen in the branch suffered heavy casualties during the response. Fandral thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Originally, after arriving in Munster with the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, he thought he could rest. After all, Munster province was far safer than Marne province, located on the northern border of the empire. But with the reappearance of the demon-tail 3-headed sea dragon, the security situation in Munster province took a sharp turn for the worse. Also, the demonic-tail 3-headed sea dragon has reappeared in the waters of Meister and Rosby County, even more powerful than before. It's said the Empire has sent more than 1 Lord Guardian, but they've been unable to defeat it. The demonic-tail 3-headed sea dragon? Ryan frowned slightly. He was, of course, familiar with the demonic-tail 3-headed sea dragon, an epic ancient creature. It was the Red Queen Menia who had dealt with it the last time. Unexpectedly, they returned, even more powerful, requiring multiple Imperial Guardians to resist. It seems the ancient texts claiming the demon-tail 3-headed sea dragon possessed demigod power in its prime are groundless. Yes, Fandral nodded. As the mercenary leader, he was well informed, but the transfer of Imperial Guardians was top secret, and he didn't know which ones were involved. After a sumptuous dinner, the beautiful woman Jennifer, under the pretext of reporting on the Chamber of Commerce's operations, finally found an opportunity to spend some time together. She accompanied Ryan to the 2nd-floor study. Click. As the door closed, the beautiful woman, who had imbibed a good deal of aged wine during dinner, paused, reached back, and locked the door. Then, Jennifer leaned gently against the wall. Her beautiful, rosy face, as delicate as a flower, her eyes brimming with water, gazed lovingly at Ryan. Ryan, walking in front of the beautiful woman, paused briefly when he heard the door lock, but then understood what was going on. He turned with a smile and looked at Jennifer. For Jennifer, it had been 2 months since she'd played cards, a tremendous ordeal for someone her age. Before, when Ryan wasn't around, she'd just endured it. But now, there was no need to endure it. The beautiful woman brushed her hair away from her forehead, her eyes radiating a shimmering light. She lowered her eyes slightly, shyly, and then walked towards Ryan. She embraced Ryan with her snow-white arms. The beautiful woman threw herself at him, so Ryan naturally wanted to. 10,000 words omitted here. For 2 months, the two hadn't seen each other, so the card game in the study naturally couldn't be limited to just one round. Furthermore, to prevent any noise from being heard, the beautiful woman tightly gripped the small piece of lace fabric. Over an hour later, the beautiful woman, her face radiating satisfaction and joy, lazily reclined on the leather sofa and reported on her recent progress. "By the way, dear, take a look at that first," Jennifer said, pointing to a wooden box she had placed on the coffee table by the entrance. Curious, Ryan walked over and opened it. Inside, he saw 12 soul crystals. "I used the gold coins you gave me last time, plus the recent profits from the Chamber of Commerce and the auction house, to purchase these," the beautiful woman said with a smile. Ryan was at a loss for words. Although he had now reached the 3rd level of crystallization wizard, the effectiveness of the soul crystals had been greatly reduced, but Jennifer didn't know this. She was still in Minster, doing her best to help him acquire the soul energy crystal. So this was the reason Jennifer insisted on staying in Minster. This made Ryan feel a warm feeling in his heart. Chapter 413. "Jennifer, how about you stay in the imperial capital and let someone else take care of Munster?" The beautiful woman smiled faintly and said, "My dear, I know you're concerned for my safety. However, although the situation in Munster is turbulent, business is actually much better than before. Besides, I won't leave Munster. You've arranged for the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group for me, so my safety will be fine for the short term. Besides, if I stay in the imperial capital, what can I do?" After thinking for a moment, Ryan nodded. Indeed. What would Jennifer do in the imperial capital? His business empire hasn't yet expanded to the imperial capital. Perhaps, after this secret realm mission is over, he can join forces with Luther, Halloween, and the others to expand. If necessary, he can contact the Stewart family, where Alyosha is from. After Jennifer returned to her room to rest, Ryan thought for a moment and picked up the wooden box again. He opened the box and grabbed all 12 soul energy crystals. Ding! Soul energy crystals that can enhance the crystallization of spiritual power have been detected. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: systematic absorption removes impurities and allows for complete absorption all at once. Yes! Instantly, Ryan felt the number of small crystals rapidly increase within the silver liquid in his spiritual sea. The liquid began to resemble liquid honey, with a hint of crystallization. However, this process lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Ryan felt a sense of lingering regret. Although the number of small crystals was noticeably increasing, the increase was far less than that of the ancient Dragon Soul potion he had taken previously. Ryan looked at the system attribute panel. Spirit, 132, crystallization 17%. After taking the Dragon Soul potion, the crystallization progress was 13%. Now, after consuming 12 soul energy crystals, it's only increased by 4%? Looking at the fluctuation in the value, Ryan raised a brow and muttered to himself. So, 3 soul energy crystals only increased it by 1%. This is still in the early stages of crystallization. If it were in the middle or late stages. Thinking of this, Ryan frowned slightly. No wonder so many talented wizards are stuck at the crystallization stage. If he didn't have a system and various rare potions to take, it would take at least dozens, or even hundreds of years to push the crystallization progress to over 90%. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the reception room of a luxurious mansion in the 3rd ring, 3 members of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, who had participated in the Dragon Knight preliminary exam with Ryan, sat at one side of a long table, discussing something with the person across from them. If Ryan were there, he'd notice the man across from him was also an old acquaintance. "Buchanan. How's it going? You've made your initial observations, right? Are you confident?" Buchanan smiled. Mr. Buchanan, to be honest, if I were alone against this Ryan, I wouldn't even have time to dodge," Reagan said first. "I'm almost there, Mr. Buchanan. The opponent's strength is even greater than your last intelligence indicated," Bronson said, his face grim. After hearing the 2 men's answers, Buchanan didn't show any dismay or disappointment. Instead, he looked at Barnes, who sat between them. He knew that this man was the strongest of the 3. "What about Sir Barnes?" Buchanan asked. "It's hard to say, 50-50. The other party showed very little in the initial test. Unless," Barnes said after a pause. "Unless what?" Buchanan pressed. "Unless, if the 3 of us can work together, our chances of winning should be over 90%. Barnes thought for a moment and said, Barnes had a basis for this statement. Because the three of them had similar temperaments and ages, and were all members of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, they often practiced combat coordination. Although Reagan and Bronson were weaker than him, the three of them worked well together. If they fought together, they could at least match two of him. Upon hearing this, Buchanan burst into laughter and said, "Sir Barnes, I'm here to solve this problem. As everyone knows, after teleporting into the secret realm, everyone's position is randomized. However, Your Highness has already come up with a solution. These are 3 positioning crystals that Your Highness has urgently crafted." As Buchanan spoke, he produced a brown wooden box and placed it on the table. He opened it and held it facing the 3 of them. These 3 positioning crystals have been specially treated, allowing them to locate each other even in the unique conditions of the secret realm. With these, the 3 of you can quickly reunite after entering the secret realm. I think, with your combined strength, we should have no problem taking down this Ryan. Buchanan smiled. Seeing the gleaming prismatic crystals in the wooden box, the 3 of them glanced at each other. Reagan and Bronson, in particular, burst into laughter and said, "Sir Buchanan, please convey our gratitude to Your Highness." "Rest assured, Your Highness and Lord Buchanan, with this, we will definitely complete our mission." Even the usually reserved Barnes smiled and nodded, saying, "Lord Buchanan, wait for our good news." "Very good. By the way, this is the blood essence extractor," Buchanan said with a smile, pointing to another square box he had brought nearby. "Rest well, everyone. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." A similar scene unfolded within the Durham family mansion, within the inner ring of the imperial capital. In the luxurious banquet hall, the long dining table was overflowing with sumptuous food, yet a constant stream of maids continued to arrive, carrying various delicacies. The table held only 2 people, Lambert, the Tide Sword Saint's senior disciple, who was devouring his food, and Duke Durham, who sat at the head of the table with a smile on his face. Half an hour later, Lord Lambert, after observing this initial test, "Are you confident?" Duke Durham asked, only after the other party had eaten and drunk their fill. "A very good opponent. Fighting him should help me reach the level of a teacher," said the muscular Lambert, wiping his mouth with a white tablecloth. "Then I'm relieved," Duke Durham smiled. He naturally understood Lambert's subtext. The next morning. Early in the morning, the capable young woman Alina, accompanied by Major General Tadia, arrived at the Ryan residence. In the study. "Good morning, Lord Ryan," Alina said with a broad smile. She had heard that Lord Ryan had passed the preliminary Dragon Rider test. "Sir Ryan, congratulations on successfully passing the preliminary Dragon Rider selection test." Major General Tadia's first words upon meeting Ryan were congratulations. "Thank you, Your Excellency Tadia." "Alina, please take a seat," Ryan said with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tadia sat up straight, her well-tailored Major General uniform perfectly framing her feminine curves. "Your Excellency Ryan, I've come to give you a special communication device used within the secret realm." As she spoke, Tadia opened a dark wooden box she carried with her, and pulled out a thin crystal sheet emitting a faint magical aura. She handed it to Ryan. Ryan raised a brow, and immediately took it, examining it carefully. The thin crystal sheet, about the size of a cell phone from his past life, was made entirely of a transparent material. Strange patterns were engraved on both the front and back, resembling a circuit board from his past life. This communication device is very simple to use. While in the secret realm, you only need to inject a trace of mental energy to communicate. After a brief pause, Ryan asked, "Communicate? Is it communication between other mission participants, or with headquarters?" Tadia apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan, I didn't make it clear. The device's communication is limited to two-way communication between you and headquarters. Direct communication between the executioners is not possible. This special communication device has a one-way communication function, even in extreme circumstances. This means that even in the midst of spatial turbulence, headquarters at the Astrologer's Terrace can still transmit messages to you. Only with headquarters? Logically speaking, if a group of people share a common mission objective, wouldn't it be more reasonable for them to communicate with each other? Is it to avoid some risk?" Although Ryan was a little confused, he didn't ask further questions. Instead, he nodded and said, "I understand." Secondly, this device has another function, positioning. All personnel carrying out missions within the secret realm can check whether the 3 rift closers have reached their designated locations and opened. "Can they locate each other?" Ryan asked again. "No," Tadia shook her head. "Everyone's location will only be displayed in the command center of the astronomy platform. This is also to prevent unexpected situations. For example, if there are spies among the mission personnel, Tadia added, but paused. I understand, Ryan nodded. There's a reason for this indeed. Indeed, this arrangement is quite clever. The locations of all personnel will only be displayed in the command center of the astronomy platform, preventing the possibility of individual personnel being infiltrated by cults or other organizations and deliberately sabotaging the mission. At the same time, unified coordination and command from the command center will allow for the rational deployment of personnel and avoid disputes between different departments and teams. So what is my main mission this time? Ryan asked, looking at Tadia. You haven't been assigned a specific mission yet. I'm simply serving as a backup for this operation, Tadia smiled. Tadia's words clearly surprised Ryan. No mission assigned? That is fine. However, as a candidate, you will have a mission during the re-examination. You can complete the assessment mission in the secret realm first. Yes. Ryan nodded. By the way, Your Excellency Ryan, there's one more thing you should be careful of, Tadia said, her face grave, as if she had thought of something. Some of the creatures within the secret realm may have undergone a certain degree of mutation due to the invasion of the void beasts. Therefore, the information you viewed last time is for reference only. Okay, I understand. Ryan immediately recalled the memory crystal General Augustus had given him, which contained information about the secret realm. The crystal contained information about the Dragon Valley secret realm. The Dragon Valley, as the name suggests, roughly resembles a massive circular valley. The valley is surrounded by a ring of towering mountains, and beyond them lie various void currents. The area enclosed by these mountains is the true Dragon Valley, home to a diverse range of terrain and vegetation, swamps, meadows, forests, deserts, and a variety of vegetation and ferocious species. Many ferocious species are unique to the secret realm, each with its own distinct abilities. Even legendary warriors must be cautious in dealing with them. Now that these ferocious species have mutated, they are naturally even more difficult to deal with. Sir Ryan, Alina, I have matters to attend to, so I take my leave now. By the way, the special communication device is quite complex and time-consuming to create, so please ensure its safekeeping. Yes, Sir Tadia. 2 days passed in a flash. The day of the re-examination. The astrologer's terrace in the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace was heavily guarded. Dozens of airships filled the sky, interspersed among them were teams of Griffin Knights. On the ground, sentries stood every 5 steps and sentries every 10 steps, all guarded by the Imperial Guards. Ryan and the other examinees participating in the re-examination were currently in the starry sky-roofed hall of the astrologer's platform. Everyone, next, His Excellency Darian, the Imperial Grand Astrologer, will announce the re-examination judging criteria. An elderly man, with a nearly meter-long white goatee, dressed in a gray robe and holding a wooden cane, approached the group with a smile. Huh? Ryan raised his eyebrows. As the name suggests, an astrologer is a wizard proficient in astrology and prophetic magic. Individual combat power is generally not very strong. If a first-level wizard is proficient in astrology, they can naturally be called an astrologer. This is similar to the case of a first-level wizard proficient in a certain type of divination, who can naturally be called a fortune-teller. Grand astrologers are generally designated as third-level crystallized wizards and above. After all, astrology requires a strong mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the accuracy of astrology. But now it seemed that the Grand Astrologer before him, Lord Darian, was at least a Grand Astrologer of the Dawn Wizard level, perhaps even stronger. Because even as he appeared before him, Ryan could barely sense his presence. Also, this wasn't the first time he had heard Lord Darian's name. Claire had previously mentioned to him a prophecy he had made. The gist of it was that the current turmoil in the Empire was only the beginning. Ryan remembered this vividly. Later, the Grand Astrologers of the Empire will activate the ancient teleportation array leading to the secret realm of Dragon Valley. Then you will enter this most important secret realm for the Empire, and you will also meet the Empire's most acclaimed dragons. Of course, the young ones. Your mission this time is to gain the approval of a young dragon. Help them solve a problem, and they inflict a dragon language mark on you. Difficulty? Ryan pondered. Many people below began to whisper. Most people didn't quite understand what this difficulty meant. Grand Astrologer Lord Dalian had clearly heard the discussion. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, solving a problem is actually quite easy to understand. For example, young dragons need to hunt for blood. If you help them capture a favorite prey, you gain their favor. Generally speaking, 1 or 2 hunts earn you a dragon language mark. So that's how it is. After hearing Dalian's explanation, Everyone's faces lit up with enlightenment and relief. So, it seems like obtaining this dragon language mark isn't difficult. Since there are only 6 spots left in the final assessment, the more marks, the better. Those with the most marks will naturally have a higher chance of gaining the dragon's favor upon their return, because you've helped their offspring. After hearing this, all the candidates, including Ryan, basically understood. Obtaining a single dragon language mark isn't difficult. The challenge lies in obtaining as many as possible to secure a spot in the top 6. By the way, here's a little tip. It's best to choose a descendant of a particular dragon's bloodline for your quest. For example, if you choose a red dragon, try to choose red dragon offspring throughout the rest of the process. If dragon language marks of different bloodlines are mixed, their effect will be slightly weaker than if they were obtained from a single bloodline, said the great astrologer Dalian with a slight smile. Finally, you only have 24 hours. Once that time is up, you will be forcibly pulled back due to the teleportation mark you just applied. This is also to ensure your safety. Also, void beasts have appeared in the secret realm, so everyone needs to be vigilant during the mission. With the precautions finished, the group passed through the heavily guarded circular corridor and headed deeper underground. Soon, the candidates, including Ryan, arrived at a spacious underground hall. The moment they entered the hall, they were greeted by a striking, ancient stone archway towering in the center, approximately 20 meters high. The archway was rectangular in shape, its lintel and doorframe made of some dark stone, engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns. Intermittent flashes of energy, like electric currents, flickered through the patterns. Even from over 100 meters away, an ancient and mysterious aura filled them. Is this the ancient portal leading to the secret realm of Dragon Valley? Ryan surveyed the ancient stone archway in amazement. The other candidates also shared a look of astonishment. At this moment, Grand Astrologer Dalian, accompanied by 5 elderly men, arrived directly in front of the stone archway. His 5 Dawn Wizards. What a grand gesture! Soon, with a surge of powerful sorceress energy, the 5 Dawn Wizards, standing in a pentagram formation, launched a massive sorcery formation at the ancient stone gate, blasting a beam of energy as thick as a water jar. Instantly, a strange light curtain suddenly appeared within the stone archway. Everyone could clearly see the scene beyond. The sky was dotted with stars, a dazzling spectacle, as if it were night in the Dragon Valley secret realm. All candidates, enter in order, shouted a leading Imperial Guard commander. As Ryan and the other 30 candidates entered the light gate one by one, 3 groups of people suddenly appeared from the side of the hall. 3 men in sword-bearing attire, a 4-man team in military uniform, and 3 men in Imperial Guard uniform. In addition, 1 person in each of the 3 teams carried something resembling a suitcase. Everyone, you may enter as well. Several people nodded. Just as they were about to enter, a powerful energy surge suddenly erupted from afar. This surge was so powerful that it rivaled the sorceress energy surge that had opened the secret realm's gate. This caused everyone present to turn their heads and look towards the southeast of the imperial capital. That was the direction the energy had come from. This is a Dawn Wizard with white hair and beard within the pentagram array said thoughtfully. Oh no! They're forcing their way into our teleportation channel. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Quick! Get in! We need to terminate this teleportation array immediately. After hearing the old man's words, the 3 teams exchanged glances and immediately rushed into the secret realm. No, stopping here isn't enough. They've already connected to the secret realm. We need to send someone to interrupt their teleportation immediately, said the great astrologer Dalian, his face darkening. Chapter 414. At this moment, the command hall on the 2nd floor of the astrologer's platform was bustling with activity. The incredibly powerful energy fluctuations had naturally alerted everyone present. Marshal, should Lord Huntington be dispatched immediately? General Augustus, standing nearby, said with a serious expression. Alfred gazed at the projection of Imperial Tamriel on the wall. He saw a crimson dot emanating from the shores of Fallen Star Lake, emitting circles of red energy fluctuations. One after another, orange dots lit up, centered around Imperial Tamriel. These orange dots were irregularly distributed across the suburbs over 100 miles from the imperial capital, with 3 to the west and only 1 to the north. This projection effect was achieved by a large-scale monitoring array covering Imperial Tamriel and its suburbs. The monitoring array displayed the intensity of the energy fluctuations in real time on the projection, distinguishing them with different colors. Of course, legendary experts, who have reported and left their own unique auras are not included in the monitoring scope. Only unknown auras or combat energy fluctuations are monitored. Orange represents the opponent's energy fluctuations reaching the peak of legendary. Red represents the opponent's energy fluctuations reaching the epic level. Deep red, of course, represents the strong epic level. Alfred briefly considered Augustus's suggestion, then shook his head and said, "No, wait a moment. Lord Huntington's duty is to protect the astrologer platform. Augustus, contact the Imperial Guards and have them handle the situation. Also, report the situation to the royal court immediately." Alfred issued orders one after another in an orderly fashion. The scene, which had initially been somewhat chaotic, gradually calmed down. Alfred was well aware that his responsibility this time was to command operations within the secret realm, not to be responsible for the security of the imperial capital. Or rather, the security of the imperial capital was the responsibility of those responsible. Huntington, the only epic-level expert under his command, who could be mobilized at any time, would not be deployed unless it was an emergency. At this moment, an old voice rang out from the doorway of the command hall. "Alfred, Augustus, I can sense the arrival of a divine avatar. They have used their immense power to open the transmission channel connecting us to the secret realm." The person who came was none other than the Grand Astrologer Darian. "What?" Marshal Alfred, with a rare look of shock, quickly stood up. If the attack on the imperial capital wasn't enough to worry him, then the Grand Astrologer Darian's words had truly startled him. For the defense of the imperial capital was the responsibility of his colleagues, while the battle within the secret realm was under his command. "Sir Dalian, could it be that the divine avatar has directly entered the secret realm of Dragon Valley?" Augustus, standing beside him, asked anxiously. Grand Astrologer Dalian shook his head and said, "No, even a god cannot defy the law. I suspect they've opened a teleportation channel and sent their legendary cultists into the secret realm to wreak havoc." Alfred calmed himself, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Sir Dalian and I agree on this point. They're likely targeting the adolescent dragons in the secret realm, aiming to cause a breakdown. The Dragon Empire was founded on the power of dragons. If that dragon were to break, it would be tantamount to severing the Empire's roots. Lord Darian, could you use astrology to check the situation within the secret realm?" Augustus asked, bowing slightly. "The transmission channel is disrupted, and the secret realm is experiencing energy disturbances. I can't check until the disturbance subsides," said the great astrologer Darian, shaking his head. "This, Swordbearer, have you received any recent updates on the movements of the legendary cult members?" Darian asked. "Yes, Lord Darian. The Secret Snake Cult, the Twin Snakes, the Black Flame Cult." Major General Tadia reported from the side. At this moment, Grand Astrologer Dalian glanced at the projection on the wall and said, "If all the individuals mentioned have entered the secret realm, that would make 8. There are likely some we don't know about. My suggestion now is, first, to quickly notify the personnel within the secret realm and alert them to the cultists' entry. Second, we must immediately block this transmission channel. Tadia, immediately inform all personnel within the secret realm of the situation and warn them to be cautious," Marshal Alfred said in a deep voice. "Keep contacting the captains of the 3 teams and inform me immediately of any news." Although the personnel dispatched this time were all top-tier legendary level experts, the cult had come prepared and would naturally be difficult to deal with. Furthermore, his greatest concern was the 3 rift closers. If they fell into the cult's hands, it would be a serious problem. "As you command, my lord." Tadia saluted and quickly turned and left. A few minutes ago, in the small town of Tavlin, on the outskirts of the imperial capital of Tamriel, a manor suddenly emanated a powerful energy wave. It seemed the manor was trying desperately to conceal it, but this intensity was not something a typical magic array could conceal. Furthermore, the owner of this place didn't seem to be trying to conceal it either. In the basement of the main building, a group of black-robed figures, surrounded by 2 gray-robed figures, were performing some kind of magical ritual. On the basement floor, a complex magic array, shimmering green, was visible. The array was now growing brighter, seemingly operating at full capacity. Above the array, a dark green, fist-sized crystal bobbed in midair, its energy so concentrated it was visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the crystal shattered, revealing a 3 to 4 meter high, rippling mirror above the array. Through the mirror, one could vaguely see the dazzling starry sky, lush forests, and various small, black, flying creatures. At this moment, 2 graceful gray-robed figures, standing in front of the black-robed crowd, exchanged a glance, smiled, and, hand in hand, stepped forward. They were none other than the twin snakes of the secret snake cult, Arita and Alita. "Sir Aurelian, I leave this place to you." Arita paused briefly before stepping forward and turning. "Rest assured, my lords. We will fight to the bitter end, the elder named Aurelian said respectfully. Hearing the elder's words, Arita nodded in satisfaction. Taking her sister Alita's hand, they simultaneously stepped into the mirror. As the two vanished into the mirror, a few seconds later, the energy of the magic circle seemed to be exhausted, and it dimmed instantly. Everyone, prepare for battle, the old man named Aurelian said solemnly. The teleportation wave just now would inevitably trigger a rapid reaction from the Empire, and they might not be able to resist. However, death is a return to the kingdom of God, not something to be feared. Besides, this is also a necessary part of the plan. As you command, sir? The black-robed figures nearby responded and quickly began to move. Similar scenes occurred in multiple locations on the outskirts of the imperial capital. In fact, if one compares these locations with the real-time monitoring map of the Astronomy Platform Command Center, it is easy to see that these locations are the locations of the orange dots that appear one after another on the monitoring map. In the secret realm of Dragon Valley, Ryan felt a dizzying sensation and weightlessness, and then he suddenly found himself above a dense forest, his body rapidly falling. Levitation. With the activation of the levitation spell, Ryan slowly descended from the air like a feather, and he took the opportunity to look around. Although it was night in the secret realm, the dazzling starlight and the plethora of unique bioluminescent creatures allowed Ryan to observe his surroundings clearly. The first thing that caught his eye was the primordial forest below, resembling a Jurassic period. In the sky, a variety of gigantic, primitive birds, pterodactyls, and countless enormous insects filled the air. At the same time, the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, and the roars of beasts filled the air. No wonder the dragons here grow several times faster than those outside. The blood food in this place is so abundant, they have absolutely no worries about food and drink. Huh? What is this? Ryan's eyes suddenly narrowed, noticing something strange in the air. Besides the stars, the night sky also boasted numerous strange, cyclone-like objects of varying sizes, their colors constantly shifting. The distant mountains seemed to be even more numerous. Could this be a void rift? Ryan glanced around. In the distance, illuminated by the starry sky, he could see a ring of towering mountains. To his right, a smoky flame mountain rose from the sky. Primeval Forest, Flame Mountain. Ryan pondered for a moment. Then, after briefly reflecting on the information he had previously read about the Dragon Valley secret realm, he immediately determined that he was located west of the center of the basin. This feeling. As he slowly landed, Ryan became acutely aware of the pervasive radiance of energy within the secret realm. Before crystallization, he might have struggled to sense it. But now, Ryan could clearly sense a strange radiation permeating the forest. Furthermore, this radiation seemed to have a beneficial effect on his body, as if his cells were becoming more active. Just now, he thought the rapid growth of the young dragons within the secret realm was due to the abundance of blood and food. But now, it seems, that might not be the case. It's more likely due to this strange radiant energy. This energy's effect is similar to the special light radiation used in the laboratory of a previous life to enhance photosynthesis in vegetables, accelerating their growth. Buzz! Suddenly, a vibration echoed from beside Ryan, approaching from afar and rapidly growing louder. She! The hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a long sword. With a flash of silver light, it effortlessly cleaved the creature that had just attacked him in two. Plop! The sound of something heavy falling to the ground rang out. It was a dragonfly, over a meter long. Even after being split in half, its nervous system was still functioning instinctively, its limbs and wings twitching non-stop on the ground. Not bad for a dragonfly. While not a ferocious species, it possesses exceptional speed and strength approaching that of a full-fledged knight. Could this also be the mutation effect of the radiation? Ryan thought to himself. At this moment, a sudden thought struck Ryan. He pulled out the thin communication device that Major General Tadia had given him. On the thin device, 3 small, slowly moving circles were clearly visible, 3 small triangles arranged in an equilateral triangle, and 1 small square. Ryan knew that the 3 small circles were the 3 rift closers Tadia had mentioned. At this moment, the mission personnel should each be carrying 3 rift closers, heading towards their intended target, the 3 small triangles. Normally, mission completion is marked by the 3 small round dots entering a triangular virtual frame. Once the rift closer is activated, both the small dots and the triangular virtual frame disappear simultaneously. Clearly, when all 3 small dots and the 3 triangular virtual frames disappear, the mission is considered successfully completed. Ryan observed for a moment, and saw that the three small dots were indeed moving non-stop towards different triangular virtual frames, which made him nod slightly. It seems everything is going smoothly now. There haven't been any instructions from headquarters. In that case, I can go get the golem first, then proceed with the retest mission, to obtain as many dragon language marks as possible. The blocks displayed on the sheet were the two Hellfire improved golems that Tadia had arranged for Ryan, teleported simultaneously. Ryan checked his location and found they were not far from him, only a few kilometers away. Furthermore, they were in the same direction as his destination, the flaming mountain region in the center of Dragon Valley. Great on the way. Ryan had already considered this before coming. He intended to prioritize obtaining the dragon language mark of the Red Dragon's descendants. So, naturally, he would go to the Red Dragon's favorite habitat, and the scorching heat of the volcanic region was their preferred environment. There were two reasons for this. First, Red Dragons excelled in fire magic, and Ryan had originally learned fire magic. In terms of elemental affinity and familiarity, it was second only to metal magic. Second, the Red Dragon's breath was the hottest of the five-color dragons, making it suitable for smelting metal ore and creating alloys. Even the metal magic Ryan excelled in couldn't completely replace the most basic or smelting steps. Just as Ryan was rapidly advancing toward the flaming mountain in the heart of the Dragon Valley secret realm, he suddenly felt the communication disc on his chest vibrate. Ryan pulled it out and examined it, his face immediately filled with surprise. Two lines of text appeared on the disc: all personnel, level 1 alert. Several cults, including the Sea God cult, the Black Flame cult, the Secret Snake cult, and the Limb Removing cult, have disrupted the transmission channel and sent numerous legendary warriors into the secret realm. New mission added: eliminate the cultists while protecting the underage dragons within the secret realm as much as possible. A cult has also entered the secret realm. How did they get in? But Ryan quickly shook his head, no longer pondering the question. He wasn't well versed in teleportation arrays, and now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Also, he immediately recalled the previous intelligence. Back then, the Swordbearer headquarters had warned him that legendary figures from the Secret Snake cult and the Black Flame cult seemed to be heading toward the vicinity of the imperial capital, Tamriel, and that he was a likely target. But now it seemed that such a large-scale operation was aimed at the Dragon Valley secret realm, not him. After some thought, Ryan decided to test the signal from the communication device. Injecting a trace of mental energy, Ryan whispered, "Command Hall, this is Ryan." "Got it, please reply." After a few seconds, there was no response. Ryan tried again, "Command Hall, this is Ryan." "Got it, please reply." Hiss. A burst of noise echoed, seemingly a response from Command Hall, but it was heavily interfered with, making it completely indistinguishable. This immediately caused Ryan to frown. Suddenly, he felt a violent energy surge appear in the sky over 100 meters ahead of him. Ryan looked up and saw a sudden crack in the sky, as if a starry-themed oil painting had been torn apart and then quickly healed. Two graceful gray-robed figures, holding hands, appeared in the air 20 or 30 meters high. Huh? This is interesting. Ryan's brows raised as he observed the other woman's distinctly feminine figure and the hand-holding gesture. A thought struck him. Speak of the devil. Ryan thought to himself. Erida and Alita, the two girls, now stood still in midair, looking around, their eyes sparkling. Sister, is this the Dragon Valley secret realm? Legend has it that it's the most important secret realm in the Dragon Empire. I'm so excited just thinking about slaying those immature dragons. Alita said, a little excited. Sister, don't be careless. Even immature dragons are very powerful. Elder Sister Erida, a little more composed, smiled and warned. Yeah, I'm here. Alita said coquettishly, holding Erida's hand. Sister, where do you say we should start? How about the red dragons? There should be quite a few red dragon offspring on that flame mountain over there, quite close by. Erida said, catching sight of the flame mountain nearby. Okay. I can do anything. Hey sister, look, why are there two golems over there? Alita, slowly landing on the ground, pointed to an impact crater not far away and exclaimed in surprise. Inside the crater, two 6 to 7 meter tall metal golems, each with a short, thick gun barrel on its shoulder. The two golems stood back to back in the crater, hinged together. This strange sight immediately captured Alita's attention. Judging from the witch patterns and metallic color, these don't appear to be ancient golems, but rather brand new ones, newly crafted, Alita asked, examining them briefly. Hey sister, are you saying these were carried by those who came before us? Very likely. At this point, Sister Alita also became interested and stepped forward to examine them. Sister, do you think we can control these two golems? Look, there are two of us, just enough for one each. As a lady, it's impolite to touch other people's things. Who? The two women's faces grew serious, and they immediately looked towards the depths of the dense forest. Alita, the elder sister, instantly fired a shadow arrow, blasting it straight into the dense forest. Boom! An explosion could be heard, but amidst the smoke and dust, a figure could still be seen approaching slowly. It was Ryan. He was surrounded by a kite-shaped shield of enchanted thorium. He walked towards them with a smile on his face. Huh? It's you? When Ryan's young face caught the two women's eye, they were surprised. Alita's pretty face grew serious, while Sister Alita's expression was curious, but both of them studied Ryan carefully. After all, when Ryan approached just now, neither of them noticed, clearly demonstrating his strength. Furthermore, he had appeared on his own initiative, which held a deeper meaning. Who would appear on their own initiative? At least someone who believed they were capable of facing them. You're Ryan, right? You should know we were looking for you, yet you've come on your own initiative. Interesting, said the younger sister, Alita's eyes brightening. Sister, let me test this Ryan's strength first. Be careful. Before Alita could finish her words, Alita's figure flashed, and in the next second, her nimble figure appeared in midair in front of Ryan. Suddenly, a battle blade appeared in Alita's hand, and she launched a lightning-fast leap towards Ryan. Huh? That's a war blade? What a swift speed. However, Ryan remained expressionless. Instantly, a knight's longsword materialized in his hand, blocking the opponent's leaping slash with the war blade. Clang! Sparks flew, and the sharp sound of metal clashing echoed all around. Alita's heart trembled, feeling an immense force emanating from the collision. However, her reaction was also extremely fast, using the force to quickly retreat. But Ryan's force was too great, preventing her from flying back and sending her flying into the air. From the previous exchange, Ryan had noticed that his opponent's speed was incredibly fast, but his strength was slightly inferior. Now that the opponent was in midair, with nowhere to gain leverage, Ryan narrowed his eyes, intending to severely injure one of them first. Just as he bent his knees and prepared to pursue, over a dozen shadowy arrows suddenly barreled towards him. It was his sister, Alita, who was attacking him. Ryan raised his hand and cast a second-level defensive spell, Iron Armor, on himself. He swiftly swayed, dodging the opponent's rain of shadow arrows. At this point, neither side attacked again. The brief exchange made both sides realize that the other was no weakling. Ryan now knew the identities of the two women. The one who had just engaged in close combat was the younger sister, Alita, while the one who had launched shadow arrows at him from a distance was the older sister, Alita. According to the intelligence provided by the swordsman, the younger sister, Alita, excelled in close combat and possessed incredible speed, while the older sister, Alita, specialized in shadow magic and possessed immense power. Logically, if these two were the only issues, they shouldn't be difficult to deal with. But the problem was, the intelligence also revealed that the two possessed a unique ability. This special ability, known to outsiders as Twin Shift, seemed to allow them to swap positions in a fraction of a second. Chapter 415. Due to the sudden attack, her younger sister, Alita, had her hood and gray robe ripped, revealing her charming face and a suit of dark leather armor. The leather armor only covered her vital parts. Her upper body was covered by a bulging, navel-bearing vest-style breastplate, while her lower body was clad in hip-length shorts, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Each hand held a double-edged war blade, approximately 1.8 meters long. Unlike swords, war blades have a slender, curved arc. The handle of a double-edged war blade is in the center, with curved blades on either side. This makes it extremely difficult to wield, as a single mistake could easily injure one. But if controlled well, whether slicing, slashing, or spinning, the war blade is extremely lethal, and its attack angles are varied, making it difficult to defend against. As for her older sister, Alita, in the distance, her eyes narrowed as she stared at Ryan. She had just cast the third-level spell, Shadow Bolt Rain, but only managed to land once, which was blocked by the opponent's protective spell. The next 10 or so shadow bolts were dodged with incredible speed. Sister, this Ryan is incredibly powerful and fast. The intelligence says he's a wizard, but I think he's more like a titled knight. Sister Alita spoke telepathically, not speaking. Indeed, sister. I cast Cripple and Slow on him later. Your speed is already superior to his, and you surpass him by a considerable margin. Just be careful in the fight. The two sisters quickly exchanged ideas and determined their battle strategy. Of course, Ryan wasn't completely silent. With 3 incredibly swift spells, Level 1 Innate Spell, Metal Transfiguration. Level 2 Magic, Iron Armor. Level 3 Talent Magic, Steel Armor. Combined Magic, Iron Armor. He was covered in a thick layer of armor gleaming with a dark silver glow. Then, under the slightly astonished gazes of the two women, he charged towards his sister, Erida. Erida immediately understood Ryan's intention. He wanted to eliminate his sister, who was responsible for the ranged magic attacks, first, and then deal with her. Of course, she wouldn't let Ryan have his way. Erida tapped her toe, and the grass stems on the ground exploded. Her slender figure, like a ghost, swiftly attacked Ryan from the side. Her right blade swung inward like a lightning-fast blade, slashing down hard at Ryan's lower back. Her dashing slash could easily sever a half-meter diameter steel pillar with a single blow. Ordinary level 3 defensive magic was as fragile as paper before her slash. Dang! However, Alita's powerful charge and slash was firmly blocked by Ryan's two-handed sword. Ryan's hands remained motionless, while Alita was flung back by the immense recoil. The recoil also caused Ryan's body to pause slightly, and he froze for a moment. But during this brief pause, his sister Alita seized the opportunity and cast a shadow spell, Cripple, against Ryan. A ball of black mist suddenly appeared above Ryan's head and quickly sank into his body, protected by his iron armor. Ryan could clearly feel something strange in his body, and he immediately realized that the other party must have cast a negative spell on him. Although he was very resistant, it was still somewhat affected. As he took a step, his movements, or rather, his agility, seemed to slow by nearly 10%. Sister's cripple spell is working. This immediately lit up the eyes of the scent-flying sister, Alita. After landing, she spun 360 degrees, simultaneously exerting force with her legs, and appeared behind Ryan in a flash of lightning. The blade in her hand swung a beautiful pattern in the air again, then slashed fiercely at Ryan's spine. A sharp sound of piercing air echoed behind Ryan. But this time, Alita was once again surprised. Ryan didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he grasped his two-handed sword and swept it 360 degrees, as if to trade injuries for hers. This made Alita sneer inwardly, and her red lips curled slightly. You're already incredibly fast, and now you've been hit by my sister's crippling spell. Haha, you still dare to fight me? I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Instantly, several thoughts flashed through Alita's mind. The blade in Alita's hand sped up by another 3 times, a flash of black light flashing as it fiercely slashed into the iron armor formed by Ryan's combined sorcery. Puff! But at this moment, Alita sensed something was amiss. The blade's sensation was like slicing through a mixture of rubber and steel. For a moment, a remarkably tenacious resistance emanated from the hilt. This near full-strength blow only barely managed to break through Ryan's iron armor's defenses, but it couldn't penetrate even a fraction. This scene startled Alita. What kind of third-level sorcery is this? How could the defense be so strong? But Alita wasn't discouraged. After all, her attack wasn't completely ineffective. After all, it had tested the defensive power of Ryan's armor. Next, she only needed to apply another layer of devouring power to her blade, and she would surely inflict damage. However, just as Alita bent her knees slightly and sped back, attempting to dodge Ryan's incoming sword, the two-handed sword in Ryan's hand suddenly and mysteriously grew 20 centimeters longer. This caused Alita's beautiful eyes to widen in a look of utter horror. She had calculated that if she dodged backward, Ryan's sword would definitely not reach her. But the sword had suddenly grown 20 centimeters longer, a terrifying sight. This extra 20 centimeters was just enough to split her slender waist, perhaps even severing her in half. Sister! Alita screamed inwardly. For a split second, Ryan felt Alita's figure blur before him. Then, Sister Alita, clad in double magical shields, replaced her sister Alita's position. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, sure enough, twin displacement. Puff! However, Ryan's movements remained unwavering. A flash of silver sharpness flashed across his great sword, slicing through Sister Alita's double shields with unstoppable force. Ah! Sister Alita's pretty face suddenly became grim. With a high-pitched scream, a powerful shockwave of shadow energy erupted from her body, sweeping across the surroundings. Bang! Ryan immediately brought his great sword across his chest, his entire body like a rock, blocking the blow. His sister, Erida, used the recoil of the sorceress shadow blast to instantly distance herself from him. However, the heaving of her breasts revealed her current state of mind. Switching positions, Erida, now in the distance, was still dazed, but as if a thought had occurred to her, she pointed her war blade at Ryan and trembled. "Your innate sorcery is metal transfiguration?" Ryan smiled faintly, but said nothing. As expected, when the enemy is powerful enough, unless he doesn't use metal transfiguration, what else could he say but a natural sorcery? In less than half a minute of fighting, both were forced to unleash their special innate abilities. This was almost unprecedented. The two sisters were now filled with a look of uncertainty, looking Ryan up and down, as if reassessing his fighting ability. "Sister, don't get too close during a fight. He actually uses metal transfiguration as his innate magic. It's truly rare." "Yes, sister, this Ryan is indeed a formidable figure. There's a reason so many within the cult have died at his hands." After this recent exchange, Ryan had a basic understanding of the two women's fighting abilities. First, the tacit understanding between the two women was unprecedented in his life. Ren suspected that they must have some kind of telepathic connection, otherwise, such near-perfect rapport would be impossible. He had just repelled his sister, and was about to pursue her, only to have her sorcery interrupt his attack. If it happened once or twice, it might have been due to well-trained practice, but if it happened every time, something was wrong. Ryan glanced at the two improved Hellfire golems in the pit in the distance. He had considered activating the golems during a lull in the battle. But the problem was, with his sister Erida's speed and attack power alone, the two golems probably wouldn't be able to reach each other. Moreover, the golems' defenses wouldn't be able to withstand the opponent's blade strikes, and they would probably be quickly destroyed, making the gains more than they gained. Besides, his Hellfire golems weren't designed to deal with peak legendary enemies, unless they self-destructed. If that's the case, then this is the only way, Ryan decided instantly. In a flash, Ryan rushed towards his sister Erida. As her younger sister Alita saw this, her long legs flicked lightly to the ground, and her figure suddenly vanished. The next second, she appeared behind Ryan's left side, her war blade swirling in a flash of blades, slashing horizontally towards Ryan's waist. Snake hair. Sister Alita's eyes flashed open, and the hair behind her head instantly transformed into hundreds of thin black snakes. In an instant, like a black torrent, they attacked Ryan. Although they both had snake hair, Alita's hair had a noticeable difference from Edmundo's, whom Ryan had previously fought. A panicked, wild boar-like creature from the mysterious realm suddenly darted between Alita and Ryan, and was immediately struck by a thin black snake. Bang! The thin black snake suddenly exploded, instantly blasting the wild boar into a bloody mess. It fell heavily to the side, twitching in its death throes. The power was evident. Facing the combined attack of the two sisters, Ryan's body suddenly swelled, dragon scales appearing, and his height soared to 5 meters. This was the first form of his bloodline transformation, the dragon warrior form. Feeling the immense power within him, Ryan felt no repulsion from the secret realm. This indicated that his strength had not yet reached the limit of the secret realm's capacity. Ryan didn't even wield his greatsword. Instead, he simply used his sharp dragon claws to strike back at Alita's incoming blade. A force even greater than before instantly sent Alita flying. At the same time, Ryan pointed at the incoming torrent of serpents, metal transfiguration. Cutting net. Sharpening. Witchcraft killer move, multiple cutting nets. 3 closely spaced metal nets, emitting a silver glow, suddenly appeared before Ryan and charged towards the torrent of serpents. Normally, a killing move involving liquefaction would be no match for the Eridar's self-destructing serpent hair. Its power would be far weaker, even if Ren had a strong affinity for metal. But Ren had never intended to rely on this move for victory. Boom! The giant metal net and serpent hair exploded with a tremendous force, sending clouds of dust billowing everywhere. With a violent explosion, Ren vanished from the scene. At the same time, not far from here, on Flame Mountain, in a dark, rocky area, a teenage red dragon, over 10 meters long, lay in a pool of blood. Its body, however, was strange, with a large portion resembling the texture of translucent frosted glass. It seemed as if it had been infected by some external energy. This was the teenage red dragon whose temperament had been drastically altered by the infestation of void energy. At this moment, a human figure was extracting something from the dead red dragon. Had Ryan been present, he would have immediately recognized that the person operating the thick syringe, extracting the red dragon's blood essence, was none other than Barnes, the strongest of the 3 members of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. As he continued extracting, Barnes spat out the remaining blood. This dragon, infected by void energy, has become even more powerful, making it a bit tricky to deal with, Barnes muttered to himself. From the front, Barnes's breastplate and shoulder armor bore several large claw marks, clearly indicating he had just been through a fierce battle. In fact, judging by the teleportation's landing point, Barnes had been transported to Flame Mountain from the start, and he was quite satisfied. But before he could react, the sky suddenly darkened, and he was attacked by the young red dragon, infected by void energy. Just now, he had finally managed to kill the other dragon by performing the second stage of bloodline transformation. Reagan and Bronson have only mastered the first stage of transformation yet. I'm afraid they're no match for this dragon infected by void energy. However, as agreed, they rendezvous with me as soon as they enter the secret realm. Thinking of this, Barnes took out the prismatic positioning crystal Buchanan had given them and examined it. Not far. They should be here at about half an hour. Barnes wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he had the opportunity to process the blood essence of this adolescent dragon. One of his targets, this time, was the blood essence of the young void dragon. This one, however, hadn't fully transformed and didn't meet the standard, but it was still worth collecting. Huh? This intense metallic energy particle fluctuation. Looks familiar. That's Ryan fighting. Barnes' face was filled with surprise and delight, as if a thought had occurred to him. He immediately stood up, and with a flicker of his body, he leaped onto a towering boulder nearby, overlooking the western valley from halfway up the mountain. He vaguely saw the smoke and dust of a powerful explosion in the distant forest. For a moment, Barnes's face was thoughtful, his eyes flickering. He hesitated, unsure whether to advance now, or wait for Reagan and Bronson to join him. Clearly, Ryan had encountered an enemy, and was engaged in a fierce battle. If the enemy was strong enough, and Ryan was severely injured, he could certainly take advantage of the situation by going down. But the problem was, if the enemy was easily defeated by Ryan, then if he went down. Chapter 416. After some thought, Barnes decided to at least go down and investigate the situation. On the one hand, he felt that if he missed this opportunity, he would miss it forever. If he didn't seize the opportunity, he would regret it later. On the other hand, Barnes believed that his strength was comparable to Ryan's. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he certainly couldn't defeat him. In terms of safety, he believed it wouldn't be a problem. Finally, there was one more point. If he headed for the valley below now, Reagan and Bronson would have to travel less distance, meaning the three of them could reunite sooner. So, Barnes gathered his belongings and, carrying the box containing the device for collecting blood essence, quickly headed towards the valley where the battle waves had just come from. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the second-floor command hall of the astrologer's terrace. Have you made contact? General Augustus asked immediately after seeing Tadia return from the nearby room. Tadia shook her head, her pretty face solemn. She said, "I apologize, General Augustus. Our liaisons have been trying to reach anyone from the three teams, but due to energy interference, 15 minutes have passed, and we haven't been able to contact any of them. Also, the Imperial Guards just reported that they are engaged in fierce battles with cultists in multiple locations in the suburbs of the Imperial City. Although their resistance is resolute, they have gradually closed the encirclement and have eliminated most of them. The Imperial Court has reported that Her Royal Highness, Queen Minia, personally arrived at Falling Star Lake 5 minutes ago to address the situation." After hearing the news Tadia provided, everyone, including Marshal Alfred, nodded in understanding. Since the Imperial capital was temporarily safe, the focus now naturally turned to the secret realm. This only intensified the pressure on everyone. "Sir Delian, has the energy disturbance subsided? Can we check the situation within the secret realm?" Marshal Alfred asked, tilting his head. The top priority right now was to quickly ascertain the situation within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Delian silently chanted a spell. A shimmer of colorful magical light enveloped him. A second later, Grand Astrologer Delian shook his head and said, "The disturbance is still there, but it's calmed down a lot. I estimate we'd be able to check the situation within the secret realm in a few minutes. However, the view we get then may not be very stable." "That's good." Hearing Dalian's words, Alfred's expression brightened slightly. After all, as a commander, how could he command if he had no idea what was happening within the secret realm? In the Dragon Valley secret realm, in the valley west of the Flaming Mountain, the battle between Ryan and Erida and the Erida sisters continued. "Sister, be careful." After Ryan's first stage of transformation, his speed and strength surged exponentially. Using the dust from the explosion as a shield, a massive 5-meter-tall figure arced in an arc, quickly arriving 7 or 8 meters behind Erida. Human form has its own fighting methods, and the Dragonman transformation naturally has its own fighting methods. At this moment, Ryan ran like a bulldozer. Behind his powerful, high-speed dragon form, a powerful blast of air pierced the air, sweeping up a dozen-meter-long earth dragon. To either side of him, trees of all sizes fell like rice being harvested. The force of the roar was so intense that the hairs on Erita's neck stood up. It was as if she were being stared at by some enormous beast, and alarm bells immediately rang in her heart. Awing! Just as Erita was about to launch her attack, a deafening roar erupted from Ren's mouth, and several circular air waves swept around, instantly stunning Erita. Before she could fully recover, a massive dragon claw the size of a millstone slammed into her lower abdomen. Pop! Pop! The double layer of magical defenses covering her body burst like bubbles, but fortunately, these two protective shields blocked the magic, allowing her to react with a little time, tightening her abdomen and tensing her muscles. Bang! The moment she was struck, Erita was like a cannonball. Her already lithe body instantly blasted backward, knocking down 7 or 8 trees that could be hugged by 2 people and spilling blood all over the place. But she hadn't even landed yet. The powerful Dragon Man figure reappeared before her, lashing out with a powerful claw. For a moment, Erita was horrified. How could he be so strong? If he'd been hit, Erita was certain she'd be reduced to a pulp instantly. Sister! Sister Erita screamed from a distance, performing twin shift again. As the two swapped positions, Erita suddenly appeared before Ryan, her blades crossed to block her chest, exerting all her might to block Ryan's dragon claw strike. Dang! Although Erita excelled in speed and agility, strength wasn't her forte, and she was already inferior to Ryan. Ryan, now transformed into his Dragon Man warrior form, his strength multiplied several times. The combined force of the two even further magnified the gap, and Erita was instantly struck, half her body sunk into the earth. At this moment, her arms were bent precariously, maintaining a blocking stance, but her eyes had rolled back and her head was buzzing. She felt as if her bones were falling apart, her whole body aching and weak, unable to exert any strength. Elida knew she couldn't withstand a second blow. That was her only recourse. Although using it would severely damage her vitality, potentially preventing her from completing subsequent missions, there was no other choice at this moment. Sister, merge. Instantly, Elida's eyes transformed into a pair of vertical pupils, and her skin instantly became covered in dense, fine scales. Simultaneously, a red mist enveloped her and quickly spread. Just as Rain's dragon claws were about to strike again, Elida, the elder sister, suddenly appeared beside her younger sister. The two bodies began to strangely merge, the red mist surrounding them forming a high-intensity energy shield. With a bang, Ryan's dragon claw strike was ineffective, as if it had hit a very elastic ball, and the dragon claw actually bounced back. Huh? This surprised Ryan slightly. But immediately, Ryan made a decision. He did not activate his second form, but instead used the core skill of the epic class, King of Thousand Blades, Weakness Control. Instantly, a three-dimensional image of the two women's mist energy shields appeared before his eyes. Ignoring the green and yellow dots, Ryan spotted two small red dots roaming across the shield's surface. That's the weak spot. The sharp dragon claw suddenly accelerated, piercing the shield at the red dot. The dragon claw pierced the shield, breaking the two sisters, who had just merged, in half. Boom! The two women were struck by a steam engine, slamming directly into the ground more than 10 meters away. A crater instantly formed, and the surrounding ground cracked. Both women now had bloody holes the size of bowls in their abdomens, the result of Ryan's dragon finger wound. They were vomiting blood profusely. Puff, puff. Their eyes widened, and they stared at Ryan with expressions of bewildered horror. How could the energy shield be breached? This is an energy shield with near-epic defensive power. When they merged, they were protected by a red mist energy shield, akin to a super armor effect. A powerful energy shield automatically enveloped their bodies, and they had never been breached in previous battles. But Ryan possessed a powerful melee skill, Weakness Control, and after transforming into a dragon warrior, his power was truly immense. The combined power of the two forces shattered the Eridar sisters' dominant power. The combined attack was naturally interrupted, causing both to suffer not only a backlash, but also severe damage. When Barnes arrived nearby, he witnessed this very scene. Looking at the scene around him, which resembled the aftermath of a heavy artillery barrage, Barnes could easily imagine how fierce the battle had just been. Especially the 5-meter-tall, unknown dragon man in front of him, which further confirmed his earlier suspicions. This Ryan before him truly possessed dragon blood. Furthermore, judging by his dragon-manified physical features, he didn't appear to be the traditional form of a 5-colored dragon bloodline transformed. No wonder the second prince wanted this Ryan's bloodline essence. Why did the sculptor Harold die at the hands of this Ryan? I see. In a flash, Barnes thought he had figured things out. Huh, are these two from the secret snake cult? How did they get into the secret realm? When Barnes turned his gaze to the two women, he immediately spotted the red Ouroboros mark on their foreheads. Combined with their unique aura, he immediately confirmed their identities. Okay. This left Barnes with another dilemma. Should he strike now, while Ryan was exhausted after his transformation? Or should he wait until Ryan had eliminated the two women before striking? The former would smack of collusion. After all, he and Ryan were both officials in the Empire, and attacking now would easily lead to misunderstandings. The latter would be foolish. But Barnes soon came to his senses. Since we're going to kill them anyway, why not kill Ryan first, then the two women? With no one left alive, who would know he'd killed Ryan? And he could also get credit for defeating the cult. Barnes, having made up his mind, set the blood essence collector aside. At the same time, he glanced at the positions of the other two, Reagan and Bronson, on the positioning crystal, and felt a sense of relief. Since they were already very close, they should be able to reunite with him in about 3 to 5 minutes. That's even easier. Just as Ryan had regained his human form, and was about to approach the two women to interrogate their cult's plans, he suddenly sensed something, turned his head, and said to the west, "Come out. Stop hiding." Sir Ryan, what a coincidence. Barnes walked out with a smile. Sir Barnes, it's indeed a coincidence, Ryan said, sensing his surroundings. However, he found no trace of Reagan and Bronson, the two men who had participated in the Dragon Rider preliminary exam with Barnes the previous time. Are these two cultists of the secret snake cult? They appear quite powerful. Lord Ryan is truly formidable, Barnes exclaimed. They are indeed cultists of the secret snake cult. Lord Ryan, I have a favor to ask. As Barnes spoke, he placed himself between him and the two women, the implication obvious. Oh! Lord Barnes, please tell me. Ryan asked, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Barnes. I need a portion of Lord Ryan's blood essence. Your dragon bloodline is extremely rare, and I believe it will be of great research value to all of us who possess it. I hope Lord Ryan will consider the greater good and make some sacrifices. Of course, if any research yields results, you, as a contributor, will enjoy all the benefits free of charge. Because Barnes believed he had the upper hand, his words were a bit blunt. Sisters Erida and Alida, who were currently lying on the ground, struggling to get up, froze upon hearing Barnes' words. The two sisters exchanged glances, each wondering if they were hallucinating from the severe injuries they had just sustained. What was going on? They knew all too well that blood essence was something they couldn't just give away. Even a single drop was incredibly precious, let alone a portion. Giving away a portion of blood essence would likely cause a peak legendary to plummet to the level of a beginning legendary, or even to the level of a quasi-legendary. Are these two enemies? Sir Barnes, perhaps we could exchange some ideas. How about you give me your blood essence, and I share it with you once I've researched the results? That's a shame, Sir Ryan. It seems I have to take it all myself. Barnes shook his head. Hearing Barnes' words, Ryan couldn't help but laugh and said, Sir Barnes, that's what I was thinking too. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the command hall on the second floor of the astrologer's platform, Grand Astrologer Dalion's frown suddenly lifted. He said, Sir Alfred, perhaps I can try to explore the secret realm. Oh, that's wonderful. Alfred's face naturally brightened upon hearing this. Darian immediately chanted a spell, and a rich, colorful magical aura gathered around him. As Dalion raised his hand and pointed forward, a scene suddenly appeared on the nearly 10-square-meter oval stone platform in the center of the hall. At this very moment, a scene unfolded somewhere within the Dragon Valley secret realm. Seeing this, General Augustus, Major General Tadia, and several nearby staff officers gathered with delighted faces. The scene now showed a middle-aged man wielding a two-handed great sword, decapitating a young green dragon infected by void energy with a single decapitation strike. The angle, force, and speed of his strike betrayed a sense of profound forging. Wow, this man is quite powerful, Augustus exclaimed in surprise. This is Lambert, the senior disciple of the Tide Sword Saint. He possesses the strength of a near-sword saint, Major General Tadia introduced expertly. As the head of the intelligence hall at Swordbearer headquarters, Tadia was naturally well-versed in the Empire's legendary figures. This person, I suppose, isn't a mission officer? No. He has close ties to the Durham family. He wasn't originally going to participate in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection this time, but reportedly received an invitation from the Durham family. After a moment's thought, Tadia composed her words and replied, Does Ryan know? Augustus, understanding Tadia's meaning, said in a deep voice, I know. Marshal Alfred, listening nearby, nodded but remained silent. At this moment, the scene on the circular stone platform shifted again, showing two men engaged in a fierce exchange. One of them, wearing a military uniform, held a box in his left hand and a short staff in his right, unleashing the earth-based magic of Earth's spike. The man opposite, clad in a black robe and a hood, couldn't see his face, but streams of blood-red water swirled around him, and he exuded a bloody, unholy scent. With a flick of his wrist, he dodged the earth-piercing attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed, sending one blood-red energy cone after another spinning rapidly towards the man in the military uniform. The uniformed man was forced to dodge awkwardly. Oh no! This is Baldwin, the captain of the military team. They've been confronted by cultists. They're probably legendary members of the limb regeneration cult. Tadia recognized her own men at first sight, and she also discerned their origins from the sorcery they were casting. Baldwin is at a disadvantage, and he still has the rift closer. Tadia, quickly check who else is nearby and send reinforcements. Augustus saw Baldwin repeatedly evade, knowing the situation was potentially dire, and immediately gave the order. I check immediately, sir. Hello, Lord Ryan isn't far away. We be there in about 5 minutes. Do you think? Tadia, after a quick glance, was surprised to discover that the person closest to Baldwin was actually Ryan. Contact Ryan, and have him come over immediately. The priority is to ensure the safety of the rift closer. Hearing Ryan's presence nearby, Augustus' expression eased, as if relieved. Yes, sir, I contact Lord Ryan immediately. Tadia also smiled and nodded. Lord Ryan, this is Tadia. Please reply. Tadia called out, holding the thin sheet. After a few seconds, there was no response. She called again, still no response. Hasn't the energy disturbance surrounding the secret realm subsided? Why can't we get in touch? That shouldn't be the case. General Augustus frowned and whispered. Sir Delian, could you please cut to this member's presence? Marshal Alfred asked, seemingly reflecting on something. He pointed to a bright spot on the wall across the hall, representing Ryan, and asked. Of course. Grand Astrologer Delian nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the scene on the oval stone platform changed again. But this time, everyone was stunned, because the scene now showed two women, clearly cultists, lying on the ground, seemingly recently defeated. But two members of their own team were clearly engaged in combat. No wonder Ryan hadn't responded to Tadia's repeated calls. Even if there were any messages, the transmission device would only vibrate slightly, not emit a direct sound. Naturally, in the heat of battle, no one would pay attention. Who is this person? Augustus asked with a hint of anger. It's Barnes, a member of the Empire's Special Division, Earthshaker headquarters. He possesses Red Dragon bloodline, and after transforming into a dragon man, his strength reaches the peak of legendary level. He has extensive combat experience. Over the past decade or so, he has completed dozens of difficult missions for Earthshaker, Tadia reported skillfully again. Is that so? Admiral Gobert? Augustus immediately looked at an elderly man, wearing the uniform of an army general. The old man, sweat beading on his forehead, nodded and said, Major General Tadia is correct. The other party is from Earthshaker headquarters. Before this mission, I contacted Barnes, but he declined, saying he wouldn't participate in the selection. However, he later decided to participate the day before the selection deadline, but by then, we had already selected the personnel. The question is, why did this Barnes clash with Lord Ryan? Augustus asked puzzledly. Well, Admiral Gobert blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Sir, according to our intelligence, the other party seems to have joined the secretive organization Dragon Scale Brotherhood. It was rumored that the Dragon Scale Brotherhood had also tried to recruit Lord Ryan some time ago. Tadia blinked her beautiful eyes, and spoke at the right moment. Marshal Alfred and Augustus exchanged glances, but in tacit agreement, they stopped talking. Obviously, both of them knew what kind of organization the Dragon Scale Brotherhood was, and they also thought of the person behind the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. But even the Dragon Scale Brotherhood had never heard of any connection to a cult. Oh no! They both transformed, Tadia exclaimed. On the screen, Ryan and Barnes suddenly transformed into dragon men. Barnes's transformed form was similar in size to Ryan's, but the dragon horns on his forehead and the color of his scales were quite different, one red, the other dark gray. They immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although neither of them wielded weapons in their Dragonman forms, their powerful limbs and sharp claws were indistinguishable from those wielding blades. Ryan's body was covered in steel armor, while Barnes's was radiating a red, sorcerous aura. This was one of his innate abilities after transformation, the armor of fire. Bang! Barnes launched a downward claw strike, but Ryan blocked it with his elbow. A wave of red, silver-gray air erupted from the point of collision. The clash of blows was like the resounding clashing of a mighty bell. An expert can tell the difference with a single strike. Barnes's expression changed after just one strike. How could the opponent's dragon form be so powerful? Even stronger than the transformed Black Dragon bloodline possessor. Barnes was certain that Ryan, before him, was also only in the first stage of his transformation. But Ryan's arm remained motionless after receiving his blow, and not only was his claw strike deflected, but his palm was also slightly numb. The opponent's strength was clearly superior to his. Still, Barnes wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Not to mention Reagan and Bronson's imminent arrival, he also had his own trump card, and wasn't afraid of Ryan. Chapter 417. At this time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the command hall on the second floor of the astrologer's terrace, the projection on the elliptical stone platform suddenly blurred, and soon, the image of the Dragon Valley secret realm became unavailable. Grand Astrologer Dalian said in a deep voice, "The residual energy surrounding the secret realm still exists, and interference will occur from time to time. Therefore, the image displayed by astrology is not stable. But don't worry, it should be restored soon." "Well, Your Excellency Dalian, thank you for your trouble." Marshal Alfred nodded. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the battle between Barnes and Ryan continued. Barnes raised his thick thigh and kicked Ryan hard, but Ryan raised his leg and blocked it with a crack. The two exchanged blows at breakneck speed, each blow emitting a burst of energy and blasts of air, like a battle between giant beasts. The more they fought, the more astonished Barnes became. After all, after a Dragonman transforms, his physical strength and unarmed combat prowess largely determine his combat effectiveness, especially if he can subsequently transform into the second or even third stage. With a larger form, a casual attack can be as powerful as a third-level sorcery. This can be compared to behemoths. The larger they are, the greater their combat power. Of course, the power and influence of innate sorcery and breath are naturally no less significant. However, these techniques either consume considerable energy, generally requiring only a few uses in a single battle, or they require a significant accumulation of energy, leaving few opportunities for leisurely execution in close combat. What Barnes had just used was a type of explosive force developed by the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, suitable for the cultivation of descendants of the Red Dragon bloodline. Every movement and gesture imparts a unique impact. But his attack on Ryan was like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction at all. Suddenly, the dark gray dragon warrior Ryan had transformed into stomped his foot heavily onto the ground. As the ground exploded, the immense recoil propelled Ryan's powerful dragon form straight towards Barnes. The hardened adamantium on the side of his dragon claws quickly transformed into sharp blades. Shadow step. Rapid cut. In an instant, Ryan's figure flashed to Barnes' side. The speed of his dragon claws was so great that it was impossible to see them clearly. Only dozens of arcs of light flashed in the air. Chi-chi. The sound of blades shattering echoed one after another. Even with the protection of his flame armor and hard dragon scales, Barnes was stunned by Ryan's two ultimate attacks. His dragon scale shattered, and blood flowed profusely on one side of his body. Dozens of deep wounds, deep enough to see the bone, appeared on Barnes' left shoulder, chest, abdomen, and even forehead. It wasn't Barnes' weakness. It was Ryan's outburst that was truly unexpected. Normally, while larger bodies gain power, their movements become slower, making it nearly impossible to unleash the myriad secrets of human form. This is why the Dragon Scale Brotherhood is focused on studying power, specifically for combat in Dragonman form. You have to understand that power is something one begins to encounter with as a knight, followed by the force at the Grand Knight level, and then the radiance of will, and so on. Returning to the study of power now feels like a return to basics. This is precisely what one must remaster to fully unleash their combat potential after achieving enlargement. But he hadn't expected Ryan to unleash a profoundly powerful melee attack in his dragon form. How difficult would that be? How much energy would it take? Bang! After being severely wounded by the profound attack, Barnes took another powerful kick to the head from Ryan, sending him plummeting backwards, his head sinking into the ground. Ryan then added points to his spirit attributes, restoring his strength after 2 consecutive battles to peak levels. The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. In less than half a minute, Barnes's red dragon form was beaten to the point of being unable to defend. At this moment, a group of small sickle-clawed dragons, 2 or 3 meters tall, peeked out from the nearby forest. They had spotted the seriously injured Eridar's sisters lying on the ground and were envious, but they were terrified by the fighting prowess of Ryan and Barnes, and repeatedly hesitated to approach. The ferocious sideclaws, a species found in secret realms, aren't large for their size, but their claws and fangs are sharp, their attack power is immense, and they tend to live in groups, somewhat like hyenas. They also enjoy robbing and stealing prey captured by other ferocious species. Oh! Seeing the 2 dragon men, Ryan and Barnes, fighting off into the distance, they howled excitedly and charged towards the 2 women. Erida and Alida, struggling to recover from both mental and physical injuries, were delighted to see the ferocious sideclaws charging towards them. The 2 women exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with joy. Just as the stinking maw of the leading sideclaw leader was about to strike, their snakes danced wildly. Chi-chi. Hundreds of tiny snake hairs suddenly transformed into actual snakes, opening their mouths and biting the dozen or so attacking sickle-claw dragons. Once they had their bite, the snake heads began to gulp, visible streams of sickle-claw dragon blood and flesh essence being transmitted from their slender, tube-like bodies back into the 2 women's bodies. In a matter of seconds, a once robust sickle-claw dragon was reduced to a skeletal form, while the Erida sisters' eyes rolled back slightly in relief. An expression of profound enjoyment. The bowl-sized, penetrating wounds on the 2 women's abdomens now began to heal rapidly. It turned out that the 2 women were treating the ferocious sickle-claw dragons as blood food, rapidly devouring their essence and recovering. In just over 10 seconds, all the wounds on the 2 women's bodies were healed, and their abdomens had returned to their white skin, without a single scar left, leaving no trace of their previous injuries. Not far away. Bang! The red dragon man Barnes transformed into was once again sent flying, knocking over 7 or 8 trees so large they could barely be hugged by 2 men. The sent-flying Barnes was now somewhat bewildered. He had never expected that even after activating the first stage of his transformation, he wouldn't be able to hold out for even a minute against Ryan. This was a bit hard to comprehend. Generally speaking, after activating the Dragon Man transformation, one relies on close combat, such as fists, claws, and kicks. He had learned specialized extraordinary combat techniques in the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, but what was wrong with this Ryan? Besides his strong physical strength and high defense, the power of his claws and punches clearly represented a profound mastery of the secret realm, and it was no ordinary mastery. What the hell? Are we supposed to use that final move now? But what if we don't? Reagan and Bronson won't be here for another 2 minutes at the earliest. Seeing Barnes set flying again, elder sister Erida made a decision. Sister, we need to unite immediately. This newcomer doesn't look like a match for that Ryan. However, we've significantly drained his energy. This is a good opportunity to strike back. Yes. Younger sister Erida nodded emphatically. They had just been beaten so badly. Now that there's a chance for revenge, they must. As for why the person had sought out Ryan, they had no interest in knowing, and didn't want to know. The 2 slender figures quickly clung together, snake scales emerging. Then, like candles, they merged, stretching and adjusting. Soon, the Erida sisters transformed into bizarre forms, about 3.5 meters tall, with 4 arms and a pretty face on each side. This was the result of the combined secret techniques of the Erida sisters. After merging, each of their 4 arms held a scimitar, and these 4 scimitars were derived from the 2 war blades of their younger sister, Erida. It turned out that the handles of the 2 long war blades could be disassembled, forming the 4 scimitars they currently hold. At this moment, Ryan, not far away, was about to deliver a powerful blow to Barnes, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his head in the direction of the Erida sisters and immediately spotted the bizarre humanoid form that had been fused. Barnes, struggling to his feet, was also puzzled. When he followed Ryan's gaze, he was also startled. He hadn't expected that, despite his constant plan to eliminate Ryan first, and then the 2 women, the difference in order would actually have such an effect. Huh? It's a good thing I didn't kill those 2 women first, otherwise I'd have been in a desperate situation. Luckily, those 2 women, clearly members of the secret snake cult, are no pushovers. They've managed to recover and join the fight. The 4-armed woman, a fusion of the Eridar sisters, clutched 4 scimitars, and suddenly began spinning like a top. Instantly a black tornado formed. The next second, hundreds of silver arcs, resembling wind blades, erupted from the tornado and lashed out at Ryan. Barnes, standing nearby, briefly gathered his breath before charging toward Ryan again. Clearly, Barnes intended to attack Ryan from both sides. At the same time, several kilometers to the north and south, in the forest, two strong men noticed the fighting ahead. The two men were none other than Reagan and Bronson. Although they weren't together, after observing from a distance and checking the location crystal, they almost simultaneously concluded that one of the combatants must be their own boss, Barnes. So, even though they were not traveling at full speed, the two men immediately rushed towards the battlefield. In less than a minute, Reagan and Bronson, one in front and one behind, arrived at the battlefield from the south, and the other from the north. The sight before them made their faces pale with shock. They saw three inhuman monsters engaged in a fierce battle. Two dragon men were fine, but they immediately recognized one as their own boss, Barnes, and the other as Ryan. But what the hell was that beautiful, four-armed, 3.5-foot tall woman? Why was she helping her boss attack Ryan? No, not attacking, but defending. The dark gray dragon man Ryan transformed into first punched Barnes in the stomach, then, with lightning speed, spun around and kicked the four-armed woman attacking from behind. Both of them tumbled several times before quickly rising and attacking Ryan again. Reagan and Bronson exchanged a glance, quickly tossing their bags aside and joining the fray without hesitation. Awing! Awing! With two roars in quick succession, they transformed simultaneously. Reagan and Bronson both possessed the bloodline of the Red Dragon, so their transformed forms were nearly identical to Barnes's. Hearing his brother's familiar roar, Barnes' eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed. Finally! When the great astrologer Darien, after several attempts at astrology, finally succeeded in projecting the situation within the secret realm onto the stone platform, the real-time image on the oval stone platform stunned everyone present. This is... What's going on? The three red dragon men are likely the dragon men transformed forms of Barnes, Reagan, and Bronson. And this four-armed woman, judging by her features, should be some kind of combined secret technique of Erida and Erida. That's four peak legendaries, besieging Lord Ryan. Tadia, after a moment of shock, quickly analyzed each one. What? General Augustus was also shocked upon hearing Tadia's words. He had originally planned to have Ryan assist Baldwin, the captain of the nearby military unit, to ensure the safety of the rift closer. But now, look what happened. Ryan might be in danger. Who else is around? Who can quickly support Ryan? Marshal Alfred asked gravely. Well, the fastest nearby, besides Baldwin, is Gardner, the Admiral-level sword-bearer from our sword-bearer headquarters. However, even if Lord Gardner rushes all out, it will take at least 10 minutes to reach Lord Ryan. Hearing Marshal Alfred's question, Tadia quickly began searching. Contact Gardner, and have him rush over immediately. Alfred decided without hesitation. Also, contact Ryan and tell him to hold out for 10 minutes. As you command, Marshal, Tadia said solemnly. Inside the secret realm, the five surrounded Ryan and launched a fierce attack. Reagan and Bronson attacked from Ryan's left and right rear flanks, respectively. Simultaneously, they unleashed explosive claw strikes at Ryan's lower back, slashing down with devastating force. Barnes, meanwhile, unleashed a powerful charge, his entire body like a giant bull, drawing a red line as he charged head-on at Ryan. As for the two women, Erida and Alida, they instantly leaped above Ryan's head first, swinging their four scimitars at high speed. The blades flashed with a black light, like a drill bit from above. Despite the onslaught of enemies, Ryan remained calm. With lightning speed, Ryan executed Shadow Step, instantly creating two dark gray dragon-like figures. With his hands, one on each side, he firmly blocked Reagan and Bronson's claw strikes. Then, with lightning-fast punches, he thrust his fists upward, striking both men on the chin. Bang! Just as the two men were dazed, Ryan grabbed their heads and slammed them into the onrushing Barnes. This filled Barnes with rage and impatience. At high speed, he couldn't use the combined force of the explosion and impact on his brothers. He could only slow down and reach out to catch their bodies. But the next second, a dark gray dragon scale fist slammed into his unprotected abdomen, creating a dent the size of a basin and a similarly sized bump on his back. Bang! Barnes, his face etched with pain, was instantly sent flying over 10 meters while holding his two brothers. The three of them fell heavily to the ground, rolling like a gourd. At this moment, the Eridar sisters, whose attack was ineffective due to Ryan's Shadow Step, attacked again from the right. Manipulating four scimitars and Ryan's hardened adamantium-clad claws, they fought with swift force, a clanging sound. But with a lightning-fast kick from Ryan, a bang sound rang out, and the Eridar sisters felt a sudden abdominal pain, sending them flying like cannonballs. Instantly, all 5 were knocked to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Ryan, however, gathered his strength and restored it to peak condition. He glanced at the 5 of them and asked, "Is that all?" Hearing Ryan's words, Barnes struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "Sir Ryan, I'm increasingly intrigued by the unknown dragon bloodline you possess. Unfortunately, while your bloodline is unique and powerful, it's—" "Oh, what is it?" Ryan asked with a smile. "It's just, the blood concentration isn't high enough. Sometimes, blood concentration is what matters most." "Ah!" With a roar from Barnes, his body began to swell again, soaring 8 or 9 meters high. It wasn't that Barnes hadn't wanted to use his second stage transformation, but once he did, he'd be exhausted within half a minute. So, he had to use this move as his trump card. And now, Barnes had decided, was the time for a last-ditch counterattack. In his opinion, no matter how strong Ryan was, under the siege of the 5 of them, his strength would have reached its limit, like a spent bow and arrow. Barnes's second stage transformation made Reagan and Bronson, standing nearby, tremble with excitement, their faces flushed red. The boss is finally willing to use his second stage transformation. "Let's use the blood explosion potion too," Reagan said. "Yes." Bronson nodded heavily. This Ryan before them was truly formidable. Firstly, the boss had fought tooth and nail, so it would be unreasonable for them not to fight too hard. Secondly, if they didn't fight now, they might die here. As the 2 men each gulped down a vial of shimmering red reagent dotted with tiny crystals, Reagan and Bronson's forms underwent a significant transformation. Their heights, roughly 4 or 5 meters in their first stage transformation, soared to over 6 meters. While still a significant distance from Barnes's current second stage transformation, it was significantly stronger than the first stage. It felt like something between the first and second stages. In reality, this concoction was secretly developed by the Dragon Scale Brotherhood for use by those with dragon bloodlines in the heat of battle. While its power was immense, its aftereffects were equally formidable. After using it, one would be unable to transform into any level of Dragon Man for a day. Furthermore, they would experience general soreness and weakness, requiring several days to recover. Therefore, after using this Bloodline Burst potion, the Dragon Knight's retest mission was effectively abandoned. But now, the 2 of them clearly couldn't care less. Chapter 418. As Barnes activated his second stage transformation, his form naturally changed significantly. Ryan, standing by, made a quick comparison and discovered that his second stage transformation was quite similar to his second form, the Dragon General form. For example, the tail had grown from a short, thick tail about 1 meter long to a thick, long tail over 3 meters long. Since the previous battle had already drained Barnes's considerable stamina, he attacked Ryan as soon as he completed his transformation, racing against time before his stamina ran out. Defeating Ryan was a must. Besides, he also intended to defeat the 4-armed woman of the Secret Snake cult after defeating Ryan. This time, Reagan and Bronson also learned their lesson. This time, they no longer attacked Ryan from the side. Instead, after taking the drug, they followed their eldest brother Barnes in a triangle formation, charging towards Ryan head-on, like a herd of running bulls. Seeing this, Ryan smiled faintly and whispered, "Interesting." Instantly, his form began to undergo a drastic transformation. His forehead began to bulge and grow horns, and his tail also began to lengthen. But unlike Barnes's, as his tail grew, 3 piercing spikes appeared at the end. These spikes seemed to have been pierced by an external thorn, revealing both ends, but they were actually a single piece. What? Barnes was shocked to see Ryan could also transform into a second stage, but he became even more desperate. For he instantly understood, at this moment, their charge was already on the verge of being launched. If they stopped, not only would their momentum be shattered, but defeat would be certain. When 2 meet on a narrow road, the brave prevail. Join our strength. With a roar from Barnes, Reagan and Bronson each extended a hand and pushed Barnes back. The 3 of them seemed to become one, their momentum soaring once again. Boom! Perhaps influenced by his mutant dragon bloodline, Ryan's pupils glared as he watched the 3 red dragons charging fiercely across from him. He showed no fear at all, but instead roared excitedly to the heavens. "It's been ages since I've had this kind of power showdown. It's truly thrilling." Without a word, Ryan charged towards the trio. Seeing this, the 4-armed woman, the result of the combined Apprentice sisters, showed signs of struggle. Originally, upon witnessing Barnes's second transformation, the 2 sisters were excited and filled with fighting spirit, confident they could defeat Ryan. But with Ryan's second transformation, their spirits instantly waned. "Sister, give it a try," the younger sister, Erida, telepathically called. "I just don't believe we can't defeat this Ryan under these circumstances," Alita said bitterly. Clearly, having suffered greatly in the previous battle, Alita had been harboring thoughts of revenge. The younger sister's persistence seemed to spur the older sister, Alita, to resolve herself immediately. "All right. Let's do it again." The four-armed woman, wielding 4 scimitars, spun them at high speed again. The blades, shrouded in black aura, appeared to Ryan's left like lightning. The Alita sister's goal was simple: to inflict minimal damage on Ryan, but at least to disrupt him. But just as the 2 women's blades were about to strike Ryan's dragon body paw, a gray shadow suddenly struck the four-armed woman's midsection with lightning speed. Instantly, the four-armed woman, formed by the combined Eridar sisters, slammed into the ground nearby with a thud like a cannonball. A crater was instantly created in the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing up. Both of the four-armed women's faces simultaneously vomited blood. With 2 faces, the blood vomiting was doubled. As a sharp, tearing pain ripped through their abdomens, the Eridar sisters looked down and were shocked to discover 3 bowl-sized holes in their midsections. The 2 women then realized what had just whipped them away. It was the spiked dragon tail of Ryan's second stage transformation. Instantly, the 2 women's fighting power was completely wiped out. They quickly covered their wounds with their 4 arms, but with 3 penetrating wounds and 6 holes in front and back, 4 arms were too much to handle. Apparently, due to the severe injuries and excessive exhaustion, the 2 women also broke free from their combined state. Ryan, after swatting the Eridar sisters like a bull's tail to swat flies, collided heavily with Barnes. Bang! A huge white wave of air emanated from the 2 men's swollen, thick elbows, spreading outward. For a moment, the immense impact caused the dragon scales and muscles on their arms to tremble like waves. Instantly, Barnes felt a sharp pain radiate from his elbow. He suddenly felt the dragon scales and muscles in his elbow begin to burst, extending all the way to his shoulder, and the exposed arm bones began to shatter. Reagan and Bronson, who were providing support behind Barnes, also immediately sensed something was amiss. Although the 2 men avoided direct contact with Ryan, thus avoiding muscle rupture, they felt a tremendous and overwhelming impact from their eldest brother, Barnes. Because their bodies were already 2 sizes smaller than Ryan and Barnes' second stage Dragon Man transformations, they were directly carried away by Barnes. In an instant, the 3 Red Dragon brothers were all launched into the air. From the perspective of the Erida women, Ryan was like a steam locomotive roaring past, with a crackling sound of bones breaking, knocking all 3 of them into the air. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 heavy objects hitting the ground resounded. Barnes, Reagan, and Bronson fell heavily to the ground. Immediately, like the Erida women, they vomited blood. Their bodies began to rapidly degenerate, returning to human form, completely losing their fighting power. At this moment, Imperial Capital Tamriel. In the command hall on the 2nd floor of the Astrologer's Terrace. Everyone watched the scene on the oval stone platform, and for a moment, a hushed silence fell. Seeing that Ryan had also mastered the second stage of Dragon Man transformation, and at the same time, in one fell swoop, he defeated the transformed Barnes, Reagan, Bronson, and the Eridar sisters of the Secret Serpent cult. Everyone at the command center was at a loss for words. Could it be that all their busy work was for nothing? However, upon seeing this scene, Marshal Alfred and General Augustus could not suppress a smile. "Alfred, Augustus, is this young man from your sword-bearer headquarters? He possesses some kind of mutated dragon bloodline, and he's quite powerful." Great Astrologer Darian also laughed. "He's indeed a very capable young man," Alfred said with a smile. Originally, given Ryan's age, words like great potential or rising star would have been more appropriate to describe him. But after what had happened, it was clear that Ryan possessed the strength of a top-tier legendary powerhouse, and those words were no longer appropriate. At this moment, Major General Tadia's persistent call finally connected. Since Ryan had returned to human form after the battle, he naturally felt the vibration of the thin sheet in his arms. He immediately replied, "I'm Ryan, go ahead." Sir Ryan, I'm Tadia." But at this point, Tadia faltered. Ryan could sense a hiccup on the other end. Could the signal still be bad? Strangely, there was no noise. Ryan had misjudged Tadia. Tadia had been calling out repeatedly, insisting Ryan hold out for 10 minutes, but by the time the call was connected, Ryan had already defeated all the other opponents. This result left the usually capable Tadia stunned for a moment, and she couldn't continue. Ryan had already won, so why would he hold out for 10 minutes? At this moment, General Augustus took the thin slice from Tadia, who was momentarily at a loss for words. Augustus said in a deep voice, "Sir Ryan, this is Augustus." General Augustus, hello. His. Another energy disturbance? It seemed General Augustus had something to ask him about. He called a few more times, but still heard a rustling sound. This forced Ryan to temporarily give up contacting the command center. However, Ryan thought this was a good opportunity to clean up the mess and ask a few questions. He stepped forward and broke the knees and elbows of several men. Then, he covered them in hardened adamantium, cocooning them like silkworms, leaving only their heads exposed. However, Ryan's actions actually brought a sigh of relief to the 5 men. Though they winced in pain, at least they were alive. Ryan approached the 3 Red Dragon brothers and said, "Tell me, 3 of you. Who knows the second prince's purpose in capturing female elves? And what's the plight of those elves?" As Ryan spoke, he concentrated on observing the expressions of the 3 members of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Of the 3, Barnes's expression was the calmest. As for Reagan and Bronson, their eyes flickered. Although they tried hard to hide a hint of panic and shock, Ryan was still able to detect it. Instantly, Ryan began to laugh. It didn't make sense that the weaker Reagan and Bronson knew the inside story, while the strongest Barnes didn't. It was likely that all 3 of them knew the inside story. "You won't tell me, huh? Okay then." Ryan stood up, went to where Reagan had appeared, picked up the box he'd left on the ground, and then returned. He opened the box in front of the 3 of them, and quickly examined the instruments inside. Barnes, Reagan, and Bronson exchanged a glance, each nodding slightly and smiling. Though silent, they all understood each other's point. The blood essence extraction equipment inside the box was incapable of being operated by anyone but a pharmacist. Even a master pharmacist would need some training. They didn't believe Ryan could use it. In fact, they thought Ryan didn't even understand what was inside. Great, a complete set of blood essence extraction equipment. Who's going first? Ryan fiddled with the equipment, assembling it. At the same time, he picked up a syringe and walked towards the 3 people. You. At this moment, even the usually calm Barnes looked at Ryan with a look of surprise. How did he know how to assemble and use it? While most transcendents have heard of blood essence, they're not very clear about how to extract it. However, Ryan was different. He possessed the advanced level of Breaking Bad. Potions Master, a legendary potion-related profession. He had learned about blood extraction procedures during his time in the Royal Apothecary Association. He had a relatively clear understanding. Since it's your equipment, let's start with you. Ryan glanced at the 3 of them, then smiled at Reagan. Don't. Ryan, let's talk it over. Reagan's expression suddenly changed. You know, the thing that a powerful person fears most isn't death, but falling from the clouds. If his blood essence were extracted, his strength would inevitably plummet. Reagan felt that this was even more unbearable than death. Seeing Ryan, still walking steadily, step by step, behind him, Reagan's hair stood on end. His voice trembled as he said, "Ryan, wait, I know what you're talking about. His Highness the Second Prince captured those female elves for experiments," Reagan shouted. At this moment, hearing what he wanted to hear, Ryan's needle stopped just above Reagan's cervical vertebrae. Huff, huff. Reagan gasped for air, his forehead already covered in beads of sweat. He knew that if Ryan had thrust in that way, and then pulled out, he would be doomed. "Oh! What experiment? Tell me." Reagan lowered his head, not daring to look at the 2 people beside him. But in fact, he was overthinking it. Barnes and Bronson beside him didn't intend to stop Reagan. Because their situation was no better than Reagan's, they had no right to keep any secrets from the Second Prince Everton when facing death. In reality, their relationship with the Dragon Scale Brotherhood was more of an employer-employee relationship. They served the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, and those special potions and combat techniques suitable for dragon people were their reward. In the laboratory beneath the Brotherhood's headquarters, I once saw female elves locked in nutrient tanks, their blood slowly being drained. As for why female elves? Well, I've heard a rumor that their eggs seem to be the perfect breeding ground, but I'm not sure what experiments they're being used for. So, in addition to drawing their blood, they're also having their eggs extracted. Hearing this, the sisters Erida and Elida exchanged a look of shock. So there's such a secret within the Dragon Empire? In comparison, the practices of their secret snake cult seem puny. Basically, it's nothing but murder and blood sacrifice. Besides, are they even allowed to hear this kind of news? Are they and their sisters about to be executed by this Ryan? At this thought, her elder sister, Erida's eyes flickered, as if she was desperately searching for a way out. Erida believed she could die, but she wanted her sister, Erida, to live. That's all I know, Reagan said, a look of dejection on his face. Where's the headquarters? Ryan asked after a moment's thought. I don't know. We all went to the Golden Age bar on the 4th ring road of the Imperial Capital, via a teleportation array in the wine cellar on the 2nd underground level. Reagan shook his head. Very good, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Reagan. Puff. With that, Ryan inserted the needle into the spinal gap at the back of Reagan's neck. This is because the extraction of blood essence requires the mixing of a certain amount of cerebrospinal fluid. You don't keep your word. Word of faith? Sorry, did I promise you anything? Ryan said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Barnes and Bronson, who were struggling violently and glaring at Ryan, caught their words in their throats. The two then remembered that Ryan hadn't said a single thing the entire time, anything like he'd let them go or not extract their blood essence if they confessed. This was a mental reminder they'd given themselves. They'd thought that if they confessed, the matter would be over. Instantly, the two men, realizing all this, paled, feeling deeply discouraged. The two women watching nearby exchanged glances. From this incident, it was clear to them how cunning and cold-blooded Ryan was. If he treated everyone in the Empire this way, how could he treat these so-called cultists like them? As Ryan finished extracting, Reagan looked like a bled-out pig, his face pale and his breath weak. Ryan glanced at the crimson, full syringe and smiled. He walked over to the box and, after a quick manipulation, came to Barnes again, carrying a fresh syringe. Sir Ryan. Wait a minute. Bang! Bang! Ryan instantly struck Barnes and Bronson on the back of the head, knocking them both unconscious. Now that they knew the information about Anna's mother, there was no need for the two to inquire further. As Ryan finished extracting each, the two men's auras weakened sharply, remaining barely stronger than a knight who had just entered the transcendent realm. With this level of strength, even if Ryan released all three, they wouldn't survive more than 2 hours in the Dragon Valley secret realm. Afterward, Ryan quickly searched the area and found the box Barnes and Bronson had hidden. He placed the 3 boxes together, noting that Barnes's box was noticeably larger. However, Ryan didn't check immediately. Instead, he approached the 2 women. Just as he was about to ask, the thin disc on his chest vibrated again. Ryan immediately pulled out the disc and injected a trace of consciousness into it. Sir Ryan, please reply if you receive this, Tadia's voice came. This is Ryan, please speak. As Ryan finished speaking, he could clearly hear a sigh of relief coming from the other side of the disc. Sir Ryan, this is Augustus. To avoid any disturbances in the energy flow, I keep this brief. The following is the situation. 5 kilometers northwest of your current position, our mission operator, Baldwin, is being pursued by a cultist. Sir Ryan, please provide immediate assistance while ensuring your own safety. Roger that. General Augustus. Sir Ryan. The most important thing is the rift closer in Sir Baldwin's hands. Understood. Ryan understood General Augustus's meaning. He was saying that while it might be too late to rescue the person, the rift closer must be retrieved at all costs. After all, the survival of the Dragon Valley secret realm depended on this. As the call ended, Ryan hung up the phone and returned his attention to the 2 women. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. So I apologize, both of you. No. Wait. Chapter 419. Sir Ryan, I'd like to tell you the purpose of our visit to the secret realm. Erida said hurriedly, seeming to worry that Ryan would resort to direct violence. Also, I am willing to serve you as my master. I have only one request, that you release my sister. Sister? Erida's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her sister, seemingly completely surprised by her sister's words. Oh! Recognize me as your master? Upon hearing this, Ryan's movement slowed, and he began to ponder. But then, a question struck him. Ryan pointed to the sky and said, You two have embraced the existence of the secret snake cult. Can you freely recognize me as your master? I'm afraid you would immediately suffer the consequences of your oath of initiation, wouldn't you? Sir Ryan, under normal circumstances, it is indeed as you say. But this place is different. This is the Dragon Valley secret realm. The devouring serpent's divine power doesn't extend here, Erida said bluntly. Oh! Hearing Erida mention the devouring serpent directly, without any hesitation, Ren's eyes lit up, and he looked at the 2 women intently. Erida's words, undeniably, piqued Ren's interest. It wasn't the Erida's charming appearance or graceful figure that caught his attention, but rather the genuine emotion in Erida's eyes as she gazed at his sister. Ren also had a sister, so he could best empathize with Erida's feelings at that moment. It reminded Ren of the time he and his sister, Mint, shared in the joys and sorrows of Gold Hire. Another thing that struck him was that he truly had no followers of legendary caliber. Not even at the quasi-legendary level. Very, his only follower, was only a Grand Knight, not yet mastering the advanced mysteries. Furthermore, he was still a Munster, a sword wielder with many limitations. If he could truly gain Erida's allegiance, it would indeed help him solve many problems. Seeing Ryan's interest, Erida immediately said, "Sir Ryan, although my allegiance to you will deprive me of the devouring serpent's power and the use of some special abilities, my strength will be greatly weakened. But don't worry, by then I will have at least the strength of a late legendary, and should be able to help you with some things." "Sister, I disagree," Erida cried out, her eyes welling up as she finally recovered from her shock. This scene immediately brought back memories of about 10 years ago, when she and her sister Erida were wandering together, and her sister had shielded her from the wind and rain, using her frail body to protect her. At that time, neither of them had yet joined the secret snake cult. They were just ordinary people, often ridiculed and bullied by the other children in town. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a similar scene would repeat itself. "Sister, don't be so willful. Be obedient." Fearing that Ryan would be angry, Erida, with one hand covering her stomach, gently stroked her sister's head with the other, and forced a smile. "Sister, if this is really necessary, then let's switch gears. Lord Ryan, no, Master Ryan, you've always protected me since I was a child. I hope this time, I can protect my sister. I am willing to become your follower, and pledge my loyalty to you. I only pray that you will let my sister leave." Erida's eyes welled up as she looked at Ryan. After a moment's thought, Ryan shook his head and said, "If I let your sister go, how do I know if she come after me? You two are so deeply connected, do you think your sister won't come after you?" Although he was deeply moved, considering the consequences of letting someone go, Ryan's question left the two women momentarily stumped. To say she wouldn't would be self-deception. For a moment, there was silence. "Well, it's almost time," Ryan said, looking at the two women. "No. Lord Ryan, then let both of us become your followers. Is that okay?" Alita said, her face solemn, as if she had made up her mind. At this point, she looked at Alita seriously and said, "Sister, I don't want you to die here." "That?" Alita hesitated, but after a moment, she nodded, seemingly agreeing with her sister's suggestion. "Oh, have you really thought it through?" Ryan said, raising an eyebrow. This was quite surprising to him. If that's the case, it's not out of the question. First, it's clear that having two late legendary followers is undoubtedly a good thing, but two issues need to be addressed. The first is how to ensure their loyalty. This relies on the follower contract. Coincidentally, he had just found two follower contracts in Barnes's bag. He wondered if they were prepared by Barnes for Reagan and Bronson. In addition, he also had a follower contract scroll he had received from Minter Monroe. In other words, the first issue was resolved. The second issue was dealing with the possible reaction of the secret snake cult. After some thought, Ryan felt completely unfazed. After all, those he should have offended had already been severely offended, such as the Poseidon cult and Hela, the goddess of the underworld. The cult he hadn't yet offended would sooner or later be severely offended by his identity and actions as a swordsman. In that case, why bother worrying so much? "Okay, then, let's sign the follower contract." Ryan nodded, a smile on his face. The two women exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Alita, the younger sister, tightly grasped her older sister's hand, as if comforted. Ryan opened the two parchment scrolls, emitting magical auras, and read them briefly. Then, he used his mental power to direct the quills, edited them, and handed them to the two women, saying, "Take a look. If you think it's okay, inject your mental power and sign your true names." "Yes." The two women took them and began to read each clause. The main content is as follows. First, followers must swear absolute loyalty and must not betray their master under any circumstances. Second, followers must unconditionally obey their master's reasonable orders and actively carry out tasks assigned by their master or cooperate fully in battle. Fifth, the master is obligated to provide followers with opportunities for growth, including but not limited to training guidance, combat training instruction, and the provision of various precious sorcery, extraordinary combat skills, potions, and other supplies. Ninth, followers must strive to improve their own abilities to better serve their master. 10. The total duration of the follower contract is 10 years. After the expiration date, followers may leave at any time if they do not wish. The two women's eyes lit up after reading it. The Eridar sisters had never expected that this follower contract before them would be so lenient. Furthermore, Ryan had proactively added a 10th clause, setting a time limit for following. You should know that most follower contracts are perpetual, ending only upon the death of either the master or the follower. Some even require loyalty to the master's descendants after the master's death. Sir Ryan, no, Lord Ryan, is the 10-year period you wrote for the follower contract true? His sister, Alida, couldn't help but ask. Of course. Ryan smiled and nodded. Thank you, Lord Ryan. My sister and I have no objections. Alida couldn't hide her excitement. She and her sister, Alida, had joined the secret snake cult out of necessity. Even just now, when they offered to become Ryan's followers, it was because they didn't want to see their sister die here. Unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope. The follower contract they signed had a time limit. This meant that the sisters could one day regain their freedom. The two sisters looked at Ryan with a look that was no longer filled with resentment, but rather with a hint of gratitude. As the two signed the follower contract, the scroll suddenly emanated a powerful magical aura. For a moment, the Eridar sisters froze, as if a wisp of their souls had been extracted as a witness. At this moment, seemingly due to the contract scroll taking effect, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the two women's bodies. Suddenly, directly above the Eridar sisters, a two-headed giant serpent, over 10 meters tall, appeared. Its enormous eyes fixed on the two, then the two-headed serpent's attention focused on Ryan. Suddenly, an indescribable, terrifying pressure overwhelmed Ryan. Oh no! This is the divine power lingering within us. Because of the follower contract, we were deemed traitors, triggering the divine power remaining within us. Erida's pretty face immediately changed. At Erida's words, Ryan nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Just now, he had wondered if all this was a self-directed drama. But now it seemed otherwise. The two-headed giant snake before him was likely a manifestation of the devouring serpent's divine power lingering within the two women. So, while this two-headed giant snake possessed an awe-inspiring presence, its actual combat power was likely inferior to that of a divine projection. Ryan was quite confident in this assessment. After all, he was no longer a naive young man who had never seen a god before. Besides, a test will reveal its combat prowess. Metal transfiguration. Cutting net. Sharpness. Witchcraft killer move, multiple cutting nets. Ryan raised his hand, and 3 tightly spaced, dark metal nets appeared almost out of thin air. Flashing with a rich silver light, they blasted towards the giant two-headed snake in midair. She! The two-headed snake's phantom screamed in agony. The entire phantom dimmed. The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. After Ryan defeated the two-headed snake's phantom, a surge of immense energy dissipated. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, ding, detecting a small amount of unknown, high-quality energy that can enhance the crystallization of spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs and removes impurities. This is... Ryan's eyes lit up, as if a thought had occurred to him, and he silently said yes in his mind. Instantly, Ryan felt the immense power surrounding him suddenly seep through his body and rush directly into his mind. In a very short time, he felt the number of crystals in the silver liquid in his mind increase at a visible rate. The increase was even greater than that of the ancient dragon soul potion he had taken previously. A few seconds later, Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 134, crystallization 30%. It was 17% before, and now it's 30%, a full 13% increase. The ancient dragon soul potion I took earlier also increased it by 10%. Ryan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, an unintentional act would yield a blessing. He had signed a follower contract with the Eridar sisters, and it had actually resulted in a power boost. Ryan pulled several bottles of healing potions from his bag and handed them to the two women for recovery. Since they had to immediately rescue Captain Baldwin, Ryan had the two women board 2 improved Hellfire golems and follow behind. He himself, after reinvigorating himself and restoring his strength to peak, headed ahead towards the target point. After Ryan and the two women left, suddenly, a stream of void energy suddenly appeared between Barnes and the other two. The void energy, swirling in the air like a rift in space, strangely extended 3 spheres of energy toward the 3 men. As the energy spheres enveloped the 3 men's heads, it looked as if each of them had a transparent jellyfish encasing their heads. The weakened Barnes and the other two's eyes rolled back, and their bodies began to tremble. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 suddenly vanished, as if transformed into translucent jelly figures. Then, they effortlessly emerged from the hardened adamantium shells that had trapped them. Strangely, the 3 remaining hardened adamantium shells remained intact. The 3 first glanced around, then, upon discovering the traces of the Hellfire-improved golem, quickly pursued it. But at this moment, their expressions were somewhat blank, seemingly devoid of any human emotion. Also, if Ryan had been present, he would have immediately noticed that the 3 men's strength and agility seemed to have increased significantly as they ran, yet there was a certain inexplicable sense of disharmony. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, by the shores of Fallen Star Lake, over the lakeside, imperial airships lingered in all directions. A cursory glance revealed at least dozens of them, their bronze cannons trained on a single point on the lake surface. But these were not the most striking features. The most striking sight, amidst the dense cloud of airships, was a slender, adult red dragon. The woman in red atop its back was none other than Minia, the imperial guardian, known as the Red Queen. Following Minia's solemn gaze, beneath the shimmering waters of Falling Star Lake lay a vast light curtain, pulsing with intense energy fluctuations and a faint, door-like curtain of light. And above the water, beneath the curtain, stood a stunningly beautiful woman in black robes. Standing in water is easy. Even a third-level wizard apprentice can master the magic of walking on water. Merely standing in water wouldn't be a big deal. But a closer look at the black-robed woman revealed that the water around her was tinged with a distinct bloody hue. As for the source of the blood hue, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of the bodies of elite Imperial Guardsmen were bobbing in the water. Chapter 420. Goddess of the Underworld, you've crossed the line, Minia said in a deep voice. The descendants of Dragon are becoming increasingly disrespectful, the black-robed girl, the incarnation of Hela, the underworld goddess, said, glancing at Minia. With a wave of her hand, dozens of waterspouts, over 100 meters high, suddenly rose from the lake surface and swept towards Minia's location. Seeing this, Minia's expression froze. With a wave of her right hand, the roar of bronze cannons suddenly rang out from dozens of surrounding airships, large and small. Fire! The gunner shouted. Boom! 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 Each airship had a single, sometimes 3, row of artillery arrays on its side. Suddenly, a hailstorm of fiery iron balls rained down upon Hela, the underworld goddess. Although only a small number of the shells had a chance of accurately hitting the black-robed girl, the sheer number meant that they were actually quite numerous. However, the next second, most people's perception of the incarnation's power was completely overwhelmed. Over a dozen rapidly spinning scorching iron balls encountered an invisible obstacle a few meters from Hela, suddenly halting their progress. Even though the crimson iron balls continued to spin at high speed, they couldn't move an inch. It was as if there was an invisible wall of air before them. Then, Minia took action. The previous barrage of artillery fire was merely an appetizer. She would have to provide the main course. She patted the red dragon and quickly recited a spell. Ah! Upon receiving Minia's command, the red dragon, Thassa, beneath him, roared loudly to the heavens and then dived down towards the lake where Hela, the goddess of the underworld, lay. At the same time, a blazing flame, like dozens of flamethrowers combined, erupted from the red dragon Thassa's gaping maw. Boom! In an instant, it felt as if half of Falling Star Lake had been ignited by Thassa's red dragon breath. The lake's surface was ablaze with flames. Facing the attack of the adult red dragon, the black-robed girl Hela transformed into grew slightly more serious. Although this epic dragon was still nothing compared to a god, her avatar's current body had a limit to the power it could contain. At this moment, her strength was on the same level as the dragon before her, and she couldn't crush it. So, she still had to treat it with caution. With a raised hand, Hela saw a wall of water, over 100 meters high and several meters thick, rise out of thin air, more than 10 meters in front of her, blocking the red dragon's breath. Instantly, the surging energy of the fiery dragon's breath and the immense water wall collided. The intense heat instantly caused the lake to boil, sending vast clouds of mist rising into the air. Instantly, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed girl, Hela's incarnation. His form flickered, leaving dozens of afterimages. Each afterimage was identical, each wielding a curved dagger, each slashing down hard at Hela's back. Huh? Demonic blade? The black-robed girl, Hela's incarnation, frowned, clearly surprised by this ambush. The opponent had been silent until now, and only now, when he erupted, had she sensed his presence. To achieve this, only a force of epic strength could exist. The opponent's demon blade was particularly striking. Hela could smell the distinct scent of demonic blood stained on the dagger, giving it the special ability to damage the soul. This meant that if she were struck, her avatar would be severely damaged. Instantly, several water shields rose above her, but were instantly shattered by the demon blade. However, using the interference of the shields, Hela immediately identified the true form among the dozens of figures. Suddenly, her slender index finger flicked heavily at the demon blade. King! The masked black assassin was visibly stunned, clearly not expecting Hela to so easily block his near-fatal attack. However, despite his disappointment, he chose not to engage, but instead quickly retreated. He was well versed in the assassin's creed. If a strike misses, flee immediately. But the ambush and assassination clearly infuriated Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Trying to run. Just as Hela was about to cast a spell in pursuit, a fiery spiral of light suddenly approached from behind her left. She was forced to turn and raise her hand, unleashing a mighty cylindrical stream of water to block it. But the power of the spiral light far exceeded Hela's expectations. Although the energy fluctuations appeared to be mild, its penetrating power was immense, instantly passing through the cylindrical stream of water and striking Hela's white palm. Puff! A walnut-sized hole suddenly pierced the center of the white palm. The flesh surrounding the hole was charred black by the incredibly intense flames. This caused Hela to surge with rage, and she looked up at Minia on the red dragon's body. The caster of that attack was none other than Minia, known as the Red Queen. Having experienced the battle of the imperial capital, she knew that ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against the incarnation of a deity. She instead unleashed the Dawn's killer move, renowned for its stealth and immense penetrating power, the Blazing Wave Cone. Evidently, the attack had achieved remarkable results, just as she had anticipated. Damn it! Son of Dragon, you have defied the might of a true god. Dark Erosion Orb. Hela pointed toward the sky, and a black water sphere the size of a water tank suddenly appeared, emitting powerful ripples of energy as it whizzed towards the red dragon, Thassa, and Minia. The attack was so swift that even a red dragon at its speed could not dodge it. Minia's heart trembled, knowing that Hela's furious attack would be incredibly powerful. She and Thassa immediately combined to cast a massive flame shield and fire shockwaves to block it. Boom! The black water ball, brimming with concentrated energy, suddenly collided with the flame shockwave and the massive flame shield, instantly triggering a powerful explosion. After the explosion, the black liquid within the water ball splattered in all directions. The red dragon Thassa let out a mournful wail. As a giant dragon, its stature was much larger than Minia's, and the vast majority of the blasting black liquid now sprayed upon it. The scales on its right claw and lower right abdomen were corroded, and the underlying muscles rapidly turned black and rotted. This attack from the dark corrosion orb was a testament to its immense power. Even a fully grown red dragon was severely damaged by the blow, and Thassa was now teetering in midair. Hela's brows lifted at the sight, clearly in a good mood. However, before a smile could even dawn on her face, a curved black dagger, like the most silent venomous snake, suddenly stabbed at her back. As the dagger sliced through her robe, Hela's heart rang with alarm, but it was too late. Though Hela dodged desperately, the dagger still pierced her back. Instantly, a soul-wrenching pain rippled through Hela's soul, causing her to suffer excruciating pain. Ah! Following a piercing scream, a visible transparent wave rippled in all directions, causing the black-clad killer to groan, and then he fled in panic. But Hela, also severely injured by the special effects of the demon blade, was unable to pursue. Demon blade! Hela cursed, gritting her teeth. The aura of the black-robed girl she had transformed into suddenly weakened, slowly dropping from epic to the borderline between epic and legendary. Hela knew she could no longer fight. However, her goal was to connect to the teleportation channel to the Dragon Valley secret realm, allowing members of the major sects to enter. That goal had already been achieved, and she could retreat at any moment. But just then, the water curtain beneath the lake projected a familiar figure. It was Ryan, sprinting through a primeval forest. This damn fellow also went to the Dragon Valley secret realm. Hela's eyes lit up, and she immediately overruled the decision to destroy her body. Instead, she flashed before the water curtain and, with some reluctance, squeezed into the Dragon Valley secret realm. The next second, seemingly without the support of the caster, the light curtain-like gate beneath the lake vanished in the blink of an eye. The lake's surface returned to its shimmering hue, with only the bobbing remains of corpses and airship debris hinting at the battle that had just taken place. Meanwhile, Dragon Valley secret realm. Ryan was speeding towards his target area while casually checking the previous battle prompts. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 34 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades King, epic, class level has been increased. In this battle, Ryan defeated the 3 Red Dragon brothers, Barnes, Reagan, and Bronson, finally advancing his epic Thousand Blades King class to level 14. This granted him 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Having gained 2 attribute points in battle, and just added another to his spirit, he now had 12 remaining attribute points. His skill point remained at 1, while his gold skill points reached 90. At this moment, he noticed a small rift suddenly appear in the distant sky, and then, a small black dot appeared there. Huh? Someone still coming in at this hour? Could it be that the passage hasn't been closed yet? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. However, the location where the other party appeared was far away from him. After a brief glance, Ryan immediately turned his attention to the forest ahead. He could already hear the sound of trees breaking and sorcery exploding from the front. At this moment, Captain Baldwin, carrying the rift closer, clutched his crimson abdomen with one hand as he stumbled forward at a rapid pace. As a top legendary warrior from the military's special unit, Baldwin's selection as captain naturally suggests considerable strength, but the opponent he faced this time was even more formidable. Multi-Armed Pierce, a powerful warrior from the Limb Replacing cult, was the sole candidate the Limb Replacing cult sent into the Dragon Valley secret realm. It wasn't that the Limb Replacing cult couldn't recruit more legendary warriors, but they believed that if Multi-Armed Pierce couldn't complete the mission, then sending more would be meaningless. In fact, if Baldwin hadn't been carrying the rift closer, he wouldn't have been injured so quickly. Not long ago, Pierce and Baldwin had just clashed, and he noticed that Baldwin seemed particularly concerned with the box in his hand. Instantly, Pierce understood something and seized the opportunity, utilizing blood sorcery and the hidden power of his third hand to severely injure Baldwin in a short period of time. Suddenly, the vines beneath Baldwin's feet rose sharply, causing him to stumble violently. Just then, a blood-soaked snake attacked from behind, sending the box in his hands flying into the air. Not good. Baldwin's face changed. He naturally understood the significance of the rift closer to this mission. If it fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be disastrous. Pierce, behind him, beamed with joy and immediately quickened his pace. He, too, was curious about the contents of the box. For a peak legendary warrior to risk his life to protect it, it must be of great value. Just as Pierce was mere meters from the box, about to reach it, a dark shadow suddenly struck like lightning, accompanied by a sharp sound of piercing the air. He was forced to avoid its attack. Boom! As Pierce dodged sideways, a dark shadow whizzed past his ear and struck the ground nearby, instantly creating a crater and sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Pierce peered closely and saw, in the center of the bowl-shaped crater, a javelin still vibrating violently. Looks like I've arrived just in time. As the voice rang out, a tall young man emerged from the nearby forest, smiling. A few minutes ago, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the command hall on the second floor of the astrologer's terrace, a bustle of activity was underway. For the 24 hours since the secret realm's opening, no one in the hall could relax, not even a wink of sleep. At the first location, the rift closer has arrived and is being activated. At the second location, the rift closer is 18 kilometers away and has not yet arrived. At the third location, the rift closer is 37 kilometers away. Captain Baldwin is currently engaged in combat with the legendary multi-armed Pierce of the Limb Reaper cult. Lord Ryan has been contacted for support. Tadia reported one battlefield situation after another. At this moment, a servant hurried in from a nearby room and whispered something in Tadia's ear, causing her expression to change. My lords, we've just received the latest news from the royal court. The one who appeared over at Falling Star Lake is the incarnation of the undersea goddess. After a fierce battle, Her Majesty the Red Queen Menia's red dragon, Thassa, was severely injured, and Lord Matthias, leader of the Shadow Guard, suffered minor injuries. And the undersea goddess is said to enter the secret realm of Dragon Valley. Hearing Tadia's words, General Augustus and Marshal Alfred were all shocked. What? The severely injured undersea goddess entered the secret realm? General Augustus exclaimed upon hearing this news. After all, risking the loss of a single strand of her true spirit to enter the secret realm? What is the undersea goddess's purpose? Marshal Alfred pondered for a moment, then turned to the white-haired and beard-faced great astrologer Darian. Sir Darian, can you track the undersea goddess within the secret realm? No. One of the gods' great powers is that they cannot be tracked. Darian shook his head. Alfred nodded. This is a difficult situation. We don't know where they've gone, nor what they're planning to do. It seems we can only defend passively. Tadia passed the message. The incarnation of the undersea goddess has entered the secret realm. All mission personnel, please be cautious, Alfred said solemnly. As you command, Marshal. Chapter 421. Sir Ryan, the opponent is multi-armed Pierce of the limb reattachment cult. Be careful of his blood magic and third hand. Baldwin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ryan's arrival. Also, that box, Baldwin said, pointing to a leather box on the ground in the distance. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Ryan naturally understood what he meant. The box contained a rift closer, extremely important. Ryan nodded and said, Sir Baldwin, rest assured. Leave this to me. You can tend to the wound. As he spoke, Ryan looked his opponent, multi-armed Pierce, up and down. The man's hood had been removed, revealing a relatively feminine face with thin lips and a sinister expression. At the same time, several streams of blood-colored water swirled around the outer edge of his wizard robe, likely some kind of defensive innate magic. But even more striking was the two-handed great sword he held in his hand, gleaming with a faint red glow. Ryan immediately understood that this man was likely more than just a level 3 crystallized wizard, but rather a knight of some sort, perhaps even an elemental swordsman. It seems this box is very important to your Dragon Empire? This makes me increasingly curious. Pierce had naturally heard Baldwin's words. He too, while sizing up Ryan, glanced at the box on the ground with a hint of a sneer on his face. Oh, that's not a good thing. Haven't you heard the saying? Ryan smiled. What's that? Curiosity kills the cat, Ryan said with a faint smile. Just as Pierce's smile faltered, and he was about to say something, suddenly, a heavy thump 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 of footsteps approached from afar. The noise was quite loud. At the same time, the forest was filled with a continuous sound of snapping branches, and the cries of numerous unknown beasts and birds. Ryan naturally knew that the arrivals were the Arita sisters riding on a golem. Since the golem weighed over 20 tons, its movement naturally made quite a noise. But Pierce didn't know that. Pierce's face darkened, as if he was a little worried that the arrivals were reinforcements from the Empire. At that moment, the beautiful Arita and Alita sisters, riding on 2 improved Hellfire golems, rushed out of the woods. Seeing the 2 women appear, Pierce was not surprised but delighted. He glanced at Ryan, then at Baldwin, and smiled, saying, It seems you're not the only one with reinforcements. I have them too. Although Pierce was momentarily surprised at where the twin snake sisters, the third ranked of the 12 serpent masters of the secret serpent cult, had obtained the metal golem, he remained unconvinced. As for the golem's origins, he naturally assumed it was due to the other party's thorough preparation. Moreover, and most importantly, the 2 women were from the secret snake cult, naturally his allies and reinforcements. The arrival of his allies seemed to have brightened Pierce's spirits, and he immediately came up with a brilliant plan. Even further away, Baldwin, the captain of the military team, lay gravely wounded on the ground, his face growing increasingly pale from excessive blood loss. He was familiar with the secret snake cult. Even if he had never fought some of its top masters, he had at least heard of them. The Eridar sisters who appeared before him, nicknamed the Twin Snakes, were likely no less powerful than multi-armed Pierce of the limb reattachment cult. Although he had just read the information on the slide, the young Lord Ryan before him was a legendary figure of the Imperial Swordbearers, and he had also heard of their achievements. But the problem was, if it were just multi-armed Pierce, it wouldn't be a big deal. Now with the addition of the twin Eridar sisters, he had absolutely no confidence in the young Ryan's ability to withstand it. If he didn't want to be a criminal of the Empire this time, he had no choice but to fight tooth and nail. Baldwin's face darkened, as he silently grabbed a bottle of red potion from his arms, ready to consume it at any moment. But first, of course, he had to warn young Lord Ryan. Lord Ryan, be careful. Those 2 women are the twin snakes of the secret snake cult, Baldwin said gravely. As Baldwin finished his words, Pierce suddenly moved, charging towards Ryan. He raised his hand, and the 3 streams of blood-colored liquid that had been lingering around him, like blood snakes, rushed towards Ryan. He followed closely behind, holding his great sword at an angle, and slashed at Ryan. Steel armor. Bang, bang, bang. As Ryan's body was covered with a layer of silver metal defense, the 3 blood snakes' attacks were all deflected, returning in vain. But the blood snakes' attacks were naturally just smoke screens. The subsequent slash was the real attack. Dang! Ryan raised his hand, and the hardened adamantium also transformed into a 2-handed great sword, instantly blocking the opponent's slash. The fierce collision caused both men to tremble slightly. Ryan hadn't expected such immense strength to reside within the opponent's rather thin frame. In fact, from a purely physical perspective, the multi-armed Pierce before him even surpassed Barnes' strength. Pierce's eyes flickered. This was the first time he'd encountered someone who could withstand his blow without a single ounce of resistance. Then there was Ryan's magic. It was metal magic. That was rare. However, Pierce wasn't discouraged by Ryan's perfect blocking of his sudden attack. That wasn't his goal in the first place. Paw! A slender arm suddenly extended from his back, slamming the box on the ground with a powerful slam, sending it careening towards the Arita sisters. Ryan was about to intercept, but the thought faltered as soon as it formed, because he noticed the box was being slammed towards the Arita sisters. What? You two members of the secret snake cult, this box is extremely important to the Empire. We can't let them get it. You must keep it safe. If there's anything valuable, we can split it, Pierce said with a smug look on his face. To Pierce, throwing the box to the Arita sisters was a brilliant plan that killed two birds with one stone. Although the churches were allies in this operation, it was impossible for them not to be on guard against each other. He worried that the Arita sisters would watch from the sidelines, allowing him and this new young man to clash to the death, and then reap the benefits. While this move gave him half of the benefits from the box, it also effectively dragged the Arita sisters into the trap. Furthermore, given the importance the Empire attached to the box, the Arita sisters might attract more attention than he did. This would help him absorb a considerable portion of the enemy's firepower. On the other hand, the Arita sisters. Arita, the elder sister, had spotted multi-armed Pierce confronting his new master, Ryan, and was about to attack him from both sides with her sister. Because they had met Pierce once before, they knew he was a legendary figure from the Limjoying sect. Though they had never clashed, they had heard of his reputation, and knew he was no easy task. But they hadn't expected a box to fly into her hands first. This caused the elder sister, Arita, to exchange glances with the younger sister, both momentarily bewildered. However, they had also overheard the conversation between Baldwin and their master, Ryan. This box seemed quite important. The current situation was somewhat unexpected. Clearly, multi-armed Pierce had mistaken them for reinforcements. That's right. If they had belonged to the secret snake cult 10 minutes ago, they would naturally be allies of the Limjoying sect. But in reality, a few minutes ago, they had already switched sides. Now, they are followers of Lord Ryan. Sister, I have an idea. Sister Alita's beautiful, stark black and white eyes suddenly flickered, and she whispered to her sister telepathically. Be careful. Sister Alita nodded, warning. Sister Alita's tall figure immediately stood up from the golem. With a flick of her slender legs, she shot like an arrow towards the battle between Pierce and Ryan. Seeing Alita attack Ryan from behind, Pierce couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. For Pierce saw Alita's actions as a sign that his strategy of giving the box first was working well. The twin snakes of the secret snake cult had decided to join him in the fight. As a peak legendary warrior, Pierce was naturally adept at seizing opportunities. Seeing this, he immediately launched another attack at Ryan. This time, he naturally decided to attack with all his might, holding nothing back. With the support of the twin snakes, he was confident of a swift and decisive victory, dispatching the young man before him. A sudden flash of red light shone from Pierce's arm, and his veins bulged like earthworms, his muscles swelling rapidly. Swish! The force of this strike was at least 50% stronger than before. Dang! But this time, Ryan's greatsword still held it steady. But Pierce didn't care. After his first strike failed, he continued his slashing attacks. Especially when he saw Alita flash and arrive behind Ryan, a sinister smile suddenly crossed his lips. She, a pale arm, wielding a black dagger, suddenly burst forth from the midsection of Pierce's spacious wizard robe, piercing Ryan's waist and abdomen like a bolt of black lightning. Pierce was confident that this strike would pierce the metallic defensive magic protecting Ryan, creating a golden opportunity for Alita to attack. Sure enough, he felt a sense of resistance from the third hand on his abdomen, and Ryan's shield trembled slightly, its metallic luster dimming considerably, as if reaching some limit of its defense. But the next second, his expression changed. He realized that the attack he had been expecting from Alita from behind hadn't materialized yet. Even more strangely, Alita's presence seemed to vanish from behind Ryan. In other words, the opponent was no longer behind Ryan. What was going on? Before he could react, Pierce suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head, and alarm bells rang in his heart. The sound of a sharp blade piercing the air. Pierce, experienced in combat, instinctively dodged. But he was shocked to discover that the third hand that had just stabbed Ryan's abdomen was firmly clamped in place, as if by a pair of pliers. It was Ryan's left hand. This brief pause prevented Pierce from fully avoiding the attack from behind. He could only slightly sideways, trying to avoid the vitals. At the same time, a fourth arm, wielding a dagger, shot out from under his back again, blocking the attack. But it was obvious that, in its haste, this slightly weaker arm couldn't exert its full force. Puff! Ilida's long blade flashed with a cold gleam, slashing downwards, instantly piercing the blood shield's defenses, and splitting the dagger held in her fourth hand, piercing Pierce's back. Luckily, Pierce had managed to sway slightly, otherwise the blade would have pierced his spine. In that case, no matter how strong he was, he would have been killed instantly. A sharp pain shot through his back, causing Pierce to groan. He immediately severed his third hand, which was held by Ryan, and unleashed some explosive mystical technique, stumbling away swiftly. However, he truly couldn't understand what had just happened. It wasn't until he caught sight of Alita attacking him that Pierce realized what was happening. He raised a trembling index finger, a look of astonishment on his face, and said, "Have you, the secret snake cult, defected to the Empire? They actually launched an attack on our Church of Limb Regeneration." This scene naturally stunned Baldwin, the army captain who had just taken the explosive potion. He had just finished drinking the explosive potion, which had severe side effects, when he saw the scene before him. Baldwin was stunned. It wasn't Erita's fault, after all. After all, her sister was launching an attack, and she couldn't possibly warn Lord Baldwin beside her in advance. What if multi-armed Pierce on the other side heard it? Wouldn't that put her sister in danger? Of course, now that the situation was settled, it was natural to warn them. "Sir, we are actually followers of Lord Ryan," Erita said apologetically to the drugged Baldwin. You too are followers of Lord Ryan?" Baldwin's eyes widened, his mouth slightly open. He looked from Ryan to the two women, his expression still in disbelief. "Yes, shortly after entering the secret realm, we met Lord Ryan and became his followers." Erita was reluctant to elaborate, so she simply brushed it off. "But this?" Captain Baldwin hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but unsure how. His mind was a bit confused. What was going on? The Erita sisters, the cult's top legendary figures, had become Lord Ryan's followers. In the center of the venue. As for Pierce's question, naturally no one paid any attention. What greeted him instead was Erita's sister sorcery, Shadow Grasp. A pair of shadowy hands instantly grasped Pierce's legs. At the same time, Ryan charged from the front, slashing at him. A life or death moment. Pierce's face suddenly grew more ferocious, his blood surging and his muscles bulging. He instantly broke free from the shadowy hand beneath his feet, and simultaneously, he held his sword with both hands to block Ryan's slash. Dang! Pierce was sent flying over 10 meters by Ryan's blow, slamming into the ground with a thud, his body half buried in the dirt. But that wasn't the end. His sister, Alita, slenderly appeared beside Pierce, who had just risen. Her blade spun in midair, creating a brilliant pattern as she slashed towards him with incredible swiftness. Having just suffered a heavy blow from Ryan, Pierce felt a flash of light pass by his side. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to block, but a flash of silver light flashed, and his palm was immediately severed with a swish. Ah! With a scream and a snap, Pierce's right hand fell to the ground, his fingers reflexively curling as if trying to grasp something. Although the Erita sisters had just said they were new followers of Ryan, Baldwin, standing by, felt the coordination between the three was flawless. He had been high on drugs and had intended to join the attack. But he stood still for several seconds, as he suddenly realized he couldn't intervene. It was as if they were a loving couple, and his intervention would be like being a third party, no, a fourth party, interfering. Judging from the coordination between Ryan and the two women, even the most well-trained special combat team couldn't have done better. In less than 10 seconds, they had reduced the cult's top warrior, multi-armed Pierce, to the horrific state he saw before him. Whoosh! However, Pierce, his hand severed, leaped with a last-ditch effort, arriving near a slain adolescent green dragon. This underage green dragon had been slain by Pierce shortly after entering the secret realm. This was his mission, to kill as many young dragons as possible within the secret realm. With a flash of sword light from his left hand, Pierce severed the green dragon's head. Immediately, he inserted his right hand, now with the severed hand, into the incision below the dragon's skull. The next second, a bloody mist filled the junction between the two, and energy surged. Suddenly, the eyes of the recently deceased green dragon's skull fluttered open. In an instant, Pierce transformed into a strange, bloody figure, his right hand holding a green dragon's skull, and his left clasping a two-handed great sword. Chapter 422. Pierce, a ferocious expression on his face, suddenly raised the newly grafted green dragon skull on his right hand, and launched a powerful blow towards Alita, who was chasing him closely. Suddenly, the long-dead green dragon skull strangely opened its mouth, and unleashed its signature breath towards Alita. "Sister, be careful!" Alita, her elder sister, immediately warned from a distance. In fact, she had already cast Shadow Shield, a defensive spell, on her sister before she launched her attack. When Alita saw the foul-smelling yellow-green breath, her slender legs suddenly stopped, and she dodged it with a lightning-fast leap. The few splashes of acid were also blocked by her Shadow Shield. Faced with the all-encompassing green dragon's breath, continuing to engage in close combat was not a wise move. The green dragon's breath was a mixture of acid and poison. While it might not seem as powerful as the red dragon's fire breath, it was actually far more formidable. Even a little contact could be very troublesome. Furthermore, Pierce was already severely injured and at the end of his strength. There was no need to risk a fatal blow by engaging him in hand-to-hand combat. After a moment's deliberation, Alita flashed back to her sister's side. "Sister, I leave this to you." Facing such an enemy, long-range sorcery was much safer. Alita muttered a spell, and a black cloud of crippling spells, familiar to Ryan, sank into Pierce's body, significantly slowing him down. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and abandoned the idea of close combat. Instead, he quickly chanted a spell and raised his hand. 3 massive metal nets, gleaming with silver light, swiftly blasted towards Pierce. It was the liquefied killing move, Metal Slicing Net. Aside, Eridar unleashed the second-level shadow spell, Shadow Impact. She. Boom! 3 giant silver nets, and another black beam of light struck Pierce in turn. Although not fatal, Pierce was covered in blood and staggered back several steps. "I do it too!" Taking advantage of this opportunity, Baldwin, the army captain who had just taken drugs, stepped forward with a look of joy. "Finally, I found a place to use my skills." He thought his drugs were for nothing. To think he could still use some of them. However, just as he was about to attack with his massive earth spike spell, he suddenly felt a strong vibration of metallic particles nearby. He turned and saw, with astonishment, a giant thorny iron ball over 2 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. Sizzle, sizzle. The iron ball's surface was covered in dense spikes of varying lengths, rubbing against the ground with sparks. Its power was evident at first glance. With a flick of his hand, Ryan thrust it forward, and with a whoosh, the giant iron ball sped off in a straight line, hurtling towards Pierce with a terrifying momentum. At the sight of her master, Ryan, this spell, Erida's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a thought. She immediately halted her current third-level spell, Shadow Storm, and switched to the second-level spell, Shadow Grasp. Although Pierce was a little disoriented at this moment, facing such a large, high-speed iron ball, he instinctively tried to dodge. But just as he tried to move, his legs were firmly pinned to the ground by Eridar's Shadow Grip. At the same time, Ryan's second-level metal spell, Metal Cage, was fully activated, enveloping him. Although these 2 spells were only second-level, their power, no matter how much they were amplified, was limited, and they couldn't restrain Pierce for long, only a second or 2. But it was enough. By the time Pierce had dispelled both immobilization spells, the rapidly spinning thorny iron ball, a trail of sparks and lightning, reached him. "Ah!" Pierce's eyes widened in anger, and he roared suddenly. As if summoning his last bit of strength, he crossed his arms, blocking the green dragon's skull and 2-handed sword. But the next second, he was still crushed by Ryan's enhanced thorny iron ball. The multi-ton, high-speed iron ball crushed Pierce from his hips, abdomen, chest, and face. The iron spike simultaneously pierced his body, instantly creating a row of blood-soaked holes. Pierce, now a showerhead, could no longer hold on. He twitched a few times on the ground before falling still. Such power. "Sir Ryan, it seems the rumors I heard about you were understated." Baldwin, the army captain standing nearby, exclaimed in amazement. Metal magic is inherently offensive, and Ryan possesses exceptional affinity. Adding the 3rd level of Ironheart Advanced Meditation, the power is so immense it surpasses the upper limit of typical 3rd-level magic. "Sir Baldwin, you're flattered," Ryan said with a slight smile. Ryan was naturally aware of the power of his 3rd-level magic, Thorn Iron Ball. It had previously reached 191, and now it was well over 200. Even compared to the crystallized killing moves of some 3rd-level wizards, the difference wasn't significant. "Is this the rift closer?" Ryan asked, pointing to the box in Erida's arms. "Yes, Your Excellency, I'm afraid I have to trouble you and the others to accompany me to the target location," Baldwin said apologetically. "Of course I have. I've also received instructions from the command center," Ryan nodded. At this moment, Ryan suddenly sensed something, and took out a thin sheet to examine it. Baldwin, standing beside him, also showed a change of expression and almost simultaneously took out a thin sheet. This caused the Arita women to look over in surprise. Ryan glanced at it, his brows raised, clearly quite surprised. On the sheet, a message was clearly written: "The undersea goddess has entered the secret realm." Couldn't she be here for me? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. It shouldn't be that bad. Most likely, she's here to destroy the Empire's foundation. After a moment's thought, Ryan shook his head slightly, thinking. Baldwin's face paled, and he exclaimed, "What? The undersea goddess is here too?" This immediately caused the two Eridar women to exchange glances, their eyes thick with worry. As former members of the secret snake cult, though not members of the sea god cult, they were well aware of the supreme power of a true god. Even as an incarnation, her strength was immense. Don't worry. Within the secret realm, the power of the undersea goddess is limited. Generally speaking, she's on the same level as us. Ryan glanced at the three of them, reassuring them. That being said, at the same level, humans are no match for a deity's incarnation. Even a 1-on-2 or a 1-on-3 situation would be a real challenge, Baldwin said gravely. Well, that's generally true. However, I've fought against a projection of this goddess of the underworld before, and luckily managed to repel it. After a moment's thought, Ryan briefly revealed what happened last time. He felt it necessary to encourage the others. Otherwise, if they were timid before the battle, they would be at a disadvantage. The Arita sisters looked at Ryan with shock in their beautiful eyes. Sir, you fought against that projection? And won? I did manage to repel it, so don't worry too much, Ryan said with a slight smile. Captain Baldwin, standing nearby, was equally shocked and wanted to say he was bragging. But then, recalling the fighting prowess Ryan had just displayed, he hesitated. This Lord Ryan might not be bragging after all. With Ryan's reassurance, the three men visibly calmed down. Baldwin began to tend to his injuries and the aftereffects of the explosive potion. The Arita sisters began to clear the battlefield. A moment later, Arita, slender and long, walked over with a smile. She handed Ryan a brown package and said, "Sir, this is Pierce's bag." Oh! Ryan took it with interest. He opened it and saw that it contained mainly bottles and jars, along with a bag of blood-red crystals. As a potion master, Ryan knew with a single glance that most of these bottles and jars contained various healing potions. As for the blood-red crystals, they must have been the blood crystals Ryan had seized twice. Huh? So many blood crystals. Arita exclaimed softly. Can you use them? It used to work, but not anymore, Arita said, shaking her head slightly. Ryan thought for a moment, a look of realization dawning on his face. The Arita sisters had previously believed in the secret snake cult, but after signing the follower contract with him, the devouring serpent mark on both of them vanished, and with it, some of the cult's special secret arts could no longer be performed. For example, the snake hair spell was no longer usable. Of course, pure shadow magic, such as Arita's previous use of Cripple and Shadow Blast, was unaffected. And because the blood crystal contained the resentment of living beings, it required cult secret arts or prayer to dispel it, so the two women naturally couldn't use it as easily as before. But this was a good thing. In Ryan's view, relying on external forces, especially divine power, inevitably came with a price. At this moment, Ryan suddenly had a thought. He tentatively picked up the blood crystal, and sure enough, the system alert rang, ding, detecting some unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the crystallization of spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs and removes impurities. As expected, I remember the system was able to absorb blood crystals before. Ryan's eyes lit up. However, Ryan didn't absorb it immediately. Instead, he chatted with Alita for a while, then came behind the Hellfire-improved golem and silently said yes. Naturally, absorbing the blood crystal wasn't something he could do for others to see. Even his followers. Besides, since Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had entered the secret realm, he naturally had to be as prepared as possible. Despite Ryan's calm tone, he was actually taking it very seriously. As the great man said, strategically, we need to despise the enemy, but tactically, we need to respect them. In simple terms, it means maintaining a confident and fearless spirit mentally, and not being intimidated by the enemy's apparent strength. However, in actual combat, caution is crucial, and no one should be complacent. While pondering this, Ryan suddenly felt a surge of burning energy rushing from his palms into his mind. The entire bag of blood crystals was absorbed by Ryan all at once, instantly turning to powder, and emitting a wisp of foul-smelling black smoke. A few seconds later, Ryan felt the silvery liquid, like solid honey, in his mind and glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 135, 43% crystallization. Not bad, an increase from 30% to 43%. That's almost equivalent to nearly 10 years of hard training for an average crystallized wizard. Ryan rejoiced. The increase in spiritual power comprehensively increases the power of all sorcery, and it significantly contributes to combat effectiveness. After absorbing the blood crystals, Ryan inadvertently glanced at the golem, the box from Barnes, and the other two. After a moment's thought, Ryan took the 3 boxes from the Hellfire Improved Golem. Ryan first opened Reagan's box, and took out the test tube containing Reagan's blood essence. He pulled out the cork, and placed a finger inside. As expected, a system prompt appeared, ding! Detecting the host has come into contact with a special blood essence. A small amount of absorbable dragon gene fragment has been found. Yes or no? Note, upon absorption, this dragon gene fragment will enhance the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Ryan had anticipated this situation. His previous consideration was to take these bottles of blood essence back to the imperial capital and study them carefully. After all, as a potions master, he had some knowledge of bloodlines. He wondered if studying these vials of blood essence could give him a rough idea of the Dragonscale Brotherhood's current level of bloodline research. However, the situation was different now. Now that it was confirmed that Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had also entered the Dragon Valley, Ryan felt it necessary to improve himself as much as possible. His last battle with the opponent's projection had left a deep impression. If it weren't for his constant stamina recovery, he would have been no match for the opponent. After all, the opponent was a god. After absorbing Reagan's blood essence, Ryan felt a slight difference in his body. But, seemingly because there were so few dragon gene fragments available for absorption, the bloodline concentration remained unchanged and remained rich. So, Ryan immediately opened the second box. This was Bronson's box. Ryan repeated his previous actions, inserting his finger into the test tube containing Bronson's blood essence, and the system prompt reappeared. After the absorption was complete. It seems just a little short. Ryan faintly felt as if a dormant volcano lurked within him, ready to erupt. After all, Ryan's bloodline had previously undergone several absorptions, yet it remained at a rich level. But now, it seemed to have reached the critical point where quantitative change was about to trigger a qualitative shift. This made Ryan's gaze turn fierily towards Barnes's box. The box of the strongest of the 3. Strangely, the next second, Ryan suddenly turned his gaze towards the east side of the forest. Simultaneously, he stopped what he was doing and slowly straightened his back. Ryan's movements and the change in his aura immediately caught the attention of the 2 Erida women and Baldwin. They all followed Ryan's gaze. 3 strange figures suddenly and silently appeared from the woods. "It's them!" exclaimed Erida. "But they're not." At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, the command hall on the 2nd floor of the astrologer's terrace was bustling with activity. The scene on the oval stone platform also lingered on the scene of a fierce battle, a scene of devastation. Marshal Alfred and General Augustus's focus at this moment was naturally on Hela, the goddess of the underworld who had just entered the secret realm. Although she was subject to the rules of the secret realm, her current strength was limited to that of a legendary peak. But the problem is, the opponent is a god. Although his hard power is capped, his soft power, such as combat reflexes, a thorough understanding of various sorcery techniques, and the ability to instantly cast most spells, is truly remarkable when combined in one person. Furthermore, with all these advantages concentrated in one person, this makes the opponent's combat power equivalent to 2 or 3 top-tier experts at the same level. Add to that the uncertainty of the opponent's target. It's hard not to make everyone in the command hall nervous. According to the latest news, the mission's commander, Saman from the military, encountered the underworld goddess in the Blackwater Swamp in the northeast corner of the secret realm and has since perished. Blackwater Swamp? General Augustus frowned. He immediately checked the map of the secret realm to determine the location. "Marshal, should we send the internal security team, who have already deployed the rift closers, to encircle and suppress the enemy?" Augustus suggested after a moment's thought. Marshal Alfred frowned upon hearing this, and didn't immediately respond to Augustus. This was a dilemma. The personnel who had completed the mission to activate the rift closer actually had another important task, to eliminate the adolescent dragons infected by the void beasts. But the problem now was that if the goddess of the underworld was not surrounded and allowed to roam freely, the consequences would be unpredictable. The enemy could kill anyone they wanted. They could kill lone mission personnel. They could also kill healthy adolescent dragons, and so on. In principle, Alfred agreed with Augustus's suggestion. After all, it was better to choose the lesser of two evils. But the problem was, the enemy was too strong. Could the 3 members of the internal security team be any match? This was a question. As the saying goes, consider defeat before victory. If they failed, not only would the 3 members of the internal security team die, but the captain of the military team, Baldwin, would also be seriously injured. The only team left with a full fighting capacity would be the sword-bearer team. In other words, it would be nearly impossible to gather enough forces within the Dragon Valley secret realm to confidently encircle and suppress the undersea goddess. Therefore, if we were to launch an encirclement and suppression, we had to succeed right away. Not enough. Have Agrippa expedite the placement of the rift closer at the second location. Also, have the internal guard immediately proceed to the second location, rendezvous with Agrippa, and then proceed to encircle and suppress them, Marshal Alfred said gravely. Agrippa was the captain of the sword-bearer squad, a peak legendary powerhouse. Combining the forces of the 2 teams? Indeed, that would be much safer. General Augustus immediately understood his superior's intention and nodded. As you command, sir, Tadia replied. However, a look of hesitation suddenly crossed her pretty face. The crowd was full of astute individuals, and Marshal Alfred immediately noticed this. He smiled and asked, Major General Tadia, do you have any suggestions? It's okay, just ask. Sirs, I'm wondering if we should send Lord Ryan along? Oh. Why? After 2 fierce battles, Ryan must have been quite exhausted. It's already quite impressive that he and Baldwin were able to recapture the rift closer. Augustus asked, a puzzled look on his face. I wonder if you still remember Lord Ryan's encounter with the projection of the undersea goddess in the Frostwind tundra. Yes, that happened, Augustus nodded. Because, as the head of the investigation, he had asked Ryan about the situation. Do you think he has experience and a better chance of success? Marshal Alfred immediately understood Tadia's meaning. Yes, my lords, Tadia said with a faint smile. Let's first see what's going on in Ryan, Alfred said after a moment's thought. Sir Dalian, I'm sorry to bother you again. The Marshal said apologetically to the great astrologer Dalian beside him. Sir Alfred, you're welcome. This is all for the Empire. As the great astrologer Dalian silently chanted a spell, the scene on the oval stone platform in the center of the hall shifted again, revealing the scene in Ryan at that moment. Huh? Aren't these 3 Barnes and his companions? Remember they were just defeated by Lord Ryan? What happened? Tadia asked, her face startled. They must have been infected by the Void Beast, the great astrologer Dalian suddenly said. Don't Void Beasts only infect juvenile dragons? Why can humans be infected as well? General Augustus was also shocked upon hearing this news and immediately asked. The secret realm was previously sealed off, and no humans had ever entered. Most of the infestations were caused by powerful behemoths, which is why this misunderstanding has arisen. Although there aren't many records of void beasts in ancient texts, there are several cases of them infecting humans, Dalian explained. To be precise, humans with inherited bloodlines are more likely to attract the attention of void beasts. This is because a significant portion of their strength comes from their bloodline, from their very bodies. In some ways, they are very similar to behemoths. I see. So what should we do now? Do we need to dispatch personnel immediately? Huh? These twin snakes of the secret snake cult have been accepted as followers by Lord Ryan. Tadia asked, surprised by the message from Ryan. Huh? Marshal Alfred was also taken aback upon hearing this. He glanced at the 2 women on the stone platform, who were clearly not surrounding but following Ryan, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Wouldn't the power of the gods prevent the fulfillment of the contract? It might be possible elsewhere, but not within the secret realm of Dragon Valley. After a moment's thought, Lord Astrologer Dalian understood the entire situation. Although Lord Ryan has 4 men, they all seem injured or haven't recovered their strength yet. Can they handle the 3 people infected by the Void Beast? Tadia asked. It's not that the combat staff is unprofessional, but the Void Beast infecting humans hasn't happened in thousands of years. Without data, it's naturally impossible to make judgments or decisions. After a Void Beast infestation, their attacks mutate, generally increasing their combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Dolly stroked his beard soothingly. Should we mobilize reinforcements immediately? General Augustus asked, looking at Marshal Alfred. Ryan's performance has always been outstanding, and given his youth, he's now a favorite of Augustus. Major General Tadia, please contact Ryan immediately and ask for his opinion on whether support is needed, Alfred said after a moment's thought. As you command, Marshal. Tadia immediately picked up the sheet and called out, Sir Ryan, do you require assistance? A few seconds later, Ryan replied calmly, no. Chapter 423. At the same time. In the Dragon Valley's secret realm, southwest. Not far from the lingering water pond. Chi-Chi. A giant, one-horned, ferocious creature, resembling a rhinoceros, emitted 2 streams of white air from its nostrils. Its front hooves pawed the ground, its huge, copper bell-like eyes fixed intently on a human swordsman in front of it. The swordsman slung a 2-handed great sword, approximately 2 meters long, across his back, and wore a simple, plain linen coat. The swordsman was none other than Lambert, the senior disciple of the Tide Sword Master. Ah! The ferocious creature, resembling a giant rhinoceros, was the first to be overcome by the pressure of the confrontation. It roared to the heavens, then lowered its head, pointing its dark horn at Lambert, and charged at full speed. Dong dong dong. The dull sound of its footsteps, like the pounding of drums, caused the ground to tremble slightly and sink. Facing the beast's charge, like a steam locomotive, Lambert remained motionless, a faint smile flickering across his face. Swish. Just as the beast was about to close in, Lambert, standing directly in front of it, suddenly blurred and vanished. A long silver arc of light flashed from the side. The silver arc instantly streaked across the neck of the giant rhinoceros, but the beast seemed oblivious, continuing forward for over 10 meters before stopping. At this moment, Lambert's figure slowly emerged from his position, his greatsword held at an angle in one hand, the tip pointing downward. A trickle of bright red blood dripped from the blade. Plop! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground resounded. The giant, one-horned head of the ferocious rhinoceros, which had just gone on a rampage, fell from its torso. The massive incision on its neck was as smooth as a mirror. The spine, blood vessels, and bright red muscle texture were clearly visible. Like a small, blood-red fountain, a large amount of blood, under high pressure, gushed out from the aorta at the incision. Lucky luck. I've taken down the 3rd freshwater giant rhinoceros so quickly. Lambert muttered to himself with a smile. After arriving in the secret realm, he followed the requirements of the retest, and came to obtain the dragon language mark of the adolescent dragon. Before entering the secret realm, Lambert had already made up his mind. As a descendant of the Tide Sword Master, he prioritized obtaining the dragon language mark of the blue dragon offspring whose innate abilities favored water and ice. And he was lucky enough to be teleported to a location very close to the lingering water pond. This was because the lingering water pond happened to be the settlement of some adolescent blue dragons. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had found a young blue dragon. After communicating in simple dragon language, he received this small quest. The quest required him to obtain 3 freshwater giant rhinos in exchange for the dragon language mark of a blue dragon offspring. And the one before him was already the 3rd. It seems these 3 freshwater giant rhinos are a family, Lambert thought to himself, looking at the other 2 freshwater giant rhinos, one large and one small, lying not far to his left. They were as large as a small mountain. That's good. A family should be complete. Just as Lambert was about to take the bodies back, he suddenly looked up and headed northeast. This energy fluctuation. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a relatively rare metallic energy particle fluctuation. Huh? Doesn't that mean the Ryan I'm looking for is right over there? Lambert raised his eyebrows, a sudden thought dawning on him. He had observed Ryan during the initial Dragon Knight exam, and naturally remembered that he excelled in the relatively rare metallic magic. There was another point. There wasn't another metallic crystallized wizard participating in the secret realm re-examination this time. So, if it wasn't an equally rare metallic creature, the answer was obvious. In the secret realm, west of the Flaming Mountain. Just as Ryan and the other 3 were sizing up Barnes, and the other 2, the 3 men, with dull eyes, first glanced at Pierce's body lying on the ground, then fixed their gaze on the 2 women, and finally, stared at Ryan without moving away. It was as if they had discovered something of particular interest. And Ryan, in his heart, began to understand. Because the message from Tadia on the sheet mentioned that, according to the great astrologer Dalian, void beasts favored parasitizing creatures with great physical strength, and among humans, they were more inclined to choose descendants of their bloodline. Clearly, these 3 void beasts considered him a more delicious dish. Who are you? Captain Baldwin, seeing the other party's slightly stiff, but extremely fast movements, felt a slight nervousness in his heart. But before he could reply, the 3 of them, disregarding the others, rushed towards Ryan at breakneck speed. This made the Eridar sisters, who had just become Ryan's followers, feel quite ignored. In a flash, the younger sister, Alida, appeared behind Barnes, her sharp blade piercing him from top to bottom with lightning speed. But to Alita and everyone else's astonishment, the blow felt almost impervious, as if piercing cotton. In an instant, the opponent's form shifted from solid to intangible, from flesh to a jelly-like, translucent energy form, virtually immune to Alita's powerful blade thrust. Be careful. Seeing the opponent's bizarre countermeasures, the elder sister, Alita, immediately warned, casting a shadow shield for her younger sister. Barnes, possessed by the void beast, then shifted from intangible to solid, and instantly turned, striking Alita with a punch. Bang! Alita's reaction was naturally swift. She blocked with her blade, but was thrown back 7 or 8 meters. This kind of power. Arita looked at Barnes before her, a flicker of fear and doubt in her beautiful eyes. The opponent's power had clearly increased significantly. Be careful. He's been parasitized by a void beast, Ryan warned. Hearing Ryan's words, the two Arita sisters' faces flickered with realization. When they first entered the secret realm, they had slain similar behemoths, but they hadn't anticipated humans being parasitized, so they hadn't considered that aspect. At this moment, Arita's sorcery, Shadow Blast, struck Reagan, one of the three. Although Reagan, now parasitized, also used void transformation to resist, a charred mark appeared on his chest, where it had been transformed into energy. Lord Ryan, it's nearly immune to 90% of physical attacks and at least 60% of magical attacks, Arita said, frowning. Ryan nodded. He didn't rush to attack. Arita's analysis was consistent with his observations. Although the thin sheet contained some key intelligence about the enemy provided by the command center, it didn't provide detailed instructions on how to eliminate them. He still had to rely on his own agility on the spot. However, Ryan didn't agree with Arita's claim of immunity to over 90% of physical attacks. Because there's a need to add the prefix when in a state of etherealization. When not in a state of etherealization, it's not immune. Level 1 talent spell, Metal Transfiguration. Level 2 talent spell, Iron Armor. Level 3 talent spell, Steel Armor. Combination spell, Iron Armor. As Ryan rapidly chanted the spell, a thick layer of armor shimmering with a dark silver light covered his entire body. Then, under the astonished gaze of the three men, he rushed towards the enemy. But Arita thought she hadn't explained herself clearly enough and was about to remind Ryan again that he was nearly immune to physical attacks. However, the words reached her lips, but she swallowed them back. She realized that her master couldn't have missed her words, and there was only one possible outcome. Ryan flashed, performing Shadow Step, and instantly reached the side of the parasitic Reagan. Seeing Ryan's sudden attack, Reagan's body instantly vanished, becoming translucent like jelly. Ryan's punch, like a thick fog, passed through him, but apparently caused little damage. But Ryan's punch failed, yet he showed no sign of discouragement. At this moment, Reagan suddenly turned and delivered a powerful punch towards Ryan's abdomen. Just as his translucent fist was about to impact, he suddenly transformed from a virtual being into a physical being. Now! Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he threw another lightning-fast punch. Compared to his first punch, this one was clearly over 50% faster. As a result, before Reagan's fist could reach him, Ryan's fist arrived first, striking the materialized Reagan. Pa! Don't forget that Ryan's boxing skills were also at the highest level, extremely powerful. This powerful punch, packed with explosive force, instantly pierced Reagan's jaw and penetrated his skull. The sound of fist and flesh colliding was not the normal dull thud, but the crisp, crackling sound of skull crushing. Reagan's entire head, shattered by the parasite, was instantly shattered, leaving red and white scattered all over the floor. Reagan's headless body slowly collapsed to the ground like a noodle. A transparent jellyfish-like creature screamed and rushed towards Pierce's corpse in the distance. But with a flick of Ryan's finger, a fine, silvery metal mesh struck it. Instantly, it was pulverized. This, Arita and Baldwin exchanged a stunned glance. How did they do that? In the distance, Arita, standing beside Ryan, her beautiful eyes lit up as she immediately understood why Ryan had been able to hit him. That was because his master, Ryan, had exploited a flaw in the opponent. A flaw that wasn't really a flaw. The opponent couldn't achieve a virtual state when performing physical attacks. Otherwise, despite being immune to physical attacks, the opponent's physical attacks wouldn't be effective against him. However, this split-second opportunity was fleeting, requiring extremely fast reaction and attack speed. Alita estimated that she needed to complete her counterattack within 0.1 seconds. If she exceeded this time, the opponent would once again become ethereal to evade the attack. Once Alita understood this, she couldn't help but eager to try. Perhaps many title knights couldn't do this, but she was different. She was also known for her agility and speed. With a whoosh, Alita arrived at the side of the parasitic Bronson, her blade dancing with a beautiful blade flower, and slashed across his waist and abdomen. However, this time, she also followed Ryan's tactics, and didn't use her full strength in the first attack, slightly controlling her speed. Sure enough, it was like slicing through a stream of water, causing little damage. The next second, Bronson launched a counterattack. He spun around and launched a powerful punch toward her abdomen. Just as the blow was about to strike her, it suddenly became real. In a flash, Alita's beautiful eyes lit up, and the slash in her hand spun rapidly, accelerating suddenly. Bronson was severed in half by her slash, and she was also struck by the slash, which pierced through her shadow shield, sending her flying back several meters. Alita's face showed joy despite being hit. Lord Ryan's attack method is indeed effective, Alita exclaimed in delight. Ryan, observing this, couldn't help but smile. This Alita, what a quick learner, Ryan thought. At the same time, as if because the parasitic body had been severed, a jellyfish-like object emerged from the top of the opponent's head. Then, just like the previous one, it quickly crawled towards Pierce's corpse in the distance. However, it was destined to fail. Seeing her sister struck, Arita, her elder sister, reacted with rage. She immediately unleashed a shadow blast, a black beam slamming into the translucent void beast. After leaving its hostile body, the void beast's own defenses didn't seem very strong. The struck void beast suddenly vanished into nothingness, transforming into a wisp of gray smoke. However, everyone could sense an invisible wave emanating from it. After Ryan's attack, the two void beasts were destroyed in a matter of seconds. Seemingly having witnessed his companion's slaying, the possessed Barnes suddenly went a little insane. He suddenly vanished into thin air, and a transparent wave radiated from him, withering the roots of all the plants and trees it touched. Ryan and Alita dodged the opponent's aura-like special ability with a single move. However, Ryan's counterattack was incredibly fast. He pointed at the opponent, unleashing his liquefied killing move, Metal Slicing Net. Meanwhile, Alita, in the distance, unleashed a shadowy blast at Barnes. As the three metal nets sliced through the jelly-like, translucent form, even though the void beast was immune to most sorcery damage, it was severely wounded. But Barnes, regardless, charged towards Ryan. The next second, his chest suddenly swelled, his neck bulging. As someone skilled in dragon roars, Ryan immediately understood what the opponent was going to do. Instead of retreating, he advanced, performing a shadow step and, with lightning speed, raising his hand, striking Barnes on the chin. Then, a beam of transparent light shot diagonally upwards into the air, piercing a large hole in the tall tree directly in front of him, which quickly turned black. But this attack seemed to have drained a great deal of the opponent's energy, and he could no longer maintain his ethereal state, turning from virtual to real. Suddenly, an iron fist struck Barnes's head, and almost simultaneously, a war blade slashed through Barnes's head from top to bottom. The iron fist was naturally Ryan. The war blade was Alita, who had been waiting for her opportunity. This made Ryan smile at Alita. At this moment, two jellyfish-like monsters, larger than the previous ones, emerged from above Barnes's head, attempting to flee in dismay. But this was just a beautiful dream. With a flash of black light, the last void beast was reduced to ashes. Ryan watched the scene, lost in thought. It seems these void beasts have varying strengths. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the command hall on the second floor of the Astromancer's Terrace. After watching the battle between Ryan and the three infestors, everyone's faces were filled with thought. General Augustus asked first, "Have you recorded the combat methods and special abilities of the three infestors?" "Yes, my lord," Tadia nodded. "Excellent. Immediately have the combat staff analyze their potential weaknesses. Also, quickly inform the other operatives within the secret realm and warn them to be mindful of the bodies. After killing the enemy, it's best to destroy all traces." General Augustus quickly issued two orders. "Yes, sir. By the way, do you think Ryan's approach could be replicated?" Marshal Alfred, standing nearby, suddenly asked Augustus. "Well, I don't think it's likely to be replicated. Or rather, only a few people could achieve the level of skill that Lord Ryan has achieved," Augustus said, shaking his head. "Because most of the operatives are wizards, titled knights are rare, and those with melee reflexes comparable to Lord Ryan's are even rarer," Augustus added. Marshal Alfred nodded and said nothing more. "Tadia, inform Lord Ryan about the encirclement and suppression." Augustus began to speak, but was interrupted by Marshal Alfred, who said, "Wait, let me explain." This startled Augustus. You know, as the highest commander on the scene, the Marshal is unlikely to personally contact every mission officer. "Yes, Marshal." Tadia, standing nearby, a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Marshal Alfred took the slice of paper Tadia respectfully handed over and said, "Sir Ryan, I'm Alfred." At the mention of Sir, General Augustus, standing beside Marshal Alfred, raised an eyebrow, and Major General Tadia confirmed a suspicion in her mind. Clearly, Sir Ryan's performance had thoroughly impressed Marshal Alfred. You know, there aren't many people in the entire Empire who Marshal Alfred can address as Sir, and even fewer within the Imperial Sword-Bearer system. "Marshal?" Ryan was slightly surprised to hear Alfred's voice. "It's me. Your Excellency, Ryan. I have a rather difficult task for you." "Marshal, please proceed," Ryan said, his voice slightly solemn. "I believe you've seen the transmission earlier. The Undersea Goddess has entered the secret realm. Although her purpose is unclear, we cannot allow her to move freely within the secret realm. In response, I've arranged for 2 task forces, the Internal Guard and the Sword Bearers, to encircle and suppress them. But I'm still a little worried, so I hope you can quickly provide support after you successfully install the Rift Closer." "So you're setting up the Rift Closer first, then providing support?" Ryan confirmed. "Yes, I try to complete the Rift Closer installation within half an hour. As for the assembly point, I have Tadia send it to you right away. Any difficulties?" "No." After ending the call, Ryan looked up toward the north. The prospect of another battle with the Undersea Goddess, Hela, filled him with a certain excitement. It wasn't fear, but rather a subtle sense of anticipation and excitement. However, he still had one thing to do. While Baldwin and the Eridar sisters were nearby, disposing of the corpse, Ryan approached the Hellfire-improved golem, took down the final box, and pulled out the test tube containing Barnes' blood essence. As he dipped his index finger into it, the system prompt rang again. Ding! Detecting host contact with special blood essence. Partially absorbable dragon gene fragment. Yes/no? Note, once absorbed, this dragon gene fragment will enhance the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Sure enough, unlike Reagan and Bronson, Barnes, a descendant of the Red Dragon bloodline with the second stage transformation ability, the system used the word partial rather than small amount. This made Ryan feel delighted. It seems like there might be a chance this time. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. However, unlike last time, after Ryan finished absorbing the energy, a system notification flashed across the screen. "Congratulations, your mutant dragon bloodline concentration has been raised to advanced. Congratulations, with the power of your bloodline, you've unlocked the 4th form of the mutant dragon man, Dragon Beast form." Chapter 424. Mutated Dragon Man's 4th form, Dragon Beast form. After activation, the body size increases beyond the 3rd form, with parts of the body further becoming dragon-like. Immunity to intermediate level poisons and diseases, and immunity to sorcery damage below 120 degrees Celsius. Note, duration is positively correlated with blood concentration and physical fitness. Dragon Beast form? Seeing these 4 words, Ryan couldn't help but feel a mixture of worry and joy. This transformation is becoming less and less human. Originally a dragon man, at least he could still be considered human. But now, the system uses the term draconian beast. Ryan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, when Ryan saw the system description that said immune to sorcery damage below 120 degrees Celsius, he felt more joy than worry. Before, I was immune to 80 degrees, but now it's 120 degrees. This means I should be immune to all types of sorcery below level 3. Never mind. Whether human or beast, in this world, improving combat power is what matters most. As the great man said, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. Feeling the changes within his body, although Ryan wanted to try out a new form, Dragon Beast form, he knew that the current Dragon Valley secret realm might not be able to withstand even his 3rd form, let alone the 4th. He would probably be squeezed out of the secret realm as soon as he transformed. "Sir, the bodies have been disposed of." At this time, Erida, who was standing nearby, slowly approached with a smile and reported. "Well, thank you for your hard work," Ryan said with a faint smile. "By the way, Lord Baldwin, shall we immediately proceed to the 3rd point and install the Rift Closer?" Ryan turned and said to the Army Captain Baldwin. "Of course, Lord Ryan, it's over there, about 30 kilometers from here," Baldwin said, pointing east. Ryan nodded. He knew the exact location of the 3rd point. It was southeast of the Flaming Mountain. At their speed, It would take about 25 minutes to get there. Then, the 4 men, plus 2 golems, headed for the second point. About 10 minutes after Ryan and his group left, Lambert, dressed in a simple linen coat and carrying a great sword slung across his back, suddenly arrived at the scene. He first surveyed the battle scars, then paused for a moment, contemplating. Then, his gaze rested on the 4 bodies lying on the ground, charred to charcoal by the dark erosion. Yes, it's the residual energy of metal magic. But these 3 individuals seem to be from the Empire. How come they've clashed with Ryan? Furthermore, do these individuals have some deep-seated grudge against Ryan? Why have the bodies been completely corroded by shadow magic? Lambert pondered, a puzzled expression on his face. Lambert could tell that among the 4 corpses, one was a powerful cultist because of the lingering, distinctive odor. Even after the bodies had been destroyed, he could still smell it. The other 3 were likely candidates for the retest. That was quite interesting. Also, strangely, the injuries on all 4 individuals showed signs of metal magic, meaning that all 4 had engaged in combat with Ryan. Although there were also signs of shadow magic, this simply indicated that either Ryan had helpers, or that he possessed some shadow magic. Lambert was momentarily baffled by several of these questions. However, he closed his eyes, and briefly sensed the residual energy, bending down to feel the temperature of the ground with his fingers. "We'll be gone in about 10 to 15 minutes. And there are 2 golems. Very thorough preparations," Lambert thought, glancing at the large, oval footprints clearly visible on the ground. After a moment's thought, Lambert looked in the direction Ryan and his group had left, and with a tap of his toes, he darted off like an arrow. After casually dispatching a few scattered ferocious creatures that blocked their path, Ryan and his group successfully reached their third point. "Sir Ryan, that's all right." "This is it," Captain Baldwin said, glancing at the sheet in his hand and turning to Ryan with a smile. "Yes. Do you need my help?" Ryan nodded. "No need. Leave the rest to me. Activating the rift closer doesn't require much mental effort." Captain Baldwin waved his hands repeatedly. "Okay, then I trouble you, Sir Baldwin," Ryan said with a faint smile. "It's no problem. Thanks to your help, Sir Ryan." As Baldwin spoke, he quickly opened the box containing the rift closer. A rectangular device resembling a small electric motor was pulled out. At the same time, Baldwin removed a crystal emitting strong energy fluctuations from the box and placed it inside. As the crystal was installed, the rift closer suddenly flashed with a ring of light, and then began to slowly float upwards. A few seconds later, the rift closer seemed to have entered another dimension, becoming translucent. This scene seemed somewhat similar to the Void Beast's previous state of etherealization, also becoming translucent, like jelly. No, it was more ethereal, for now, the device had become completely transparent. The next second, it vanished completely in midair. Seeing this, Ryan's eyebrows raised slightly. Perceiving it more carefully, Ryan could confirm that the rift closer wasn't releasing some kind of obscuring magic array, but had truly vanished. Disappeared into this space. No wonder Tadia didn't mention anything about what happened after the setup was completed. It seems to have left the secret realm. No, it's not completely left. It seems to have moved to a layer within the secret realm, Ryan thought to himself, feeling a faint sense of something. Upon seeing this, Captain Baldwin breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "The most important mission has finally been completed. Sir Ryan, would you mind reporting this to command?" Upon hearing Baldwin's words, Ryan was about to ask, "Captain Baldwin, why haven't you reported this?" But then he understood. The other party was being proactive, indicating they had no intention of stealing the credit. After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and said, "Okay." Ryan held out a sheet of paper and said, "Command, I'm Ryan. Captain Baldwin, and I have completed the installation of the rift closer at the 3rd location." Hearing Ryan's words, Baldwin looked up at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Ryan to say that. Although he had brought the rift closer into the secret realm, the latter part of the escort mission was primarily Ryan's. In fact, without Ryan's support, not only would the rift closer have fallen into the hands of the cult, but he himself would have perished long ago. Ryan's statement practically gave him half the credit for installing the rift closer. This made Baldwin sigh inwardly. He's so powerful, so considerate of others, and most importantly, so young. It's incredible. The Eridar sisters beside them glanced at each other and smiled. Having traveled together, they naturally knew that their master, Ryan, had contributed greatly to the escort of the box. Following such a humble master was naturally a good thing. A few seconds later, a reply came from the thin slice. General Augustus's deep voice rang out, "Got it. Thank you both for your hard work. You're welcome. This is what we should do, Ryan said. After the call ended, Ryan turned to Baldwin and smiled. Now that everything is set up, I need to head to the encirclement point. Captain Baldwin then. Ryan paused, looking at Baldwin. Because leaving Baldwin, still recovering from his injuries, or taking him along, both carried risks. Since that was the case, Ryan felt it was best to leave the choice to the other party. Sir Ryan, Just as Baldwin was about to say something, his expression suddenly hardened, and he turned to gaze at the forest to the northwest. Baldwin and the Eridar sisters were immediately startled upon seeing this, and immediately followed Ryan's gaze. A tall figure, carrying a great sword, slowly emerged from the forest. As he approached, he revealed himself to be Lambert, dressed in a simple linen coat. It's you, Lord Ryan. It took me quite some time to find you. Huh? You have companions here. Lambert glanced at the four of them and smiled. Hello, Lord Lambert. What do you want to talk to me about? Ryan nodded in greeting. Lord Ryan, I'd like to challenge you to a duel, Lambert said straight to the point. Ryan wasn't surprised by Lambert's answer. Oh, just a simple duel? Ryan asked. Yes, it's just a duel. However, Lord Ryan is very powerful, and I can't hold back. So, I suggest that during this duel, no matter who wins or dies. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. A life or death contest, isn't that just a duel? The other party went through so much trouble, their real purpose being to evade responsibility. Lambert was no fool. He knew that his current status as an Imperial Adeptus level swordsman meant that a direct attack wouldn't be wise, so he devised this tactic. Sir Lambert, do you know that Sir Ryan is entrusted with an important mission for the Empire? Your actions will make you a sinner in Imperial history, the army captain Baldwin shouted angrily. Oh! Who are you? You look quite capable, but you're injured. I can't even match you. Lambert glanced at Baldwin, then shook his head. You? I'm Baldwin from the military. Baldwin's face flushed with anger. Baldwin? I've heard of you. It seems what you say is true. Lambert glanced at Baldwin, then at Ryan, and said, In that case, Lord Baldwin, if I win, I promise I will complete Lord Ryan's unfinished mission. Because if I win, wouldn't that prove I'm stronger? It also means I'm more suited to completing the Empire's mission than Lord Ryan, right? You? Baldwin was momentarily speechless. After all, it wasn't unreasonable to say Lambert's words were unreasonable. If he won, it would naturally prove he was stronger than Ryan, and if he were to carry out Ryan's mission, the chances of success would naturally be higher. Logically, there was nothing wrong with it. The two women, Erida and the others, heard each other's words and exchanged a glance. Sister, this guy is so arrogant. I'm going to test his skills first. Okay. But be careful, he's very strong. After the two women had discussed it, Erida moved slightly, but Lambert noticed immediately. He glanced at Erida and said to Ryan with a smile, Sir Ryan, I wouldn't mind if you all came at me together. Ryan waved his hand, saying, I'm more than capable of dealing with you alone. Erida, come back. Erida glared at Lambert, but she naturally listened to Ryan's words. In a flash, she returned to her sister, Erida. Well, Sir Ryan, you didn't disappoint me. Upon witnessing this, Lambert stepped forward, unsheathing the great sword from his back. He bowed slightly and said, This two-handed great sword is called Slashing Waves. Sir Ryan, please teach me. This newly transformed great sword has no name. I'm in a hurry, so let's hurry. Ryan also transformed into a hardened adamantine great sword, saying, Ryan's attitude seemed to irritate Lambert a little. Suddenly, Lambert vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was several meters in front of Ryan. His right hand trembled like lightning, and he slashed forward. In an instant, 7 or 8 crisscrossing silver arcs erupted from Ryan's position. Dang, dang, dang. At the same moment, 8 intense sparks flashed, and the sound of a dense, continuous line of clashing clash resounded all around. Lambert's Tidal 8-section slash, which had instantly killed the Shadow Eagle in the initial test, was completely blocked by Ryan. After missing his strike, Lambert returned to his original position. However, the smile on his face only grew brighter. Sir Ryan, I'm increasingly satisfied with your strength. You know what? Although I owe the Durham family a favor, I can actually refuse their request. But I thought Sir Ryan might surprise me and help me reach a higher level. And it seems my feeling was correct. Sir Ryan, I use all my strength then. Lambert's smile faltered, and he raised his 2-meter-long sword high with both hands, the straight tip of the sword seeming to pierce the sky. Triple wave slash. With Lambert's furious roar, Ryan could sense the other men's powerful mental fluctuations. More precisely, the sword's faith and fused into the great sword. Suddenly, a sword-shaped wave of energy spanning over 20 meters emanated directly from Lambert's great sword, blasting down upon him. Ryan remained calm, blocking with his adamantine great sword horizontally. Simultaneously, his body was enveloped in the combined sorcery of iron armor. Dang! Instantly, 3 circular waves of energy emanated from the point of collision between their swords, emanating in all directions. Tall trees over 10 meters away shook violently, many branches snapping and leaves scattering to the ground. The triple wave slash, while superficially a single strike imbued with the sword's faith, was actually 3 swords combined into one, hence the 3 waves of energy. After executing this strike, Lambert did not continue his attack. Instead, he adjusted his stance, switching from a straddled stance to one with his left foot slightly bent in front and his right foot behind. The great sword in his hand was raised at an angle. From that previous move, Lambert once again raised his expectations of Ryan's combat prowess. The fact that he could firmly block his sword faith embodying triple wave slash with his horizontal sword showed that his opponent's strength was on the same level as his own. At this point, sword faith and the release of the force alone were not enough. Strength must be added, a 3-in-1 attack. Simply put, close combat was necessary. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the command hall on the 2nd floor of the astrologer's terrace, Marshal Alfred and his men were busy examining the various developments within the secret realm. Not good, Captain Agrippa has reported that their team encountered a legendary plague cult member. Although they repelled him, 2 members have contracted the soul-devouring plague, which cannot be expelled immediately. Tadia glanced at the thin slice, her expression changing as she reported. Is there a problem with the rift closer? General Augustus asked first. The rift closer is fine. Captain Agrippa will soon reach the 2nd point. But the current problem is that the team's combat effectiveness has been damaged. Further efforts to encircle and suppress that individual may present problems, Tadia added. At this moment, the slice in Tadia's hand vibrated again. Glancing down, Tadia's brow furrowed as she said, Captain Baldwin has reported that Lord Ryan was stopped by Lambert, the senior disciple of the Tide Sword Saint. They claim he wants to force a duel. She had, of course, heard of Lambert. As the senior disciple of the Tide Sword Saint, his strength was unquestionable. The other party's original title was Tide Sword Master, and from that title, it was clear that he had undoubtedly inherited the true teachings of the Tide Sword Saint. But in the past 2 years, the title Sword Master has gradually faded, with most people referring to Lambert as Quasi-Sword Saint. To be called a Quasi-Sword Saint, one's swordsmanship has clearly reached a certain critical juncture, a point beyond which one can reach the realm of Sword Saint. Nonsense! In the secret realm right now, every bit of imperial combat power is precious. This Lambert. Upon hearing this news, General Augustus was visibly furious. Standing nearby, after hearing Tadia's report, the great astrologer Dalian silently chanted a spell and took the initiative to display Ryan's current situation on the oval stone platform in the center of the command hall. Clearly, Ryan's repeated rescues had piqued the great astrologer Dalian's interest. As the screen unfolded, everyone present couldn't help but turn their gazes. However, the current scene was missing the figures of Ryan and Lambert, while the 2 Arida women and Baldwin, who were watching nearby, were clearly visible. This bizarre scene naturally filled Tadia's eyes with confusion. Could it be that Lord Darian's astrology had failed, missing Lord Ryan? They're both incredibly fast, Marshal Alfred said gravely. Tadia took a closer look and realized that in the center of the scene, a large tree, so large it could be hugged by 2 men, was falling like wheat being harvested. From time to time, 2 blurry figures would appear, then vanish in a flash. Although their figures were unclear, the intense sparks from the clash and the brief pause in the sword's collision allowed one to barely make out their figures. Compared to those in the command hall, the Arita sisters present at the scene had a better understanding of their strength. Sister, this guy's swordsmanship is unprecedented. Do you think Lord Ryan can win? Sister Alita worried for the first time. I believe Lord Ryan can win, said her sister, nodding. At that moment, the situation in the center of the arena shifted. Sword shadow clone slash. Lambert roared, his figure suddenly appearing in midair, clearly visible. Then, the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled, his coat bursting apart, and he projected 8 figures in different slashing stances. They began leaping down towards Ryan's position, slashing one after another. Chapter 425. Ryan had considered transforming into his 2nd stage dragon general form to fight the enemy. But the problem was that while his absolute strength and defense would be significantly increased after the transformation, his movement speed wasn't much improved. In fact, due to his enormous size, He wasn't as agile in a small area as in his human form. This was a common drawback of growing larger. But Lambert, on the other side, moved incredibly quickly. His sword strikes were incredibly fast. He was a top-tier swordsman, adept at exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. So, in this situation, transforming to fight Lambert was unwise. He would likely be exploited. Of course, this didn't mean Ryan couldn't use his transformation to fight the enemy. Faced with Lambert's powerful, pinnacle attack, the muscles on Ryan's right arm suddenly swelled more than double, and dragon scales appeared on his skin. This partial dragonization was a new ability he acquired after reaching a high level of bloodline concentration. Dang! Ryan's immense right arm, gripping the great sword, stretched horizontally before him, single-handedly intercepted Lambert's devastating blow. At that moment, Lambert, leaping and slashing in midair, his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open in a roar, his muscles tense, as if unleashing his faith, the force, and his strength in this single blow. Instantly, Ryan felt a surge of immense power emanating from the great sword, surging toward him like a tidal wave. But Ryan remained motionless, his body trembling slightly. This wasn't the kind of trembling that came from being unable to support himself, but more like a form of exertion. It seemed as if the immense force was somehow being transferred to the ground. The ground beneath Ryan suddenly caved in, forming a bowl-shaped depression, while the ground around his feet cracked and spread outward like a spiderweb. But the next second, Ryan's counterattack arrived. Bang! Ryan's left fist, which had been free, struck out with lightning speed, instantly creating a bowl-sized dent in Lambert's abdomen and a bulge on his back. The great sword in his hand nearly slipped out of his grasp, and he was instantly folded in half and sent flying backward. Imperial Capital Tamriel. In the command hall on the second floor of the Astrologer's Terrace. Marshal Alfred, this Lambert is quite capable. Is it possible for Lord Ryan to show some mercy? Perhaps he could contribute to the subsequent encirclement and suppression mission? At this moment, the elderly army general named Gobert coughed and spoke. Admiral Gobert, how can we ensure that the enemy won't suddenly attempt to trip up Lord Ryan, or even resort to treachery, during the subsequent encirclement and suppression campaign? Augustus frowned upon hearing this and retorted. You didn't mention it earlier, and now that Lambert is at a disadvantage, it's hard not to question your motives behind this suggestion. Ahem, General Augustus, Lambert's background is relatively clear. He is the senior disciple of Lord Leon, the Imperial Guardian and Tide Swordmaster. From this perspective, I believe he has no reason to betray the Empire. Besides, the conflict between him and Lord Ryan is merely an internal one within the Empire, isn't it? Hearing the mention of internal conflict within the Empire, General Augustus swallowed back the words he was about to say. From a certain perspective, this statement is quite politically correct. When facing an external enemy, we should unite all forces that can be united. However, the most important point in this matter is to consult the person involved. Ryan. Competitions, duels, are sacred matters. The victor has absolute power. This is why, initially, the command hall couldn't intervene to stop it. Tadia, contact Baldwin and have him speak to Lord Ryan at an appropriate time to see if he's willing to give Lambert a chance. Marshal Alfred pondered for a moment before speaking to Tadia. Ryan was still fighting Lambert, so it was not appropriate to contact him. Therefore, Alfred asked Tadia to contact Baldwin, who was also present. As you command, Marshal. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Valley secret realm, Lambert's situation had become dire since Ryan had blocked his sword shadow clone slash. Crackle. A burst of bone-crackling sounds echoed. After Lambert's sword was parried, Ryan's shoulder, a move similar to the Iron Mountain lean, slammed hard into his chest, sending him flying backward like a cannonball. Ryan dodged and was about to finish Lambert off when the army captain, Baldwin, shouted, "Show mercy, Sir Ryan." Ryan paused and looked at Baldwin in confusion. Baldwin quickly stepped forward and whispered something in Ryan's ear. "Sir Ryan, the command center has stated that your opinion will prevail." Baldwin didn't whisper the last part, but the two Eridar women beside him heard it clearly. Ryan glanced at Lambert, who lay on the ground, vomiting blood, and thought, I'm afraid he can't be of much help in this state. But Ryan thought again. Since Marshal Alfred had spoken, he had to give him a favor. Sir Lambert, if you are willing to assist the Empire in completing an important mission, then this competition can be put to an end. Who wants to die when they can live? Sir Ryan, I agree. Lambert said without hesitation, vomiting blood. Besides, now that this matter has reached this point, I am completely clear with the Durham family. Don't you want to ask what the mission is? No, I have confidence in Sir Ryan. Ryan couldn't help but smile at Lambert's words. He hadn't realized this Lambert was quite good at talking. After a moment's thought, Ryan turned to Arita and said, Arita, treat him. Time's a bit tight. I go ahead, and you can come back later. Yes, Lord Ryan. Arita nodded, no objection. Although Arita was a shadow wizard, he also mastered spells like dark healing, which could quickly heal injuries. Of course, there were significant side effects. Just as Ryan hurried to the rendezvous point, he saw a sturdy man wearing a gorgeous white wizard robe trimmed with gold, holding a staff with a blue orb on top. He was already waiting there. His face was dignified, as if he had long held a high position. He was frowning and staring north, as if lost in thought. Less than 2 minutes later, another man arrived. The man, seemingly in his early 40s, wore a cerulean wizard robe embroidered with mithril. He held a strange staff with 3 prismatic crystals suspended in midair. The 3 crystals atop the staff emitted a noticeable ripple of wind-type energy particles. Agrippa, you're quite punctual, the man with the blue gem cane said without turning his head. Sir Nick, long time no see. The man in the cerulean robe smiled unfazed. This Sir Nick was a legendary, pinnacle warrior in the Internal Guard, a force responsible for protecting the Imperial Palace and known for its pride. If it weren't for the unique location of this mission, the secret realm of Dragon Valley, the Internal Guard wouldn't have sent anyone. Hey, Sir Nick, where are your 2 team members? Agrippa asked, looking around with a hint of surprise. His team members had been struck by the soul-devouring plague, their strength greatly reduced. Bringing them to fight against the incarnation of the undersea goddess would be a death sentence, yet Nick, surprisingly, was the only one who came from his inner guards. I sent them to kill the adolescent dragons infected by the void beast. They're still a bit underpowered against the incarnation of the god. Captain Nick finally turned around as he spoke. Agrippa pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, Sir Nick, that's very thoughtful. Indeed, with the opponent's strength, ordinary team members probably wouldn't be able to make a difference. Agrippa actually agreed with this. Nick and he were on par in strength. In comparison, the team members were slightly inferior. In a normal mission, having 2 late-stage legendary team members would be a benefit, but facing the incarnation of the god was a different matter. Without the ultimate strength of a legendary figure, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Even he, upon learning he was facing the incarnation of the undersea goddess, felt uncertain. After all, the other party was a god. I heard there's another one, also one of your sword bearers? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Nick asked, frowning slightly. Sir Nick, the incoming Lord Ryan has become quite famous in the imperial capital lately. However, although we're both sword bearers, I haven't met him yet, Agrippa said. Nick immediately understood Agrippa's meaning. The other party was saying that, although he and Ryan both belonged to the sword bearer system, they weren't familiar with each other. It's going to be a tough battle. How do you think we should fight? Nick asked with a smile. At their level, the command center doesn't intervene in the specific arrangements of the battle. Everything is discussed on their own. Unless a stalemate arises, the command center will take on coordination, but they simply specify who will take the lead and won't go into the specific details of the battle execution. Oh! Sir Nick, do you have a plan? Agrippa asked, smiling rather than answering directly. It would be best if someone could directly attract that person's attention. That way, our crystallization killer move would be effective, Nick said. Indeed, Agrippa immediately understood Nick's meaning and nodded. At this point, Nick glanced at the thin slice and said, Sir Ryan, you're already a minute late. I think latecomers should bear more responsibility. What do you think, Sir Agrippa? Since Agrippa had made it clear in his words, and since he wasn't familiar with Ryan, Nick was certain he wouldn't object. Fighting a deity incarnate is incredibly dangerous. If someone could draw the fire directly, it would naturally be much safer. Well, in principle, I agree with Sir Nick. However, I think we should clarify this matter with Sir Ryan before the battle. Agrippa hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although Ryan had recently gained considerable fame in the imperial capital, in Agrippa's eyes, he was probably inferior to the legendary veteran Nick. Speak of Ryan, and he arrived. Sorry, you two, I'm a little late. Ryan's voice rang out from a distance. But before he finished speaking, his tall figure suddenly arrived, almost faster than the sound. Huh? Not bad. Nick and Agrippa naturally observed this scene, and the same thought crossed their minds. Sir Ryan, you're late. You should know that being late during a mission is a serious offense, Nick said, his face grave. Oh! May I ask who you are? Ryan raised an eyebrow, looking at the other person. Nick, I'm with the Internal Guard. So what does Captain Nick mean? I think as a latecomer, you should apologize. In the subsequent battle, Sir Ryan, you should shoulder more responsibilities, such as attracting that person's attention during the battle. Hearing this, Ryan immediately understood why the other party was using his lateness as an excuse. So that was their purpose. In fact, upon receiving Marshal Alfred's mission request, Ryan instinctively felt that, due to the previous incident, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, would undoubtedly target him as her primary target upon sight. In other words, without any tactical planning or discussion, he would naturally draw fire, and he had already mentally prepared for this. But the problem was, Captain Nick's words made him uncomfortable. He could initiate the idea of drawing fire, but only if he took the initiative. I disagree, Ryan said, shaking his head. Didn't Command tell you they were asking you to come here to cooperate with us? You're disobeying orders. Nick's face darkened, and a powerful surge of mental energy surged toward Ryan. I'm sorry, Command's mission for me wasn't to cooperate, but to support. What's the difference? Agrippa asked beside him. Of course there is a difference. Cooperation has priorities, but support doesn't, Ryan said. Well, Lord Ryan, now isn't the time for conflict. The three of us are facing the incarnation of the undersea goddess together, so we should work together, Agrippa said, acting as a peacemaker. Once the battle begins, we must always have a strategy, such as who will attract the opponent's attention, who will lead the attack, and who will provide restraint. Lord Ryan, what do you think? Among the three of us, my crystallized killing move is quite powerful, and I believe it should be able to inflict some damage on that opponent. As for Captain Nick, he excels at controlling the situation, and can create numerous opportunities for our offense. And Lord Ryan, your impressive record is truly impressive. Judging from your record, you've rarely suffered any serious injuries in battle, which shows that you're quite skilled in defense. That's why Captain Nick is suggesting you attract the other party's attention. The other party smiled as he spoke, seemingly politely. Of course, if Sir Ryan has a better suggestion, please share it, and we can discuss it together, Agrippa concluded. After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and said, all right. In that case, Sir Agrippa, I attract the other party's attention. However, I can't guarantee that the other party's attention will always be on me. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Of course, Sir Ryan, just do your best. Agrippa nodded quickly and smiled. But in his heart, he was thinking, what a young man. After just a few kind words, he took the initiative to take on this task. While Nick, standing beside him, maintained a solemn expression, he was actually beaming inside. He also felt that Ryan was still too young. With him and Agrippa playing the good cop and the bad cop, Ryan took the initiative with just a few words, taking on the most dangerous task. But what the two of them didn't know was that Ryan had sensed a subtle conspiracy between them from the moment Nick suggested he draw the fire. If they truly considered him part of the team, they would have at least exchanged a few words, like, if you can't do this, I do this and that, or, if you can't hold on any longer, just retreat and ensure your own safety. But none of these words were spoken. This wasn't a team that worked together sincerely. As for why Ryan agreed? First, because the siege of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was a matter of great importance, and the Imperial Capital Astrologer platform would undoubtedly pay close attention. Given this, it was crucial to maintain the moral high ground. His agreement was a testament to his stance. If anything unexpected happened, he wouldn't be blamed. Secondly, attracting firepower was a matter of considerable flexibility. After all, attracting 90% of the attack was considered attracting firepower, but wouldn't attracting 80% or 70% also be considered attracting firepower? Since the three of them were fighting together, as long as he attracted more than 40% of the firepower, he'd basically met the target. If he attracted more than half, no one could blame him. At that moment, a yellow flare appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this, Nick turned and nodded slightly to the two men, saying, Captain Agrippa, Lord Ryan, let's go. The person has arrived. The three of them immediately flashed and sped towards the direction of the flare. Since the opponent was a deity, even an incarnation couldn't track him. They could only determine his approximate location. Therefore, the command center assigned other personnel to search the area. If they found any trace of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, they would immediately fire flares to indicate their location. As the three of them rapidly advanced toward their target point, they saw dozens of ferocious creatures of various shapes, seemingly startled, scurrying madly out of the forest and charging directly toward them. Even more numerous birds of prey and strange insects were fleeing in all directions. Of course, these posed no obstacle to Ryan and the other two. A flash of spiraling lightning flashed from Nick's body, and a giant ferocious creature, resembling a wild boar, collapsed to the ground, twitching. This made Ryan's eyes light up. It seemed that Agrippa's words about Nick's skill at controlling the situation and his chances of restraining the undersea goddess weren't entirely exaggerated. Agrippa was surrounded by a cyan current. This was different from the effect of swift wind, which only lingered around his legs. Ryan knew that he was using the third-level wind spell, Whirlwind Barrier. A ferocious creature, resembling a velociraptor, rushed towards Agrippa, ready to pounce and bite him. But in the next second, the creature, over 3 meters tall, was swept up by the cyan current and thrown to the side. Several long, deep wounds appeared on its body. Instantly, blood spurted out from the wounds. This whirlwind barrier was a rare combination of attack and defense in wind magic, capable of both deflecting enemy attacks and inflicting damage. The cyan air swirling around him was actually laced with a dense mass of tiny wind blades, imperceptible to the naked eye. This meant that any enemy that collided with this whirlwind barrier would be swiftly sliced by the tiny wind blades. While Ryan observed the two, Nick and Agrippa naturally observed him as well. However, their astonishment was even greater. When Ryan encountered a ferocious species or a bird of prey, his form would flash and vanish, but in reality, he had already bypassed the enemy. With their keen perception, they could naturally detect how Ryan achieved this. Simply put, Ryan relied on his instantaneous speed changes, effortlessly dodging all the ferocious species charging towards him as if strolling in the garden. Nick glanced at Ryan, thinking to himself, if it weren't for the metal shield lingering around his body, he'd look like a titled knight, not a level 3 crystallized wizard at all. Passing through a patch of woods, the scene ahead became clear. A beautiful, black-robed girl familiar to Ryan stood in the center, her back to them. Lying on the ground around them were 3 Imperial personnel, clearly breathing more out than in. 2 of them Ryan was somewhat familiar with. They'd participated in the Secret Realm retest. The other, Ryan had never seen before, had a similar aura to Nick. He must be an internal security officer. Quite, Nick exclaimed. As expected, as Ryan had suspected, one of them was one of Nick's team members. 3 more, Hella said, turning slowly. Huh? I didn't expect you'd come here on your own initiative. Turning, Hella's beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan. Shouldn't I be here? Ryan smiled. If you come here on your own initiative, I can promise you a pleasant death. A smile graced Hella's beautiful face. She didn't mean to seduce him, but the 3 present all felt a sense of enchantment. As for the undersea goddess's words, Ryan naturally understood her meaning. But Nick and Agrippa didn't. But to them, that wasn't important. What was important was that Ryan had caught the undersea goddess's attention the moment he appeared, which was clearly a good thing. Because it meant that the first step of the strategy had been completed. For these two, if they could successfully complete the mission, that would be best, but if not, they would immediately evacuate to ensure their own safety. That was why they wanted Ryan to attract attention. The reason was simple. If you became the focus of a deity's incarnation, escaping would be extremely difficult. Nick and Agrippa exchanged a glance, then quickly separated, one on the left and one on the right, to the back of the undersea goddess. If you look down from above, you can see Ryan, Nick, and Agrippa standing in a triangle surrounding Hela, the goddess of the underworld, in the middle. Chapter 426. However, before I play with you properly, I think I should get rid of these 2 little bugs first. The black-robed girl, transformed by Hela, the goddess of the underworld, cast a sidelong glance at Nick and Agrippa, who had just arrived. This sidelong glance sent shivers down their spines. The 2 men immediately understood what the goddess had said. She was planning to clear the area first, and then deal with Ryan. This made them glance at Ryan with a grimace, their faces exclaiming, "No! What's going on? I told you to attract their attention, but you're attracting too much. Brother, you've attracted too much." This scene was naturally observed by everyone on the 2nd floor of the astrologer's terrace in the imperial capital of Tamriel. For a moment, everyone, including Marshal Alfred and even the great astrologer Darian, who was maintaining the astrology nearby, stared at Ryan on the oval stone platform with astonishment. "Augustus, you said Ryan and the undersea goddess clashed last time?" Alfred quickly recovered and asked. "Oh yes. To be more precise, Lord Ryan clashed with a shadow of the undersea goddess." Augustus paused for a moment before nodding. But in an instant, Augustus understood the meaning behind Marshal Alfred's words. That is, if it had been a mere clash with a divine projection, the undersea goddess wouldn't have been so rude or said such things. Was it just a clash last time? Marshal Alfred asked, puzzled. This? Augustus struggled to recall. The Empire's territory is vast, rife with cults, and even the resurgence of various secret ancient sections. While divine projections aren't particularly frequent, they average out to 1 or 2 per month. Even every few months, reports of divine incarnations appearing somewhere in the Empire. Well, I might know the reason, Major General Tadia said with a quizzical expression. Because the battle between Lord Ryan and the projection of the underworld goddess took place in the first Twin Tundra. It was the Swordbearers branch in Marne province who first reported it. I've seen it many times, and it's quite impressive. Tadia's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Well, Lord Ryan's words might have been a bit harsh back then, which is why the underworld goddess was so impressed. Tadia wanted to elaborate, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized it wasn't appropriate, and could only gloss over it briefly. This, however, only made everyone more curious. Be more specific, for example? Marshal Alfred, usually expressionless, now had a gleam of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. For example, the undersea goddess wanted Lord Ryan to submit, but Lord Ryan immediately said, "Your submission to me is almost the same." What? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, staring at Tadia in astonishment. No, that's not what I said. That's what Lord Ryan said. Tadia, feeling a chill in her heart at the gazes of her superiors, quickly waved her hand. At the time, she had been quite shocked by the relevant description in the intelligence. She had read it repeatedly, and even sought confirmation from the Swordbearers branch in Marne province, leaving a deep impression. Everyone finally realized there was a reason behind this. No wonder. At this moment, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was looking at Ryan with such affection. It was as if a woman were looking at a man who had abandoned her after having an affair with him. The smile was beautiful, yet terrifying. However, just as everyone turned their gaze back to the projection on the stone platform, the scene suddenly changed. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, suddenly pointed at Agrippa, not far to her right. In an instant, 5 swirling black streams suddenly appeared before her. Something seemed to be trapped within the black water, as if it were holding a vengeful spirit. Faintly, one could see the face of a tormented human. And then, with a flick of her white finger, she charged towards Agrippa with lightning speed. It seemed that, as she had said, she needed to deal with the 2 little bugs first. This scene caused Ryan to raise his eyebrows, and he instantly flashed and attacked the undersea goddess. While both Nick and Agrippa had their own plans, Ryan wasn't about to stand by and watch Hela slay them. As the victim, Agrippa naturally didn't dare rely on his 3rd-level wind spell, Whirlwind Barrier, to resist the attack of a deity incarnate. Furthermore, with his perception, he could easily discern that, while Hela's spell was nearly instantaneous, the energy fluctuations were as intense as those of a 4th-level spell. So, Agrippa's first reaction was to evade with his swift wind spells. A green light flashed around him, and he left several afterimages behind as he retreated dozens of meters. Just when Agrippa thought he had dodged the opponent's sorcery, he suddenly looked up. His heart, which had just relaxed slightly, suddenly tightened. To his astonishment, Agrippa discovered that the 5 vortexes of black water released by Hela, the goddess of the underworld, were like 5 living creatures, chasing him in a beautiful arc, their movements uneven and erratic. Such a strong tracking ability? It simply doesn't make sense. You know, ordinary sorcery, guided by the caster's mental power, has a certain tracking ability, but this rapidly decreases with the target's distance and speed. And yet, he was at least 200 meters away from the goddess of the underworld, and yet, the opponent still managed to accurately lock onto him. This was outrageous. With that level of mental power, I'm afraid a 4th-level Dawn Wizard would only be able to do so. But shouldn't there be a strength limit in the secret realm? In an instant, many thoughts raced through Agrippa's mind, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In this regard, he could only desperately dodge. Agrippa's body, shrouded in azure air, flashed again. Simultaneously, he cast his 1st and 2nd-level innate spells, further strengthening his defenses. Unfortunately, a black water vortex appeared right in Agrippa's path. Boom! The first black water vortex blew away Agrippa's 3rd-level wind spell, Whirlwind Barrier, causing him to stumble. Remember, there were 5 black water vortexes. 1 exploded, and 4 more followed. Boom! Agrippa's speed was greatly reduced by the explosion, and the 2nd black water vortex immediately caught up, instantly destroying his remaining protective effects. Even the amulet around Agrippa's neck, after radiating a brilliant blue shield, shattered instantly. This made Agrippa's hair stand on end. For this was his last automatically triggered protective magical device. Boom! At this moment, a 3rd black water vortex struck, instantly blowing Agrippa away. Ah! As the black water splashed, Agrippa screamed in pain. The black water, like the strongest aqua regia, was extremely corrosive, corroding his unprotected body. It melted like a candle in flames. And then, Agrippa's screams abruptly ceased. The fourth black water vortex immediately crushed him to death. Only a pool of foul-smelling black water remained on the ground, a reminder of the legendary peak power that once stood here. Ryan, standing nearby, naturally observed the entire scene, marveling at the sheer power of Hellas' incarnation. Compared to the previous projection, its strength had increased by at least 5 times. In addition, the energy fluctuations of the spell Hela had just cast were so strong that he could even vaguely see tiny cracks in space. This meant that the power of the other party's spell had reached the upper limit of what the secret realm could withstand. If Agrippa was at the peak of legendary realm, then Hela's incarnation at this moment was equivalent to the legendary perfection. Even a little bit stronger would have been squeezed out of the secret realm. No wonder, even as powerful as Agrippa, he was instantly succumbed to this spell. This is the terrifying power of the gods. Just an incarnation, yet so terrifying. At the same time, Ryan had already rushed 10 meters in front of Hela. Instantly, Ryan's form suddenly expanded, dark gray dragon scales glimmering across his body. He had actually entered the second stage of his transformation, the dragon general form. The hardened adamantium in his hand quickly covered his dragon claws. Ryan knew that facing the undersea goddess in this state, his attack would have no chance of penetrating her defense without transforming. As Ryan's transformation was successfully completed, he took his final step, leaping 10 meters across. A wave of white air instantly emanated from Ryan's nearly 10-meter-tall body. This sudden burst of energy surpassed the speed of sound. Accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, Ryan launched a powerful dragon claw at the black-robed girl Hela had transformed into. Bang! A 3-meter diameter black energy shield was held up by Hela's single hand. Thanks to this shield, Ryan's claws struck like a resilient ball. At the point of collision, a black energy halo erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. Simultaneously, the black energy shield was slightly dented. But from Hela, the goddess of the underworld, whose smile remained, it was clear that Ryan's attack hadn't troubled her in the slightest. At this moment, she wasn't a projection, but an incarnation. The energy she could mobilize was on a completely different level. To think that she could break the shield with her previous moves was a pipe dream. However, she just wanted to see Ryan's despair. These 2 consecutive scenes horrified Nick, the captain of the inner guard on the other side. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was so frightening. He quickly made a decision. Retreat immediately. He couldn't stay here even for a minute. However, there was still a problem. If he still wanted to return to the Dragon Empire, he couldn't leave his spell unturned. Unless Nick abandoned everything and threw himself into the arms of the cult, he would have to at least strike once. At this thought, a fierce expression flashed across Nick's face. Then don't blame me for accidentally injuring my allies. Immediately, Nick cast his spell at the enraged sea goddess and rain. Then, a flash of blue lightning rapidly swirled around Nick's white wizard robe, like a high-voltage resistor. All living things on the ground around him were instantly killed by the stray current. Leaves, grass, and other creatures floated. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the command hall on the 2nd floor of the astrologer's terrace, the scene within the oval stone platform had changed dramatically in just a few seconds. Although the commanding staff, including Marshal Alfred, had repeatedly overestimated the strength of Hela's avatar, which had infiltrated the Dragon Valley secret realm after being injured, the scene before them still completely shocked them. Agrippa, a veteran legendary peak powerhouse, couldn't even withstand a single spell. How could this battle continue? Ryan and Nick, the remaining 2, were only slightly stronger than Agrippa, but only slightly so. Facing the undersea goddess in this state, could she withstand 2 spells? Or 3? For a moment, everyone was stunned by the undersea goddess's strength, and unforeseen thoughts arose in their hearts. This is ancient sorcery, the ancient black water soul. It is said that within each black water sphere lies a deceased Styx. This is actually a 4th-level dawn spell, but the goddess of the underworld has somehow simplified and weakened it, allowing it to be performed within the Dragon Valley secret realm. At this moment, the great astrologer Dalian, standing nearby, frowned slightly as he explained. A simplified dawn spell? Doesn't that mean it's a quasi-4th level spell? This is a dimensionality reduction attack. No wonder Agrippa couldn't withstand a single blow. The crowd suddenly understood. This spell is powerful and has strong tracking capabilities, but the black water vortex's movement speed isn't very fast. If you know about it in advance, dodging it isn't too difficult. Great astrologer Dalian continued. Tadia, immediately check who else is nearby? Marshal Alfred stood up, his expression solemn. Yes, sir. Tadia quickly got to work. She knew that without reinforcements, even Lord Ryan would be killed. The closest is... Huh? Captain Baldwin. He's 2 kilometers away, Lord Ryan, Tadia exclaimed in surprise. Contact immediately, and have him expedite his progress. Marshal, Captain Baldwin is rapidly advancing toward the target. Excellent. Immediately inform Baldwin of the undersea goddess's combat power, and the situation Lord Dalian just described. It would be best if he could alert Ryan, Marshal Alfred warned. Knowing the enemy's strength in advance would have prevented them from being caught off guard. If Agrippa had known about this earlier and adopted a guerrilla-style fighting strategy, while his safety wouldn't have been guaranteed, his survival time would have been significantly increased. As you command, Marshal. In addition, there are 2 more. Just as Tadia was reporting, she was suddenly interrupted by a furious shout. Bang! Nick, you bastard! General Augustus slammed his palm down on the table, glaring at the scene on the stone platform. Everyone's eyes shifted, looking up at the oval stone platform. On the stone platform, a scene appeared. Dragon thunder. Nick roared. Bang! As the blue crystal ball on the tip of his staff exploded, the power of the magic he was casting suddenly increased. In an instant, a ball of lightning blasted towards Ryan and Hela. Just before it reached them, the ball of lightning suddenly split, forming a lightning grid approximately 10 meters in diameter. A cold glint flashed in Ryan's eyes. He hadn't expected Nick to attack him as well. Also, he was casting metal magic. His nearly 10-meter-tall body was now covered in steel armor. Metal conducts electricity. This meant he would withstand more damage than Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Ryan didn't believe Nick hadn't thought of this. Hela, already maintaining her protective shield, wasn't worried at all. Instead, she calmly watched Ryan's response. However, Ryan's response was also incredibly swift. With lightning speed, he transformed the hardened adamantium in his hand into a spear, piercing the ground near Hela's feet. Crash! Most of the arcing electricity was instantly absorbed by the metal spear. Instantly, it even turned Hela's black water ball, the goddess of the underworld, conductive. This startled Hela. She hadn't expected Ryan to so easily neutralize this indiscriminate attack, gathering the lightning's power and striking her again. This made Hela's face somewhat irritated. However, she didn't attack Ryan, intending to toy with him enough before killing him. Naturally, she wanted to kill him last. Therefore, Hela's wrath could only be directed at Nick. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the rapidly fleeing Nick. This little bug thinks he can escape? How ignorant. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, stretched out her other hand and clenched it. In an instant, a flash of black light appeared, and a trident composed of pure energy, shimmering with a translucent black light, suddenly appeared in her hand. Swish! A flash of black lightning flashed. In the blink of an eye, the trident, shimmering with black light, was behind the fleeing Nick. This made Nick curse, his scalp tingling. Lightning displacement. But Nick, after all, was experienced in combat, and he roared. Suddenly, his figure teleported several meters forward. This was his ultimate life-saving technique, a rare third-level lightning-based sorcery called lightning displacement. Although it consumed a significant amount of mental energy to perform, it allowed him to instantly move 2 to 3 meters in any direction. When facing physical attacks, it was a surefire way to save his life. Nick breathed a sigh of relief as the energy trident narrowly missed him and plunged into the ground beside him. Lucky. I still have this life-saving trick. Otherwise, I'd be damn dead this time. But before he could finish his thought, Nick suddenly realized he had been blown away for no apparent reason. From Ryan's perspective, he could see it all clearly. Although the black trident didn't directly strike Nick, a flash of black electricity flashed through it after it plunged into the ground, and then it exploded. A shockwave comparable to a small fueler bomb, and a flash of black light passed by. Nick's protective magic didn't even last a fraction of a second before shattering like glass. Nick was instantly blown away. That strike wasn't just a physical attack. In a sense, it was a mixed attack. Ryan didn't even need to step forward to investigate. He knew Nick was completely dead. Besides the damage from the shockwave, the black energy was also extremely corrosive. At that moment, Nick's fallen body, like a candle lying flat on its side, was rapidly melting. If he were still alive, he would have struggled to his feet. But now, he showed no sign of reaction. Although Agrippa and Nick died in quick succession, Ryan felt no bitterness or guilt. He had done nothing wrong in the previous battle. On the contrary, Nick's Dragon Thunder attack clearly had the air of deliberate intent. To describe these two, as an old saying from a previous life goes, too clever to scheme, and yet it cost you your life. In reality, since the other party had resorted to underhanded tactics, Even if Hela didn't eliminate them first, Ryan would have made them suffer the consequences later in the battle. But the current outcome was even more impeccable. Excellent, now those two little bugs are dealt with. Now, it's your turn. The black-robed girl, the incarnation of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, looked at Ryan with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 427. I don't want to die, Ryan said calmly, shaking his head. This body of yours is merely a clone. Or you should just die. Although Ryan's tone was calm, his words were explosive. Simply put, it was like a god asking a mortal how he wanted to die, and the mortal telling the god he could die. Add to that Ryan's calm tone, and his venomous nature was at its peak. Of course, Ryan wasn't being venomous, but rather, just like before, using a similar tactic of trash-talking to soothe the opponent's nerves. At this moment, everyone on the second floor of the Imperial Capital's astrology platform was stunned. They finally understood why Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had such a strange expression and tone upon seeing Ryan. Isn't Lord Ryan's words a bit too brazen? Although Lord Ryan is indeed very powerful. Although the secret realm has strength limitations, the opponent cannot exert his full strength. But was it really wise to anger a god like this? At the scene, the black-robed girl, Hela's incarnation, suddenly lost her smile, her full chest heaving violently. Clearly, she was once again deeply infuriated by Ryan. Especially when he spoke, Ryan's calm eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. She had seen many warriors, and when they faced her, their gazes held a certain awe. But Ryan's gaze towards her seemed devoid of any reverence, as if he were looking at a small animal like a cat or dog. This was what she found most unbearable. But before Hela could make a move, suddenly, Ryan's muscles swelled rapidly, his body began to grow again, horns sprouted from his head, a tail grew behind him, and he rushed from his original height of 8 or 9 meters to 13 or 14 meters. The secret realm around him also seemed to be starting to become unstable. Spirited cracks, as fine as cow hair, began to appear around his body. Why did Ryan dare to activate the third stage of transformation without worrying about being squeezed out of the secret realm? It was because he suddenly realized something. He was different from before. His bloodline concentration had reached a high level, allowing him to partially control the degree of his transformation. For example, during the battle with Lambert, he only transformed part of his body, his arm, into a dragon. This meant that when he activated the third stage of transformation, he could also partially control the degree of his transformation, keeping his power level as close to the secret realm's upper limit as possible. It now seemed that he had achieved this. Simply put, Ryan had previously only been able to transform into integer stages, such as the first stage Dragon Warrior and the second stage Dragon General. But now it was different. He could now perform incomplete transformations, such as stages 1.1 and 2.9, thus controlling his power level within an extremely precise range. Of course, the most important reason for his three-stage transformation was because, after the recent battle, Ryan had made one thing clear. If he couldn't raise his power level to the same level as Hela, the incarnation of the goddess of the underworld, the battle would be impossible. This was a disadvantage that no amount of combat skills, sorcery, or even willpower could compensate for. Because the opponent was a god with experience, possessing all manner of sorcery and combat techniques at the pinnacle, if their power level was even a level higher than yours, how could you possibly fight them? So, transformation was necessary. Even if something unexpected happened, such as a momentary loss of control and being ejected from the secret realm, that was still better than perishing here. Ryan had a system. A saying from his past life particularly suited him. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. Ryan's further transformation caused Hela, who had just been about to take action, to narrow her eyes slightly. She could naturally sense that Ryan's power level had further increased. This power fluctuation had already reached the upper limit of the power that the Dragon Valley secret realm before them could withstand. In other words, if there had been a slight difference in their power levels before, from this moment on, they were completely aligned. Both were at the level of legendary perfection. If their power rose any further, even just a little bit, they would be squeezed out of the secret realm. Boom! As Ryan completed his transformation into the Dragon King, he suddenly stomped hard, and the ground gave way. A wave of white air instantly erupted from Ryan's 13 or 14 meter tall body. For a moment, the squeezed, transparent air could be seen flowing backwards from around him like a stream of water. Accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, Ryan, despite his immense stature, arrived in front of Hela in the blink of an eye. One of his powerful dragon claws, this time, struck the black energy shield surrounding Hela with a powerful blow. Bang! At the point where the shield and the dragon claw collided, a ripple of black energy auras erupted, blasting outward in all directions. At the same time, the previously hairy cracks around their bodies suddenly expanded to the size of a thumb, as if the secret space here could no longer withstand the violent fluctuations of the two men's battle. This time, Hela's black energy shield, like a ball, was suddenly dented by Ryan's claw. The sharp dragon claws were barely an inch away from the stunningly beautiful face of the black-robed girl Hela had transformed into. This caused Hela's expression to change, becoming quite solemn. She quickly raised her other hand and pointed at Ryan. The ancient sorcery that had instantly killed Agrippa, the ancient black water ghost, reappeared. 5 swirling vortexes of black water suddenly appeared before her, and with a single gesture, they blasted towards Ryan with lightning speed. But Ryan didn't dodge the blow. Instead, he raised his other massive claw and slammed it down towards Hela's shaky black water shield. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, a cloud of claw shadows pelted towards Hela, seemingly seeking injury for injury. Snap! The shield shattered. A flash of black light flashed in Hela's eyes, and in the next instant, she appeared dozens of meters away. This was the first time she had retreated since entering the secret realm. At the same time, 5 vortexes of black water, each vaguely revealing the face of a drowned victim, attacked Ren in his Dragon King form from multiple directions, drawing ever closer. Ren's right claw, coated in enchanted thorium, struck out with lightning speed. Instantly, all the black water vortexes exploded. Boom! 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 For a moment, explosions roared, and smoke and dust billowed. After the blast, Ren's dragon claw, clad in combined sorceress steel armor, was merely pitted and charred, emitting the stench of corroded dragon scales. But compared to the instantaneous corrosion of Agrippa earlier, the difference was stark. This was the level of Ren's power in his third form. Just as Ren was about to attack again, the next second, both men looked away. The violent energy fluctuations had seemingly caused the surrounding space to become increasingly unstable. Dozens of spatial cracks, each as thick as a thumb, suddenly seemed to connect. Instantly, a massive rift, approximately 2 or 3 meters in diameter, and with irregular edges, appeared. But most crucially, one after another, black, mist-like monsters suddenly emerged from the rift. Although they had no faces, merely a mass of black mist, Ryan could sense the elation they exuded upon entering the secret realm. At the same time, in the Imperial capital, on the second floor of the astrology platform, a questioning voice rang out. Since Sir Ryan has such a powerful weapon, why didn't he use it just now? If he had used it, it should have allowed Sirs Nick and Agrippa to survive, right? An old man in the uniform of an internal guard officer frowned. Captain Nick was a top-tier member of their internal guard and, moreover, was related to him by blood, being his cousin. This must be Lord Ryan's trump card, not to be used lightly, someone replied. Lord Ryan's bloodline transformation actually has a significant weakness. The greater the transformation's power, the faster it depletes his stamina. So, Lord Ryan probably didn't activate this level of transformation when the situation was initially unclear. Probably because of this consideration, Tadia explained logically. But General Augustus was more direct. Admiral O'Connor, didn't you see what happened just now? That bastard Nick used his crystallized killing move, Dragon Thunder, without any regard for Lord Ryan's life or death. And after using it, they immediately fled. We should have no friends like that. General Augustus said bluntly. He was already annoyed, and Admiral O'Connor of the Internal Guard had jumped in with such remarks, only to be further angered. You? O'Connor's face flushed red, as Augustus's indirect insults lashed out, and he stood there awkwardly. Augustus, don't say anything that will undermine unity. Admiral O'Connor, we all saw clearly just now that the deaths of Excellences Nick and Agrippa were caused by the undersea goddess's far greater power than expected. Combat is bound to result in casualties, and this has nothing to do with Excellency Ryan. Remember, Excellency Ryan did not retreat, but fought alone. Marshal Alfred pointed to the image on the oval stone platform, his face solemn. This? Admiral O'Connor was momentarily speechless. On second thought, in O'Connor's mind, while Ryan's displayed strength was astonishing, the incarnation of the undersea goddess was even more overwhelming. O'Connor didn't believe Ryan could survive. If that were the case, then there was no point in arguing. The few commanders who had previously shared Admiral O'Connor's sentiments also fell silent. Because Marshal Alfred had hit the crucial point, Ryan was currently fighting alone, refusing to retreat. Any doubts were pointless. How could someone with ulterior motives be so fearless as to face the divine incarnation alone? This wasn't a deliberate attempt to discredit the Imperial hero. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the image on the oval stone platform had suddenly gone blurry. Then, it completely vanished. The energy fluctuations from their clash were too intense, affecting the spatial stability of the secret realm and significantly impacting my astrology. The great astrologer Darian frowned in surprise. He hadn't expected the young Imperial swordsman, Ryan, to be so powerful. He was practically halfway to becoming an epic warrior. Sir Darian, perhaps you could use Baldwin's perspective to observe, Marshal Alfred said after a moment's thought. Alfred knew that real-time astrological observation required pinpointing an individual. Ryan's current combat intensity was no longer observable. Clearly, the best option was Baldwin, who was about to arrive on the scene. That's a good idea. As the great astrologer Darian cast his astrology again, a small group of people appeared on the oval stone platform, moving rapidly. It was Baldwin, the Eridar sisters, and the recently recovered Lambert. Half a minute ago, Baldwin had received a message from Tadia, informing him of the intensity of the battle ahead. It was truly astonishing. In less than half a minute, 2 peak legendary warriors had perished. This, although Baldwin himself lacked confidence, sometimes, retreat was unacceptable. Try to engage in a roving battle later. Beware of the 2 special sorceries of the incarnation of the undersea goddess. One is the ancient Blackwater Revenant. It's incredibly powerful and possesses exceptional tracking abilities. Therefore, if targeted, maintain your distance and avoid direct contact. The other is the energy weapon Trident. Besides its incredibly high physical damage, it also self-destructs, so you must dodge immediately. Otherwise, the shockwave damage and corrosive properties will be unleashed. Even the most powerful legends couldn't survive. Baldwin quickly relayed the information he gleaned from the thin film to the 2 women, Erida and Lambert. At this moment, Erida, the fastest of the group, suddenly stopped her slender figure and pointed ahead with a look of astonishment. Look! What's that? In the center of a devastated forest, a gigantic dragon man was engaged in combat with a stunningly beautiful black-robed girl. To the right, a flickering rift in space appeared. One after another, unprecedented black fog creatures emerged from the rift. The giant dragon man was naturally known to everyone as Ryan, and the black-robed girl battling him, as they'd learned from Baldwin, was undoubtedly the incarnation of the undersea goddess. But what exactly was this black fog creature? It had actually arrived in this secret realm from a rift in space. At this moment, the thin film on Baldwin's chest vibrated again, and he immediately pulled it out. Captain Baldwin, this is Augustus. General Augustus, please speak. According to the observations of Grand Astrologer Lord Darian, a void destroyer has appeared at the location where Lord Ryan is fighting. Please eliminate it immediately to prevent it from destroying the secret realm. Also, it is immune to most physical attacks, making its sorcery more effective. Understood, but General Augustus, should we rush to Lord Ryan's aid first, or eliminate this void destroyer? After a brief silence from the other end of the thin sheet, a voice came again. Lord Ryan's battle is likely beyond your reach at this point. Understood, General Augustus. Baldwin's heart sank as he gazed towards the center of the battlefield. Sure enough, the 2 men were now engaged in combat. Even from his position, nearly a kilometer away, he could sense the intense energy fluctuations. Even more terrifyingly, spatial fissures several meters in diameter appeared densely and frequently around the 2 men. Some lasted only a short time, others a few seconds, and still others persisted forever. From these fissures, those dark, fog-like void destroyers swarmed, like sharks in a sea, smelling blood. Chapter 428. Huh? Void destroyers? Have Galaxis minions spread here? Hela whispered, a flicker of surprise and disgust in her eyes. Void destroyers? Ryan keenly recognized the name Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had just mentioned. But he was certain he had never heard of it before. However, these monsters called void destroyers were clearly not Hela's subordinates, but rather enemies. Because at this moment, these bloated black mists, flashing with lightning, were rapidly drifting towards the 2 of them. Just a bunch of Galaxis minions. How dare you offend the majesty of the true god? You're courting death. Facing the void destroyer's attack, Hela was clearly furious. Black water surged beneath her feet and quickly spread outward, quickly growing from a few meters in diameter to over 10 meters. The void destroyers that entered the black water area vanished like mist scorched by the sun in less than 2 seconds, ultimately transforming into a cloud of black smoke. For a moment, as many as arrived were killed. Ryan, on the other hand, was also under siege by the void destroyers. After a moment's deliberation, Ryan didn't advance for a close-range attack. Instead, he tapped his fingers, unleashing a liquefied killing move, multiple slicing nets. One after another, dense, silver-shimmering nets blasted in all directions. A single slash would severely damage a Void Destroyer, while two would instantly annihilate it. Huh? They aren't very strong. No wonder Hela calls them someone's minions. The sudden appearance of these black mist creatures had initially startled Ryan. But as soon as they engaged, Ryan discovered that these Void Destroyers weren't actually very powerful, merely reaching the quasi-legendary level. Of course, in the outside world, the destructive power of Void Destroyers, nearly immune to physical attacks and present in such large numbers, would be formidable. But they were facing Ryan and Hela's incarnation. For Ryan, Void Destroyers of this level, unless they numbered in the tens of thousands, posed little threat. So, Ryan continued to focus his attention on the Black-Robed Girl, the goddess of the underworld, Hela. At this moment, his injuries were rapidly healing thanks to his innate rapid healing ability. Meanwhile, his stature was subtly growing taller and stronger. For Ryan also noticed that as the space became increasingly unstable, he seemed to be able to unleash more power. Naturally, the invisible force trying to squeeze him out also intensified. With a powerful push of his sturdy hind legs, Ryan's ground cracked, a crater appeared, and his 14-meter-tall body shot towards Hela. As soon as he stepped into the black water, the thick steel armor covering Ryan's body began to corrode with a hissing sound. But before it could corrode much further, Ryan's sharp claws slammed into Hela's black water shield again. Bang! This time, another huge dent was made in the shield. The black-robed girl quickly turned her head, but a strand of hair by her ear was severed by Ryan's claws and fell to the ground. How dare you! This made Hela, who had been playing games, feel a chill in her heart and even more offended. Hela finally activated some kind of combat form, and the black-robed girl's figure instantly grew larger. 3 meters, 5 meters. In an instant, she was almost as tall as Ryan. Immediately, the two giants engaged in a fierce battle. Bang! Bang! With every clash, the transparent air rippled like water, vibrating outward. Then, a roar echoed throughout the surroundings, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Cracks of varying sizes appeared around the two, flickering and fading as they clashed. The aftermath of the battle alone nearly wiped out the surrounding area. The Void Destroyers, who had just arrived in this secret realm, were now desperately fleeing in other directions. The aftermath of the recent battle between Ryan and Hela's incarnation had already killed at least dozens of their companions. However, as both of them unleashed their true fire, the power they unleashed grew stronger, and individual void fissures grew larger, from their original diameters of 2 or 3 meters to those of 4 or 5 meters. If one peered through the cracks, one could vaguely see. The text then abruptly shifts topics. It seemed that within the dark void beyond the secret realm, larger, more powerful void creatures were lurking. 1 kilometer away. Baldwin and his group. Let's go! We prioritize eliminating the Void Destroyers, Baldwin said, turning his head to the 3 people beside him. Hearing this, Alita, standing at the front of the group, looked at Baldwin in surprise and questioned, Huh? Aren't we going to support Lord Ryan? Do you think we can interfere in Lord Ryan's battle with that person? Let's just carry out, Baldwin said with a wry smile. However, before Baldwin could finish, his sister Alita interrupted him. No! Lord Baldwin, perhaps you've misunderstood one thing. We have little to do with the Empire. We are merely followers of Lord Ryan, not Imperial soldiers, and we don't hold any official positions within the Empire. So, supporting Lord Ryan is what we too should do, said Irita, her pretty face grim. This? Baldwin was slightly taken aback. Yes. He had just assumed it. Lord Ryan was indeed an Imperial swordbearer, but the Irita sisters were not. Before, Lord Ryan was always on missions, and the 2 women naturally followed him, giving him the illusion that the Irita sisters were also on missions. But in reality, they were merely following Ryan, not actually carrying out Imperial missions. Now, Lord Ryan was locked in a difficult battle, and the Irita sisters' first instinct was to support him. He had no right to stop them, let alone to tell them to follow the command from the command center. To kill the Void Destroyer. Sister, go! Without waiting for Baldwin to say anything, Irita leaped atop the Hellfire-improved golem and called to her sister, Irita, who was standing beside him. Okay, sister. Irita smiled sweetly at her sister, then faltered, snorting at Baldwin. She also leaped atop another Hellfire-improved golem. The next second, the 2 sisters and the 2 golems were charging towards the center of the battlefield at lightning speed. No. Can you 2 interfere in the fight between Lord Ryan and that guy? Baldwin suddenly thought, his face changing as he shouted. But by then, The two women had already rushed dozens of meters away. But Baldwin knew that even if the Apprentice sisters heard him, they wouldn't listen to him and return. Lambert, standing nearby, slung his greatsword over his shoulder, his arms folded across his chest, watching the conversation between Baldwin and the two women with great interest. He had originally had this suspicion when he first met the two women. With his experience and keen perception, he had a feeling they weren't from the Empire's special services, because their speech and demeanor didn't conform to the usual calm, modest, and cautious mannerisms of the Imperial system. After undergoing the dark healing, he had a vague suspicion about their origins. Now, he had it all figured out. It turned out that the Apprentice sisters were top legendary warriors of the secret snake cult. After entering the secret realm, they were defeated by Ryan and, somehow, became his followers. TSK, Lord Ryan is so young, but he's truly impressive. This was the first time he'd heard such a thing in all these years. Besides, didn't the evil god have some backup plan to control the two women? How did he remove it? But now was not the time to dwell on that. Lambert noticed Baldwin's gaze turn towards him. Lord Baldwin, please stop looking at me. Lambert turned and smiled, then shook his head at Baldwin. I joined the Empire on this mission because I lost the duel to Lord Ryan. Now that Lord Ryan is in a difficult situation, I should prioritize helping him, not dealing with the Void Destroyer. I leave the Void Destroyer to you, okay? With that, Lambert suddenly vanished from the spot, and the ground cracked like a spiderweb. The next second, Lambert appeared dozens of meters away. People's minds shift when facing different enemies. Although Lambert was reluctant to be defeated by Ryan, a fellow Imperial genius, he easily accepted it. He and Ryan held no previous grudges. He had chosen to attack Ryan simply because he had to honor an agreement with the Durham family. From this perspective, his stance wasn't entirely just. It wasn't his own will. Naturally, his convictions weren't as firm. So, when Lambert chose to live when Ryan offered him the choice, it wasn't out of cowardice. But the man before him was the incarnation of an evil god, a sworn enemy of the Empire. He was the eldest disciple of the Imperial Guardian, the Tide Sword Master. Ryan, who had shown him mercy, was engaged in a bloody battle. In this situation, Lambert knew he had to do something if he didn't want to embarrass himself and his master. For a moment, while rapidly advancing, Lambert felt a sudden realization. Simultaneously, the great sword slashing waves on his back vibrated, as if responding. This sudden change made Lambert's heart leap with joy. He gazed at the undersea goddess once again, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, excitement, and anticipation. A deity incarnate? This was their first encounter. Sir Lambert, close combat is too dangerous. Remember to stay out of the way. Baldwin was startled at first, then shouted a warning as he saw Lambert rushing toward the center of the battlefield. Then Baldwin smiled wryly and shook his head. He immediately cast stone skin on himself and charged forward. As an earth wizard, his self-preservation abilities were quite good. Baldwin planned to fight slightly forward, at least to provide some support to Ryan and the other three while destroying the Void Destroyer. Witnessing this scene, everyone on the second floor of the Imperial Capital Astrologer's Terrace fell silent for a moment. Human nature is complex. There are those who hold high positions but, at critical moments, behave despicably, like Nick. But there are also those who appear driven by others, afraid of death, but in reality, unwavering in their hearts, like Lambert. Dragon Valley's secret realm. The fierce battle between Ryan and Hela continued. At this moment, Ryan had already replenished his stamina for the third time. Otherwise, he would have been unable to sustain the immense energy expenditure of his third form. Although Ryan maintained peak stamina almost throughout the battle, he still gained no advantage against the giantized Hela, the goddess of the underworld. At this point, Ryan could clearly sense that the energy intensity and duration of the incarnation far exceeded that of the projection. Whether he or Hela differed greatly in strength, speed, or melee skills, Hela's sorcery abilities were superior. Despite the intense battle, he hadn't yet exposed his opponent's trump card. So, Ryan naturally didn't rush to use his own. He had a hunch that Hela, the goddess of the underworld, would have a way to counter his soul-shattering attack. Suddenly, Hela's right hand clenched, and a translucent energy trident instantly appeared. Swish! The next second, Hela, holding the translucent black trident, thrust it at Ryan with lightning speed. Ryan's reaction was also extremely fast. With a powerful grasp of his ironclad dragon claws, he grasped the trident's tip and blocked the blow. Although the dragon's scales were pierced by the tip, bleeding profusely, Ryan considered it merely a minor injury. However, a mysterious smile suddenly crossed Hela's face, and in an instant, Ryan saw a flash of black light from the trident. Instantly, the trident expanded tenfold, forming a massive phantom that pierced his steel armor and body directly from the front. Ryan's pupils constricted, and he felt a sharp pain pierce his body. Looking down, he saw 3 bloody holes pierced his waist and abdomen, oozing blood. But he had clearly used his dragon claws to block the opponent's trident's path. Logically, only a piercing dragon claw could injure him. But now, his dragon claw was injured, but not penetrating. It was as if the opponent's phantom trident had penetrated his dragon claws and injured him. True damage? Or multiple damage? Ryan's heart trembled. Whichever it was, it meant that the incarnation of Hela before him was far more powerful than that projection. Its higher power level granted it even greater abilities. Just as Ryan was pondering a countermeasure, he suddenly felt 2 familiar sensations on his left. "It's my golem!" Ryan glanced briefly, and sure enough, 2 improved Hellfire golems roared towards him, carrying the Arita sisters with them. Sister Arita fired a series of shadow blasts, destroying or repelling nearby void breakers. Sister Arita flashed in quick succession, and with incredible speed, she thrust her black glowing war blade into the void breaker her sister had injured. Although void breakers were nearly immune to physical attacks, Arita's war blade, enchanted with special sorcery, delivered considerable damage. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Ryan could clearly see it was Lambert. He leaped high, creating 7 or 8 shadowy figures in an instant. The 2-handed sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling white light, and he launched a sword shadow clone slash at the back of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, standing more than 10 meters tall. A bright arc of light flashed across. The black water vortex surrounding Hela's body was instantly split in 2. The bright arc lingered in midair for a full second before completely disappearing. Huh? This level of sword faith. This attack from behind caused Hela, who was about to attack Ryan, to abandon her attack. Instead, she turned and raised her hand, blocking Lambert's attack with her energy trident. Seems even stronger. Ryan's eyes flickered slightly. He noticed that Lambert's sword faith was even purer than when he and Hela had fought. Clearly Lambert hadn't held back or concealed his weakness. Then, there was only one answer. The opponent was a rare swordsmanship genius. In a short period of time, he had a sudden realization. That's rare. Ryan knew full well that without the system, in terms of talent alone, he couldn't even compare to Lambert, not to mention Meister, the genius female Knight Claire. The scene before him warmed Ryan's heart. At that moment, as if sensing something, he flashed closer to the golem. The golem's arrival meant he finally had a weapon of his own. In his Dragon King form, Ryan reached nearly 14 meters tall. The rare metals he carried in his human form weren't enough to transform into a large enough, effective weapon. This was why, when he crafted the golems at the academy, he placed a 4-meter-long greatsword and a similarly long 2-handed warhammer behind each one. Ryan's thoughts flickered as 2 nearby golems instantly drew their weapons and hurled them toward him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 massive weapons whirled and spun through the air, but the next second, they landed securely in Ryan's hands. Finally, while Hela was dealing with Lambert's shadowy sword, Ryan caught the long-prepared greatsword and warhammer. Dang! Ryan grasped his sword and hammer in each hand, clashing them fiercely. His eyes narrowed as he once again gazed at Hela, the goddess of the underworld. His entire demeanor suddenly shifted. Chapter 429. The enormous, black-robed girl Hela transformed into easily repelled Lambert's blow with a single halberd strike, but suddenly, a warning lurched within her. She whirled around, stunned to see the Dragon Man in Ryan's form, leaping high, wielding a sword and a hammer, swinging down at her. Hela immediately raised her halberd to block, but with a loud clang, her right hand, gripping the trident, trembled violently, nearly losing its grip. The force was far greater than she had anticipated. Hela could sense that the opponent's hammer, in addition to its charge, was also enhanced by the effects of a top-level hammer technique. But Ryan's attack wasn't over yet. Instantly, Hela saw a flash of light before her eyes, and another attack was coming. It was Ryan's left-handed greatsword. But Hela had no time to raise her halberd to block, and could only swiftly step back, dodging the slashing blow from Ryan's left-handed greatsword. But once she retreated, she couldn't stop. Ryan's heavy hammer roared down again. Hela struggled to block with her halberd, but was knocked back a step. Ryan's left-handed greatsword followed with lightning speed. Under this lightning-fast cycle of sword and hammer, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was driven back 7 or 8 steps. This scene naturally stunned the Eridar sisters, who were rushing toward the center of the battle, and they marveled at Lord Ryan's fighting prowess. Lambert, who had been pushed back dozens of meters by Hela's halberd, was also stunned by the scene before him. Ryan, the ferocious dragon man, wielding a sword and a hammer with unstoppable momentum, crushed a god's incarnation to a pulp. Having just clashed with Hela, he was well aware of the strength of the incarnation of the underworld goddess. Even though his strength had greatly improved, he considered himself at best on par with the incarnation of the god in terms of skill, but the gap in power was too great. Just now, the opponent shook his trident and sent him flying. But Ryan was actually able to hold his own. And Hela was being beaten back step by step. Her relaxed expression had vanished, and the black-robed girl's beautiful face was now more serious than ever. She couldn't understand why Ryan's combat power was increasing. At this moment, his strength and agility were far superior to their earlier encounter. Furthermore, his sword and hammer skills seemed to have been honed through countless trials, and every strike was a technique of the highest level of profound mastery. The other party was so young. How had he trained so well? Just as she was pondering a countermeasure, she heard Ryan's low, calm taunt. "Aren't you going to kill me? Is that all you're capable of? Is this a god? That's ridiculous." Ryan's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Hela, who was still pondering a countermeasure, was instantly enraged. Taunted again by this ant? Then why had she entered the secret realm? Was it to be taunted by this ant a second time? Ah! Hela, seething with rage, suddenly threw her head back and screamed. A wave of transparent energy suddenly surged in all directions, causing Ryan to feel dizzy and his movements to falter. Taking this opportunity, Hela quickly distanced herself from Ryan. Her pretty face was as pale as ice. "Mortal, you have angered me. The wrath of the gods will utterly annihilate you." Hela's energy began to surge, and she soared to 17 or 18 meters. The fragile secret realm began to shatter, and cracks began to multiply and widen around her, even appearing a fissure over 10 meters in diameter. For a moment, Hela's momentum soared. She didn't really want to do this, because if her injured body unleashed its full force, this vessel would be essentially useless. And the incarnation she had expended so much divine power to channel into this world had been consumed all at once. But she hadn't expected that crushing a mere ant like Ryan would be much more difficult than she'd anticipated. Of course, most importantly, she was furious. Hela hadn't been this angry in a long time. The dirt on the ground seemed to be drawn, flowing toward the cracks in the air, and the speed and momentum were accelerating. It was as if these cracks were ruptured balloons, rapidly leaking air from the inside out. A few seconds later, dozens of gray tornadoes, large and small, formed and rushed towards the cracks. Although the cracks would heal spontaneously, they were now swarming with void breakers. Even larger void breakers appeared in the larger cracks. These monsters were over 5 meters tall, their mass of black fog shimmering with irregular arcs of light. Their power level clearly surpassed that of ordinary void destroyers. This scene was naturally witnessed by everyone on the second floor of the Imperial Capital Astrologer's Terrace. "Oh no! The undersea goddess is exerting her full power. The rifts are multiplying and widening," Great Astrologer Dalian exclaimed. "The void destroyers are reinforcing the rifts. If this continues, it won't be long before these rifts not only fail to close automatically, but may even be torn further apart by the appearance of more void destroyers." "Any solution, Lord Dalian?" General Augustus asked immediately. "Let's activate the rift closer at full capacity," Admiral Campbell suggested. "While doing so will significantly stabilize the space, it will significantly reduce the rift closer's energy reserves, preventing it from reaching its intended lifespan. Also, there's another problem. Once the space is stabilized, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, will be able to fully exert her influence and won't be squeezed out of the secret realm by the power of the secret realm's rules. Can Lord Ryan withstand this?" Major General Tadia immediately pointed out the two major shortcomings of Campbell's suggestion. "But if we don't do this, the secret realm will soon be overrun by void creatures," Admiral Campbell retorted. A momentary silence fell upon hearing this. If Ryan were defeated after the activation, it would mean that while the space would be stabilized, the goddess of the underworld would be completely helpless within the secret realm, and the immature dragons within the Dragon Valley would inevitably be annihilated by her. But if it weren't activated, based on the current situation, the void creatures would completely devour the Dragon Valley secret realm. This meant that the Dragon Empire would lose this secret realm forever. It was a dilemma. "Lord Dalian, could you please use long-distance telepathic transmission to contact Ryan? I know this would be very costly for you, but—" "I understand. Wait a moment." Grand Astrologer Dalian pulled a crystal ball from his robes. "Put your hand up." Marshal Alfred nodded, reached out, and grasped the crystal ball. The next second, his mind seemed to connect to another place. "Ryan, I'm Alfred." Everyone present stared at Alfred's face nervously. This decision needed to be made quickly, as they had already witnessed a legendary Void Destroyer enter the Secret Realm. These guys will spontaneously seek out weak spots in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm and destroy them. If we delay any longer and a stronger one enters, it will be disastrous. Ryan said he's confident he can handle the guy. Alfred said solemnly. Can he? Someone else questioned. I trust Sir Ryan, General Augustus said. Activate. Marshal Alfred finally gave the final word. As a large magical formation activated on the astrologer's terrace, the 3 rift closers within the Dragon Valley Secret Realm seemed to receive the command to open. The 3 rift closers, hidden in the void, activated at full power. Instantly, 3 fist-thick beams of light connected, forming a massive equilateral triangle. This sudden change was immediately sensed by both Ryan and Hela within the Secret Realm. Huh? The rift closers opened so quickly. Ryan hadn't expected the astrologer's terrace to open just as the connection ended. He could clearly sense that the space had become much more stable. All around them, the once enormous rifts rapidly shrank, squeezing many void destroyers passing through. Critically, rifts over 10 meters in diameter shrank to 2 or 3 meters, while those under 5 meters quickly vanished. At this moment, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, laughed. It seems the Empire has abandoned you to protect this secret realm from the forces of the void. How pathetic. You fight here, while they stab you in the back. Now, I give you one last chance. Submit to me. Ryan's expression remained unchanged, unmoved. My answer is the same as last time. Otherwise, it's your turn to consider submitting to me. Mortal, your provocation will ultimately become a source of pain for you. Hela's expression was icy. Before she finished her words, the energy trident in her hand rapidly took shape. Clang! A massive trident, tens of meters long, suddenly pierced through the body of Ren's sword, hammering him forward. Ren felt it more clearly this time. The opponent's attack was definitely a multi-layered attack. Although he blocked the trident's tip, and his steel armor mitigated the incidental energy damage, an unknown third layer of damage still pierced his body. It was very similar to the actual damage caused by his Warhammer Wizard's ultimate move, Soul-Shattering Blast. Do you think that once the space stabilizes, only your strength will be fully unleashed? Ryan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said slowly, Actually, I think so too. If he wanted to win, he had to continue to increase his strength. He couldn't care less about exposing his strength. Instantly, Ryan began to fully transcend the third form, and some of his limbs transformed into the fourth form. His arms grew thicker and stronger. If they had previously been somewhat human, now they were completely beastly. His belly also expanded further, but unlike the sturdy Dragonman figure before, this time it began to swell, like a beer belly. Also, there seemed to be something new at the base of his neck, a feeling of wanting to vomit. Ryan suddenly opened his mouth and spat, and a blazing flame erupted, striking Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Fire breath? Isn't that a characteristic of a red dragon's breath? This startled Hela slightly, but she easily raised her shield to block it. The next moment, she was horrified. Die! The moment those 2 words left his mouth, Ryan's muscles bulged again. With a sudden push of his immensely thick hind legs, he covered dozens of meters in a single stride, like a fighter jet entering supersonic flight. This move was nearly twice as fast as the previous one, and the white blast of air spread out in all directions, as if dozens of steam locomotives roared past in an instant. The sheer speed caused the air to stagnate like water. Once violently broken, it unleashed a deafening blast comparable to the whistle of a 10,000-ton ship. Under Ryan's footsteps, the ground softened like a swamp, instantly softening and sinking several meters. The explosive force was so overwhelming that the ground had no time to shatter, instead sinking like clay. Faced with such a powerful attack, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, first reacted to block it, and then used the force to fly back. However, just as she swung her halberd to block, she froze. Soul-shattering shock. As Ryan's hammer struck down. Although Hela felt she had blocked the blow with her halberd, her entire body was shaken, as if a morning bell had struck her ear, sending a splitting headache. At the same time, due to Ryan's greatly increased power, the immense force from this swing of the hammer caused cracks to appear on the translucent black trident, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Before Hela could effectively defend herself, bang! Swish! Bang! Ryan's arms swung like the wind, each hammer and sword in his hand seemingly imbued with immense force. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of blows, leaving more than a dozen silver arcs and black hammer shadows lingering in the air. Ryan took advantage of the moment, when Hela was stunned by the soul-shattering blast, and utterly blasted her to pieces. Hela's massive form instantly disintegrated, leaving only a black-robed girl, eyes closed, floating calmly in midair. Who? Who? Ryan's chest heaved violently, but he realized that even the reinforced space was beginning to repel him. If he didn't want to be squeezed out now, he'd better control his power level. Ryan quickly transformed from his current form into his second. Instantly, he felt the repulsive force of the secret realm disappear. The next second, Ryan returned to his human form. At the same time, a deep sense of weakness washed over him. Although the outburst had only lasted a few seconds, it had consumed a tremendous amount of his energy. Ryan immediately recharged his energy and restored his strength to peak levels. Only then did he focus his attention on the black-robed girl floating before him. Ryan didn't destroy the black-robed girl's body. He vaguely sensed that within it, something potentially beneficial to him seemed to reside. As for worrying about Hela, the goddess of the underworld, descending again in the secret realm, Ryan wasn't worried at all. As many times as she dares to descend, I fight her. After a moment's thought, Ryan approached and embraced the black-robed girl. A soft, warm touch reached him. Perhaps due to his contact with the black-robed girl, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! A small amount of divine essence has been detected, which can enhance the crystallization of spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs impurities and absorbs all at once. Divine essence? I remember the divine power crystals were associated with divine power before. However, judging by the name, divine power essence should be even higher in rank than divine power crystals, Ryan thought to himself. Faced with this unexpected surprise, Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately chose yes. Instantly, Ryan felt a surge of energy coming from his hands, which were holding the black-robed girl. Then, as if guided and transformed by the system, a cool breath surged into his spiritual sea. At the same time, Ryan seemed to hear a woman's voice from a very distant place. The voice seemed to convey a mixture of anger and helplessness. Just like last time, within a very short time, Ryan felt the silver liquid in his spiritual sea rapidly become viscous, and crystals were visible throughout the liquid. After a few seconds, Ryan felt his mind suddenly clear, feeling better than ever. He glanced at the system panel, his eyes suddenly widening. The system panel displayed the following: Spirit, 141, 76% crystallization, such a significant improvement? Ryan was both surprised and delighted. Before, it was 43%, and now it's 76%, a full 33% increase. I'm in the crystallization stage, and it's increased by nearly a third. It truly lives up to its name, the essence of divine power. It's far more powerful than the previous divine power crystallization. And this is just a small amount. If it were a large amount, wouldn't it be enough to reach the peak of crystallization? This improvement is equivalent to over 30 years of hard training for an ordinary crystallization wizard. At this moment, Lambert, after standing there for a few seconds, approached with a smile on his face. He said, "Sir Ryan, it seems you didn't use your full strength in your last battle with me." "Sir Lambert, thank you for your assistance." Ryan smiled faintly. He didn't answer Lambert's question, but instead expressed his gratitude. Although he could have defeated Hela, the goddess of the underworld, without Lambert, humility is a virtue. "Lord Ryan, we're late." The Erida sisters also joined Ryan. Elida, the younger sister, looked at the black-robed girl in Ryan's arms with curiosity. "Lord Ryan, is this the vessel that descended? She's so beautiful." "It's no wonder," Erida exclaimed. Regardless of her origins and previous events, the black-robed girl's beauty was quite rare. Ryan thought for a moment and placed her on a nearby golem. He planned to return with her after the secret realm mission was completed. He felt that this divine vessel might have other special uses. Just then, Baldwin, looking delighted, rushed over from a distance. Just as Ryan was about to say something to Baldwin, suddenly, a giant, translucent claw stretched out from the largest spatial rift, which hadn't yet fully closed, and snatched the black-robed girl from the golem's grasp. Then, with lightning speed, it retracted. But a powerful dragon claw was even faster, instantly seizing the claw as it tried to withdraw. It was Ryan, whose right arm had instantly transformed into a dragon. Just now, he had sensed something lurking in the void, and thought it had given up, only to see it leap out at this very moment. "Trying to steal my things?" Ryan's eyes were cold, and his body began to swell again. Then, with a sudden, powerful pull, he pulled. Chapter 430. The opponent's giant claw seemed unprepared for this situation. Ryan's powerful pull yanked it into the secret realm. But then, before Ryan could fully transform, the opponent decisively let go of the black-robed girl and retreated with lightning speed. At that moment, A flash of light flashed across the opponent's wrist. A roar erupted from the other side of the rift, and a pool of fluorescent blood was left on the ground by Haas. However, the giant claw still managed to pull it back. It was Lambert who wielded the sword, but his expression was solemn. To be able to sustain only minor injuries under the full force of his sword's faith, one could imagine the opponent's strength. He must be of epic proportions. At this moment, the rift began to shrink rapidly, from several meters in diameter to the size of a palm, and then quickly disappeared. What a fast escape! Seeing this, Ryan naturally gave up on further transformation and returned to human form. He arrived at the pool of blood, squatted down, and carefully sensed it. The aura emanating from the fluorescent blood was strangely familiar to him. Thinking back to the clawed forearm that had been exposed when he had just tugged, Ryan immediately understood. "Sir Ryan, it seems that this person is a dragon?" Lambert asked, a look of surprise on his face, as if a thought had occurred to him. "It should be a void dragon, and an epic level one at that." Ryan glanced at Lambert and nodded. "But shouldn't the dragons here be adolescent dragons? Even if they've been infected by the void, they shouldn't be epic level," Captain Baldwin, standing nearby, wondered. "I don't know the details, but judging by the blood and the shape of that giant claw, it's undoubtedly a void dragon," Ryan said. "Captain Baldwin, I'm also certain that my full-strength strike just now only inflicted minor injuries. If it were a legendary, I would have severed its claw long ago," Lambert echoed. "I understand," Baldwin nodded. Ryan glanced at the black-robed girl, who seemed to be asleep but long dead, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. "Perhaps I can think of a way to make it strike again." So far, this void dragon seems quite interested in this vessel for Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Ryan's eyes flickered as he pondered. Because the job change required a complete dragon blood essence, Ryan had always kept this in mind. Although the void dragon was a giant dragon infected by void energy, it was, in fact, a legitimate dragon, fundamentally different from the flying dragons and proto-dragons he had previously slain. Ryan was confident that if he could slay this void dragon, the blood essence he would obtain would likely meet the final requirement for becoming a dragon vein wizard, a complete dragon blood essence. However, to lure the opponent into another attack, the stability of the space couldn't be so high. With its current stability, the opponent might not be able to enter at all. Thinking for a moment, Ryan pulled out a well-protected sheet from his arms and contacted the command center. "Command center, this is Ryan." At this moment, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, the people on the astrologer's terrace were immersed in the scene of Ryan's lightning-fast defeat of the incarnation of the underworld goddess. The power Lord Ryan just displayed is undoubtedly epic, isn't it? The communicator vibrated, bringing everyone back to their senses. Tadia excitedly picked up the sheet and said, "Lord Ryan, I'm Tadia." "Lord Tadia, please contact Marshal Alfred for me." "Yes, Lord Ryan, please wait a moment." Perhaps for ordinary mission personnel, speaking directly to the Marshal would be overstepping one's authority, but for Ryan, it seemed perfectly natural. "Lord Ryan, this is Alfred. First of all, congratulations on your victory over the incarnation of the underworld goddess. Upon your return to the imperial capital, we will immediately reward you." Alfred's serious tone barely concealed his joy. The underworld goddess Hela's incursion into the secret realm of Dragon Valley exceeded the worst-case scenario prepared for in the emergency plan. However, the command center had already made targeted deployments for the void creatures outside the secret realm, hence the emergency plan of operating the rift closer at full capacity. "Thank you, Marshal. It's like this. I'd like to adjust the rift closer's power back to its original frequency." "Is that possible?" Ryan's words startled Alfred, but he quickly realized, "That's exactly what we were about to tell you. A power adjustment is necessary, otherwise the rift closer wouldn't last a month before running out of energy." The rift closer was originally designed to utilize a circular architecture. The multiple wizard arrays within the closer absorb energy from the void, thereby stabilizing the secret realm. However, this only works if it's operated at low power for long-term use. Running it at full capacity would cause its energy to deplete too quickly. Originally, we planned to adjust the power after your mission is complete. If we adjust it now, the energy from the recent battle could re-emerge if a peak-level legendary battle were to occur in the area within a short period of time, potentially causing another rift. "Well, thank you, Marshal, for your concern. But I'd like to adjust it now, is that okay?" Ryan said with a smile. The other side of the sheet was silent for a few seconds, as if considering. Soon, Marshal Alfred's deep voice rang out again. "Sir Ryan, have you thought it through?" "I have." "Okay," Marshal Alfred said. Reducing the power of the rift closer was essential. Otherwise, even if the Void Dragon had the guts to steal, it wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm and plunder. Ryan was naturally eager for his arrival. Although Baldwin and the others present didn't understand Ryan's intentions, having experienced the recent battle, they naturally didn't question him. Lord Ryan, should we clear the infected adolescent dragons within the secret realm, or should we first search for the cultists? Baldwin asked. In reality, both missions serve the same purpose. Adolescent dragons infected by void beasts are violent and kill their own kind within the secret realm. The legendary cult members have come to the secret realm to kill healthy adolescent dragons and weaken the dragon empire. But Ryan knew that, in terms of strength, the former were not as strong as the latter. Some of the cult members were more formidable, like Baldwin, who was injured by a legendary cult member. By the way, Eridar, do you know who from other sects has come this time? Not really, Irida said, shaking her head. This time, when we entered the secret realm, our mission was simply to kill underage dragons and Imperial personnel. Oh, and they also told us our area of activity, the central part of the secret realm, with other sects responsible for the rest. Is it the Flaming Mountain and this forest? Yes, Irida nodded. Ryan nodded. This is a bit of a challenge. If the cult mobilized a large force, it would be easier to track. But the problem now is that each cult has very few members, each of whom is formidable, and each acts independently, making tracking more difficult. Especially if they deliberately conceal their whereabouts. Finding them in this secret realm, which is the size of a county town, would be nearly impossible. Perhaps we can change our approach. Since their mission is to kill juvenile dragons, they obviously head for areas where dragons gather. Indeed. Sir Baldwin, please contact the command center and confirm several areas within the secret realm where dragons are most concentrated. Okay, I contact them right away. Baldwin smiled and nodded, understanding Ryan's intention. After a moment, Baldwin put down the sheet and said, Sir Ryan, it has been confirmed that juvenile dragons are concentrated in the following areas: the lingering pool in the southwest of the secret realm, the Flame Mountain and Evergrowth Forest in the center, the Blackwater Swamp in the northeast, and the surrounding cliffs of the Ring Mountains. The command center strongly supports your move and hopes you will be responsible for this operation. Also, we have 4 combat-capable mission personnel. We've confirmed that if they work together, they should be able to take charge of one of these areas. Oh, that's good, I see. Ryan's face was thoughtful. Sir Ryan, why don't you leave the Whispering Pool to me? I came from there earlier. Lambert thought for a moment and spoke first. He still had the Blue Dragon Scion mission to complete, and it would be a good opportunity to kill the cult legend while he was there, so he could do both without delay. Okay, then, Sir Lambert, I trouble you then, Ryan said with a slight smile. Sir Ryan, I take the expedition to the farthest crater cliffs, Baldwin said after a moment's thought. You alone? But your injuries haven't healed yet. That's not appropriate. Ryan glanced at Baldwin and shook his head. How about having the Eridar sisters accompany you? No. No. That's not appropriate. Baldwin glanced at the beautiful Eridar sisters, blushing for no apparent reason, and shook his head. Lord Ryan, you're going to be alone then. How about letting Alita go with you? I accompany Lord Baldwin to the crater cliffs? Alita looked at Ryan and said, No need. Your 2 strengths will be greatly reduced if you're separated. Together, I believe we can handle even other cult legends without much trouble. And with Lord Baldwin, we'd be almost certain to win. Ryan waved his hand. After losing the power of the Devouring Serpent, the Alita sisters are now only at the late legendary stage. However, the 2 sisters have excellent coordination and outstanding talents. If they fight together, they still have the strength of a peak legendary. Lord Ryan. Baldwin was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ryan. Lord Baldwin, didn't the command center just tell you that I'm in charge of this operation? It's settled then, Ryan said. Okay, Lord Ryan, then you should be careful on your own, Baldwin said, looking at Ryan. Thank you. By the way, Lord Baldwin, tell the command center to mobilize the remaining execution personnel to the Blackwater Swamp. I be responsible for the Flame Mountain and Evermouth Forest areas. Okay, Lord Ryan. If his guess is correct, the Flame Mountain and the nearby Evermouth Forest are likely under the control of the Secret Snake Cult and the Limb Replacing Cult. He had previously killed multi-armed Pierce, and the 2 Eridar women of the Secret Snake Cult had also defected to him, meaning there shouldn't be many cult members left here. Even if there were, they would likely be members of the Limb Replacing Cult besides Pierce. He planned to first head to the weak spot at the top of Flame Mountain to lure the Void Dragon into another attack. Incidentally, he could also complete the task of marking the Red Dragon's offspring with the Dragon Language mark. Soon, The group set off separately. After the others left, Ryan glanced at the black-robed girl held in the Hellfire-improved golem's hands. He picked her up, carrying her on his back, and immediately headed towards the central flaming mountain. The warm, soft touch from behind made it hard to believe the black-robed girl was dead. Ryan carefully sensed her again and found that although her heartbeat was gone, some residual energy within her body still pushed her blood slowly forward, maintaining circulation throughout her body, resulting in her current state of sleeping beauty. But her mental fluctuations had returned to zero. Even a sleeping baby would experience faint mental fluctuations. Thus, Ryan suspected that the black-robed girl was likely in a state close to brain death. However, after just 2 steps, Ryan suddenly stopped, his brow raised, as if a thought struck him. He approached a golem and quickly transformed a stretcher-like frame from its back, placing the black-robed girl on it. Although he had considered that the rift closer had returned to normal power, and that the black-robed girl could attract the void dragon again at any time, so he carried her on his back, the problem was that the other party might be wary of his strength and not appear. So, Ryan thought for a moment, and decided to place the black-robed girl behind a golem to lure it into action. Of course, this time, Ryan was confident that with his careful attention, the other party wouldn't escape. Because the golems were making a lot of noise, the man and 2 golems had no trouble making their way through the dense forest, heading towards the dark flame mountain. However, soon, Ryan keenly sensed a sudden, void vortex appearing hundreds of meters behind him. Several strange-looking void creatures slinked out of it, then began to follow him. A few minutes later, another void vortex did the same thing. This made Ryan smile slightly. Good, the fish hasn't given up. The fish has taken the bait. Meanwhile, on the other side of Flame Mountain, atop a prominent boulder, a tall figure, between burly and bloated, gazed in the direction of the earlier battle between Ryan and Hela. The figure had a head of tangled gray hair, a pale, haggard face, and on his back were 2 massive, double-edged battle axes. The handles appeared to be made of gold, giving them a magnificent appearance. But the most peculiar thing was his physique. Although the wide gray cloak was thick and covered most of his body, it gave him a strange feeling. A closer look revealed that although he was clearly over 2.5 meters tall, he gave off a bloated look. This was because he was so wide, his torso beneath the cloak was nearly 2 meters wide. This didn't make sense. He was the second and final member of the Church of the Rejoining Limb to enter the secret realm. Collins Glick. He was also the legitimate son of the Pope of the Rejoining Limb, nicknamed Dragon Slayer. Just now, Collins sensed energy fluctuations 7 or 8 kilometers away. Although far away, the energy intensity of the battle was so high that it immediately drew him in. But just as Collins reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly stopped and gave up the idea of rushing over. At this moment, the final energy fluctuations of the battle surged to an epic level. Collins understood that this was not a battle he could intervene in. At the same time, he was also puzzled and curious. Didn't this secret realm of Dragon Valley have a strength limit? But the energy level of the battle just now didn't look like the legendary level at all. After some thought, Collins decided to return to the top of Flame Mountain and, as previously assigned by the sect, kill the underage Red Dragon offspring. Although the sect also assigned him another task, which was to kill as many Imperial personnel as possible, he knew that compared to the underage dragons, the Imperial personnel entering this time only numbered a few dozen. It would be difficult to encounter them, so it would be better to wait and see. But shortly after jumping off the boulder, his ears twitched slightly, and he immediately turned his head to look down the mountain. The rhythmic, dull footsteps, the low roar. Huh? Does that sound like the movement of a golem? I haven't heard of any legendary masters controlling golems in other sects. So, it seems they're Imperial personnel. A smile crossed Collins' pale face as he realized this. Soon, he saw broken and fallen trees in the forest below. From within emerged 2 strange, dark gray golems and a young man in wizard robes. Clearly, the 2 golems were being controlled by the young man behind them. A rare puppeteer? Interesting. Although Collins had never seen a golem of this type, it didn't stop him from quickly assessing its general combat power. The general rule for golems is that the larger the size, the greater its combat power. 6 or 7 meters tall. 2 of them combined would only be considered an ordinary legendary at best. So, it seems they're here to take part in the Dragon Rider retest. Collins' smile grew even brighter. After observing for a few seconds to confirm that there were no other people behind them, he changed direction, heading downhill from the ascent, quickly heading towards Ryan at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 431. Just now, in the ever-growing forest, Ryan had conveniently gathered the 10 soul energies needed to unleash soul-shattering blast. At this moment, Ryan was walking up the charred mountain road, but before he had even reached a third of the way, he suddenly stopped, and the two golems also stopped simultaneously. A tall, slightly bloated figure was rapidly descending the mountain. Despite his bulk, his steps were agile, and he soon stopped several dozen meters in front of Ryan. A rare puppeteer? I bet the Dragon Empire would be deeply saddened if you perished here, Collins observed, observing Ryan. Metallic energy particles surged around him, and his face, though youthful, bore the aura of a late-stage crystallized wizard. He must have been the heir of a prominent noble in the Empire, being carefully cultivated. Killing such a figure was a sense of accomplishment. Thinking of this, Collins couldn't help but laugh. Ryan, meanwhile, looked at Collins, who had suddenly appeared, and also sized him up. I thought I'd have to go to the top of the mountain and search carefully before I could possibly encounter him. It seems these cult members, arrogating themselves to their extraordinary combat prowess, are far more arrogant than I imagined. That's a good thing, saving me the trouble of searching again. Ryan smiled at the thought. Furthermore, the other party's aura shared some similarities with multi-armed Pierces, a ferociousness tinged with a hint of madness. This meant that the other party was most likely from the limb removal cult. At this moment, Collins removed the golden double-edged axe from behind him and grasped it. Then, dragging it along the ground, he swooped towards Ryan. At first, the opponent's speed wasn't fast, but after 2 steps, it suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, a fierce aura began to surge towards Ryan. The next second, a golden arc flashed. Clang! Sparks flew. Collins's massive battle axe slashed down towards Ryan's head, but was firmly blocked by the kite-shaped shield that instantly transformed in Ryan's left hand. Ryan's counterattack was immediate. His right hand instantly transformed into a knight's long sword, aiming for Collins's bloated abdomen and stabbing it. A sticky resistance emanated from the hilt. Collins, with a sinister grin, swung his axe at Ryan again. Clang! This time, the opponent's force was even greater. A deep axe mark several centimeters deep appeared on the hardened adamantine kite shield, but it quickly returned to its original shape under the effects of metal transformation. After a few quick exchanges, Ryan guided Collins to a slightly flatter area on the side of the mountain. The Hellfire Golem, carrying the black-robed girl on its back, naturally joined the clearing. At this point, Collins sensed something was amiss. First, the other party's eyes were too calm. There was no trace of fear, not even a hint of nervousness, in their gaze towards him. Second, wasn't the other party a puppeteer? Why wasn't he controlling the golem to attack him? That didn't make sense. Logically, a puppeteer would rely heavily on their puppets, and wouldn't choose to confront him head-on. Seeing the flicker in Collins's eyes, Ryan knew he must be suspicious. But that didn't matter. He did this intentionally. Ryan's focus had been not on Collins in front of him, but on the void beasts behind him. He noticed that as he and Collins engaged, the void beasts behind him became noticeably more active. Several waves of void beasts now gathered. At this moment, seeing the golem finally stop, over a dozen void beasts began to quietly approach, quickly piling up together. Then, like candles melting, they quickly formed a single, enormous void beast. Ryan's eyes narrowed. He knew the other party was about to make a move. At that moment, a fissure 3 or 4 meters in diameter suddenly appeared where the void beast had been. A massive claw shot out like lightning, grabbing the black-robed girl carried by the Hellfire Golem. Finally, you've arrived. Ryan smiled, his aura shifting dramatically. His muscles swelled, and with a flick of his wrist, he was also behind the golem. He clenched the translucent claws fiercely. This time, once you're here, don't even think about leaving. A few minutes ago, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, on the 2nd floor of the astrologer's terrace. Ever since Ryan defeated Hela, the underworld goddess, the tension here has subsided considerably, and most people's faces are filled with smiles. They were confident that the situation in the secret realm would remain relatively stable, because the remaining cult legends, no matter how powerful they were, could never match the might of the underworld goddess. But even that one had been slain by Lord Ryan. So what other cult legend could possibly wreak havoc in the secret realm? Many began to debate Ryan's power level, wondering if it had reached epic rank. Since the battle between Ryan and the undersea goddess had concluded, the command center had resumed full surveillance of key locations and personnel within the secret realm. This monitoring system would switch every few minutes to quickly assess the situation. At this moment, the screen on the oval stone platform showed the rapidly moving Lambert. Lambert was the fastest, almost reaching the vicinity of the lingering pool. He had just easily slain several void beasts with a single strike. The silver sword mark that lingered in the air for several seconds amazed many. It stands to reason that a void beast, a monster nearly immune to physical attacks, would be extremely difficult for an average swordsman to slay, but surprisingly, Lambert dispatched it with such ease. This Lambert's strength is probably just a hair's breadth away from becoming a sword saint. Well, he made the right choice to come to the secret realm this time. He should thank Lord Ryan for not killing him outright when he was defeated. At this moment, seemingly because everything on Lambert's side was going smoothly, the screen on the stone platform shifted to Baldwin. He and the Arita sisters were seen rapidly advancing toward the western crater. Due to the distance, they were just about to exit the Evergrove forest. After a moment's observation, the three of them seemed to be on their way. Soon, the screen switched again. Huh? This time, many people's faces flickered with interest. Because the current screen was Ryan's. Ryan was currently engaged in combat with Collins, and judging by the situation, he was outnumbered in attack and defense, seemingly at a disadvantage. This made Augustus's face grow serious, and he asked Tadia beside him, "Who is this? Is there any information about him? Is he so powerful that he can evenly match Lord Ryan?" Tadia glanced at Collins on the screen, a look of confusion on her face. Then, she checked his profile again and quickly said, "The opponent is Collins Glick, also the legitimate son of His Holiness the Pope of the Church of Reconstruction, nicknamed Dragon Slayer. According to intelligence from 2 weeks ago, he's at the peak of legendary power. Logically, he shouldn't be able to fight Lord Ryan to this extent. Of course, there's a small chance he's hiding his true strength. No, it's likely Lord Ryan is deliberately concealing his strength, though I don't know why." Marshal Alfred, standing nearby, took a quick look and noticed something was amiss. "Look!" Someone pointed at the screen. Everyone looked over, their gazes averted. For Ryan, who had been battling Collins, had vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he had transformed into a dragon man, standing behind the golem, grasping a translucent dragon claw. Is this the Void Dragon?" Tadia exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, she recalled Ryan's earlier request that the command hall adjust the Rift Closer's power to normal. Tadia suddenly understood and said, "I understand. Lord Ryan's recent intense battle with Collins was intended to lure the Void Dragon into action. Apparently, Lord Ryan intends to lure it into the secret realm and destroy it." At Tadia's words, everyone, including Marshal Alfred, nodded. This explanation made perfect sense. But according to the staff's analysis, this Void Dragon is likely as powerful as the previous incarnation of the Undersea Goddess. If we fail then, isn't this a bit too risky, Lord Ryan? Admiral Campbell frowned. After all, the situation was already so favorable that Campbell saw no need to take such a risk. This Void Dragon is very powerful. If it continues to roam the void surrounding the secret realm, it will be a ticking time bomb for the secret realm security, Augustus said gravely. General Augustus, you are correct, but this assumes Lord Ryan is certain of defeating it. Failure or angering it would greatly increase the probability of an attack on the secret realm, Campbell said. I believe Lord Ryan wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of, Augustus said. At this point, Campbell stopped talking. After all, he was merely stating his point, not arguing with Augustus. The scene at Flame Mountain. Collins was naturally filled with astonishment and confusion at the scene before him. This level of strength. Instantly, he understood the whole story. This young man's target had never been him, but rather, he was using the battle with him to confuse the real enemy. The Void Dragon. This instantly filled him with a surge of joy, but at the same time, a sense of shame at being ignored for his incompetence. The two feelings intertwined, causing his face to flush and then pale. He wanted to retreat, but he was unwilling to do so. After all, as the legitimate son of the Pope of the Church of the Reconstruction, when had he ever been ignored like this? And by a young man from the Empire he had never heard of. Damn it! You brat! Do you think that was all I had just now? I simply wanted to save my blood and essence for dealing with the truly formidable force I just encountered. Go to hell! Collins flung away the heavy cloak he had been wearing, revealing a startling pair of giant dragon heads, eyes closed and skin parched. These heads were connected to two sturdy arms grafted onto his chest and back. This proved a far superior move to the one multi-armed Pierce had used in his final moments. This also explained the opponent's bloated form. As Collins channeled his blood and essence into the two dragon heads, his complexion grew increasingly pale. The two heads were held aloft by the grafted arms, rapidly expanding due to the blood flow. Soon, the two shrunken heads sprang to life, as if they had just been severed. At this point, anyone present could clearly discern that the two heads were adolescent dragons, both descendants of the Red Dragon. Suddenly, two pairs of enormous dragon eyes snapped open, wisps of blood oozing from the corners, and two distinct auras permeated the air. At this moment, although Ryan sensed the drastic change in Collins' aura, he naturally ignored it because it hadn't exceeded the legendary limit. Ryan's focus had always been the Void Dragon. At this moment, he had transformed into his third form, and the surrounding rifts had expanded significantly due to the dramatic increase in his power. But the problem was, Ryan discovered that even in his third form, the form of the Dragon King, he was actually at a disadvantage in this current power contest. The Void Dragon before him was surprisingly overpowering him, and slowly pulling him toward the rift. Clearly, it was trying to pull him back into the rift. Although Ryan wasn't worried about getting lost in the void turbulence, the astrologers had already provided astrological positioning for those taking the retest beforehand. If he stayed in the void turbulence for more than half a minute, he would be immediately pulled back to the astrologer platform in the imperial capital of Tamriel. But fighting in unfamiliar surroundings was unwise. So, after a moment's deliberation, Ryan unleashed the full power of his higher mutant dragon bloodline. This was also the first time he fully unleashed his fourth form, Dragon Beast form. His height had grown even further, reaching 18 meters, yet he looked far more massive than the Void Dragon on the other side of the rift, standing tall like a small mountain. Circles of dark gray energy emanated from his body, creating a profound sense of oppression. His muscles were exceptionally developed, his sturdy limbs, bulging belly, and unusually broad shoulders embodied unparalleled strength. His claws, in particular, had become indistinguishable from those of a giant dragon, now tightly gripping one of the Void Dragon's forelimbs. At Ryan's transformation, everyone on the second floor of the astrologer's terrace in the imperial capital of Tamriel was stunned to see the image on the oval stone platform tremble twice before completely disappearing. Grand Astrologer Dalian frowned, shook his head, and said, "The spatial fluctuations are too violent. It's completely impossible to see. Can Lord Ryan win?" The thought crossed everyone's mind. Ryan, having fully unleashed his fourth form, clearly had the upper hand in the contest of power. Ah! With a roar from Ryan, a translucent dragon nearly 20 meters tall was forcibly pulled through the rift and into the secret realm. Although the rift's diameter was only 5 or 6 meters at this point, the dragon's elasticity seemed quite good, allowing it to be pulled completely through. Boom! Clearly, Ryan's sudden burst of power left the dragon with little time to react, and it was pinned to the ground. A massive crater instantly appeared on the ground, and the shockwave blasted the surrounding dirt and gravel in all directions, forming a massive mushroom cloud. But this wasn't over yet. Seizing the moment the dragon fell, Ryan stabbed his claws into its abdomen with lightning speed, then spun fiercely. He needed to seize the moment. The secret realm was fiercely repelling him, and his current power level had already far exceeded the capacity of the Dragon Valley secret realm. Although the Void Dragon was extremely immune to purely physical attacks, the problem was that at the epic level, no one's attacks were solely physical. The Sword Saint possessed a strong faith in the sword. The Dawn Wizard sorcery carried a significant mental damage. Although Ryan possessed neither, the high concentration of metallic energy particles lingering around him made each of his strikes carry a high degree of sorcery damage. With one single claw, Ryan ripped off a millstone-sized chunk of flesh from the Void Dragon's abdomen, causing it to scream in agony. But as an intact epic-level warrior, Ryan naturally couldn't defeat it with a single blow. The incarnation of Hela, goddess of the underworld, was both severely injured and, secondly, struck first by Ryan's soul-shattering attack, leaving it frozen in place. Suddenly, the two behemoths engaged each other in a tangle. The ground shook violently, smoke and dust billowed, and cracks appeared everywhere, dense and dense. A halo-like void flame suddenly erupted from its body, colliding violently with the energy aura surrounding Ryan's body. The collision caused a violent shockwave, causing both giants to retreat several steps. The Void Dragon, with a rather anthropomorphic, ferocious expression, chest puffed out, and exhaled a ball of void breath towards Ryan. The blue, flaming energy charged towards Ryan, but Ryan had been prepared. Don't forget, in his fourth form, he could also use breath. Ryan also exhaled a crimson breath of flame. Instantly, the two energy breaths collided head-on, quickly forming a confrontation. The energy in the center gathered higher and higher, forming a giant red and blue energy millstone. Collins, who had just expended his blood and essence to revive his twin dragon heads, froze in shock upon seeing this scene. In this situation, even if he had 100 courage, he wouldn't have dared to charge forward. He'd wanted to teach Ryan a lesson, but he hadn't expected his opponent's strength to be so formidable. Collins wasn't about to die. Suddenly, the energy millstone lost its balance, and an extremely powerful explosion erupted from it. Ryan, the Void Dragon, and Collins, who was dozens of meters away, were all thrown aside. But the next second, Ryan swiftly rose and charged at the Void Dragon again, knocking it back in half and sending it hurtling dozens of meters away. At this moment, Collins, dazed by the shockwave, struggled to his feet. As he was still contemplating, his vision suddenly darkened. Two enormous creatures were charging towards him at a rapid speed. The overwhelming force, like a mountain bearing down on him, frightened Collins to death. Fear washed over Collins' face, and he immediately tried to dodge. But as he paused, a thud rang out, and he was crushed beneath the Void Dragon's back. Meanwhile, Ryan's dragon beast pressed down on the Void Dragon, striking relentlessly with its claws. When the two beasts rolled away again, a bloody, pancake-like mass lay embedded in the massive depression at the bottom. Neither Ryan nor the Void Dragon paid any attention to the nature of the ant they had just crushed. Chapter 432. In the command hall on the second floor of the Astrologer's Terrace, in the imperial capital of Tamriel. Because Ryan had drawn the Void Dragon into the Dragon Valley secret realm for battle, the command hall was once again bustling with activity. Although the battle between Ryan and the Void Dragon could no longer be observed from the elliptical stone platform, other means were available within the hall to monitor the situation. At this moment, a staff officer's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Oh no! We've detected extremely intense spatial fluctuations on the Flaming Mountain within the secret realm. This intensity surpasses the fluctuations during the previous battle between Lord Ryan and that person. So high! Marshal, I suggest immediately operating the rift closer at full capacity to minimize the spatial fluctuations." Augustus' expression changed, and he said, the data before him was dismal. Even though the rifts could not be directly observed from the elliptical stone platform, from the current data, Augustus could tell that the scene of the battle between Ryan and the Void Dragon must have been densely crisscrossed with spatial fissures. If left unchecked, it would likely attract void creatures even more powerful than the Void Dragon. All right. Immediately activate the rift closer at full capacity, Marshal Alfred said, nodding without hesitation. As you command, Marshal. At this moment, the battle between Ryan and the Void Dragon continued. The two behemoths were already surrounded by a dense network of spatial rifts of varying sizes, two of which were over 10 meters in diameter. Ryan pressed the Void Dragon hard to the ground again, simultaneously charging his right claw. A ball of intense silver-gray light gathered at its tip, and the next instant, a 10-meter-long silver claw vanished in a flash. Boom! Ryan's right claw pierced through the Void Dragon's protective field, piercing its translucent body and piercing the ground. Instantly, the ground shook like noodles, centered on the point of penetration. Followed by this, a large, collapsed crater appeared in the ground, 10 meters in diameter. The surging shockwave blew the surrounding debris and dirt into a column of smoke over 100 meters high, like the black smoke from an ancient beacon tower magnified dozens of times. Even Lambert, far away at the lingering water pool, could see the smoke column from Flame Mountain. Huh? It's Flame Mountain, but with a shockwave of this magnitude, could Lord Ryan be fighting another powerful enemy? It can't be that Void Dragon, can it? Lambert thought, his eyes narrowed. Since Ryan had chosen Flame Mountain and the nearby Yongmao Forest in the previous territorial assignment, Lambert immediately thought that Ryan was fighting an enemy. For a moment, Lambert wasn't entirely sure who Ryan was fighting, and whether he needed his support. But then he thought, if Ryan couldn't even match him, wouldn't he be just a bunch of scum? Still, it was still necessary to ask. Lambert picked up the sheet and asked, "Command Hall, this is Lambert. I've noticed intense fighting going on over at Flaming Mountain. I suspect one of the people involved is Lord Ryan. Should I abandon my current mission and go provide support?" The sheet originally belonged to Nick. After the battle, Nick gave his to Lambert, while Agrippa's was given to the Aretas sisters. "Sir Lambert, I'm Tadia. Please complete the clearing of the Whispering Pool as previously assigned by Sir Ryan." After a brief pause, as if to convey a certain point, Tadia added, "We have confidence in Sir Ryan. The current battle was initiated by Sir Ryan, and the opponent is the Void Dragon." Hearing Tadia's words, Lambert breathed a sigh of relief, but the thought of the Void Dragon stirred a lingering worry. "That's a truly epic battle," Lambert sighed. "Never mind. That's not a battle I can intervene in." After a few seconds, Lambert said to the thin slice, "Understood, Sir Tadia. If the battle situation becomes clear, please inform me immediately." "Okay, Sir Lambert." Farther away, Baldwin and the Eridar sisters also noticed the conspicuous column of smoke from Flame Mountain. Baldwin immediately followed Lambert's lead. However, after receiving Tadia's reply that they should proceed with the mission as planned, her younger sister, Alida, frowned slightly and said, "Sister, do you want me to go check on Lord Ryan?" "No, Lord Ryan made it clear earlier. The two of us will assist Lord Baldwin in completing the clearing mission. Alita shook her head. Besides, if we were to separate, our combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced. Not only would your safety be at risk, but if we encountered a difficult enemy, Lord Baldwin and I might not be able to handle it. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. Didn't you just hear it? Lord Ryan took the initiative to request this. He should be confident. Indeed, since it's Lord Ryan's initiative, there shouldn't be any problem. Baldwin, standing nearby, was surprised that Ryan would choose to challenge the Void Dragon alone, but based on his previous impression of the battle with the Undersea Goddess, he remained confident in Ryan's combat prowess. Even if the Void Dragon escaped, there was no real danger to its life. On a platform halfway up Flame Mountain, the Void Dragon was clearly in a state of distress. Its translucent body was covered in claw marks of varying sizes, and a massive hole pierced its chest from front to back. But seemingly due to the Void Dragon's unique physique, even after such a severe blow, it still retained a considerable amount of combat power. But the opponent was definitely not feeling well. For Ryan's near full strength attack had just been discovered by activating the core skill weakness control of the epic class, the Thousand Blades King. The Void Dragon's body was nearly devoid of red spots, save for this particular spot, which was a pale red. Normally, this spot would be the heart of a normal dragon. Even if the other one was slightly different, the impact was significant. At this moment, Ryan gave a powerful kick with both feet, sending a burst of energy blasting outward in all directions. A crater instantly formed on the ground. He then launched a powerful kick at the newly risen Void Dragon's ribs, near the wound. The kick not only caused a crackling sound of broken bones, but also completely bent the nearly 20-meter-long Void Dragon in half. Not only did the Void Dragon accelerate rapidly, crashing into the ground, but it also bounced and rolled several times on the ground like a stone skipping on water, before crashing headfirst into the dark rock wall of Flame Mountain. Boom! The rock wall cracked, and dozens of boulders above collapsed, burying the Void Dragon. Only its tail remained, twitching intermittently. Ryan rose from his half-crouch, his massive figure slowly moving toward the pile of boulders. After another surge of energy, the energy rings on his body surged again. Ryan's body was now covered in irregular rings, resembling those of an electric current. These were the manifestation of the power level of his fourth form, and could be understood as the life field of a body that had reached a certain level of physical strength. Of course, this field wasn't necessarily the circular current seen on Ryan's body. For example, the Void Dragon's was a halo-like aura. Within a radius of several meters around it, all attacks were affected by its transparent field. This effect could weaken the attack or have some negative effect. After transforming into a dragon beast, Ryan began to understand the terrifying power of epic combat. If the attack power wasn't strong enough to break through the opponent's field protection, then no matter how many attacks he launched, it would be meaningless. Only an attack powerful enough to pierce the life field's defenses in a single blow could inflict damage to an epic enemy. This was also why, despite having the opportunity to retrieve his weapon from the golem, Ryan chose not to. In his fourth form, a single claw on his sharp claw reached the length of a scimitar. A single strike was practically the same as using a weapon, with the exception of special weapons, of course. Clang! After reaching the boulder pile, he grabbed the dragon's exposed tail, and yanked it with a powerful force, pulling the Void Dragon free from beneath it. The Void Dragon struggled to twist its body, seemingly still trying to resist, but under the repeated blows, its movements were slow and weak. Swish! Ryan slashed with a lightning-fast claw, mercilessly nearly severing the Void Dragon's neck. The Void Dragon finally wailed, and fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had already added 4 attribute points in a row. In his fourth form, the rate at which his energy was depleting was truly astonishing. Just as he began to shrink, intending to reach for the box to extract the Void Dragon's blood essence, bang! Suddenly, the Void Dragon's tail swung toward Ryan's heels. Then, as if exerting all its strength, it slammed into Ryan's waist and abdomen, propelling him towards a huge chasm. Caught off guard, Ryan was instantly caught by the Void Dragon's near-fatal blow, hurling him into the chaotic void. In an instant, Ryan seemed to be transported to outer space, his entire body floating. But at this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. He struck the Void Dragon's head with claw after claw. Bang! Bang! The Void Dragon, its protective field nearly gone, was no match for Ryan's repeated attacks, even with its sturdy skull. More than 10 seconds later, looking at the Void Dragon with its brains splattered out, Ryan was certain it was completely dead. Ryan immediately pulled the Void Dragon's corpse back into the rift, but he noticed that it was shrinking rapidly. Instantly, Ryan realized something. A box containing an extraction device was flung out of the rift, now less than 2 meters in diameter, with lightning speed. It was Ryan who had commanded the golem to throw it. Just as Ryan was about to do something, the next second, the rift completely closed, leaving no trace of its existence. Only a starlit night sky remained. Although being slammed into the void by the Void Dragon was somewhat unexpected, Ryan remained unfazed. He could sense a previously activated beacon within his body. It must have been the mark cast by the great astrologers before entering the secret realm. Normally, in about 10 seconds, he would automatically return to the first floor of the astrologer's terrace in the imperial capital of Tamriel. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan grabbed the Void Dragon's corpse and the extraction box and held them close to him. He naturally intended to take the Void Dragon's body back with him. At this moment, entering the so-called Void Turbulence for the first time, Ryan curiously looked around. In all directions, he saw tiny pinpricks of light in the distant sky, likely the light of certain stars, and there were also some nearby. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Ryan had thought he could see the entirety of the Dragon Valley secret realm from the void, perhaps even the entire world protected by some kind of crystal wall. But in reality, there was nothing around him. It felt like a lonely astronaut drifting outside the Milky Way. That's not right. Ryan's eyes suddenly widened. Just now, he had looked at the nearest point of light, estimating it to be tens of thousands of kilometers away, but he was shocked to discover that its surface was a colorful film. It looked nothing like a star, more like a bubble. Most horrifyingly, he could see through the film and vaguely see a humanoid figure seated on a throne. This distance. This height. It must be thousands of meters tall, right? Ryan immediately recalled a past life, when, from Earth 380,000 kilometers away, he could clearly see the moon's 295-kilometer-wide Bailey crater. As he marveled at the sight, Ryan, clutching the Void Dragon's corpse, suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, on the first floor of the astrologer's terrace, a massive rift suddenly appeared in the empty portal hall, followed by a massive, overlapping black shadow. With a resounding boom, the corpse of a massive void dragon fell heavily to the ground, while the hideous, monstrous dragon beast rapidly shrank and transformed into a humanoid form. "It's Lord Ryan!" The guards and astrologers immediately recognized Ryan. Who? Returning to human form, Ryan gasped for air. In the brief battle just now, he had expended a full 5 attribute points recovering his energy. He discovered that, although he could transform into his fourth form, the energy consumption in this form was horrific. Especially after unleashing breath and powerful moves, the time it took to exhaust his energy was measured in seconds. At this moment, Marshal Alfred on the second floor was also alerted and brought a number of men to the first floor. "Where's the medic?" "Call for him immediately," General Augustus said gravely. "Sir Ryan, how are you?" Marshal Alfred stepped forward, glanced at the massive void dragon corpse beside Ryan, then at Ryan, who appeared to have no obvious injuries, and said, "Marshal Alfred, I'm fine, but I need to take care of something immediately." "I need to dispose of this void dragon's corpse," Ryan said. Although he killed the void dragon entirely independently, the killing took place during a secret mission, and he also utilized some of the Empire's resources. Theoretically, the Empire also has some rights over the void dragon's corpse. "Of course, Lord Ryan. Although void dragon carcasses are extremely rare, if you wish to dispose of them, I will coordinate with higher-ups." Alfred agreed without hesitation. "Thank you, Marshal. I only want the void dragon's blood essence for research. As for the rest, I leave it to headquarters. Any excess can be exchanged for points or mission evaluation medals. That's even easier then. But this way, the Empire actually gets the upper hand." Marshal Alfred couldn't help but laugh. Quickly, Ryan pulled the extraction equipment from the box he was carrying, approached the void dragon's corpse, and began extracting the blood essence. This equipment is quite sophisticated. Well, it can be considered a trophy. Barnes and the other 3 were planning to extract my bloodline essence, but in the end, I ended up extracting it instead. Ryan nodded and said calmly. Ryan's words immediately sent a chill through the hearts of those around him. It seemed that this young yet powerful Lord Ryan was not to be trifled with. Many present had seen Barnes and the other 2. They were all candidates for the Dragon Rider retest. But unexpectedly, a few minutes later, Ryan had completed the task. A vial of blood, concentrated with the essence of the vast void dragon's body, appeared before everyone, emitting a brilliant blue-gold light. The void dragon blood essence, shimmering with mist and specks of starlight, was clearly no ordinary item. Everyone present watched this scene with a mixture of curiosity and amazement. Most had never seen a void dragon, let alone its blood essence. They were all astonished at the dazzling beauty of a single blood essence. However, among the people at the back, a man in a military uniform had a gleaming gaze and immediately disappeared into the shadows of the hall. Ryan gazed at the bottle of void dragon blood essence in his hand, a bright smile on his face. Because, hidden from everyone's view, a system notification flashed across the screen. Ryan's long-awaited legendary class change notification for Dragon Vein Wizard had finally appeared. Ding! The host has been detected to have obtained a complete Dragon Blood Essence, triggering a special advanced class change. Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend. Prerequisites for advancement to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, are 1. The mutant dragon blood concentration must be rich or above. 2. Level 3 crystallized wizard or above. 3. A complete Dragon Blood Essence. Given the current requirements, should I upgrade to Dragon Vein Wizard Legend? Note, after upgrading to Dragon Vein Wizard Legend, the Warhammer Legend class panel will be overwritten. But this isn't the best time to change classes. After some thought, Ryan suppressed the urge to change immediately. He calmed his excitement and said to Marshal Alfred beside him, "Marshal, I'd like to find a room to rest up." "Of course, no problem. Tadia, take Lord Ryan to my lounge for some rest. By the way, get Lord Ryan a bottle of super recovery potion. Also, tell the logistics department to prepare a hearty feast of dire beasts for Lord Ryan upon his awakening," Marshal Alfred instructed. "As you command, Marshal," Tadia replied with a smile. "Thank you, Marshal," Ryan said, bowing slightly. "Sir Ryan, compared to the hard work of those of you fighting on the front lines, this is nothing," Marshal Alfred said, patting Ryan on the shoulder with a smile. Soon, Ryan followed Tadia to the Marshal's lounge. The room was on the second floor, on the astrologer's platform, specially prepared for Marshal Alfred to command this mission. It was clean and tidy, with a bed, sofa, and desk. "Sir Ryan, rest well. I won't disturb you. This is the super recovery potion. If you need anything else, please ask the attendant at the door." Tadia placed a wooden box on the coffee table and immediately excused herself with a smile. "Thank you, Sir Tadia," Ryan replied with a smile. At this moment, Tadia, who had reached the door, suddenly turned around and said something to Ryan with a smile. "By the way, Lord Ryan, your performance this time was truly remarkable." Thank you." After Tadia left, Ryan locked the door. He first checked his surroundings, finding no signs of any magical formation fluctuations. Then, he opened the box containing the Void Dragon Blood Essence and grabbed the reagent bottle. Although Marshal Alfred had already agreed, Ryan still felt the need to change his class immediately to avoid further complications. Judging from the extraction devices Barnes and the other two carried, the Dragon Scale Brotherhood seemed equally interested in the blood essence of infected underage dragons. If they knew he held the blood essence of an adult void dragon of epic power, they would likely come knocking. Although he wasn't afraid, to avoid any surprises, it was naturally best to change his class quickly. Another reason for choosing the Astrologer's Terrace was its tight security, and the frequent and intense energy fluctuations. It would be difficult for others to notice the energy fluctuations in his room, effectively concealing them. As Ryan silently muttered yes, the system prompt flashed again. Class transfer started. Ding! Class transfer to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, successful. Strength increased by 15, agility increased by 15, constitution increased by 15, and spirit increased by 20. Ding! The host has a legendary class panel for the first time, increasing the total number of class panels by 1, to a maximum of 7. Gain the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, core skill, Dragon Soul Smash, active. Chapter 433. Ding! It's discovered that the host has absorbed the complete Void Dragon bloodline, and can integrate it with the existing high-level Mutant Dragon bloodline. Since only one bloodline can be retained, the fusion automatically begins. Ding! Fusion successful. After the fusion, the host, in its fourth form, will possess the Void Dragon's special ability, Void Transformation. Void Transformation effect consumes a certain amount of mental energy to transform the body into void. During Void Transformation, the host is immune to 90% of physical attacks, and 50% of sorcery or other energy attacks. After the fusion, the host, in its fourth form, will possess the special ability, Two-Headed. Two-Headed effect. In addition to the host's head, a Void Dragon head will grow, capable of releasing void breath. After successfully changing his class, Ryan felt a significant increase in all his attributes, and he felt a surge of strength, as if a super powerful generator was within him, supplying his entire body with energy. After feeling these physical changes for a while, Ryan finally focused his attention on the system panel. First, the original Warhammer Wizard, Legend, panel had vanished, replaced by the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, class panel. Unlike the blue glow of the previous Legendary class panel, and the purple glow of the Epic class panel, the Legendary class panel shimmered with a unique orange light. It was a condensed orange, glowing like mercury. The constant barrage of system notifications left Ryan a bit overwhelmed. However, every notification displayed during a class change almost contained crucial information, requiring careful scrutiny. So, Ryan examined each one. All attributes increased by 15 points, and spirit increased by 20. This increase far surpasses the previous epic class, Lord of Thousand Blades. However, considering the difficulty of the two classes, it's quite comparable. If it weren't for this chance encounter with the Void Dragon, I'm afraid the class change to Dragon Vein Wizard would have been delayed for quite some time. Also, the upper limit of the number of panels has been increased by 1 again. Ryan was delighted to see the total number of class panels increase by 1. This also confirms that for any class, the number of class panels increases by 1 after reaching a level not previously reached. This also means that once he chooses a new class, he can quickly gain a large number of skill points and attribute points, which will be very beneficial for mastering new sorcery and avoid wasting a lot of time and energy on practicing sorcery. Huh? Only 1 core skill? Dragon Soul Smash? Ryan looked a little surprised. You know, when I previously upgraded to the epic class, the Thousand Blades King, I had more than 1 core skill. How come this time, the more powerful Dragon Vein Wizard class only has 1? If that's the case, then there's probably only one answer. This core skill is incredibly powerful, Ryan thought, a flash of inspiration flashing through his mind. Sure enough, as he focused his attention on the large new icon, Dragon Soul Smash, he was overjoyed the next second. Dragon Soul Smash effect. When this skill is activated, the mental energy consumed by casting sorcery will be doubled, but all sorcery cast during this time will incur a portion of true damage. Note, the power of true damage is proportional to the concentration of your dragon bloodline, the strength of your mental energy, and the power of the sorcery. True damage? All sorcery? Compared to that, consuming twice as much mental energy is nothing. Besides, doesn't this mean I can inflict true damage without being limited to the soul-shattering hammer? Ryan was naturally well aware of the power of true damage. You know, during the Meister era, before he even reached legendary status, Ryan used the soul-shattering hammer to defeat the ancient hero Munger. If he had transitioned to a Dragon Vein Wizard sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have needed to transform his bloodline in the battle against the incarnation of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, and could have relied solely on sorcery to win. As Ryan scrolled through the system logs, he came across a few battle notifications he hadn't had time to check. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 47 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades Lord, Epic, class level has been increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class level has been increased. In 3 consecutive battles, Ryan defeated Lambert, the incarnation of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, and the Void Dragon, respectively, advancing the legendary Warhammer Wizard and the Epic Thousand Blades Lord classes by 1 level each. This gave him 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Due to the 10 attribute points he added to restore his health in the last 2 battles, his remaining attribute points were 4, his skill points were 3, and his gold skill points had reached an astonishing 203. Name, Ryan Kalin. Class, Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary, Level 1. Thousand Blades Lord, Epic, Level 15. Beast Priest, Legendary, LV5. Potions Master, Legendary, LV6. Grand Armorer, Transcendent, LV6. Witchweave Tailor, Transcendent, LV7. Spirit, 166, 76% crystallized. Although Ryan was eager to test the effects of Dragon Soul's heavy attack, the timing wasn't right. Furthermore, after the continuous battles and job changes, he needed a break. When Ryan awoke, he was starving. He immediately spoke to the attendant at the door, and quickly enjoyed a sumptuous meal featuring dire beasts. Just as Ryan finished his meal, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Since Ryan's door had been ajar during the meal, the knock was primarily a courtesy. Come in. Ryan looked up and saw General Augustus and Major General Tadia enter. He immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, General Augustus looked Ryan up and asked, "Sir Ryan, I'd like to ask, have you reached the epic level?" This question had puzzled not only him, but everyone else for some time. Before Ryan entered the secret realm and clashed with the injured underworld goddess Hela, no one imagined that his power had actually reached the epic level. After the clash, many speculated that Ryan's power, or more accurately, the power of his bloodline transformation, had reached the epic level. However, a considerable number of people believed that the underworld goddess's incarnation had been severely injured by Her Majesty, the Red Queen Nina, before she fled to the Dragon Valley secret realm, and therefore her power had fallen from the epic level. Even so, after Ryan's battle with the Void Dragon, most people in the second floor command hall believed that Ryan's power, after his transformation, must have reached the epic level. As for why everyone places so much importance on this, it's because the epic level is a crucial watershed in the realm of power. If I were to explain the reasons, I could list dozens of reasons in detail. Looking at General Augustus's blazing gaze, Ryan thought for a moment and decided that while there was nothing to hide about this in general, the degree could be slightly lowered. He nodded and said, "Well, I only recently discovered this after my bloodline's further awakening. My power after transformation is even greater than before, barely reaching the epic level." "Excellent. It truly has reached the epic level." General Augustus slapped his thigh joyfully. If it had been speculation before, even with the most certainty, there would still be some doubt. But now, with the person involved's positive confirmation, there was no longer any doubt. At least, in General Augustus's eyes, there was no doubt. "Sir Ryan, ever since you were able to defeat the incarnation of the undersea goddess head-on, I knew your strength must have reached the epic level. Your subsequent slaying of the Void Dragon further proved this." Augustus's suspicions were confirmed, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Congratulations, Sir Ryan. No, Lord Ryan, you are now qualified to become an Imperial Guardian." Major General Tadia, standing beside him, also smiled and congratulated. "Guardian?" Ryan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that he would be able to apply for the title of Imperial Guardian, nominally representing the Dragon Empire's strongest military force, so soon. "Yes, Lord Ryan, although your strength only reached the epic level after your bloodline transformation, it is also a natural gift. According to past practice, both the Imperial Senate and the Imperial family recognize this," Tadia explained with a smile. "That's right. However, while becoming a guardian offers many benefits, the certification process is rather complex, and it also requires an assessment and the signing of a highly binding contract," Augustus said, his face grim. "Oh, a binding contract?" Ryan nodded. He had heard of this before. From the moment the ancestor of the Drum family, the Dragon Knight Pantascock, known as Storm Cloud, was unable to attack him, Ryan knew that Dragon Knights, or Imperial Guardians, were forbidden from attacking Imperial personnel below the epic level. Of course, there were exceptions for those who actively offended, as well as for cultists and non-Imperial individuals. But even then, there were extremely strict restrictions. Well, the initiative in this matter doesn't rest with any one individual, nor with Swordbearer headquarters. After the retest in the Dragon Valley secret realm is concluded, a report on the progress of this mission will be submitted. Sir Ryan, your contributions will naturally be recorded. It's expected that the Senate and the royal family will send someone to communicate with you in due course. However, the Emperor is still recovering from his injuries, so it's unclear when someone from the royal family will arrive. Sir Ryan, all you need to know is this. There's one thing going on, General Augustus elaborated. Yes, I understand, Ryan nodded. He had heard about this matter. Because of the Emperor's injury, this year's investiture ceremony hadn't taken place. According to previous years, his earldom should have been approved last month. But this year, no news had come. Of course, this was also because Ryan hadn't specifically inquired about the relevant information. Otherwise, it would have been easier to inquire with Marquis Javier, who served in the Senate. Sir Ryan, you may very well be the second person in the Imperial Swordbearer system to become a guardian in decades. Amazing! Alas, once you become an Imperial Guardian, there will inevitably be a transfer of rank. I'm afraid you have to leave the Swordbearer system, General Augustus sighed with emotion. But this is a good thing, a very good thing. Augustus added. Thank you, General Augustus. Personally, I have deep feelings for the Swordbearers. I think, if the Empire allows, I will stay with them, for as long as possible, at least for a while longer, Ryan said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in the second prince's residence, located to the left of the imperial palace. A middle-aged nobleman with a handlebar mustache stood respectfully beside a blond man with a feminine yet elegant demeanor, reporting something. "Your Highness, our informant just brought us urgent intelligence. Ryan has returned from the secret realm. More importantly, he's obtained the Void Dragon blood essence you instructed Barnes and the other two to obtain." "He's returned so soon?" "According to the timeline, only a few hours have passed. There's still more than half the time left before the 24-hour secret realm retest ends." Hearing this news, the previously impassive second Prince Everton put down the documents in his hands and glanced at the wall clock in his study, puzzled. "It's like this. The informant isn't sure of the specific reason, but the fact that he's returned is certain. Many people in the lobby on the first floor of the astrologer's platform witnessed it. Also, our informant reports that this young void dragon is quite large, possibly a full-grown void dragon," Buchanan added. "Oh, very large? It must be a near-adult dragon, infected by a void beast. This makes its blood essence even more valuable," Second Prince Everton said after a moment's thought. Despite this information, neither Buchanan nor Second Prince Everton considered the so-called young void dragon to be a full-grown void dragon. After all, the Dragon Valley's secret realm only inhabits young and adolescent dragons. In fact, even Ryan and others hadn't anticipated encountering a void dragon. There was also the issue of the informant himself. As a squire of the astrologer's terrace and a former Grand Knight, he wasn't familiar with void creatures. Therefore, he was cautious with his choice of words, often using phrases like suspected and seemingly. "Oh, by the way, how did the informant know for sure that Ryan had obtained the Void Drake's blood essence?" Everton asked again. "Yes, because the Void Drake's corpse is currently on the first floor of the astrologer's terrace. Moreover, Ryan extracted its blood essence in front of everyone." "Huh?" The blonde second Prince Everton was stunned upon hearing this news. Extracted blood essence in front of everyone. Didn't anyone bring up the point at the time that, while the Void Drake's corpse was Ryan's trophy, shouldn't the Empire be in charge of distributing such a rare item? Not really. It seems the sword-bearer's high-ranking officials must have intervened. So where is this Ryan now? Still on the second floor of the astrologer's terrace. They say he's resting after suffering heavy losses in the battle. By the way, Your Highness, there's one more thing. The informant says the extraction device Ryan used seems to have a 5-colored scale marking on its case. I'm wondering, isn't that the symbol of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood? Where did Ryan get it? Could it be? Buchanan didn't continue. Hearing this, the second prince's eyes flashed, his expression suddenly solemn. He stood up from behind his luxurious mahogany desk, looked at Buchanan, and asked earnestly, "Are you sure?" "Almost sure. Yes, I understand. Barnes and the other 3 likely met with an accident. But they've just finished fighting, so they won't be able to use the blood essence immediately. But after a few days, it's hard to say." Based on the intelligence, Second Prince Everton had a rough outline of the entire incident. For example, Barnes encountered Ryan alone while he was battling a Void Drake. Thus, Barnes, planning a surprise attack, didn't wait for Reagan and Bronson to strike, only to be quickly overtaken by Ryan. Or, perhaps Barnes and his 3 companions gathered and approached Ryan, but their mission failed. In this case, Ryan deserves even greater attention. Both scenarios clearly explain why the Dragon Scale Brotherhood's extraction device ended up in Ryan's hands. As for why Ryan returned early, this further explains why. Since the intelligence indicates that the Void Drake is quite large, it likely possesses some special abilities, such as the ability to easily create rifts in certain weak points within the secret realm, causing Ryan to fall during battle. Immediately have your informant monitor this Ryan's movements. As soon as he leaves the astrologer platform, you must immediately communicate with him. Even if it means paying an excessive price, it doesn't matter. Make sure he trades the Void Dragon's blood essence to us. As you command, Your Highness. But, what if this Ryan adamantly disagrees? It's probably difficult to take action in the Imperial capital. Buchanan thought for a moment, frowning slightly. Second Prince Everton smiled and said, "Haha, this doesn't necessarily require action. Have Quina stand by nearby. If communication fails, have her take action. With her Shadow Dragon bloodline, it's relatively easy for her to steal a box without anyone noticing." "Wise, Your Highness. Why didn't I think of that?" Buchanan complimented him with a smile. Buchanan had only met Quina once, but that time had left a deep impression on him. That time, they had to enter a secret chamber in a noble's mansion to retrieve an important item. However, the chamber was exceptionally strong and protected by a level 1 protective magic array, making the task quite difficult. But Quina seemed to have entered the subspace, easily walking in and retrieving the item. The meters-thick granite and the protective magic array were completely useless. Chapter 434. 24 hours passed quickly as the hands of time ticked by. Those who had participated in the Secret Realm retest and the remaining mission personnel were transferred back to the first floor of the Astronomican platform. The Arita sisters, using the shards of positioning, were also teleported to the Astronomican platform. Lord Ryan. The two women, somewhat reserved, arrived at the entrance of Ryan's lounge, led by Tadia. You're back? It seems you're unharmed. That's good. Ryan glanced at the two women. Aside from some battle scars, there were no obvious injuries. They must have encountered enemies, but they were successfully defeated. Well, we encountered two groups of enemies, Clea, one of the 4 Black Flame Knights of the Black Flame cult, and a legendary warrior from the Plague cult. With the cooperation of Lord Baldwin, we successfully killed Clea and the legendary warrior from the Plague cult, Arita recounted briefly. Yes, Lord Ryan. The dark plague unleashed by that legendary plague cultist was truly formidable. It nearly stricken all 3 of us, said his younger sister, Alita, still feeling a bit of fear. Oh! The plague cult? Ryan nodded. This cult has a long history. It's said that some of the most famous outbreaks in Imperial history, such as the Black Death, the Undead Plague, and the Zerd Plague, are all linked to this cult. However, they primarily operate in the southern provinces of the Empire, so Ryan hadn't encountered many of their personnel during his time in the central coastal province of Munster. Lord Ryan, you only have 1 golem back, and there's 1 more. Major General Tadia said as he entered. Yeah, I see. Ryan waved his hand and smiled. The other one actually self-destructed. After being knocked into the outer void by the Void Dragon, he immediately caused the golem carrying the Black-robed girl to self-destruct. He knew full well that the Dying Barns and the other 2 had already attracted a large number of void beasts. If he left the Black-robed girl, the vessel of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, in the secret realm, it would attract a large number of void beasts in a few minutes. Furthermore, this process would likely be very rapid. Even if Lambert or the Eridar sisters returned, it would certainly be too late. If infected by the Black-robed girl, the consequences would be unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. So, Ryan acted decisively and caused the Hellfire-modified golem to self-destruct. By the way, Lord Tadia, this is my elder sister, Erida, and this is my younger sister, Elida. They are now my followers. Please help me with their legal status. No problem, Lord Ryan, leave this matter to me. However, it may take 2 or 3 days to complete the process. Tadia glanced at the charming Erida sisters, then at Ryan, and smiled. These 2 were even more beautiful than the one she had seen on the oval stone platform. Thinking of Alina, the capable young woman Ryan had transferred from the Munster branch, Tadia couldn't help but ponder a little more. Is it difficult? Ryan asked, noticing Tadia's meaningful look. It's mainly because the 2 women's original identities are quite sensitive, so the process requires a guarantee from headquarters. But don't worry, Lord Ryan, it will take no more than 3 days. I handle it, Tadia said with a slight smile. Okay, then I trouble you, Master Tadia, Ryan said with a smile. However, Tadia's words made the Arita sisters feel uneasy, and they immediately began to communicate telepathically. Sister, do you think the Empire will accept us? It shouldn't be a problem. Look at the way this female Major General addresses Master Ryan and shows such respect. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Yes. Actually, if I really have to worry, I'm more worried about the secret snake cult, said Sister Arita, frowning. By the way, Lord Ryan, there's one more thing Marshal Alfred asked me to tell you. Oh! Lord Tadia, please go ahead. You expended considerable energy defeating the incarnation of the underworld goddess and the void dragon for the benefit of the Empire, but you failed to complete your dragon language mark mission. While this will affect your retest results, don't worry. Headquarters will communicate with the assessment committee to ensure you can participate in the final 2A selection for Dragon Knights. Your spot does not count towards the 6 selected for this retest, so you don't have to worry about any controversy. Also, once you become an Imperial Guardian, you can directly apply to communicate with Imperial Dragons that haven't yet signed a contract. Thank you, Lord Tadia. Please convey my gratitude to the Marshal, Ryan said, bowing slightly. Originally, Ryan felt a little regretful that he had teleported back so early and hadn't had time to obtain the dragon language mark of any dragon offspring. This outcome was naturally the best. Yes, Lord Ryan. A few minutes later, Ryan and the Arita sisters boarded the luxurious carriage that had been waiting at the door and drove from the astrologer's terrace to their own mansion. However, just a few minutes after the carriage had driven down the Rue St. Paul in the imperial capital, it slowed down. The short man, Matteo, from the coachman's seat at the front, said, "Lord Ryan, there's a carriage with the royal crest parked ahead. Earl Buchanan, who visited you last time, is waiting. He seems to want to speak with you. What do you think?" Ryan thought for a moment and said, "Hurry and leave. Ignore him." He no longer wanted to play along. Because they would soon learn of the deaths of Barnes and the other two in the secret realm, their relationship would be completely severed. Shoo! Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply, and the short man, Matteo, was heard shouting anxiously and angrily, "Lord Ryan, the other carriage has suddenly stopped in the middle of the road." "Sir Ryan, I'm Buchanan. I have something very important to discuss with you." Buchanan's voice came from beside Ryan's carriage. "Oh, so Lord Buchanan stopped my carriage directly on the road? Don't be angry, Lord Ryan." The second prince's groom was quite impulsive. "Please forgive me." Buchanan's specific mention of second prince made his intention clear. Creaky. The carriage door opened, but Ryan didn't dismount or invite Buchanan aboard. Instead, he spread his legs, casually gazed at Buchanan, and said, "Speak, Sir Buchanan." Buchanan, a shrewd man, naturally understood the meaning of Ryan's gesture. Despite his anger, Buchanan, who had come on a mission, smiled and said, "Well, Sir Ryan, I heard you gained a lot in the secret realm this time, especially the blood essence of the young void dragon." As he spoke, Buchanan glanced at the box at Ryan's feet. He was naturally familiar with the markings on it. It was the emblem of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. It seemed the informant's information was correct. "Oh, Lord Buchanan, you're truly well informed." Ryan neither denied nor confirmed. "The truth is, I'd like to purchase the Void Drake blood essence you possess." "Is that the case?" "Excuse me, Lord Buchanan, but I refuse." Ryan waved his hand, interrupting Buchanan. "Goodbye. Pop." Alita immediately slammed the car door shut again. This immediately made Buchanan tremble with anger. Since becoming the second Prince Everton's butler, he had never received such courtesy. But soon, a hint of satisfaction crossed Buchanan's lips. Because he saw a slender figure vanish into thin air ahead. He knew Quina had made her move. At the same time, inside the carriage, a slender hand appeared seemingly out of thin air, grasping the box at Ryan's feet with lightning speed. Just as the person was about to mysteriously vanish with the box, a large hand like a clamp grasped the thief's wrist with a snap. Then, Ryan flicked his wrist, and a tremendous force pulled the person, who was about to plunge into the shadows, out of the way. The person's upper body, revealed, was a woman in leather armor, with exquisite curves. Ever since Ryan merged with the Void Dragon bloodline, his spatial perception has become increasingly acute. Thus, as soon as Quina's hand reached out from the shadows, Ryan noticed it. Quina, whose wrist was grasped by Ryan, was indescribably surprised. She had calculated her own attack speed, which was approximately 0.01 seconds, several times faster than a cat. Ordinary people couldn't even see her movements, and even for a titled knight, it was too fast. While a titled knight could see and react visually, adding muscle reaction would have been nearly impossible. However, the man before her had managed to securely grasp her wrist in an instant. How could she not be astonished? However, Quina wouldn't just sit there and wait. Pulled out of the shadows, she grasped a dagger in her other hand and launched a swift, horizontal thrust towards Ryan's abdomen. "Watch out." Alita's reaction was also incredibly fast. She grasped the hilt of her dagger and immediately slashed at the suddenly appearing assassin, attempting to block his advance. However, the resistance from the blade made her realize that the space inside the carriage was too narrow, and the blade in her hand was about to cut through it. In a flash, Ryan, still smiling, suddenly grabbed Quina's other hand, which was tightly grasping the dagger in the same way. Quina's face immediately changed color. She knew she had encountered a top-tier expert. At this moment, both of her hands were held by Ryan, and because of the tremendous force he had just applied, she continued to fly into his arms. In this situation, Quina's only counterattack was to activate her bloodline transformation. But before she could activate her bloodline transformation, she suddenly felt herself falling like a meteorite. With a snap, it pierced through the wooden floor of the carriage. Before she could even feel the pain on her face, there was another bang, and her pretty face slammed straight into the granite-paved main road of the imperial capital. Quina felt a sharp pain on her face, and her entire body felt as if it were falling apart. Forget transforming, even moving was difficult. Ryan suddenly sensed a familiar aura rising from the other person. Knowing he was attempting some kind of bloodline transformation, he exerted a slight force with both hands, interrupting it. The sudden disintegration of the carriage, and the shower of granite fragments immediately caused the surrounding pedestrians to exclaim and scream. As for Buchanan, who was watching Ryan's carriage from a distance, the anticipation and smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw that when the smoke and dust cleared, Ryan slowly stood up, holding Quina, who was as motionless as a puppet. Clearly, the operation had failed. Not only did they fail to retrieve the box, but Ryan also caught Quina in the act. At this moment, Ryan turned to look at Buchanan, who was not far away, and said, "Sir Buchanan, so after your communication failed, you sent someone to steal it?" Sir Ryan, you're joking. I don't know this person." Buchanan's eyes flickered, his expression grim. "Oh, really? I originally thought this person was one of Sir Buchanan's men and was planning to show mercy, but it seems that won't be necessary. I take her to the sword-bearer headquarters later. I think she has something surprising for me," Ryan said with a faint smile. "Well, that's Sir Ryan's freedom. Sir Ryan, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I take my leave now." Buchanan's face darkened, and he immediately turned and left. "Lord Ryan, do you need another carriage?" Matteo asked respectfully. "No, go to the astrologer's terrace and have Major General Tadia send someone over and arrange for a carriage." Ryan was carrying someone, so a carriage would be more appropriate. "Yes, Lord Ryan." The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the security patrol, and soon a group of guards surrounded them. However, seeing Ryan's impressive presence and the person he was carrying, the captain of the guard stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "Sir, I am an Imperial sword-bearer. This person attacked me." "Someone from sword-bearer headquarters will be with you shortly," Ryan said, displaying the sword-bearer insignia. "Yes, sir." The captain of the guards immediately stood at attention and saluted. At this moment, Erida said to Ryan, "Lord Ryan, do you wish to torture him? My sister and I can do it. We're quite skilled at it." "Yes, Lord Ryan. My sister is more knowledgeable about mind-bending sorcery, and I'm quite proficient in some torture techniques," Erida's sister immediately echoed. The two of them, as followers, had played no role earlier, and were still feeling a little uneasy. "Not for now. We see in 2 days," Ryan said, smiling and nodding. Soon, a carriage from the sword-bearer headquarters arrived. Also arriving were Major General Tadia and several ironclad sword-bearers. "Lord Ryan, were you attacked?" Major General Tadia looked up and down at the unscathed Ryan, then at the assassin lying on the ground, cocoon-like, wrapped in hardened adamantine gold. Puzzled, she felt a wave of confusion. What family was so foolish as to send someone to assassinate a would-be guardian? "She's a thief, I suppose, Lady Tadia. Please detain her at sword-bearer headquarters. I deal with her in 2 days." Ryan picked up Quina, who had already been restrained, and handed her to the sword-bearers behind Tadia. Ryan had already grasped the answer he sought from Buchanan's gaze. This female thief must be connected to Buchanan, and judging by her dragon bloodline, she was likely from the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Furthermore, Ryan considered that imprisoning the female thief in his own mansion would likely attract the enemy's help, which would in turn endanger his family's safety. Therefore, he suggested to Tadia that she be imprisoned at sword-bearer headquarters. "No problem, Lady Ryan." Soon, Ryan returned to the mansion in a carriage provided by sword-bearer headquarters. Ryan learned that the barbarian girl, Lager, had accompanied the beautiful woman, Jennifer, to Munster. After introducing the Eridar sisters to everyone in the mansion, Ryan had dinner with his family, and then returned to his study to carefully consider his next steps. First, he considered choosing a new class. Since his successful class advancement to the legendary class, Dragon Vein Wizard, he gained an additional slot on his class panel, increasing his rank from 6/6 to 6/7. Similar to his previous considerations when advancing to the Thousand Blade King, Ryan this time also intended to choose a class with more subsequent advancement steps. The goal, of course, was to acquire sufficient skill and attribute points. Just like the Blacksmith career advancement system, which progressed from Blacksmith Apprentice, Blacksmith, Armor Smith, and finally to Master Armor Smith, or the Tailor career advancement system, which progressed from Tailor Apprentice, Tailor, Master Tailor, and finally to Witchcraft Tailor. While the initial careers in these two systems were unremarkable, and the core skills of the subsequent careers were not very impressive, the skill and attribute points contributed were sufficient, greatly facilitating Ryan's subsequent study of sorcery and extraordinary combat techniques. Just as Ryan was contemplating this, he suddenly heard a servant's voice from outside. "Lord Ryan, Lord Hamadi is visiting outside." "Hamadi?" Ryan immediately remembered who the visitor was. "Please ask him to come to the study." "Yes, Lord Ryan." Soon, Hamadi, a smiling face, arrived at Ryan's study. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hamadi produced a dark brown wooden box and said, "Mr. Ryan, this is a gift from Senator Trenna." This was actually a line Hamadi had already prepared. In Hamadi's view, since Ryan had a fondness for Trenna, a high-ranking and beautiful federal congresswoman, he naturally had to make full use of it. Even if it were impossible to actually get a distinguished federal congresswoman to do anything, using her name to facilitate things was perfectly acceptable. After all, everything was for the Federation. "Oh, what is this?" Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow. Hamadi smiled mysteriously and immediately opened the wooden box on the coffee table. Inside, he saw 3 ancient parchment scrolls, each one more powerful in its magical aura. "Sir Ryan, have you ever heard of a killer sorcery move?" "Of course I have." "Could it be that these 3 sorceries can be combined into a killer sorcery move?" Ryan nodded, his mind shifting. Indeed, these 3 sorceries, once mastered, can be combined into a killer sorcery move. "Sir Ryan, you might want to take a look," Hamadi said with a smile. "This is far too valuable. Even if it's a personal gift from Miss Trenna, I can't accept it." Ryan shook his head. Ryan knew full well that free gifts don't come easy. The other party's goal was either to win him over, or to request something from him. "Sir Ryan, Counselor Trenna values our friendship. This is a metal-based killer sorcery move that she spent a lot of effort to find. This is also a personal gift. Counselor Trenna is thoughtful." "Is this a metal-based sorcery move?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, a thought stirring. This surprised Ryan somewhat. After all, metal-based sorcery is notoriously rare, with very few handed down, and even fewer combining to create killer moves. Another reason Ryan was particularly interested was that he had successfully transitioned to a Dragon Vein wizard. If he could master even more powerful sorcery, especially metal-based sorcery, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to his own advancement. After some thought, Ryan decided to take a look. He picked up a sorcery scroll and began to flip through it. Chapter 435. Hamadi's smile widened when he saw Ryan finally pick up a magic scroll and begin reading it. Just kidding. This was something his superior, Lord Royce, had painstakingly obtained from the Federation. If it were rejected, he'd have a hard time explaining himself back home. But no one else could have won over the Federation to this degree except this Lord Ryan. After all, Lord Ryan was both young and powerful. Not only was he a rare and desperately needed high-level metal wizard, he was also a future Dragon Knight. Huh? Metal transfiguration? Ryan hadn't expected the first parchment scroll containing the magic to actually record metal transfiguration. Could it be that Lord Ryan had already mastered the first magic? Hamadi asked, quite surprised. That's excellent. This means you need to spend much less energy mastering this killer spell. By the way, Lord Ryan, you might want to take a look at the second scroll. He'd heard from his superior, Royce, that across the Federation, there were only about a dozen metal-based spells of all levels, and even fewer that could form a killer spell for Dawn. Hamadi even doubted there could be more than 2 metal-based killer spells for Dawn. In fact, Ryan was even more interested. He opened the second scroll containing the spells, and inside it was the second-level metal-based spell, Cutting Web, that he'd stumbled upon in the First Wind Tundra. Lord Ryan, could it be? As a master of micro-expression observation, Hamadi was stunned, because he could tell that Ryan seemed to have learned the spells described in the second scroll. Ryan didn't answer Hamadi's question, but instead, excitedly, he picked up the third scroll containing the spells. Ryan had always believed that due to the interrupted lineage, he might not be able to find the subsequent spells to Cutting Web, or any other spells that could be combined with them. Of course, not all spells could be combined into a killer spell, but Ryan had always had a feeling that there must be more advanced spells behind the second-level spell Cutting Web. Unexpectedly, this day would come so soon. On the scroll, there were a few large characters, third-level metal spell Serrated Ring. A quick scan of it gave Ryan the clearest idea. According to the description in the scroll, the effect of this Serrated Ring spell involved forming a special metal wire with serrations into a circular loop and spinning it at high speed. The extremely high rotational speed will cause the tiny teeth on the wire to produce extremely high cutting and destructive power. Of course, the most important thing isn't that Serrated Ring is a third-level metal spell, but that it's a key component of the fourth-level Dawn-killing move. This is a blatant conspiracy. They're telling you clearly, we can give you the first 3 spells of the Dawn-killing move for free, but we can't give you the final 4th-level spell unless you join the Federation. But honestly, Ryan couldn't find any reason to refuse this gift, especially after he'd become a Dragon Vein wizard and acquired the core skill, Dragon Soul Smash. After a moment's thought, Ryan said, "Sir Hamadi, I appreciate this gift. However, please state your purpose directly. Or in other words, what do I have to pay to accept this gift?" As Ryan spoke, he stared directly at Hamadi, his aura radiating from him, a feeling that immediately struck Hamadi's heart. He had initially considered offering some polite words, but quickly changed his mind. Hamadi's face darkened as he said, "Sir Ryan, I hope you can spare some time within the next 6 months to visit the Federation, to see for yourself the free, open, and vibrant Eagle Federation." Hamadi's offer was a carefully considered one. He and his superior, Royce, agreed that, rather than resorting to 1,000 words, it would be more effective to take the young Sir Ryan to the Eagle Federation. Hamadi remembered clearly the shock he felt when he first arrived at Weston, a major city on the Federation's west coast. He believed that persuading Ryan then would be twice as effective. Secondly, if Ryan agreed to go to the Eagle Federation, it would be equivalent to them bringing him to the Eagle Federation. If they still couldn't keep him, it wouldn't be their intelligence department's fault. Also, their intelligence department would have a reason for their investment, or rather, their efforts. Ryan seriously considered Hamadi's request. To be honest, it wasn't too difficult, but too simple. Originally, Ryan thought Hamadi would ask him to express his stance, or at the very least, to facilitate certain conflicts between the Empire and the Federation as a token of his loyalty. But he didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Although his personal trip to the Federation as a member of the Empire's special department was sensitive, it would be relatively simple if he went there in an official capacity or on a specific mission. Some missions within the Swordbearer headquarters require travel to the Eagle Federation territory. In other words, this wasn't a difficult matter for Ryan. "Okay. Your Excellency Hamadi, that's no problem. I make a trip to the Federation within 6 months. Also, please convey my gratitude to Senator Trenna. I really appreciate her gift." Ryan straightened up slightly and said, "You're welcome. Your Excellency Ryan, I won't bother you then. You just returned from your Dragon Knight retest, so get some rest." Seeing Ryan accept this offer, Hamadi's excitement was no less than Ryan's, who had gained new sorcery. He also nodded at the end, as a token of the Federation's efficient intelligence network within the Empire. "Thank you. I see Your Excellency Hamadi off." Ryan naturally had to be polite to Hamadi, who had brought him new sorcery. After Hamadi left, Ryan eagerly opened the parchment scroll again, pondering the third-level metal-based attack spell, Serrated Ring. Although he only had 3 skill points, that didn't stop him from learning and mastering Serrated Ring. Half an hour later, Ryan seemed to have a sudden realization, and a system notification appeared. "You have learned Serrated Ring, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Serrated Ring. Your Serrated Ring skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 3. Ryan quickly found a new, large icon on the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, class panel. The icon depicted a circular metal wire, but a closer look revealed a unique design. It was covered in fine serrations. Below the icon, a line of small text read, "Serrated Ring Level 1, 1/100, Serrated Ring Level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy, using a specific sorcery model to draw surrounding metal energy particles to strengthen the serrated wire, rapidly forming a rapidly rotating ring to attack the enemy. Required materials: any metal serrated wire. Note: the power of the serrated ring is proportional to the quality of the wire. Note: the casting time is 3 seconds. After attempting to cast it a few times, Ryan discovered that, like the previous level 3 metal sorcery, Thorn Ball, increasing proficiency with the serrated ring was several times more difficult than with the level 2 sorcery, and progressed quite slowly. If he didn't use point-based skills to improve, even with his natural talent, it would likely take years, or even longer to reach the proficiency required to unleash a killer sorcery move. So, this brought him back to the question he'd been pondering before. Choosing a new career. Only by choosing the right new class can one quickly acquire a large number of skill points, and rapidly transform the third-level metal sorcery, Serrated Ring, into combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Ryan sat back in his chair and began to think seriously. In fact, Ryan already had a preliminary plan for a new class, Leatherworker. This class, similar to Tailor, offers a relatively extensive career advancement system. Although the core skills of these classes will likely be similar to Tailor's, not very powerful, this is not a big deal for Ryan at the moment. He currently possesses a sufficient number of strong core skills, such as Dragon Soul Smash and Weakness Control. The only thing he lacks are skill points. After some thought, Ryan decided to send someone to find a skilled leatherworker, or preferably a master leatherworker, tomorrow morning to learn the art of leatherworking. Starlight illuminated the night sky. A rare mist rose over the imperial capital of Tamriel at this time of year, dimming the once brilliant starry sky. With the conclusion of the Dragon Knight retest, the security level at the astrologer's terrace began to decrease, and important intelligence began to be transmitted from there to the rest of the empire. In the study of the main building in the Second Prince's residence, Buchanan was respectfully reporting to Second Prince Everton behind his desk. You just said that Quina was spotted by Ryan as soon as she appeared and was immediately subdued? Second Prince Everton had anticipated Ryan's refusal, and so he had already made a backup plan. Quina, who possessed the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon. But after hearing Buchanan's description, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, and at the same time, a sense of something amiss. He was quite familiar with Quina, who possessed the rare bloodline of the Shadow Dragon. Not to mention her innate ability to attack from the shadows. Even without it, Quina's combat prowess alone had reached the peak of the legendary level. She wasn't sent to the secret realm this time, because she had other missions. Logically, it was impossible for her to be subdued so easily by Ryan. Unless Ryan's strength far exceeded previous expectations. Yes, Your Highness. In just 3 seconds, no 2, Quina was pinned to the ground. Although still alive, she was completely powerless. I understand, the Second Prince nodded. Your Highness, what should we do now? Quina is being held at Sword-Bearer headquarters, making her rescue difficult, Buchanan said, wiping beads of sweat from his forehead. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but rather that the last internal purge within the Sword-Bearer headquarters had left almost no one available. The few hidden agents available were either too low-ranking or too weak to be of any use this time. I contact someone to handle this later, the Second Prince said, waving his hand. At that moment, a servant hurried in from outside, announcing, Your Highness, Lord Buchanan, urgent information. Buchanan immediately took it, and dismissed the servant with a wave of his hand. He respectfully handed the envelope to Second Prince Everton. Everton glanced through the letter, his expression changing immediately. This immediately made Buchanan's heart tighten. He immediately realized that the contents of the letter must have been beyond the Second Prince's expectations. Otherwise, as far as he knew, His Highness wouldn't have had such an expression. After all, Quina's mission failure had only slightly dampened the Second Prince's smile. Buchanan, it seems we've underestimated Ryan's talent. Everton handed the letter to Buchanan and said, Buchanan's heart skipped a beat. He took the information, quickly scanned it, and couldn't help but exclaim, What? After Ryan's transformation, his power is suspected to have reached epic level? Your Highness, is this information accurate? This information comes from one of the commanders of this secret realm, so it shouldn't be wrong. Everton nodded. He stood up, his smile returning to his face. However, this makes me even more intrigued. This Ryan's dragon bloodline must be extraordinary. We must obtain it. Second Prince Everton's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest. After a moment, he said, Is Bowstaff currently on a mission in the Forbidden Islands? Yes, Your Highness. Buchanan's heart trembled at the name Bowstaff. He was the only surviving experiment under the Second Prince's command to have successfully fused 3 dragon bloodlines. However, due to the aftereffects of this fusion, Bowstaff developed an extremely violent personality, and as a result, he was often assigned missions outside the Empire. These missions were all extremely difficult and arduous. Although he had only seen Bowstaff in human form, it was said that his transformed form was powerful enough to slay epic beasts. Have him return. As for you, send someone to closely monitor Ryan's movements. Understood, Your Highness. I contact Lord Bowstaff immediately. Somewhere within the heart of the Empire. The headquarters of the secret snake cult. A middle-aged man in a black robe, having just received urgent intelligence, was carefully reporting something to a majestic old man holding a red snake-headed scepter. Although he had chosen his words with extreme caution, the news itself was so shocking that the august old man's face suddenly changed. What? You're saying the Eridar sisters have apostatized? Become followers of a man named Ryan? The august old man was Pope Carrot of the secret snake cult. Upon hearing this news, he was immediately shocked. It had been years since something like this had happened within the cult. The Eridar sisters were the top 3 of the 12 serpent emissaries, yet they had apostatized? At this moment, a third-level warlock, presiding over the prayer ceremony, ran into the vaulted hall, spitting blood and looking terrified, exclaiming, Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Puff! The prayer ceremony failed. The great devouring serpent has unleashed divine punishment. Now, over a dozen elite members of the cult who prayed are dead. This third-level warlock had been presiding over the ceremony for nearly 25 years. Even after sacrificing 3 virgins, with special physical qualities, he had failed to appease the great being's wrath. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Snap! Serpent Cult Pope Carrot slammed the armrest of the giant serpent throne, instantly shattering the metal armrest with its intricately carved serpent head. This time, we, the secret snake cult, will likely become the laughing stock of other churches. Thinking of the failed prayer ceremony and the subsequent consequences, the usually expressionless secret snake cult Pope, Carrot, was now trembling with rage. These two traitors, I will make them suffer a fate worse than death. At these words, all the guards and servants in the hall paled and fell silent. They knew the Pope was truly angry. He stood up and paced back and forth in the empty vaulted hall for a full 5 minutes before calming down. In addition, during these few minutes, combined with the intelligence reported by his spies, Carrot had also largely figured out how the Eridar sisters had broken away from their oath within the cult and escaped the control of the devouring serpent. Furthermore, as messengers of the 12 mystic serpents, and as a pair of sisters greatly beloved by the great devouring serpent, it's no wonder the prayer ritual failed with such a change. What's the situation with this Ryan, who made them pledge allegiance? At this point, Pope Carrot's tone was no longer filled with anger, which reassured the warlock who was reporting. After carefully formulating his words, the warlock said, this Ryan is an Imperial Adamantine-level swordsman, and one of our church's key targets for elimination. Hearing this, Carrot frowned slightly, as if a thought occurred to him. I remember a report from the church before. Was it the swordsman who killed Ice Serpent Edmundo and Mad Serpent Icosala? Yes, Your Holiness. The warlock immediately reported the information he had on Ryan in detail. Send someone to keep an eye on this Ryan. As the sword-bearer, he's bound to be out on the move. As soon as he leaves Tamriel, have the Quilut eliminate him, Pope Carrot said solemnly. At this moment, the warlock beside him cautiously reminded him, Your Holiness, you've forgotten that the Quilut Vice-Pope has just departed for Ferdinand Forest. The Mother Tree Cult's operations there have already begun, and the conditions are ripe. According to the agreement, we must also send elite forces there. Have the Quilut departed? Then send Minos. As you command, Your Holiness. The warlock glanced up cautiously at Pope Carrot and bowed, fearing to anger him. Somehow, Pope Carrot's memory was failing, his temper was becoming increasingly irritable, and even his aura was beginning to seem a little strange. Chapter 436. 2 hours ago. The Durham family mansion. Your Excellency, Lord Lambert is outside, a servant hurried in to report. Oh! Please come in. Duke Durham's eyes lit up with joy. Upon hearing Lambert's safe return, Duke Durham's first thought was that Ryan was doomed. Because, in his opinion, only one of Lambert and Ryan would survive the secret realm. Now that Lambert had returned safely, what was the fate of Ryan? Sir Lambert, congratulations on your safe return. Duke Durham spotted Lambert, arms folded, sword slung across his back. He beamed, his arms wide open, ready to embrace him. Quick, make arrangements. A sumptuous dinner. No, Your Excellency, I was just saying. I'm no match for Lord Ryan. If he hadn't shown mercy, I wouldn't have made it back. So, I apologize, Lambert said, relaxing his shoulders. What? The smile on Duke Durham's face froze, and his raised arms froze in place. Sir Lambert, with all due respect, did you truly not hold back? Duke Durham, having regained his composure, asked with a hint of resignation. After all, this Sir Lambert before him was arguably one of the few top legendary experts second only to the Imperial Guardians. But Durham's words made Lambert's face grow serious. He said, Sir Durham, are you questioning the character of a disciple of the Sword Saint? Suddenly, a uniquely sharp sword conviction rose from Lambert's center, sweeping across the entire arena with a seemingly tangible pressure. At that moment, a man in black leather armor, wielding a dagger, suddenly appeared behind Duke Durham. He brandished the blade and stood before him. But Lambert didn't even draw the two-handed sword from his back. He simply stared, causing the Duke's personal guard to groan and retreat several steps. Such a level of sword faith. With Duke Durham's keen eyes, he naturally saw some clues, and his expression immediately darkened. This Lord Lambert was far more powerful than he had imagined. So wouldn't Ryan's strength be? My apologies, Lord Lambert, I'm being rude, Duke Durham said with a bitter smile. Duke Durham, Lord Ryan's strength surpasses mine. Although I know the Durham family enjoys the protection of Lord Balyun, I still advise you to refrain from provoking Lord Ryan. If you continue to provoke, I believe that one day even Lord Balyun may no longer be able to protect the Durham family. With that, Lambert vanished from Duke Durham's sight. Duke Durham remained where he was, his face filled with bitterness, but his heart was even more bitter. He had never imagined that the powerful figure he had invited with such high hopes would end up supporting that fellow Ryan. This was simply. However, after carefully considering Lambert's words, Duke Durham's heart sank. Could it be that this Ryan was about to reach the level of an Imperial Guardian? But this shouldn't be possible. This is too illogical. The next morning, while Ryan ate breakfast, he pondered learning leatherworking. Naturally, the Chamber of Commerce, managed by the beautiful woman Jennifer, also has leather shops. In fact, it is not just leather shops, but also tailor shops and blacksmith shops. But the problem is that these shops are all in Munster. The Yuli's tailor shop, where Ryan last learned tailoring, is also in Munster. You might consider having Jennifer expand some of the business in the imperial capital. With his current strength, he could easily support a small or medium-sized chamber of commerce, perhaps even a large one. However, for healthy development, the Chamber of Commerce would ideally need to find a suitable business model. Ryan believed in the beautiful woman Jennifer's business talent and skills. In that case, then let's talk to Luther. Luther's Snyder family, one of their chambers of commerce, primarily trades furs from the north. They should have large leather workshops and leather shops in the imperial capital. Ryan quickly thought of a suitable person to approach. Inner ring of the imperial capital. Snyder family mansion. Sir Ryan, you want to learn leatherworking? Luther asked, his eyes widening as he stared at Ryan blankly. At the end of the re-examination last night, he received the latest news. It seems that Lord Ryan had returned early due to special reasons, and failed to make it into the top 6 of the re-examination. Could it be that he was so depressed and frustrated that he wanted to learn leatherworking to distract himself? Lord Ryan, actually. Based on the current trend, the Dragon Knight selection doesn't have to wait another 5 years. Perhaps there will be another opportunity in 2 or 3 years. Look at me twice. Ryan was initially confused by Luther's words, but he quickly understood. He smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Luther's attempts at comfort. Lord Luther, you misunderstood. Although I didn't make the top 6 of the re-examination, I was on an imperial mission, so I received compensation and had the opportunity to participate in the final 2-way selection. Then you? Luther was stunned. Why? I'm learning leatherworking simply because I want to. Is it inconvenient for you, Lord Luther? Ryan said with a smile. Of course, no problem. But Lord Ryan, you should be prepared. The smell in the leatherworking workshop is quite strong, Luther said quickly. Although he still found it hard to believe that a peak legendary warrior would actually want to learn the stinky art of leatherworking, Ryan didn't seem to be joking, so Luther would naturally do his best to satisfy him. Well, I already knew about this before I came here. Can we leave now? Ryan nodded and smiled. Of course. By the way, I haven't congratulated Lord Ryan yet. Congratulations on making it to the final double selection. Dragon Knight is just around the corner. I'm so envious. Luther couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, Lord Luther. I believe you, too, will become a Dragon Knight in the near future. Soon, Ryan and Luther arrived by carriage at a leather workshop located in the 6th ring of the imperial capital. Because the leatherworking process, both tanning and painting, produces a strong, pungent odor, leather workshops are generally located on the outskirts of cities. Of course, leather shops selling leather armor are naturally located in bustling trading areas. This point should not be confused. As Ryan stepped out of the carriage, he was immediately struck by a distinctly foul odor, even stronger than he had expected. What a stench! Luther, who had exited the carriage shortly afterwards, frowned. The leather workshop Ryan saw was quite extensive, covering several thousand square meters. According to Luther's description from the carriage, it was the Snyder family's largest leather workshop in the imperial capital. All the furs sent from the north are tanned, colored, processed, and finally embellished or inscribed here. At this moment, a stocky old man, his sleeves half lifted, and 2 other managers in linen robes quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, Lord Luther, why have you come in person? Sir Ryan, this is old Henry, the master leatherworker and head of the workshop. He has been working with leather his entire life and possesses vast experience, Luther introduced. Old Henry, this is Lord Ryan. He wishes to learn about the art of leatherworking. Your next task is to accomplish this. When Lord Ryan asks you questions, be forthright and don't hold back. Lord Ryan wants to learn leatherworking? Old Henry looked at Ryan, then at Luther, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding? This gentleman is clearly of high status, quite possibly as powerful as Lord Luther. Coming to learn stinky leatherworking? Isn't that something seriously wrong with your brain? Is there a problem? Luther's face darkened, and he turned to old Henry. Master Luther, It's not that I don't want to teach you, but this leatherworking is just too dirty. Master Ryan is afraid. Old Henry, a straightforward man, was immediately in a dilemma. Master Henry, if I can't stand it, I call a halt midway. Is that okay with you? Ryan stepped forward and offered a soothing smile. Seeing Ryan's words, Old Henry knew he couldn't refuse any longer. Okay, Master Ryan, how about we start tomorrow? Old Henry nodded with a troubled look on his face. However, he had already decided to get everyone in the workshop up and running later, tidying up and spraying some perfume, so they could welcome Master Ryan tomorrow. No, Master Henry, let's start now, Ryan said, waving his hand. Now? Old Henry was shocked. Wasn't this guy too impatient? No, are you really planning to learn? Well, look at a leather workshop this big. Leather should be processed 24 hours a day, every step of the way, Ryan said, gesturing to the bustling scene of dozens of apprentices soaking, kneading, and scraping fur. Old Henry, do as Master Ryan wishes. Take us there now, Luther said, frowning. Okay, Master Luther. Then, Master Ryan, please follow me, Old Henry said, feeling helpless. Although Ryan had told Luther to go back first, Luther was quite curious about his leatherworking skills, so the group quickly arrived at the first step in the leatherworking process, soaking. In a warehouse storing a large number of raw furs, apprentices were unloading the furs, shaking them loose, and placing them in large circular vats for soaking. Master Ryan, these are salted raw furs shipped from the tundra. They need to be soaked in clean water for a day to remove the salt accumulated during transportation, Old Henry explained familiarly. Ryan looked at them and nodded. This step was simple and easy to understand. Old Henry then began to explain the next step. This is the deherring pool, which is primarily a mixture of cow urine. Although it was also a soaking step, this time it was in tanning liquid, a mixture primarily of cow urine, designed to remove fat and blood. Simultaneously, the apprentices had to quickly rinse the furs in the tanning liquid multiple times. The process was starting to become somewhat technical. The tanning liquid used to remove fat and blood from raw fur hides was highly corrosive, which put a high test on the leatherworkers' hand speed. They needed to be quick, otherwise the skin on their palms would corrode. This is the softening tank, which is primarily filled with a mixture of pigeon manure, Old Henry said, pointing to another large tank nearby. It needs to soak in the softening tank for 2 days to further soften and remove the hair. Luther, standing nearby, was nearly vomiting from the fumes. He swore that if it weren't for accompanying Ryan, he would never have gotten so close to a manure pit. Although this was all his family's business, to be honest, he had never fully understood the production process of a leather workshop. Because each profession has its own specialization, as a titled knight and the rising star of the Snyder family, his daily focus was on improving his combat effectiveness. Business matters like these were handled by a dedicated person. What a freak! However, when he caught a glimpse of Ryan watching with rapt interest, Luther could only suppress the churning in his stomach and persevere, though he couldn't help but grumble. This is the front end of leather processing. During the soaking and depilation process, the skins are repeatedly scraped. Old Henry pointed to a dozen or so apprentices standing on a slanted plank, scraping away fat and residual hair with thick-bladed knives, and explained. Ryan glanced around and had a basic understanding of the process of tanning raw fur into finished fur. It consisted of 5 steps: soaking in water, soaking in cow urine, soaking in pigeon droppings, scraping, and drying. It seems I was right to learn blacksmithing first in Gold Hire. The leatherworking environment here is too harsh. If you don't have a strong immune system, you easily get sick, Ryan sighed. Master Henry, I'm going to give it a try, Ryan said, pointing to an apprentice washing raw hides in a large, round earthenware vat. The leatherwork apprentices were stunned to hear that this man, clearly a noble, was about to enter a vat of cow urine and wash hides like them, staring at Ryan blankly. Master Ryan. This? Ryan smiled, and before Old Henry could recover, he took a thick, waterproof leather half-shirt beside him and put it on. Soon, before everyone's astonishment, Ryan stepped into the vat and began to knead a piece of sheepskin. And Luther, standing nearby, stared at Ryan with wide eyes. He had never imagined that Ryan was truly determined to learn leatherworking, the kind where he'd learn it himself. As for Ryan, his palms were already coated in metallic energy particles, so the corrosive liquid had no effect on him at all. With a quick shake, he immediately cleaned most of the fat and hair from the raw hide. Then, he placed the goat hide on a slatted board and gently scraped away the last remaining hair and dirt with a file. Even in his first time, Ryan, with his legendary peak physical control and perception, performed with far greater precision and expertise than even leatherwork apprentices who had been working for years. This Lord Ryan truly is a natural leatherworker. Old Henry, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim. Don't talk nonsense. Luther, standing by, stared blankly at Ryan's actions, but upon hearing old Henry's words, he snapped back to his senses and muttered a rebuke. Ah! Yes! Yes! Alas, Lord Luther, I'm just feeling this way. By the time I reached Lord Ryan's current level, I'd already been learning leatherworking for at least 2 years. Forget Lord Ryan's control. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Old Henry, remember this. Treat Lord Ryan with even more respect than you would me. Do you understand? Understood, Lord Luther. Old Henry nodded repeatedly. As if fully understanding old Henry's explanation, Ryan had only scraped a piece of raw sheepskin when a system notification sounded. You have tanned sheepskin, and your comprehension has increased. You have mastered a new skill. Tanning. Your skill in tanning has increased, and your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations. You have triggered the class panel. Leatherworker Apprentice. It has indeed triggered, and as expected, it's the apprentice level class panel. Ryan thought to himself. Ryan glanced at the new class panel. Leatherworker Apprentice. Although it stood out as the least noticeable blank among the other extraordinary classes, lacking any brilliance, he was nonetheless delighted. This meant that the future of the leatherworking career path would likely be similar to tailoring, allowing for multiple job transfers. This meant that he would gain a significant amount of skill and attribute points. Lord Luther, please return to your duties. Ryan, noticing Luther, who was feeling the stench, smiled. All right. Old Henry, please take care of Lord Ryan. Luther thought for a moment and nodded. Rest assured, Lord Luther. I'm honored that Lord Ryan is willing to learn the art of leatherworking. Old Henry bowed and bid him farewell. Sir Ryan, this workshop is yours. Feel free to use any materials you want. They all be covered by me. Luther gave a few more instructions before turning and leaving. And then, it was Ryan's turn to truly shine. Now that the Leatherworker Apprentice class profile had been generated, it made sense for Ryan not to advance quickly. With Ryan's stamina, he could probably carry out the current process for a week without rest. So, empowered by the witch pattern tailor, superb, core skill, concentration, Ryan continued to shave the fur while earning a large amount of experience points. After Luther's departure, in just 2 hours, Ryan had advanced his Leatherworker Apprentice from level 1 to the maximum level 3, gaining 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. And the 2 large piles of shaved raw fur lying nearby were the fruits of Ryan's labor. Adding his remaining points, his remaining skill points now rose to 5, leaving him 6 points short of the 11 required to upgrade the new sorcery, Serrated Ring. However, just now, the system had prompted a job change. Prerequisites for promotion to Leatherworker. 1. Max Leatherworker Apprentice Level 3. 2. Agility 5+, Strength 5+, and Constitution 5+. 3. Produce 10 qualified leather hides of any kind. These conditions are not met. Leatherworker promotion failed. Since Ryan was just scraping the hide, it certainly wasn't considered a finished leather hide. Master Henry, I select a few sheepskins for the next steps. If there are any deficiencies, please point them out immediately. Of course, Master Ryan. Following Luther's instructions, old Henry readily complied with Master Ryan's request. Chapter 437. Ryan quickly completed the other steps and reached the final drying stage. Sir Ryan, that's it. According to the current weather, after 2 days of drying, the tanning of this raw sheepskin will be completely complete. Old Henry stroked his beard with a smile, feeling relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the dozens of apprentices standing beside him, thinking to himself, if any of them could possess even half the ability of Lord Ryan, his leatherworking legacy would be carried forward. 2 days of drying? Ryan asked, a brow raised slightly. 2 days was too long. He had planned to complete his job change today. Yes, but Lord Ryan, we can learn the later skills first, such as painting and crafting. Old Henry, not quite understanding why Ryan suddenly frowned, immediately explained. No, I may have another way, Ryan said. With the temperature and humidity in the imperial capital, it definitely take 2 days. Old Henry was puzzled for a moment as to how Lord Ryan planned to dry the fur. Suddenly, a scorching air formed around them, and the moisture on the raw sheepskin in Ryan's hand evaporated at a visible rate. This is witchcraft. Lord Ryan is a wizard. Old Henry was stunned. Because Ryan was wearing a noble hunting outfit today, he hadn't realized he was actually a wizard. Using witchcraft to dry fur? Isn't that too extravagant? The young apprentices nearby stared at the scene in shock, their movements pausing. Old Henry, after a moment of shock, shook his head slightly. In reality, he wasn't optimistic about using magic to dry the fur, because even a first-level wizard couldn't master temperature control. For example, a fireball, at several thousand degrees, trying to control it down to 60 or 70 degrees to dry the fur was too difficult. Wizards and apprentices from the Snyder family had tried before, but all failed. For this drying process, high temperatures aren't ideal. It's like boiling a soft-boiled egg. The higher the temperature, the faster it cooks. What old Henry didn't know was that Ryan was using the fire magic, high-temperature force field, a fire magic of the force field type, which uses a much lower temperature than other fire magic. Coupled with Ryan's mental control as a third-level crystallized wizard, he managed the temperature perfectly, drying the fur quickly. Old Henry's eyes lit up with wonder at this scene. This level of temperature control is truly remarkable. All right, Master Ryan. A few minutes later, old Henry wiped the dried fur and marveled. As the 10 raw sheepskins were processed, a system prompt rang out, detecting the host's prerequisites for promotion to leatherworker. 1. Leatherworker Apprentice Level 3. 2. Agility 5+, Strength 5+, and Constitution 5+. 3. Produce 10 qualified leather hides of any kind. All requirements are met. Is this promotion to leatherworker correct? Note: after promotion to leatherworker, the new leatherworker class panel will overwrite the previous leatherworker apprentice panel. Clearly, there was no need to consider whether to change classes. Ryan chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Promotion successful. Promoted to leatherworker. Increased strength by 1 and agility by 1. Gained leatherworker course skill. For handling level 1. For handling level 1, passive because you frequently handle fur, your success rate for fur handling increases. For handling? Well, this is truly a classic leatherworker skill enhancement. At the same time, the original leatherworker apprentice panel disappeared, replaced by the leatherworker panel, the same blank white panel. Below the panel was a brand new icon border, which lighted up slightly. Ryan immediately focused his attention on the icon. The icon depicted a person in a large circular stone vat, vigorously shaking fur. Below the icon was a line of small text, core skill, for handling level 1, passive, for handling level 1, passive, effect, increases the success rate of any fur handling by an additional 10%. Level 1 means a 10% increase in success rate. That's better than nothing, Ryan nodded slightly. Naturally, he couldn't invest his precious skill points in fur processing. Master Henry, shall we continue with the next steps? Ryan said in a cheerful mood, turning to old Henry, who was carefully observing him using a high-temperature force field to quickly dry fur. Oh! Okay, Master Ryan, I was watching the spell you just performed. It seems different from ordinary fire spells. The temperature isn't very high, and the airflow is quite intense. It's a perfect spell for accelerated drying. Pa! You old man can't talk. At this moment, old Henry suddenly remembered Master Luther's warning. He realized that the young man before him was not his apprentice, but a master as powerful as Master Luther. Describing someone's witchcraft as being particularly suitable for leatherworking is clearly rude and offensive. It's all right, Master Henry. Your dedication to improving your leatherworking skills is admirable. Ryan naturally didn't mind the other party's unintentional offense, let alone the other party's focus on something else. Master Ryan, shall we continue with the subsequent skills, or take a break? Go on, Master Henry. Okay, Master Ryan, let's continue. Next, we varnish the tan fur. This is to protect it from insects and moths, and also to extend its lifespan. Different varnishes have different effects. Old Henry explained as he led the way. Varnishing is also a process that can be quite smelly. But this one wasn't a problem for Ryan either, because the most challenging part of this process, the varnish ratio, requires a level of precision that a legendary expert can control far beyond that of an ordinary person. And then, it's time to create specific leather goods using different leather materials. This is what a leatherworker, in the common sense of the word, should do. Of course, generally speaking, a leatherworker will delve deeply into a specific niche they specialize in, leading to the emergence of specialized professions, like bootmaker and armorsmith. This is similar to the blacksmith class system Ryan had previously encountered, where in the middle stages, there were subclasses like swordsmith and armorsmith, each branching into different specialized areas of expertise. Lord Ryan, which part of the crafting are you most interested in? Old Henry asked, gesturing to the various finished leather armor pieces hanging on the wall of the workshop. Ryan scanned the various leather armor pieces hanging on the wall, and quickly found a leather coat that he thought would yield the highest experience points. This leather coat is fine. The leather coat Ryan was referring to had numerous carvings on its surface, but this was naturally no problem for him. Not only were these carvings common among tailors, but the inscriptions were more numerous and complex. According to Ryan's experience, breastplates and complex craftsmanship often yielded higher experience points. This is a carved leather coat. It's of medium difficulty, primarily because the carving on both sides is time-consuming and labor-intensive, Old Henry said, observing Ryan's expression. Ordinarily, this type of carved leather coat was meant for beginner leather armorers, who had been working for several years and had already mastered the craft. However, for Ryan, who had only been working for a few hours, Old Henry didn't think it would be difficult, so he began teaching him directly. A quarter of an hour later, Ryan began crafting. When the finished product emerged, a system notification sounded. You have crafted a carved leather jacket, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Crafting a carved leather jacket. Your skill in crafting a carved leather jacket has improved, adding 12 XP points. You have successfully crafted a carved leather jacket, adding 10 XP points to your leatherworker class. Successful in one go? Old Henry rubbed his eyes, his astonishment growing as he gazed at the carved lines. Even if he had done it himself, the lines wouldn't have been smoother than this. Luckily, a master like Lord Ryan wouldn't enter the leatherworking industry to steal their jobs. Otherwise, none of them would have made a living. With such a generous experience point reward, Ryan upgraded his leatherworker class from level 1 to level 4, 690/1000, within 2 hours, gaining another 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. At this point, he now had a total of 9 attribute points remaining, enough to sustain a high-intensity battle in his 4th form. He also had 8 skill points remaining, just 3 shy of the 11 skill points required to upgrade the new sorcery, Serrated Ring, to level 12. But it was already approaching noon. After a moment's thought, Ryan bid farewell to Old Henry, promising to return tomorrow. In the afternoon, he planned to visit the academy to meet with his mentor, Monroe. Recently, his mental power crystallization had been far faster than expected, meaning he had to start studying the 4th level Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. The Bishio Constructor School's headquarters. In Monroe's office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mentor Monroe said with a rare serious expression, "Ryan, you arrived just in time. I was planning to have Audrey contact you about something very important." "Mentor, please speak." Ryan sat up slightly and said, "Well, there's some progress on the 4th level of the Iron Heart meditation I mentioned last time." "Oh, that's good news," Ryan said with a smile, his brows lifted. Of course, he knew Mentor Monroe's serious expression meant he must have encountered difficulties in some subsequent stage. But this was quite a coincidence. He had been planning to ask about this. Sure enough, he heard Monroe's narration. After this period of preliminary exploration and clarification, the school can basically confirm that there's a greater than 50% chance that a complete inheritance of this meditation method will be found within the Walzig ruins. It's just that the ruins are extremely dangerous. Judging by the remaining witch arrays and puppet golems, we believe they were the main base of the ancient Varzig school. We've only explored the outer perimeter so far, but even so, the school leader, Lord Moria, suffered minor injuries during the exploration. Oh, by the way, Ryan, you haven't met the school leader, have you? He's been busy exploring the ruins for nearly 6 months, Monroe said, patting his forehead. There was originally an exploration team affiliated with the military, but they withdrew 2 months ago due to other missions. Currently, only our School of Construction is responsible for this task, so Lord Moria has been busy there the entire time. Teacher, I haven't met the school leader, Ryan nodded. No wonder the school leader of our own school has been so elusive. However, Ryan, Lord Moria knows about your joining the school. I informed him long ago. He's also a metal wizard, so he's very happy about your joining, Monroe said with a smile. By the way, back to the ruins. The problem now is that to enter the core area, according to Lord Moria's conclusion, a rare treasure, the heart of an ancient tree, is required. With this treasure, he has a 70% chance of breaking through the remaining protective magic array. The heart of an ancient tree? It seems to be a treasure produced by the elves, right? Ryan asked after a moment's thought. He had seen relevant records in ancient texts. Indeed, it wasn't a big deal originally, Monroe nodded. Because the Walzig ruins are located near Ferdinand Forest, there's a chance we can trade this treasure with the elves through some covert trading channels. Huh? Right next to Ferdinand Forest. Ryan was stunned. He hadn't expected the ruins to be so close to Ferdinand Forest. Yes, but the problem is, at least 2 different cults have appeared near the ruins. Also, there's a problem with the elves. The people who were originally in contact with our school have suddenly disappeared. Madro frowned. Is it because of the cult? Ryan frowned slightly. Yes, very likely. However, we're not sure yet whether their target is the ruins or the elves. Madro nodded. This was why he approached Ryan, because he knew his disciple was an Imperial Adamantine-level swordsman, well-versed in various cults and experienced in combat. Teacher, I understand what you mean. You want me to go to the ruins and ensure their safety, right? Indeed, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. You're the strongest metal element fighter. Teacher, I'm basically fine. Besides, I should be able to have the Sword-Bearer headquarters issue this as a quest, which might be even better. If there was a chance to find the original 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, Ryan would naturally be his first choice. That's fantastic, Madro said, his reaction instantly realized, and he was overjoyed. Then I explained the situation to the sect leader later. By the way, Ryan, when can you leave? Madro said with a beaming smile. Master, within 2 days, is that okay? Ryan said after a moment's thought. He needed to explain this matter to headquarters first. At his level, leaving the imperial capital of Tamriel required a report. Also, he planned to upgrade his leatherworker skill to 11 skill points. Then, he would be able to directly utilize the new sorcery, Serrated Ring, into combat effectiveness. Great. That's great. Half an hour later. Shortly after Ryan returned to the mansion and finished his meal, his personal contact, Alina, came to visit. In the study. Master Ryan, I heard from Master Tadia about your outstanding performance in the secret realm. It's truly remarkable. The capable young woman smiled and praised her superior. Thank you. Although there were some issues along the way, we've finally resolved them, Ryan said with a slight smile. Sir, I have several pieces of news to share with you. First, there's good news. I've received word that, because His Majesty the Emperor is still recovering from his injuries, the Senate has decided to postpone this year's ceremony for the induction of earls and above. The exact date will be announced separately. However, your earldom has been conferred, and members of the conferment committee should be visiting your residence in the next couple of days. Ryan nodded, understanding. Second, the day before yesterday, when the Dragon Valley secret realm opened, several suburbs of the imperial capital, Tamriel, were attacked by a cult. Although they were ultimately defeated and eliminated, it was discovered that their ultimate goal was to enter the secret realm. Ryan nodded as Alina continued her story. So that's how it is. Then the whole thing connects. The incarnation of the undersea goddess was besieged and injured by the Imperial Guardians, and then fled. However, Her Highness the Red Queen Menia's dragon companion, the Red Dragon Thassa, was severely damaged. Oh! Are you sure it was Her Highness Menia's dragon? The intelligence department at headquarters has verified it, and can confirm it. Yes, I see. Ryan couldn't help but recall the Red Dragon scale Her Highness Menia had given him earlier. It was the scale of the Red Dragon Thassa. He was wondering if he should go and visit her. As for the third matter, the cult's activities are becoming increasingly frequent. Last time, you told me to focus on the provinces in Ferdinand Forest. Something's amiss now. According to the local branch, several powerful cult members have led teams into Ferdinand Forest, suspected of targeting the elves. Tell me more. Ryan raised his brow, straightened up, and said, this exactly confirmed what his mentor Magaro had told him. Because Ferdinand Forest is a gathering place for the elves, according to the agreement between the Empire and the elves at the time of its founding, it cannot be entered freely. Therefore, the specific purpose of these powerful cult members is still unclear. But according to the Intelligence Center's analysis, the dominant cult among the cults is an ancient cult called the Mother Tree Cult, whose history of conflict with the elves dates back thousands of years. As for the other cults, they were likely invited by the Mother Tree Cult. How long has this situation been going on? The Mother Tree Cult's actions in Ferdinand Forest should have begun several months ago, but they were relatively secretive. This time, the other cult's actions entered Ferdinand Forest one after another about a few days ago. Hearing this news, Ryan stood up and paced back and forth in the study. His current concern wasn't the ruins, but Anna. It seemed that the injury to Anna's aunt, Lady Drana, was likely not an accident, but an attack by the Mother Tree Cult, or a continuation of some other attack. Then Anna's current situation isn't optimistic. Sending the Arita sisters to Ferdinand Forest immediately? Not a good idea. Their former status as high-ranking members of the secret snake cult. If their whereabouts were exposed, they would likely draw a frenzied attack from the secret snake cult. Apostasy is unacceptable even in the goddess church, let alone within a cult, and would likely result in capital punishment. Not only would the sisters be unable to save others, they might even be in danger themselves. Has headquarters made any decisions regarding the situation in Ferdinand Forest? Ryan paused and turned to ask. We're still in the deliberation stage. Since the Elven ambassador to the imperial capital hasn't requested assistance from the Empire, headquarters has ordered the provincial branches to intensify intelligence gathering. Contact Major General Tadia and tell her I'd like to visit Ferdinand Forest. Chapter 438. Okay, Lord Ryan, I report to Major General Tadia immediately. Given your current status, if you decide to go, I think headquarters will take it very seriously. Also, the situation in Ferdinand Forest is still unclear. If you decide to go, you should exercise caution, Alina added before leaving. Thank you, I will. Ryan nodded. After Alina left, Ryan thought for a moment and immediately decided to quickly upgrade his leatherworking to level 7, thus reaching 11 skill points. However, he still needed to visit Old Henry to find a new leather armor style. Because his carved leather coat's level would slow down once his leatherworking reached level 4. A preliminary estimate showed that upgrading from level 4 to level 5 would require crafting over 100 carved leather coats. Furthermore, the experience points required after level 5 increased, making the upgrade even slower. So, Ryan took another carriage trip to Old Henry's leather workshop. He spent half an hour learning a new style of leather armor, a thick leather breastplate. This breastplate also featured carvings on the front and back, but its thickness far exceeded that of an ordinary carved leather jacket. And this was precisely the difficulty of this design. First, the 6 layers of tan cowhide were laminated together using a special glue, and compacting each layer was laborious for an ordinary leatherworker. Second, sewing the 6 layers together was extremely difficult, making threading extremely difficult and prone to slipping. However, the resulting thick leather breastplate offered protection comparable to mail, yet weighed only about half as much, and sold extremely well. Of course, these are difficult for ordinary people, but for Ryan, they're naturally a piece of cake. Since the actual production process only requires a sufficient amount of tan cowhide, glue, and tools, Ryan loaded a large pile of tan cowhide into the back of his carriage and returned to the mansion. Just as Ryan returned to the mansion and arranged for his belongings to be moved to the storage room, Alina and Major General Tadia arrived. As soon as they met, Tadia got straight to the point. Lord Ryan, I heard from Alina that you plan to travel to Ferdinand Forest soon? Yes, Your Excellency Tadia, I do. By the way, I heard that headquarters won't be sending any personnel for the time being? Ryan nodded. Not before, but now that you've decided to go, the situation is different. Headquarters will mobilize logistics personnel and arrange an airship for you to travel, ostensibly to investigate the cult's movements. Thank you, that's much more convenient, Ryan said with a smile. Actually, headquarters originally planned to mobilize 2 or 3 teams of adamantine-level swordbearers to accompany you, Lord Ryan. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the higher-ups disagreed with this plan. So, General Augustus would like me to seek your personal opinion on this matter. Oh! Disagreement? Ryan looked at Tadia curiously. Lord Ryan, let me first share with you some confidential intelligence headquarters holds regarding Ferdinand Forest. Okay. Ryan nodded. The situation in Ferdinand Forest is quite complicated. A high-ranking traitor has emerged among the elves of Ferdinand Forest. It's said that he was seduced by the Mother Tree cult into believing in the legendary Void Mother Tree. Tadia explained in detail. Even the elven ambassadors in the imperial capital have been unable to contact the elven leadership for the time being. Although we have reported the cult's specific movements, the core decision-making body of the empire has not yet received any formal request for assistance from the elves, so we are primarily adopting a wait-and-see approach. I understand. Simply put, while the elves are experiencing internal unrest, other cults are also vying for a share of the spoils. Ryan nodded and continued, what are the empire's subsequent plans? Will they intervene or continue to wait and see? That's still controversial, but the empire has secretly dispatched 2 guardians to the provinces of Dorne and Gironda. Ryan knew the locations of these 2 provinces, east and north of the Forest of Ferdinand, respectively. In other words, the empire was already prepared, but had yet to formally intervene. The Marshal believes that due to the cult's activeness, the sword-bearers need to intervene early, but they haven't been able to find the right candidates. If it's nominally a reconnaissance mission, the number of people shouldn't be too large. Otherwise, the nature of the mission will change, easily causing tension among the elves, leading to diplomatic incidents or even conflict. And if the number is too small, as we understand, several cults have already sent powerful personnel, and I'm afraid safety will be a problem. So, upon hearing your intention to go, the 2 lords asked me to confirm with you, and also to share the relevant confidential information. Ryan nodded. He knew that some confidential information at headquarters wasn't known to Alina's level. No wonder Tadia made this trip in person. However, his primary mission this time was to verify Anna's condition, and it would be inconvenient to have other sword bearers accompany him. Claire and Beyoncé, his two subordinates, were relatively weak. If it were a routine mission, it would be fine, but given the current complexities of Ferdinand Forest, they were likely to encounter powerful enemies, making it inappropriate for them to go together. Sir Tadia, please inform the Marshal and General Augustus that I am confirming my departure. Also, apart from the logistics personnel, I will go alone, Ryan said. Okay, Sir Ryan, I will report your decision immediately. At this moment, Tadia pulled a map from the document bag beside her and unfolded it flat on the coffee table. Lord Ryan, this is a rubbing of a map of Ferdinand Forest. Although it was drawn hundreds of years ago, the general location, according to Elven custom, has not been arbitrarily changed. This is Ferdinand City. These green dots represent Elven villages, Tadia explained, pointing to a location just south of the center of Ferdinand Forest. As for the small red dots around the edge of the forest, they represent Elven outposts and fortifications. However, we've received intelligence that over 10 of these southern outposts have been breached. Oh! The cult entered from the south? Ryan asked. Yes, but the breach has now spread. Many Elven outposts in the southwest and southeast have also been breached. Ryan nodded. It seemed the situation was more dire than expected. By the way, Lord Ryan, if you go there, besides the cult and the Elven rebels, there's another force you need to be wary of. The slave hunting teams. The human slave hunting teams roaming around Ferdinand Forest are very powerful. Some of their captains have reached legendary status, and their personnel are highly skilled and familiar with the terrain. Many of the members of these teams are also not ordinary individuals. Many are skilled individuals secretly employed by the Empire's great nobles. Even some wanted individuals, and those who live on the brink of death, have been recruited into the teams. Ryan had heard of this situation before. Keeping these wanted criminals was common among the great nobles in the imperial capital. They often needed these individuals to do shady work, so they could quickly distance themselves from any responsibility if something went wrong. These slave hunting teams have rarely achieved significant success in the past due to the tight defenses of the Elven outposts, only capturing a few elves sporadically. Seeing such a good opportunity this time, they undoubtedly rush for a share of the spoils. These people are ferocious jackals. We understand that the destruction of some Elven border outposts wasn't caused by the cults, but by them. This means that the elves will likely mistake you for an intruder, like these slave hunting teams, when you enter this time. I understand the situation. Ryan nodded, adding, so, there are roughly 3 enemy forces, the major cults, the Elven rebels, and a significant number of human slave hunting teams. It's even possible that the Elven authorities might mistake me for an intruder, correct? That's right, Lord Ryan. The great nobles behind the slave hunting teams played a role in the Empire's decision-making on this matter. Furthermore, the presence of the Elven rebels has complicated the situation in Ferdinand Forest, which is why the Empire has been slow to take any major action. Yes, I understand. By the way, Lord Tadia, I plan to depart tomorrow at noon. Ryan put away the map rubbing of Ferdinand Forest. No problem, Lord Ryan. Lord Alina and I will arrange everything. Don't worry. Also, this map is for you. Lord Ryan, I report back shortly. Tadia bowed slightly to Ryan. Lord Ryan, Lord Tadia and I will return to headquarters first. Alina quickly stood up. Well, thank you both for your hard work. Ryan smiled and nodded at the two. After they left, Ryan began to reflect on what Tadia had just said. It's certainly a bit complicated, but overcoming these obstacles is simple. The key lies in one's own combat power. Also, accurate intelligence. We can bring Cookie and Bloodfeather along this time. While Cookie, the Greyhound's combat power, may seem a bit outdated now, his keen sense of smell is invaluable in the forest, especially in tracking. As for Bloodfeather's aerial reconnaissance capabilities, their importance goes without saying. Looks like I need to pack my bags and prepare some things. As Ryan pondered this, he suddenly looked out the window. On the mansion grounds, a rare flying manta ray landed. Atop it stood a man, arms folded, a two-handed greatsword slung across his back. It was Lambert. A few minutes later, in the study. Sir Ryan, I was planning to say goodbye to you. After competing with you, I have gained some insights. This time, I plan to travel outside for a while, and then return to Tidal Bay. Lambert smiled and explained his purpose. Travel? That's a great idea. Ryan nodded. He could see that Lambert before him exuded a fierce aura, a result of his explosively growing faith in the sword, making it impossible for him to restrain the sharp willpower anytime soon. "Hey, Sir Ryan, are you going out?" Lambert had originally come to say goodbye, but upon noticing the bags Ryan was packing beside him, he couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, Ryan and he had both just returned from the secret realm, so going out on mission so soon was a bit too frequent. Or were all Imperial Adamantine-level sword-wielders so aggressive? "Well, I'm going to Ferdinand Forest this time. Something's happened there, and I have a friend there. For now, it's not really a formal mission," Ryan said with a smile. This Tide Sword Saint's eldest disciple, Lambert, had a certain air of acquaintance. His previous trouble with him was due to some kind of agreement between the Durham family and them. From this perspective, the other party was quite a man of his word. "Oh, something happened? Lord Ryan, is there a fight?" "Oh, I mean, if there is a fight, you might as well include me," Lambert said with a smile. After his last battle with Ryan, he had gained a lot of insights. The purpose of his current travels was to fight against different powerful opponents, so as to further refine his sword faith and become a sword master. This may be a little dangerous, but there should be no shortage of battles. Hearing Lambert's words, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, a fight is good. However, Lord Ryan, if I go with you, I'm afraid I won't have many opportunities to take action." Lambert frowned, as if he had thought of something. "Sir Ryan, do you need someone to act as a vanguard for this mission?" Lambert asked suddenly after a moment's thought. After a moment's deliberation, Ryan decided that Lambert could go ahead and check the situation. Also, considering Lambert's exceptional speed and near-legendary combat prowess, even if he truly faced an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could always escape. "Well, my main purpose for this trip is to confirm the safety of a friend, Anna. If Sir Lambert doesn't mind, could you please go ahead and check on her? She lives in the southeast corner of Ferdinand Forest, in a small town called Basharan. Also, Sir Lambert, you must be on the lookout for cults, elven rebels, slave hunting teams, or even official elven forces. If you find her, ensure her safety and I come find you." "So many enemies? Interesting, Sir Ryan. I set off now. By the way, do you have any proof I can use to talk to Miss Anna?" Lambert, far from feeling frightened by what Ryan had to say, was actually quite excited. At this moment, Ryan pulled a leaf resembling a maple leaf, emitting a pale green glow, from a nearby drawer, and handed it to Lambert. This appears to be a leaf from the ancient tree of wisdom. Sir Ryan, your friend seems to hold a high position among the elves. This leaf, once given to me by an elven lady, contains the natural magic of life bloom. When Anna sees something like this, she naturally know you're my friend." "I understand, Sir Ryan. I'd be setting off now." A few minutes later, the resolute Lambert, aboard his flying manta, quickly took off, leaving the Ryan mansion and heading for Ferdinand Forest. Ryan watched him disappear into the distance, a sense of relief building in his heart. He then focused his attention on crafting the thick leather breastplate. A quarter of an hour later, when the finished product emerged, a system notification sounded. "You have crafted the thick leather breastplate, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Crafting thick leather breastplate. Your skill in crafting thick leather breastplates has improved, adding 31 experience points. You have successfully crafted a piece of thick leather breastplate, adding 27 leatherworker experience points." Sure enough, the experience points have almost doubled. After several hours, Ryan finally raised his leatherworker class level from level 4 to level 7, and finally accumulated 11 skill points. At this point, he now had 12 attribute points remaining, enough to sustain 2 moderately intense battles in his 4th form. This was considered some preparation for this trip to Ferdinand Forest. Of course, a few more attribute points would have been even better. And his gold skill points remained at 203, a sufficient number that wouldn't be insufficient in the short term. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately invested 11 skill points, plus 8 gold skill points, into the new level 3 metal-based sorcery, Serrated Ring. With the level 3 attack, the Serrated Ring sorcery suddenly rose from level 1 to level 20. Instantly, a vast torrent of memories related to the Serrated Ring sorcery flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to be in a mysterious space, constantly practicing the level 3 sorcery, Serrated Ring, for over 100 years. All sorts of insights flooded in, and casting the spell became almost instinctive. A few seconds later, just as Ryan had digested the memory and was about to give it a try, he heard the slightly excited voice of the short man, Mateo, from outside the door. "Lord Ryan, a team of internal guards has arrived, led by Lord Marquis Javier, who has been ordered to present you with the title of Earl. Please, Lord Javier, and your entourage, Please sit in the reception room. I'll be down shortly, Ryan replied immediately. Alina had already informed him of this matter, and the Earl's title had been reported months ago, so Ryan felt quite calm. Perhaps, after receiving the rewards from the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, he could even be promoted to the rank of Marquis. However, for the others in the mansion, the significance was quite different. For example, Mateo's heart was pounding with excitement, his face flushing slightly with excitement. Although he wasn't being promoted himself, the fact that it was his lord who was being promoted filled Mateo with excitement. Count. If Lord Ryan is promoted to Count, I will become his personal attendant. Back in Gold Hire, this was something Mateo would never have dared to imagine. In the reception room, Ryan saw a beaming Javier and several of his entourage. Sir Ryan, I come here on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor and the Senate to confer upon you the title of Imperial Count. Excluding those who are hereditary, you are the youngest person to be promoted to Count this time. Chapter 439. Marquis Javier, thank you. Ryan smiled and bowed in gratitude. The investiture ceremony will be held after His Majesty the Emperor has fully recovered. The date will be announced later. Okay. Ryan nodded. At this moment, Javier gestured to a member of his entourage, who smiled and said, Earl Ryan, the investiture committee, considering your position as an Imperial Adamantine sword-bearer, has specially reserved a new residence for you in the second ring road of the Imperial capital. It has a spacious training room. Feel free to sign for it anytime. Thank you. Ryan noticed Javier's actions, and naturally understood that this must have been a slight nudge from Marquis Javier. You should know that while there are a few Earls' residences in the second ring road of the Imperial capital, the majority are Marquis residences. Most newly appointed Earls are assigned residences in the third ring road, similar to his current residence. Not to mention the spacious training room, it must have been a deliberate gesture of goodwill. A quick thought revealed that it was the work of Marquis Javier, who served on the consecration committee. After completing the official procedures, Javier didn't stay long due to the presence of other attendants, but simply arranged a time with Ryan to get together. Count Ryan, we won't disturb you then. Congratulations again. Thank you, Marquis Javier, and thank you, Your Excellencies, Ryan said with a smile as he stood to see them off. After Javier and his group left, Ryan pondered for a moment and decided to take over the new mansion. Since he was going on a long journey, relocating the mansion to the second ring of the Imperial capital, where the high-ranking nobles lived, would naturally provide a higher level of security. With the Arita sisters, both reaching peak legendary power, stationed at the mansion seemed safe. He was no longer worried. So, Ryan summoned the Arita sisters and their families, and with 3 carriages in total, they set off for the new mansion. Mother Emma and Father Old Ryan were initially puzzled, but after hearing from the little man Mateo, they learned that their son had been promoted to Earl of the Empire, and were immediately shocked. It had only been less than a year since he was promoted to Viscount, and already Earl again. The 2 elders exchanged bewilderment, but little Mint's eyes sparkled. She had always believed that her brother, Ryan, was the best, and his promotion to Earl was a given. Although the second and third ring roads were adjacent, both the landscaping and patrol frequency had increased significantly, fully reflecting the Empire's hierarchical differences and clearly distinguishing the treatment of high-ranking nobles, those of Earl and above, from those of lower-ranking nobles like Viscounts and Barons. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. Ryan's new mansion occupies a considerable area, with front and back gardens. The larger front yard houses the main building and ancillary buildings, while the smaller backyard houses the stables. The Arita sisters exchanged a glance, their voices syncing with each other. Sister, I've always felt that Lord Ryan's mansion was a bit disproportionate to his power, but this one is quite impressive. Well, considering Lord Ryan's power, I actually think he should live in the inner ring. But let's keep this between us private. Remember not to spread rumors, or it might lead to misunderstandings. Yes, sister, I know. I'm not stupid. It's no wonder that Alita had previously complained. Ryan's mansion, originally consisting of only a small lawn and an undersized training room, proved a bit cramped for her in practicing her extraordinary combat skills. At that moment, Lil Mint ran over with a smile, saying, Sister Alita, why are you smiling so happily? After 2 days, Min had become close friends with the Alita sisters. At first, she was curious and a little reserved about the twin sisters, but as she got to know them better, she found them both easy to get along with, especially the lively Alita, whom she warmed up to instantly. Alita and Mint had a particularly close relationship. Little Mint, because I have a bigger place to play with you, Alita said fondly, pinching her delicate, soft cheeks. Oh, Sister Alita, You're so nice in every way, but could you please stop pinching my cheeks? It's not pretty. No, no. Little Mint is the prettiest. Hee really? Sister Alita is so kind. By the way, I just heard from my brother that there's a huge training room on the first floor of the main building. Sister Alita, when can you teach me how to use a war blade? Mint said with a crescent-shaped smile. As Mint grew older, she became interested in combat techniques, though selectively, and was particularly interested in beautiful ones. For example, the dazzling flashes of Alita's war blade dazzled Mint the first time she saw them. Okay, if you like it, I teach you, Alita agreed. Although Alita was puzzled as to why Lord Ryan wouldn't teach his own sister, she initially thought there was some deeper meaning, but later realized it wasn't. The crux of the matter lies with Mint. She's more interested in flashy combat techniques than her brother's understated yet incredibly practical extraordinary skills. Girls are, as it turns out, mostly sentimental creatures. Of course, it's not that Ryan's extraordinary combat techniques aren't flashy, but rather that they're beyond the reach of ordinary people. But swordplay, on the other hand, is a different story. With practice, ordinary people can also perform it. An hour later, everyone who had finished their tour, including Ryan's mother, Emma, was delighted with the new mansion and immediately decided to move in. This was naturally a great opportunity for Ryan, saving him the trouble of persuasion. Soon, the servants and guards began to move. Ryan found a moment to discuss some matters with the Erida sisters. I plan to go to Ferdinand Forest tomorrow, so you don't have to go. You be responsible for the security of the new mansion. In the imperial capital, the secret snake cult rarely makes any major moves, so security shouldn't be a problem. Since you've just left the secret snake cult, it's safer to stay in the imperial capital for a while. Hearing Ryan's words, the two sisters couldn't help but feel moved. They exchanged a glance, feeling a tinge of warmth. Well, thank you, Lord Ryan, but do you really not need any help? Erida asked. The Swordbearer headquarters will be handling the logistics for this operation, so it's convenient for me to travel alone, Ryan said with a slight smile. Well, Lord Ryan, be careful then. If you need support, please let me know at any time, said her sister Erida. But as soon as she said that, she suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing. After all, if even Ryan couldn't handle the enemy, then the two sisters would be nothing more than a bunch of idiots. My apologies, Lord Ryan. I misspoke. Lord Ryan, I wish you a safe journey. Alita quickly corrected herself. Thank you, Ryan said with a smile. He didn't mind Alita's bluntness. After spending some time together, he'd noticed that Alita's extraordinary combat skills leaned towards speed. Sometimes her hands moved faster than her brain, and her mouth, even faster than her hands. After speaking with his family, Ryan planned to go to headquarters. He wanted to test the power of his new sorcery, so naturally, the only place he could go was the sorcery testing room. Soon, Ryan arrived at the Swordbearer headquarters by carriage. Guided by the young staff member, Ryan made his way to the level 3 sorcery testing room with familiarity. Master Ryan, if you need anything else, please feel free to call me. Okay, thank you, Ryan nodded. Of course I am. It's my honor to serve you. The young female staff member smiled and bowed, closing the door behind her. After the female staff member left, Ryan didn't immediately begin testing. Instead, he began to cast Metal Transfiguration, Cutting Web, and Serrated Ring repeatedly, trying to understand their connection. Since Metal Transfiguration was already a natural spell, and the latter two had reached level 20, his proficiency was evident. So, Ryan quickly grasped the trick to cascading all three. At the same time, a system prompt sounded, ding. Host has mastered the prototype of the crystallized killing move. Do you want to spend 79 gold skill points to perfect it? Sure, it costs 79 points. Ryan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because these three sorceries could form a crystallized killing move without requiring additional deduction, it seemed that the system's stated deduction perfection also included personal adaptability changes. But it was precisely because of this that Ryan felt the consumption of gold skill points was a bit too much. But then, as if he had figured something out, Ryan suddenly laughed. If a higher cost means a more powerful killing move, then there's nothing wrong with that. Spending more gold skill points is actually a good thing. Ryan remembered that the previous deduction of the liquefied killing move, Multiple Slicing Net, had only cost 42 gold skill points. This time, it cost nearly double that. There was a good chance a surprise was waiting for him. As the points were added, a torrent of memories of his sorcery training instantly flooded into Ryan's mind, as if he had been practicing the coordination of these three sorceries repeatedly for over 100 years in some mysterious dimension. When Ryan opened his eyes again, His understanding of the interconnectedness of the three sorceries had become seamless. Ding! Deduction successful. The host has mastered the metal-based crystallization killer move, Sawtooth Slicing Net. Finally, I have my own crystallization killer move. Ryan's face lit up with joy after carefully considering the new move. Previously, he only had one liquefied killer move, Multiple Slicing Net, and no other sorcery killer moves. Of course, he also had another third-level attack spell, Thorn Iron Ball. However, the former's power, while top tier for a second-level liquefied wizard, was merely equivalent to the power of a typical third-level sorcery spell for a third-level crystallization wizard. The latter, on the other hand, was more of a single-target attack. While powerful, it lacked flexibility. Even though Ryan had upgraded it to level 20, this spell was straightforward and easily dodged by the enemy, requiring the use of Metal Cage to fully unleash its power. But now things were different. This crystallized killing move, Sawtooth Slicing Net, far surpassed the previous two in both power and attack flexibility. Use the first-level talent spell, Metal Transfiguration, the second-level spell, Cutting Net, and the third-level spell, Sawtooth Ring, in succession to form a combination spell, Sawtooth Slicing Net. Ryan, unable to contain his excitement, immediately began experimenting. First-level spell, Metal Transfiguration. Second-level spell, Cutting Net. Third-level spell, Sawtooth Ring. Crystallized killing move, Sawtooth Slicing Net. As Ryan rapidly chanted the spell, 6 serrated metal rings suddenly appeared before his eyes, humming and spinning at high speed. The metal serrations were silver, approximately 2 meters in diameter. With a single thought, Ryan could swiftly adjust their direction. In terms of range, their attack far exceeded that of his previous liquefied killing move, Multiple Slicing Net. Also, according to the information provided by Amati, the crystallized killing move, Slicing Net, should normally consist of 4 metal serrations, but Ryan was able to unleash 6. This was most likely due to his exceptional affinity for metal elements, combined with the added bonus of 3 levels of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. As for their power, a test would reveal itself. With a flick of his right hand, Ryan launched 6 whirring metal serrations, attacking the metal cylinder directly in front of him. She. The previously smooth surface of the giant metal block was instantly punctured by 6 crisscrossing cuts, followed by several loud boom. The metal cylinder, weighing several tons, was shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. A nearby stone slab displayed a number that left even Ryan speechless. 3 question marks? Is this off the charts? Ryan was speechless. He hadn't expected that even a level 3 witchcraft testing room couldn't determine the maximum power of his new killer move. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rapid knock at the door, and the female staff member's voice echoed, her anxiety evident. Master Ryan, what's wrong? Do you need help? I'm sorry, I'm fine. But I think you might need to contact someone to report it. The cost will be deducted from my account. Ryan opened the door and said apologetically, That's fine, Lord Ryan. The female staff member peeked through the crack in the door and was stunned, her eyes wide as she stammered. The next day, at noon, on the small airship that had just taken off from the Swordbearer headquarters, Ryan was alone in his cabin, crafting a new piece of leather armor, a Murloc scale breastplate. Since the journey would take a day and a half, Ryan decided not to waste any time and boarded the airship with the raw materials and tools. The Murloc scale breastplate is a thick leather breastplate, with the scales of an adult Blackfin Murloc sewn onto both sides. This scale is incredibly strong, even surpassing chainmail in its defensive power, yet incredibly lightweight. Of course, it's also incredibly difficult to craft. But precisely because of this, it was the reason Ryan had chosen him. They could bring him a significant amount of experience points. However, Ryan's actions naturally puzzled the headquarters logistics staff accompanying him. They had served many adamantine-level sword wielders, but this was their first encounter. Sir Alina, is this Lord Ryan's hobby? Claire couldn't help but curiously ask Alina, the capable young woman beside her. This time, Claire and Beyoncé were both present. During a casual chat with Alina, they heard that their captain was going on a mission. They immediately approached Ryan and offered to accompany Alina on this mission as logistics personnel. This immediately left Ryan with no reason to refuse. After all, if Alina, whose strength was roughly equivalent to that of a second-level wizard apprentice, could go, then it was impossible to say that these 2 sword wielders, whose strength reached the magic iron and mithril levels, respectively, couldn't go. Don't ask about Lord Ryan, Alina patted Claire's smooth forehead, jokingly scolding her. Since Captain Ryan had been away from headquarters for extended periods, Alina was more familiar with the two women in Ryan's team. "You can't even ask," Claire said, shrinking her head. "It's probably a way to calm his mind before battle," Alina whispered. Alina had noticed this strange behavior of Ryan once before. Back in Munster, her young superior, Lord Ryan, had been studying tailoring. Later, she researched the subject and discovered that some combatants used artistic methods, like painting and singing, to improve their focus. "I imagine Lord Ryan is in a similar situation." "Is that so?" "Okay." Claire nodded, seeming to understand. Beyoncé, clad in tight leather armor and sporting a sizzling figure, took his words to heart and agreed deeply. After a day and a half of flight, Ryan emerged from the cabin and gazed into the distance. After more than a day of crafting, his leatherworker class level had reached level 9, granting him another 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Currently, Ryan had 14 attribute points, 2 skill points, and 124 gold skill points. Basically, these 14 attribute points could sustain him in 3 moderately intense battles in his 4 forms. "Look over there." At that moment, someone suddenly pointed excitedly from the side of the ship. Ryan followed the crowd's gaze and saw a vast, lush forest stretching as far as the eye could see. For a moment, they felt as if they had entered a vast ocean of forest, a feeling of peace and tranquility. However, Ryan soon noticed something unusual in the distant forest. "Huh? What's that over there?" Ryan stared at a distant patch of forest, his expression grave. Because his eyesight was far superior to that of an average person, he could clearly see a patch of forest at the far end of the forest, dozens of kilometers from the airship, with a strangely different color. It seemed to emit a faint red glow, and wisps of gray mist rose from it. Judging from the map Ryan had previously seen, that area should be the southern part of Ferdinand Forest. This should be the location of the initial breach, the area where the Mother Tree cult launched their initial attack, Ryan thought to himself. At this moment, Alina stepped forward and pointed to a rock outpost several kilometers away, saying, "Lord Ryan, Post 7 is just ahead." "Yes." Ryan nodded. Post 7 was built on a slightly elevated hillside. Constructed from massive rock blocks, it formed a 3-story circular outpost, serving as both a lookout tower and a landing point for small airships. Ryan noticed that the rock used for the outpost was unique, a grayish-white color and remarkably solid. This stone must have been brought up from underground by high-ranking Earth wizards, or transported from elsewhere. It seems the elves are wary of the Empire, but similarly, the Empire also maintains necessary precautions against the elves, Ryan said. "That's right. There are dozens of such outposts, most of which were built hundreds of years ago, and are scattered around Ferdinand Forest. Their primary purpose is to monitor the movements of a certain number of elves," Alina explained. As the airship slowly docked on the 3rd floor of the watchtower, Ryan led the way down. "Sir, welcome to Outpost Number 7. I am Ian, the station commander." A burly middle-aged man in the uniform of an Imperial colonel, accompanied by 2 lieutenants, saluted Ryan at the docking station. As he saluted, Ian quickly surveyed Ryan and his group. He had just received word yesterday that the head of the Imperial Special Forces would be arriving soon, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. They were only notified yesterday, and they were already arriving today. At first, he thought it was a surprise inspection by the military. Also, this gentleman looks incredibly young. However, this trip was quite impressive. The professionally dressed young woman standing beside him was clearly a secretary. A full logistics support team, carrying various equipment, seemed to be a complete team. And behind them, there was a beautiful female wizard and a ranger. Wow, this ranger! What a stunning figure! For a moment, Ian's mind raced. You know, they've hosted quite a few special operations teams, but this kind of configuration is still extremely rare. No, it's almost the first time I've seen it. There seemed to be only 1 combatant. Or 3. But the logistics staff was nearly 20 people. Chapter 440. Meanwhile, a suburban manor in the southern part of the imperial capital, Tamriel. The manor occupies a vast area, its most striking feature being its main building, a castle of considerable age. Not counting the watchtower, the main structure consists of 3 stories, with 4 circular arrow towers at the 4 corners, each topped by a circle of battlements. It appears to offer considerable defensive strength. However, judging by the weeds growing in the cracks of the gray rock walls, and the large expanses of moss covering the surface, the castle must have been built quite a while ago. Nevertheless, owning such a rare castle manor in the suburbs of the imperial capital is not something that ordinary nobles can boast. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the castle, Earl Buchanan, the second prince's steward, accompanied by 2 teams of fully armed guards, eagerly awaited something. "Sir, look! That must be Lord Bowstaff's airship, isn't it?" At this moment, an attendant pointed at an airship appearing in the distant sky and shouted with a hint of excitement. While there were many airships plying the skies of the imperial capital, the design of this one was relatively rare. The front and rear ends of its airbag were pointed ovals, giving it the appearance of a sharp date pit. The cabin suspended below was also shuttle-shaped, while 3 propellers at the tail provided powerful thrust. If Ryan were present, he would have seen at a glance that this design was intended to reduce air resistance and thus increase speed. And indeed, it was. This streamlined airship was specifically designed for long-distance travel. Yes, that's it. Buchanan narrowed his eyes, taking a closer look, and a smile crept into his previously solemn face. Finally, the wait was over. If Bowstaff hadn't arrived, that Ryan would have been back soon. Buchanan feared he would regret not seizing such a golden opportunity. A few minutes later, the airship slowly docked at the castle's northeastern aero tower, serving as a mooring point. Crack! As a sturdy steel boot stepped onto the long iron ramp, the thick steel plate suddenly cracked under the weight and gave a noticeable dent. A burly figure, clearly over 4 meters tall, stooped and emerged from the airship's cabin. It was a sturdy man clad in massive iron shoulder pads and half-body leather armor. The iron pads bore several centimeters of scratches, and the leather armor had several large holes, suggesting a fierce battle, but the exposed skin bore no scars. What the hell? Double the thickness of the ramp next time. The sight of the ramp prompted Buchanan to mutter a reprimand to his attendant. But the next moment, he greeted him with a broad smile. "Lord Bowstaff, welcome back safely." "You're welcome, Lord Buchanan." A deep voice echoed from the other man's throat. Although they could sense that the other man was deliberately controlling his voice, the guards nearby still felt a buzzing in their ears, as if they heard thunder rumbling in the distant sky. Crack! Crack! In just 2 steps, the man had completed the nearly 7 or 8 meter long gangway, but in his hand, he was holding a long cylindrical tentacle. The tentacle was dark gray, with circular spots of varying sizes on its surface, and was about the thickness of an adult man's ankle. Just as Buchanan was about to say something, suddenly, "Wow!" With a tug of his mighty hand, Bowstaff swiftly pulled a bizarre-looking creature, over 20 meters long, from the cabin. The next second, he lifted the bizarre, multi-tentacle monster with one hand and slowly placed it on the ground. Instantly, the surrounding guards panicked and retreated. Even though the monster was dead, the constant pressure still made them feel uneasy. One could only imagine how terrifying it must have been in life. The monster itself was actually not very large, only about 5 or 6 meters long, spherical in shape. In the center was a large eyeball, without eyelids, and from its lower end dangled 7 or 8 tentacles over 10 meters long. What Bowstaff had just held was one of its tentacles. It was obvious that when alive, the creature must have relied on its tentacles to stand and walk. "Is this the Soul Reaper? Sir Bowstaff, you actually killed this monster?" Buchanan was utterly shocked. He usually prided himself on his knowledge, but this time, he completely lost his composure. You have to understand that the monster before him was a totemic creature worshipped by a tribe of tens of thousands of indigenous people on the Forbidden Island. The monster's origins are unknown, but according to legend, it wasn't from this world. Its epic strength, coupled with countless years of indigenous worship, had already imbued it with a hint of divinity. This monster called itself the Soul Reaper. Even among epic warriors, it was a formidable being. Unexpectedly, it had been slain by Bowstaff. Buchanan remembered clearly that Second Prince Everton had assigned Bowstaff the task of obtaining a portion of the Soul Reaper's tissue. This was because dragon blood was inherently powerful, hence the need to blend it with the blood of this powerful creature from another world. Furthermore, he had heard that the Federation was also planning to kill this monster. Unexpectedly, Bowstaff had actually brought back the monster's entire body. Truly impressive. "Well, it would have been unharmed, until we ran into those Federation scumbags," Bowstaff said nonchalantly. "Sir Bowstaff, you are truly formidable. His Highness will surely be delighted to learn of your victory." "Great. Let's see how Ryan, that fellow, escapes this time." Buchanan, having regained his composure, felt a surge of confidence. Half an hour later, inside the castle banquet hall, a vast, long dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast of ferocious beasts. Bowstaff sat shirtless on a custom-made chair, enjoying his meal while casually asking Lord Buchanan, "What is the matter that His Highness has called me back so urgently?" The following is the story. His Highness wishes to obtain the blood essence of a man named Ryan. He is very powerful and possesses a special dragon bloodline. His transformed power is said to reach epic proportions. Most importantly, His Highness believes that this man's blood essence will greatly aid in the advancement of the final experiment. Oh! Bowstaff wiped the red Bordeaux mixture from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but laugh, though his expression was a bit grim. Bowstaff arguably cared more about Second Prince Everton's experiments than anyone else, for he himself was a survivor and beneficiary of Everton's experiments. He knew that if he wanted to further strengthen his power, the results of the Second Prince's subsequent experiments would be crucial. A day and a half ago, we learned that the enemy had suddenly traveled to Ferdinand Forest. This presents a prime opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take action once he returns to the Imperial capital, Buchanan began to recount. I see. Is the airship ready? I depart now. Lord Bowstaff, wouldn't you like to rest? Go check on my iron shoulder guards and leather armor. Bowstaff waved his hand and addressed the attendant beside him. Seeing this, Buchanan naturally wouldn't dissuade him. He immediately said, all right. By the way, Sir Bowstaff, we have 3 of our most elite slave hunting teams in Ferdinand Forest. They'd be responsible for the search. You just need to make the final decision at the crucial moment. Yes. Bowstaff nodded, then pulled a syringe from a nearby box and plunged it into his arm. As the crimson liquid was injected, the bloodshot in his eyes quickly faded. Ferdinand Forest, Post 7. Having reached the rank of Colonel, Ian naturally knew what to say and what was best not to ask. Colonel Ian, I'm sorry to bother you this time, Ryan said with a smile, glancing at the other man's epaulets. Colonel Ian, this is Master Ryan from Sword Bearer Headquarters. I'm Alina, Master Ryan's dedicated liaison. Master Ryan's visit to Post 7 is top secret. I hope Colonel Ian will maintain confidentiality. Alina's beautiful eyes darted sharply as she glanced at Ian and the 2 men behind him. Since this was a special operation, Alina naturally wouldn't elaborate. Don't worry, Your Excellency Alina. We are all Imperial soldiers and understand the principle of confidentiality. Ian and the 2 people behind him nodded quickly. Lord Ryan, Your Excellency Alina, why don't you all rest for a while? The rooms inside the outpost are relatively simple, having been converted from our barracks. Ryan waved his hand and said, Colonel Ian, you're welcome. I won't rest. Alina and the others will be bothering you for a few days. Alina smiled at Ryan and tilted her head, saying, Colonel Ian, I'm sorry to bother you. However, we can provide accommodations on the airship, but I have to trouble you with the food. Not at all. Colonel Ian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Alina's smile. This young woman is quite charming. Her actions are efficient, and her conversation is elegant. In the military, she would have at least the rank of civilian colonel, but now she's just a liaison to the young man in front of her. It seemed the young man before him was quite remarkable. Ian had reached the rank of colonel, so he certainly had a keen eye. However, he was a little unsure of the strength of Lord Ryan. Colonel Ian, have you observed any new activity at this outpost recently? Alina asked, her face grave. Because of the distance, intelligence transmission from headquarters is somewhat delayed, but this man before him should have first-hand information. Yes, both of you. Why don't you sit in my room for a while? I give you a detailed report, Colonel Ian asked after a moment's thought. Okay, Ryan nodded. In Colonel Ian's room, Ryan, Alina, and Ian sat across from each other at the coffee table. After pouring a cup of black tea for each, Colonel Ian began to speak slowly. Lord Ryan, Lady Alina, our post number 7 has recently detected several times more groups entering Ferdinand Forest than usual, and many of these groups are dressed unlike the slave hunting teams we're used to seeing. Ryan nodded, motioning for Ian to continue. Over the past few days, several groups have even appeared to be attacking our post. However, after we fired signal flares, they quickly disappeared. Because they were clearly extremely powerful, I didn't dare send anyone to pursue them. Don't worry, I laugh at you. Although my men are elite soldiers and can handle slave hunting teams, they're definitely no match for those teams. Well, we do what we can, Colonel Ian. That's a wise decision, Ryan said with a smile. Haha, thank you, Lord Ryan, for your compliment. But we haven't done nothing. We've monitored their direction through our magic array. They're probably heading towards the elven villages in the southern forest. Oh! Ryan raised his brow. Elf villages? Are they trying to capture elves? Sir, look at this map. It's right here and right here. Ian pulled out a topographic map of the area near Outpost 7. Several green dots represented nearby elven villages, yellow dots indicated elven outposts, and 3 red lines indicated the direction of the suspicious groups. As Ian had said, Their movement was very purposeful, almost heading in a straight line towards the elven villages. Colonel Ian, are there any individuals who left a particularly deep impression on me? Alina asked. Yes. In one of the teams, there was a man whose mere glance gave me the chills. His gaze was like a venomous snake, capable of piercing the soul. I could vaguely see snake patterns on his robes. It seems to be a team from the secret snake cult. We've received intelligence, but we don't know the specific individuals. Lord Ryan, if I have any concrete information, I will contact you immediately. Alina whispered softly in Ryan's ear. Yes. Ryan nodded. Even at such a distance, a single glance could strike fear into the heart of a peak Grand Knight. The enemy's strength was indeed considerable. I couldn't tell much else. Because our telescope at outpost number 7 covers an area of approximately 7 or 8 kilometers, if a team enters from further away, we can only roughly monitor their movements from the magic circle, Ian explained. Ryan nodded. If the enemy intends to capture the elves, then the situation with Anna might be dire. He must depart immediately. He decided to first search for Anna and Lambert. After ensuring Anna's safety, he would then head to the Valzig ruins to meet with the sect leader, Mariah. Of course, if he could find the heart of the ancient tree while reuniting with Anna, that would be even better. Alina, I'm leaving now. Leave the Hellfire Golem here. Claire can control it, but if it doesn't, just self-destruct, Ryan instructed. Since they had to find Anna first, they needed to be stealthy. The Hellfire Golem made too much noise, making it unsuitable for carrying around. Instead, it would be very useful for guarding outposts. With Beyoncé, Claire, and the improved Hellfire Golem, the safety of Alina and the rest of the logistics team was assured. Meanwhile, Claire, a peak-level wizard, was also responsible for communicating with Ryan. This time, they brought a small communication device, similar to the previous thin sheet, capable of communicating within a certain area. Okay, Lord Ryan, I wish you a safe journey then. Alina, understanding the priorities, offered no persuasion. Colonel Ian, though surprised by Ryan's quick dispatch, considered he likely had some top-secret mission and held back. By the way, Lord Ryan, there's something strange about that forest, the animals, the plants, even the water. After one of my men was injured, I decided it was more important to guard the outpost, so I haven't sent anyone in since, Ian added, as if reflecting on something. Oh! How strange. Alina asked curiously. Those animals are like crazy, attacking with red eyes. Plus, the plants seem to come alive, drawing blood if you cut them. Ian said solemnly. Yes. Thank you, Colonel Ian. I keep an eye on it. Ryan nodded, stood up, and headed out. But he didn't go down, instead returning to the top of the outpost. With a flick of his mind, Ryan saw a massive blue and purple bird of prey scurry from the bottom of the airship, chirping at him, before soaring into the sky. Another enormous warhound gravitated toward Ryan, and nuzzled him. Just when everyone thought Ryan would ride off on his blood-feathered hippogriff, he cast 2 levitation spells in quick succession, and with his greyhound warhound, Cookie, he leaped from the over 20-meter-high roof of the outpost, drifting toward the forest. This surprised everyone, including Colonel Ian. In reality, Ryan had decided not to ride Bloodfeather until he found Anna, as it would be too conspicuous in the air. As Ryan and Cookie entered the forest, the greyhound seemed to be taking to the water, sniffing around with considerable excitement. To control these 2 telepathic pets, Ryan didn't need to issue commands like whistles or hand gestures like others did. He simply needed a thought to coordinate them. About 10 minutes later, as Ryan gradually approached the troubled area, Ryan keenly noticed that the small animals that had previously frequented the forest seemed to have suddenly become much less numerous, and the surrounding trees were gradually beginning to undergo strange distortions and warping. Furthermore, a number of large craters had appeared abruptly on the ground. These craters didn't resemble the scattering formations of a meteorite impact, but rather the effect of something being pulled out of the earth. Could it be the Elven Ironwood Guard? Ryan couldn't help but think of the intelligence from headquarters, a creature unique to the Elven race. The Ironwood Guard. They usually disguise themselves as giant trees, looking almost identical to ordinary trees and difficult to distinguish, but the Ironwood Guard can actually move by moving through their roots. They also possess formidable defenses, immense strength, and the ability to cast nature-based magic, making them incredibly powerful. Ryan observed for a moment before continuing on. A few minutes later, as the vast gray mist appeared before his eyes, Ryan noticed that the surrounding trees seemed to have taken on an eerie dark red hue. Even the ground was tinged with a faint red, as if washed by blood-red rain. This made Ryan slow down his pace slightly, and for a moment, he thought. Suddenly, a sharp blade materialized in his hand, and he lightly slashed through a tree 2 men could hug. She. A deep scratch suddenly appeared on the bark, and a stream of light red sap immediately flowed out. At the same time, Ryan could sense a strange vibration spreading from the tree. It seems to be infected by some special energy, Ryan thought to himself, observing the scene before him. Woof! Suddenly, the greyhound war dog Cookie barked a few times as if for warning, looking around with extreme vigilance, and quickly moved toward Ryan.